Chapter 1. The Earth's Junkyard. Double kings explode. A sharp 1 and a 6, right on the mark. Across the table, a rusted robot scratched its metal head, bewildered. Don't fool me. Can an ace and a 6 really combine? Has your brain gone haywire? Oh, but you are unaware, Cheng Qi replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. In the days of old, there existed a most audacious government vehicle, known as the Ace-6, which disregarded all rules. Cheng Qi tapped the frayed edges of the playing cards on the table and continued earnestly. An ace and a 6 make an A6. If I drive an A6, I can simply hit the gas and rush out of your explosion range. Thus, your bomb is worthless against me. Hanzai's visual sensors flicked, focusing intently on the table. Oh, how curious. What sort of game is this with so many rules? I feel my head swelling. Cheng Qi grinned slyly. Feeling the pressure, Hanzai raised his rusty arm. Master, don't mock me. I'll surely perform brilliantly in this round. Just then, the earth trembled, and a rumbling noise cascaded from the horizon. It's finally here. With eyes gleaming, Cheng Qi rose and approached the makeshift shelter's entrance, lifting the heavy radiation-proof tarp to gaze skyward. A massive starship, 32 kilometers long, glided slowly through the dim gray atmosphere, generating powerful air waves and pressure as it approached. Outside their rundown shelter lay an expanse of indigestible waste. Dark silver metal scraps, blackened chemical barrels, and the decaying remains of unidentified creatures littered the ground. The once clear atmosphere was now a murky haze, filled with countless specks of metal dust. This was Earth. Many years ago, a figure of mixed fortune invented the technology of targeted stargates, ushering humanity into the grand era of the cosmos. In merely 60 years, this mother planet of humanity had been drained of all its resources. Now, it had become the largest landfill in the galaxy. No longer the beautiful blue planet, from outer space it appeared as a dull, moldy plum, shrouded in a thick layer of refuse. In the year 024 of the Second Epoch of humanity, Earth had transformed into a tragic symbol of the universe. Human civilization had abandoned this place. Only a few stray souls remained, eking out a survival as scavengers. Cheng Qi was one such scavenger. Hanzai, a B-343 Nanny robot, was found by him 3 years prior in a garbage heap. Perhaps due to its previous owner, its speech system operated in a dialect from Sichuan. Buzz! Above, the colossal starship hovered, and its heavy bay doors began to slide open. Then millions of tons of garbage cascaded down from the sky in a mesmerizing spectacle. New stuff is coming. Quick, let's grab it. Hanzai flapped its mechanical arms, dislodging a screw that flew across the air, but excitement filled its circuits. I don't need much. A few kilograms of rare alloy, or a few usable P7-level circuit boards, or even one intact fuel cell. After all, this time I've invested heavily. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he inhaled deeply and stepped out of the shelter. The starship's engines unleashed tumultuous gusts of wind. The face of the 18-year-old boy was resolute, and behind him, a tattered dark blue scavenger cloak, stained with oil and punctured with holes, billowed in the wind. In the distance, the transport vessel finished its drop, roaring away, vanishing into the atmosphere. It came quickly and departed just as swiftly. No one would mourn the refuse here. Meanwhile, a towering mound of trash, nearly 500 meters high, now rose from the ground. Mud, metallic dust, toxic chemicals, and unknown radiation permeated the surroundings. Cheng Qi and Hanzai began their ascent on the side of the garbage mound. A nuclear-radiated spore settled on Hanzai's brass head before taking root and blooming. Hanzai shook its head slightly, allowing the spore to flourish. They needed to insert their detector at the summit of the garbage mound, releasing probes downward to locate valuable items. Hanzai's arms possessed roughly 3 tons of lifting power. Once the location of the valuable items was determined, it would begin digging by hand. For a long time, the two had worked in harmony, like this, not just as master and assistant, but as companions relying on one another for survival. As they climbed, the detector emitted a series of beeps. Cheng Qi felt increasingly elated. This load of garbage seemed promising. However, things soon took a turn for the worse. From the other side of the mound, the roar of a small engine echoed. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a heavy motorcycle belching black smoke crested the peak of the trash heap. The bike's two wheels had been modified into several metal hooks, allowing it to swiftly claw through the refuse and scale the mound with ease. Hanzai tilted its head, the spores fluttering softly. That son of a gun again. On the motorcycle was a burly man clad in a black gas mask, his right arm transformed into a hydraulic mechanical limb. Despite its shabby appearance, he could crush Hanzai without breaking a sweat. Get lost. The man's voice was low, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries. Erlo. Cheng Qi looked up defiantly. What you see at your feet is 7,125. I've already paid the development fee to the Scavenger Association. 7,125. Meaning July 12th, the fifth batch of refused discharge by the transport vessel. Cheng Qi had observed closely every 156 days. A starship belonging to a mechanical conglomerate would come to drop off garbage, and according to its flight path, today would likely be the third ship. The garbage from the mechanical group was historically valuable. Once, a scavenger had found a fully operational energy generator and various high-value alloy scraps in such a dump, earning a whopping 7,500 credit points. To pay the development fee, I borrowed with high interest from Hyena. Cheng Qi puffed out his chest. But since I've already paid, the 7,125 dump is mine. The Hyena is a bloodsucker. The motorcycle man seemed to offer a warning, yet his tone was devoid of compassion. If you fail to find anything of value today, you'll meet a grim fate. As he spoke, about a dozen scavenger henchmen began to surround them, accompanied by several brutish, makeshift robots. I heard 7135, 80122, 91212. All reserved by you? The man's voice was a low growl, his eyes gleaming with greed. You're a clever little beggar. Those numbered heaps must be worth quite a bit. You plan to rob me? Cheng Qi surmised the man's intentions and shot back calmly. Aren't you afraid of repercussions from the Scavenger Association? There's one more rule in the association. The motorcycle man shook his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. When a man dies, reservations are voided. Farewell. The metal cover at the back of the motorcycle flipped, revealing a rusted cruise missile. Hiss! White smoke erupted as the missile launched, its rusty guidance radar veering, heading straight for Cheng Qi at the base of the mound. Boom! A wave of heat enveloped him, the blast sending countless metal fragments skyward. Amidst the thick smoke, a shadow was seen shooting upward, falling into a garbage abyss 2 kilometers away. The motorcycle man let out a cold laugh. 7125 is ours now, and henceforth, this territory belongs to us. Don't just stand there, get to work. Once, Earth had masked an orderly society defined by structure, yet it was predicated on the law of the jungle. Now, on this planet, semblances of rules had long since vanished. Everyone was trapped in the underbelly, unable to escape, their ghastly struggles resulting in gruesome realities each day. In the depths of the garbage abyss, Cheng Qi took a deep breath, jolting awake from unconsciousness to see Hanzai's rusted head shielding his chest, its mechanical arms clinging tightly to him. Hanzai? You protected me? Hanzai? Cheng Qi pushed aside Hanzai's limp arms, standing up to gaze at its back, his eyes widening in horror. Half of Hanzai's torso and both legs had been blown away. The most grievous of all, the entirety of its cranial casing had melted away from the intense heat, laying its processing core bare, with shattered memory transistors leaking their crimson conductive fluid like blood pooling all around. The spore still clung to its head, now withered and lifeless. Cheng Qi trembled with despair. With the memory transistors shattered, not a drop of conductive fluid remained. Even if repaired, Hanzai would cease to exist. Sparks erupted from Hanzai's cranium, causing its body to shudder. A flicker of green energy shone weakly from its mouth, and it uttered its final words. What's this? Is your brain fried? I might be down for the count. From now on, you'll have to take care of yourself without me. I know all your little card tricks. The next robot won't stand a chance against you. Cheng Qi, it's farewell. I am feeling sleepy. Chapter 2. The first synthesis. Cheng Qi's face was smeared with dark ash. His eyes widened, glistening with tears. Since his grandfather's passing, Hanzai had been his sole companion. He had previously vowed that when he accumulated 800 credit points, he would certainly procure a non-leaking hydraulic pump for Hanzai, ensuring it was brand new and of the highest quality. Yet now, Hanzai lay utterly, irreversibly dead. Although Hanzai's body had never possessed warmth, at this moment, Cheng Qi felt that the steel hand he grasped was colder than ever before, piercing through to his very core. Suddenly, from the mechanical seams of Hanzai's arm, a handful of playing cards tumbled out, each one a joker. Cheng Qi's hand trembled even more. "You've even learned to hide cards?" But in an instant, tears cascaded down his cheeks as he pressed his forehead, choked with emotion. Why did it have to come to this? Detected similar technological creation? Proceed with technological synthesis. A voice imbued with a sense of advanced technology resonated in his ears, and Cheng Qi was jolted into awareness, staring blankly at the back of his right hand. Within an enigmatic crystal wristband, for azure stars shimmered and danced, swirling and beginning to establish a semblance of order. This wristband, Cheng Qi's right wrist adorned with a luminescent blue band, broad and robust, extended a protruding section that reached across the back of his hand. He did not comprehend its true nature. His grandfather had mentioned that when he found Cheng Qi, the infant's tender hand was already graced with this peculiar object. It was strange indeed, morphing in form as Cheng Qi grew, always snug against his wrist with barely a gap, its dim glow persistent even after years without recharging. Later, his grandfather mused that it might be a creation of a level 13 civilization. However, by then, his grandfather had begun to show signs of dementia, declaring that his urinal and dentures were also artifacts of the same civilization, and even the adult diapers beneath his protective suit were deemed to be creations of a level 17 civilization. Buzz! The surface of the crystal wristband suddenly emitted two azure beams of scanning light. One moved vertically, scanning Hanzai's shattered body, forming an intricate blue grid that enveloped him like a blanket, as if the wristband was gathering data from Hanzai. The other beam stretched across several meters, scanning a distant heap of refuse. In an instant, the garbage pile became visible to Cheng Qi. He could clearly see that beneath the refuse lay another humanoid nanny robot, partially buried and obscured. Indeed, it was another discarded B-343 model, identical to Hanzai. The B-343 was a basic model, inexpensive and ubiquitous in human society, often regarded as less significant than a mere pet. Thus, in this vast landfill on Earth, countless abandoned B-343s must exist. Cheng Qi's pupils quivered slightly. Two B-343s, can they merge into one? Please choose synthesis subject. Cheng Qi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Hanzai at his feet. The wristband seemingly possessed visual capture capabilities. The grid covering Hanzai's form shifted to red, pulsating with high frequency. Material formatting initiated. Suddenly, subjective kinetic energy manifested on Cheng Qi's wrist, controlling his right hand to extend, pointing toward the distant B-343. That half-buried, rusted B-343 suddenly burst forth with a brilliant azure glow. Following a peculiar tremor, its body astonishingly fragmented into countless tiny blue particles, dispersing into primitive units, formatting. Cheng Qi's mind brimmed with disbelief. Then, the crystal wristband swiftly absorbed the blue particles as if drawing in water through a rainbow. Cheng Qi's right hand moved uncontrollably again, directing towards Hanzai's form. A translucent river appeared, connecting the crystal wristband to Hanzai, ethereal as silk, resembling a passageway. The wristband emitted blue particles that flowed along the river, spraying them over Hanzai's body. In the dim abyss of refuse, a technological luminescence radiated forth, akin to an ineffable miracle. Vaguely, Cheng Qi observed Hanzai's form gradually being restored, an unseen force gently lifting him upright from the ground. In mere seconds, the radiant light began to fade. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a brand new humanoid robot, devoid of rust or damage. Its entire body was crafted from dark silver alloy, shoulders broader, limbs joints more refined, and its stature slightly taller. B-897 Security Protection Nanny Robot. Equipped with home security patrol and monitoring devices, capable of effective prediction and reconnaissance in the face of intrusions and dangers. At that moment, the robot's shoulder panel flipped, and 8 small full-spectrum radars slowly ascended, emitting detection waves in all directions. the surrounding air resonating softly. Cheng Qi stood in stunned silence. It had upgraded directly from B3 to B8, acquiring entirely new functionalities. Detected similar technological creation. Proceed with technological synthesis. Before Cheng Qi could fully comprehend the situation, the crystal wristband emitted a cool, electronic synthesis voice once more. 2 Azure scanning beams were released, locking onto a nearby piece of starship wreckage. In an instant, the beams penetrated the massive alloy shield, revealing the outlines of 2 additional B-343 Nanny robots. There are 2 more discarded B-343s there? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. It was common for similar types of waste to cluster together, likely sourced from the same garbage transport vessel. Please choose synthesis subject. Material formatting initiated. In that moment, 2 B-897s appeared before Cheng Qi. One was crafted from overlooked refuse, the other from the deceased Hanzai. Detected similar technological creation. Proceed with technological synthesis. The wristband released 2 scanning beams once more, examining the 2 pristine B-897s. Cheng Qi felt a slight dryness in his throat. Can it continue? Dispersing into primitive units, fusion upgrade. With Cheng Qi's tacit approval, the second B-897 was formatted into countless tiny blue particles. These particles flowed along the resplendent translucent river, converging onto the B-897 modeled after Hanzai. In essence, the fundamental synthesis logic of the crystal wristband was a combination of 4 into 2, and then 2 into 1, with a gradual elevation in level. 30 seconds later, the dazzling technological glow dissipated. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted as he beheld the B-897, which had transformed once more. It had grown taller, its limbs significantly more robust, and every joint had been proportionately reinforced, seemingly capable of enduring greater torque. Notably, its mechanical hands had shifted from dark silver to a silver-gray hue, suggesting an increase in material hardness. A24 environmentally adaptive nanny robot. Boasting formidable environmental adaptability, it can operate normally under extreme climatic conditions or in complex terrains, and its body conceals various everyday operational tools, allowing for basic form alterations. In that instant, the A24's sturdy legs underwent transformation, the metal covering shifting as a lightweight alloy track emerged from its thigh, replacing its feet, with an internal engine roaring, suggesting immense hidden power. Simultaneously, its arms exhibited morphological changes, with various tools constantly rotating and replacing one another, including hydraulic pliers, hydraulic jacks, high-speed rotating alloy saws, and a metallic cutting gun capable of emitting blue flames. As an upgraded model, the 8 small full-spectrum radars on its shoulders remained, now enhanced in range, silently rotating. Cheng Qi gazed upwards, beholding the A24 class caretaker robot, now towering a remarkable 50 centimeters higher than before, standing at approximately 2.3 meters. He was momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. An A-class assistant robot commands a price of no less than 20,000 credit points. While such machines may be commonplace on distant planets, there would certainly be no other like it on Earth at this moment, especially considering it was brand new. Hanzai. Cheng Qi's voice trembled. Can you hear me? The robot's head retained a somewhat endearing simplicity, lacking in any sleek design. Its square, metallic cranium featured 2 elongated lines for eyes, with red glimmers darting back and forth within. Greetings, esteemed purchaser. The A24 Environmental Adaptation Caretaker robot is at your service. Please complete the initial setup so that I may serve you better. As the emotionless voice of the robot echoed in his ears, Cheng Qi felt his body freeze entirely. This was precisely his greatest fear. Though the machine's body had been restored, the essence of Hanzai would never return. A glimmer of tears welled in his eyes as he extended his arm to touch the A24's chest. Greetings, esteemed purchaser. Please complete the activation process. Should you insist on undertaking unconventional operations, I cannot guarantee that no harm will come to you. The robot remained steadfast, its gaze unwavering. Cheng Qi's movements faltered. Why did I sense such a familiar tone? Would a freshly manufactured A24 speak in such a manner? Forget it. I can't keep up this pretense any longer. You fool, do not touch my chest. Chapter 3. The king of garbage. Cheng Qi's abode resembled a dilapidated den. At that moment, he sat upon a battered bucket in front of his shack, fixating intently on the crystal wristband adorning his right hand, lost in a reverie. I am simply too handsome for my own good, he mused. If I were to enter the city, those robotic maids would surely be utterly enchanted by my charm, wouldn't they? To one side, the resurrected Hanzai, having received a significant upgrade, was preening before a mirror, admiring his physique with exaggerated poses. Cheng Qi paid no heed to the ostentatious display. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the enigmatic artifact in his hand. This object was nothing short of miraculous. Could it truly be what his grandfather had described, a creation of a level 13 civilization? Yet, humanity had only encountered as far as level 5 in their explorations, while a level 13 cosmic civilization remained a mere legend. What are you? Cheng Qi suddenly inquired of his wrist, only to chuckle at his own folly. Such artifacts typically exude an air of aloofness, reluctant to reveal their identity. I am STC. Standard Template Construct. Based on your understanding, the common interpretation is Standard Construction Template or Standard Template Construct, but this is merely based on your cognition. The revelation arrived with startling swiftness. The crystal wristband projected a cerulean window, displaying the aforementioned content before extinguishing completely, ceasing to respond to any further inquiries. Very well, very well. It seems to carry a hint of disdain. Cheng Qi rose slowly, drawing a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as he declared, "What you are is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I must fully harness your potential." He commenced testing. Cheng Qi procured 2 stones of similar size, along with 2 pieces of tissue that Hanzai had previously employed to mop up oil leaks. Non-technological construct, unable to synthesize, crouching on the ground, he and Hanzai observed the STC's pulsating blue starlight, faintly perceiving that its flight pattern resembled an extended middle finger. Very well, very well. It is not a technological device. Therefore, it cannot be activated. And Hanzai can no longer upgrade, as he temporarily lacks any other B-343 prototypes. Cheng Qi pondered, it must be a technological item. With that, he entered the shack and retrieved 8 pairs of intricately designed shoes fashioned from metal. These adventure shoes, equipped with hydraulic components at the base, boasted a jump height of 20 to 80 centimeters. They were remnants of refuse he had once collected, damaged and rendered unusable. His plan was to gather sufficient components to repair a pair of fully functional adventure shoes, which would significantly enhance efficiency when scaling the mountain of garbage. Although the technology was rather rudimentary, it was undoubtedly a technological construct. Surely, there would be no issue. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he slowly raised his arm, aligning the wristband on the back of his hand with 2 pairs of adventure shoes. Detected similar technological constructs. As anticipated, the STC emitted a blue scanning beam, traversing back and forth between the 2 pairs of adventure shoes. Please select Synthesis Subject, Material Formatting Initiated. 1 pair of shoes was deconstructed into primitive units, and then a translucent river appeared, cascading over the other pair of adventure shoes. Adventure greaves? The mechanical apparatus extends to the knees, alleviating pressure on the joints, with a maximum leap height of 4.5 meters. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly as he beheld the intricately designed and brand new mechanical boots. Hanzai, this is truly remarkable. With such a tool, scaling a 100-meter mountain of refuse would likely take no more than 10 minutes. Cheng Qi felt as though an entirely new realm had descended upon his life, his heart pulsating with excitement and his pupils quivering in response. Let us keep developing this, Hanzai exclaimed, equally exhilarated. What other equipment might emerge if we continue? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he surveyed the other 4 pairs of adventure boots. In a similar fashion, 2 pairs of adventure boots merged into one, transforming into protective leg gear. Subsequently, a technological marvel re-emerged, combining the 2 pairs of protective leg gear into a single entity. A brand new piece of equipment materialized before Cheng Qi's eyes. Jet-powered turbine boots, equipped with 18 miniature jet propulsion turbines, high-precision gyroscopes, and tilt trend sensors, the wearer can achieve a flight altitude of 300 meters with a maximum speed of 0.408 Mach. Flight. Cheng Qi found himself momentarily paralyzed, exclaiming, 0.408 Mach, which is roughly equivalent to 500 kilometers per hour. Before him, the apparatus reverted to the form of mechanical footwear, now exhibiting an even greater precision. At its base lay 18 multi-directional adjustable microjet turbines, crafted from a pale silver alloy that glimmered softly. Flight. In the present-day Earth, the The skies have become nearly a forbidden zone. Even a damaged piece of debris that once possessed the ability to fly is unattainable. It appears that someone has meticulously sifted through the refuse. Chapter 4 Advanced Alloys. Fool. Prepare to welcome my arrival. This shall be a flawless landing. Boom. Cheng Qi brought down his only shelter. Amidst the rubble, he lifted his head. Perhaps it was the biting wind at high altitudes that brought tears to his eyes, or perhaps it was the tumultuous waves surging within his heart. Afterwards, Cheng Qi gazed at the remaining shoes. Though he was eager to discover what the next level of the turbojet shoes would entail, it required merging all the shoes he possessed. He resolved to leave a pair of flying shoes for Fool. Otherwise, its brass legs would be unable to keep pace with him. The future treasure-hunting journey beckoned for Fool's companionship. Upon acquiring new materials in the future, all shoes would undergo a collective upgrade. Next, Cheng Qi's gaze fell upon the shelf beside the shelter. There, densely arranged, lay hundreds of black cylindrical objects. These were nickel-based high-temperature alloys, which Cheng Qi had extracted from countless discarded components using a high-energy crucible. Although the extraction process was intricate, these alloys held little monetary value, typically utilized for manufacturing certain high-strength screws and the like. These items resembled the scrap collected at a junkyard from a bygone era, eventually accumulating some copper wire over time. 149 pieces of nickel-based high-temperature alloy. If sold outright, they would fetch around 100 credit points. Cheng Qi mused, his eyes flickering with anticipation. I wonder if these fundamental materials can be synthesized. Detecting similar technological artifacts, material formatting initiated. The sound was melodious in Cheng Qi's mind. Indeed, while alloys are basic materials, they are also technological creations. Just then, his satellite phone, wrapped in black tape, began to vibrate furiously. Cheng Qi glanced at it. It was Hyena requesting a connection. Hyena Luke was a scavenger who had managed to thrive. A year prior, he had stumbled upon a high-value item, which catapulted him into wealth, leading him to embark on a loan-sharking venture. Previously, Cheng Qi had gambled everything to purchase the development rights to 7-12-3, borrowing 2,800 credit points from Hyena Luke, believing that once he fully developed 7-12-3, repaying the principal and interest would be a breeze. Yet, 7-12-3 had been snatched away by that scoundrel Alona. Cheng Qi was left empty-handed. Hyena Luke, true to his name, was ruthless and would not hesitate to tear him apart if the debt remained unpaid, reducing him to mere flesh to be fed to real hyenas. But that was a thing of the past. Now, Cheng Qi possessed STC, metallic intermetallic compounds, composed of two or more metallic elements, characterized by high strength, high hardness, and excellent oxidation resistance, suitable for manufacturing high-temperature components in spacecraft. Cheng Qi looked at the shelf before him, where a pristine piece of metal gleamed with an orange-yellow luster, slowly revealing a smile. Intermetallic compounds, he was well acquainted with this material. It was precious, though not exceedingly rare. Scavengers had previously discovered such metals from derelict starship thrusters, and even a mere 100 grams could keep one intoxicated for 4 months, indulging in every vice along the bar street. Now, merely 2 inexpensive nickel-based high-temperature alloys had synthesized a metal intermetallic compound the size of a fist, approximately 500 grams, more than sufficient to settle his debts. Yet Cheng Qi would not stop there. He possessed over 100 basic synthetic materials. Detecting similar technological artifacts, material formatting initiated. Synthesis. Amorphous alloy. Amorphous alloy, 31. Amorphous alloys are composed of multiple elements, characterized by ultra-high strength, ultra-high hardness, lightweight, and exceptional corrosion resistance, suitable for wear components in interstellar engine cores, classified as galaxy-grade industrial materials. Detecting similar technological artifacts, material formatting initiated. Synthesis. High-entropy alloy. High-entropy alloys are disordered atomic arrangements, exhibiting S3 high strength, S3 high hardness, and exceptional electromagnetic shielding properties, suitable for constructing high-precision interstellar radars, classified as galaxy-grade scarce materials. 5 minutes later, Cheng Qi held 23 pieces of amorphous alloy and 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy in his hands. He continued to synthesize, deliberately controlling the process to retain some interim results. The purpose of these raw materials was to be liquidated. If he were to hastily synthesize the most advanced materials, and then suddenly unveil extraordinary items on this garbage-laden planet, it would undoubtedly create a stir, and such commotion could lead to disaster. One drawback of STC was its inability to assess the market value of items. Regarding the amorphous and high-entropy alloys, Cheng Qi, a seasoned scavenger with a decade of experience, possessed considerable knowledge. After fiddling with them for a few seconds, he chuckled lightly. I've never heard of them. The items synthesized by STC represented a leap in technology. These two alloys were certainly not mundane. Cheng Qi was acutely aware that determining their value was of utmost priority. At this moment, he had devised a plan. He rose, grasping the satellite communicator, as Hyena Luke continued to call out impatiently, his demeanor calm as he pressed the connection button. You little garbage insect. Did you think you could run off with my money? I've received word. Your 7-12-3 has been stolen. The money you borrowed from me with interest now totals 4,800 credit points. If you can't pay up, I'll dissect you and sell your frontal lobe and spinal column to those biopunk merchants. Cheng Qi had borrowed merely 2,800 points, and in less than a week, it had ballooned to 4,800. Hyena Luke's heart was notoriously black. Don't rush. Cheng Qi replied calmly. I've had a stroke of luck today and found a piece of intermetallic compound, roughly 100 grams. What? Hyena Luke's voice was tinged with surprise, but he quickly ground his teeth. You say it exists? I've seen this trick before. You're trying to stall, aren't you? Ding! Cheng Qi gently flicked the intermetallic compound with his finger, producing a crisp and resonant chime. On the other end of the communicator, Hyena Luke suddenly fell silent for 5 seconds. This fellow had grown astute. Such a clear sound could not possibly emanate from ordinary metal. Within 10 seconds, Hyena Luke had ascertained the authenticity of the intermetallic compound. Very well. 500 grams, is it? Hyena's tone remained fierce, rounding up. Hand me that metal, and our accounts will be settled. Quite the rounding up. Cheng Qi shook his head with a smile. By the way, I found this intermetallic compound in a rather sophisticated briefcase, which seems to have been discarded by someone. Besides the intermetallic compound, it also contained a tightly packed compartment, which held a piece of, faintly white, somewhat translucent metal, though? Hyena Luke paused for a moment. A briefcase? Indeed. Cheng Qi feigned confusion. The label on this metal reads, amorphous alloy? I've never encountered this metal. Is it valuable? The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by a faint crackling noise, as if the signal were being interfered with. Then, Hyena Luke's voice, tinged with disappointment, came through. I thought it was something extraordinary. Turns out it's amorphous. That stuff is slightly more valuable than intermetallic compounds, but due to its ultra-lightweight nature, it doesn't fetch a high price for the same volume. Is that so? Cheng Qi weighed the amorphous piece in his hand. It is indeed quite light. How about this? I'll buy that amorphous alloy at market price. I have business to attend to. Come find me at the bar in 3 hours. Damn it. I have to deal with you little garbage insects every day. Hyena Luke cursed, lacking any enthusiasm as he hung up the phone. Cheng Qi placed the communicator on the table, a smile breaking across his face. Hyena was concealing something. The amorphous alloy was exceedingly valuable indeed. Just now, when Cheng Qi uttered the name of the amorphous alloy, Hyena had remained silent for only 2 seconds, yet the communicator had emitted crackling noises, not from signal interference, but because Hyena was gripping the communicator with great force. It must be said, Hyena's reaction time was impressive. Within 2 seconds, he suppressed his inner turmoil and adjusted his tone. He even pretended to be busy, scheduling their meeting for 3 hours later. If he had acted too eagerly, he would have revealed his true intentions. All of Hyena's actions could be summarized in 4 words: desire to capture through feigned retreat. Cheng Qi couldn't help but chuckle. If Hyena Luke knew that Cheng Qi possessed 22 pieces of this highly coveted amorphous alloy, and 4 even higher-grade high-entropy alloys, how would he react? He would surely devise a way to eliminate you. On your back? Sleep on the board. Fool extended its arm, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Indeed. Cheng Qi chuckled helplessly, his eyes shimmering. Setting aside the other materials, just 1 piece of amorphous alloy is already sufficient for him to commit murder and thievery. Chapter 5. Anti-Gravity Gloves, Hanzai. It's time to get to work. Cheng Qi rose, brushing off his tattered blue cloak. I can vividly envision the scene with the hyena. Once he confirms the amorphous material in my grasp, uttering even a single superfluous word would mean my defeat. Or perhaps, he continued, he would wave his hand, and his hidden accomplices would emerge in an instant. Or more simply, he added, he might draw his pistol and blow my head off in a heartbeat. Upon hearing this, Hanzai nodded earnestly and solemnly declared, then I shall not go. What I mean is, I have to gather enough combat equipment within 3 hours. A fierce gleam flickered in Cheng Qi's eyes. This encounter with the hyena is a decisive battle. There is no escaping it. I was merely jesting. Hanzai stood tall, his 2-meter-tall alloy frame imposing. So, what is the plan? North side, 112 kilometers. Cheng Qi stood at the entrance of the shelter, gazing into the distance. I recall a year ago, a war equipment factory dumped a massive amount of refuse there. Cheng Qi diligently repaired his black goggles, alleviating the stinging in his eyes during flight. Hanzai cautiously touched the Jet-Turbine flight shoes with his metallic foot, the outer armor of the shoes reconfigured, perfectly enveloping his feet. Hanzai was pleasantly surprised. These shoes exhibited no discrimination against species. The amorphous alloys and high-entropy alloys were stowed away in the storage compartment on Hanzai's back, kept close at hand in case the hyena attempted a home invasion. Boom! 2 gusts of air stirred up clouds of dust. The man and the machine soared northward. Without the flight shoes, this short journey of 110 kilometers, littered with mounds of garbage, would have taken no less than 5 days to traverse. 35 minutes later, Cheng Qi and Hanzai floated high above, surveying the ground below. Here. Why has it transformed into this? This area had been designated B11 by scavengers, a desolate stretch of land spanning 100 miles. Cheng Qi's memory did not betray him that a year ago. Indeed, a starship belonging to a war equipment factory had dumped approximately 3,000 tons of waste here. Yet now, the ground littered with refuse had risen several meters. At its center loomed a towering garbage mountain, at least 600 meters high. Within a year, a substantial amount of new waste had been discarded here. Why this place in particular? Is what I seek buried beneath? Cheng Qi's composure faltered as he gazed downward, spotting numerous fresh piles of refuse adorned with red cross markings, and medical waste, no less. Time is of the essence. Cheng Qi clenched his fist. We must start digging. Countless shattered metal cans and containers exuding foul odors starkly illustrated the desolation of this place. Cheng Qi frowned as he stood at the foot of the garbage mountain. Hanzai's arm morphed into hydraulic pincers, slicing through the haphazardly strewn metal, then with a powerful heave, hurled a massive oil drum aside. A dark, boundless iron plate emerged on the ground below. Hiss! Hanzai's arm transformed once more, deploying a flame-cutting tool, preparing to carve a breach in the iron plate to continue digging downward. This is exhausting. Good news. My spirit is invigorated. I believe that given 2 years, I could unearth those weapon remnants. Bad news. By then, Cheng Qi's gravegrass might well be 2 meters tall. Quite the comfortable prospect. Cheng Qi had long grown accustomed to Hanzai's incessant chatter. Go, Hanzai, the universe's finest. Though his mouth was full of determination, Cheng Qi's brow remained furrowed as he realized a pressing issue. Earth, this colossal landfill, while rich in resources, posed significant challenges for excavation. Over the years, the refuse had accumulated in layers, often encountering fragments of starships weighing in at thousands of tons. After all, the prerequisite for activating the STC is possessing 2 identical technological artifacts. Such equipment is not lacking, but gathering them proves difficult. Thus, the excavation would be a monumental challenge. What is this? A box of used diapers. And this? A box of elongated balloons? How could there be balloons among medical waste, especially expired ones? At this moment, Hanzai resembled a scavenger, picking up various items and scrutinizing them closely, discarding those deemed worthless. He remained blissfully unaware of the grim reality of the world. He was merely a collector of refuse. What is this? A box of mechanical surgical gloves? Cheng Qi's eyes lit up at this. Hanzai, keep this. 12 surgical assistant gloves. Internal mechanical joints assist the surgeon's fingers in executing high-precision movements. Similar technological artifacts detected. Commence synthesis. Within the battered iron crate lay 42 pairs of crudely crafted, oversized gloves, with hydraulic tubing and alloy frames exposed. No wonder they had been discarded. They were excessively cumbersome for surgical use. These must be relics from 2 centuries ago. What would the STC synthesize? Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he promptly began to operate the device, slowly raising his right hand, the crystal wrist guard emanating a blue glow. Disassemble into primitive units. Merge and upgrade. V. 50 surgical assistant gloves. 11. The volume is notably more compact, with metallic tendrils extending from the fingertips, measuring a mere 0.3 mm in diameter, enabling the execution of more precise surgical tasks. Cheng Qi shook his head. This is not what I desire. Disassemble into original units. Fusion upgrade. ES. 2 surgical assistant gloves. 5. Incorporating micron-level circuit etching and microdynamic module technology, the fingertips can emit a miniature vibrational field, allowing for slight remote manipulation of internal organs, shattering blood clots, stones, and other foreign entities within the human body. Cheng Qi again shook his head. This is not what I seek either. Disassemble into original units. Fusion upgrade. ES. 55 surgical assistant gloves. 2. Integrating nanoscale circuit etching and ultramicro dynamic module technology, the vibrational field's range expands to a diameter of 2 meters, enhancing controllable fluid dynamics. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. This is becoming intriguing. Detected similar technological creations. Disassemble into original units. Fusion upgrade. 001 surgical assistant gloves. Failed product. 1. How could a failed product emerge? Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. The basic gloves had already been exhausted. Yet, why was the final opportunity for fusion met with such a disheartening outcome? STC does not err. Could it be that the ultimate evolution of these surgical assistant gloves culminates in failure? Upon comprehending the annotations of these gloves, Cheng Qi was struck with astonishment. 051 surgical assistant gloves, failed product. Technological research stagnated. Researchers resorted to extreme measures in attempts to achieve a revolutionary upgrade, only for the final product to stand in stark contrast to the original mission. Abandoned File 051, redefining the name based on device functionality. Micro high-power gravitational field regulation gloves. Once the gravitational field is released, it becomes uncontrollable and volatile, causing all objects within a 40 to 70 square meter radius to levitate, with the risk of shattering. So, this signifies a failure in the realm of medical assistance functionalities. But this capability, to me, Cheng Qi suddenly rose. Isn't it akin to a miraculous artifact? Chapter 6. The buried secrets, Hanzai, move further away. Even further. More. Cheng Qi had already donned the gravity field adjustment gloves, gently flexing his fingers. The weight and thickness of these gloves were comparable to ordinary leather ones, exhibiting a pale blue hue. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an intricate web of densely packed chip circuits on the surface. As he clenched his fist, a dark blue energy surged across the back of his hand. Cheng Qi lifted his gaze towards the towering mountain of medical waste before him. There was no need to relocate the entire peak. A reasonable space could be excavated from its side. Maintaining his fist-clenching posture, he took several steps forward, his palm directed towards the tightly packed refuse. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Qi's eyes widened, and his fingers abruptly unfurled. Buzz! A sound erupted, violently vibrating his eardrums. Cheng Qi felt as though the palm encased in the gloves had been struck by an electric current, sending a wave of profound numbness coursing through him, causing his scalp to tingle in response. Immediately, visible pale yellow ripples, akin to the gentle undulations on a tranquil lake, spread outwards for 30 meters, crackle, squeak, squeak, squeak. The sounds of metal grinding and certain polyethylene products tearing filled the air. Buzz! Cheng Qi's other palm also fully opened. The force field was instantly amplified. Whoosh, whoosh, a series of floating sounds echoed as iron filings fell away and dust swirled, momentarily obscuring his vision. Cheng Qi squinted, straining to discern the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape, his expression one of astonishment. Before him, in mid-air, hundreds of pieces of refuse, both large and small, floated suspended within a faint yellow force field, devoid of any external influence. Gravity field control. Heavens! Hanzai's metallic head gazed skyward. How did you become a deity? Buzz! Boom! Cheng Qi's hands moved laterally, and the floating debris ahead was similarly displaced by the force field, drifting 10 meters away. The force field retracted, and countless pieces of refuse crashed to the ground. Before him, the spot previously filled with waste had been cleared to reveal a space of at least 60 square meters. Cheng Qi's heart raced. Though he had previously imagined this scenario, he had not anticipated such astonishing efficiency. He looked down at the pale blue technological gloves in his hands. Indeed, they were miraculous tools, solving his immediate dilemma. Buzz, boom. Cheng Qi continued to utilize the gravity field adjustment gloves, tirelessly shifting the refuse before him. Cheng Qi, keep it up, the universe's greatest. Hanzai finally had a moment of respite, fashioning colorful plastic bags into floral arrangements, twirling them in a dance reminiscent of celestial movements. An hour later, Cheng Qi roughly estimated that he had transported nearly 2,000 tons of garbage. This was a workload he could scarcely have imagined in his former self. Indeed, centuries ago, humanity's rise on Earth, standing proud among other creatures, was due to their adept use of tools. At this moment, before Cheng Qi, a vast basin had emerged, with the medical waste nearly cleared away. Throughout this process, Hanzai had also conducted a selection, finding no relatively intact technological equipment. Only tattered fragments remained the norm here. Cheng Qi stood at the basin's edge, revealing no land beneath the refuse, but rather another layer of debris. He picked up a metal nameplate from the black sludge, gently brushing it clean to reveal an inscription, Dane War Equipment Manufacturing Group. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. In that instant, he truly approached his objective. Continuing to transport and sift through the refuse, the efficiency with the gravity field control gloves was astounding. In approximately 20 minutes. Cheng Qi Chapter 7. Exoskeleton of the Ultimate Warrior detected similar technological creations. Synthesize? The STC emitted a warning tone, simultaneously releasing 6 scanning beams that swept back and forth over the nearby 8 corpses. Cheng Qi's face was illuminated in a flickering light. His heartbeat quickened steadily. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi had transported all the corpses and buried them, erecting a nameless tombstone in their memory. This was the only act of respect he could afford them, and the most fundamental one at that. Then, Cheng Qi turned his gaze to the ground before him, where 8 sets of 12 Ultimate Warrior exoskeletons were neatly arranged. The legendary Elite 8 had indeed become a myth from 20 years prior. Since the dawn of the Great Cosmic Era, human technology had advanced at an astonishing pace, rendering these exoskeletons obsolete. Their size was considerable, with high-strength nylon linings on the inside and robust hydraulic power devices on the outside, while a cumbersome power battery was strapped to the back. Legend had it that such an exoskeleton could augment an adult's strength output by 1,500 to 2,000 N, although its overall weight rendered it cumbersome and slow. In truth, on this garbage-strewn Earth, possessing a fully intact 12 Ultimate Warrior exoskeleton would allow Cheng Qi to stride with confidence. However, the exoskeletons before him were corroded and rusted, in a state of utter disrepair. Hydraulic oil was entirely depleted, and several slender hydraulic rods had become brittle, snapping at the slightest touch, all while emanating a foul stench of decay. They were utterly beyond salvage. Even scavengers who might stumble upon this equipment would likely only dismantle the power batteries, which, according to Cheng Qi's estimation, would yield little value even after lying dormant for 2 decades. 8 sets of exoskeletons. They can be synthesized thrice. Cheng Qi's expression turned serious. The wear and tear of the equipment posed no issue for him. He yearned for the rebirth of these heroic armaments, longing to continue the legend of the Ultimate Warrior, to see it once again shine with resplendent brilliance. Disassemble into base units. Commence synthesis. Raising his right hand, the STC blazed with light. One of the exoskeletons fractured into motes of white light, which flowed along a silky passage and converged upon the surface of another exoskeleton. A technological marvel was once more unveiled. The dazzling white glow gradually faded. Before him stood a brand new exoskeleton armor, its size reduced by nearly 50, lined in pure black, with hydraulic systems and fuel packs rendered more refined, its materials upgraded. Simply standing there, it exuded a combat aura that was more than double its predecessors. 55 Ultimate Warrior Power Exoskeleton. Individual combat equipment, utilizing hydraulic or electromechanical transmission methods to convey engine power to the limbs, constructed from titanium aluminum alloy with output force. 4,000-5800 N, an iterative version. A completely new state, with reduced size, enhanced materials, and doubled output force. It has truly transformed from waste to treasure. Cheng Qi's heart raced even faster. He had initially envisioned the outcome, yet he could hardly fathom the exponential increase in combat capability. The synthesis of the STC was not arbitrary. It resembled the accumulation of evolutionary blueprints for all technological gear, which, through successive upgrades, gradually manifested. Disassemble into base units. Merge and upgrade. After consuming 4 sets of X-12, the second evolutionary version emerged. XX-23 Ultimate Warrior Armor. Individual combat equipment, concealing all power augmentation structures beneath an alloy armor, further reducing size while significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, with all fundamental performance metrics increased by 240, and incorporating multi-environment respiratory adaptation systems, radar monitoring systems, long-range communication systems, tactical analysis AI, and concealed melee weaponry. What unfolded before Cheng Qi was no longer merely an exoskeleton. Its codename was Armor. It resembled a humanoid robot, devoid of any visible hydraulic mechanisms or exposed battery packs. The head was encased in a fully enveloping helmet, with a rhomboid visual system in the eye region emitting a faint red glow. The black coating imparted an impression of agility and swiftness, akin to a silent specter capable of traversing the night with explosive combat prowess. Exoskeletons and fully enveloping armor were inherently distinct entities. Hiss! The front panels of the XX-23 Ultimate Warrior Armor swung open, revealing the internal cockpit, like a divine weapon awaiting its master. Dear one, just a moment longer. You can become even stronger. Cheng Qi quelled the surging excitement within him. No normal man could resist the allure of a mech tea that moment. Cheng Qi felt parched, as if his heart had leapt into his throat. But in the next instant, he succumbed to his impulses, spinning around, his face flushed, gasping deeply, "Oh my God, I can hardly bear it. That's the upgraded version of the X-12 Ultimate Warrior. Am I dreaming?" Hanzai stepped forward, raising a fist the size of a sandbag. "I could give you a punch to confirm whether you're dreaming. Then I wouldn't be dreaming. I'd be heading straight to the grave." Cheng Qi turned back, pressing his hands downward, his expression once again grave. "Continue the synthesis. What would the final synthesis of the 8 sets of X-12 yield? What might it become?" Cheng Qi was overwhelmed with unprecedented excitement, tension, exhilaration, and madness. Disassemble into base units. Merge and upgrade. Synthesis failed. The materials have been utterly obliterated. Hanzai, step aside. Synthesis successful. XXX-01 Memory Metal Ultimate Warrior Power Armor. Cheng Qi's pupils dilated and contracted. Memory Metal Armor? Isn't this the conceptual machine proposed by the Galactic Scientific Coalition not long ago? A conceptual machine, in essence, refers to a theoretical construct still in the conceptual stage, not yet capable of true fabrication. However, in terms of scientific and technological prospects, it is potentially realizable, albeit requiring an unpredictable time frame. Such concepts often symbolize the future, aspirations, and dreams. In other words, this equipment had yet to be manufactured within human civilization. This technology originates from a Level 2 civilization database. The latest prompt from the STC left Cheng Qi momentarily stunned. Technology from a Level 2 civilization? Human civilization has transcended the 0.7 level of the Earth era, significantly enhancing energy efficiency and embarking on interstellar navigation, currently approaching a Level 1.5 civilization. However, while a Type 2 civilization appears to differ by merely 0.5 on the scale, the distinction is far from being a matter of simple arithmetic. The ascent of humanity from a Level 0 civilization to a 1.5 level civilization, capable of fully harnessing the energy of its home planet, can be traced back to the era of Australopithecus. This journey, marked by the advent of bipedalism, the mastery of fire, and the invention and utilization of tools, spanned a staggering 4 million years. Beyond this point, each transition between levels demands an extensive passage of time. What does the technology of a Level 2 civilization entail? Can it truly represent the pinnacle of Level 2 civilization's advancements? The criteria for advancing to a Level 2 civilization hinges on the adoption of more efficient energy acquisition methods, such as the deployment of a Dyson sphere to fully exploit the energy resources of the home planet. The resources and energies of advanced civilizations are also finite. Different creations require varying degrees of scientific investment. Is that so? Cheng Qi gazed ahead at the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior Armor. It appeared remarkably lightweight, almost delicate, resembling a dark silver bodysuit without gloves or foot coverings, and devoid of any head armor. "Hello, darling." Cheng Qi swallowed hard, extending a finger to gently touch the XXX-01 before him. In an instant, The metallic surface of the dark silver armor rippled like liquid, the waves rapidly expanding and generating a high-frequency vibration, morphing into a series of swiftly changing geometric shapes akin to miniature surging waves. In the next moment, the turbulent geometric forms began to flow, swiftly traversing Cheng Qi's body along his finger. Cheng Qi was utterly astonished. The seemingly rigid metal had transformed into a liquid state. Like a featherweight undergarment, the XXX-01 memory metal armor infiltrated Cheng Qi's attire, swiftly enveloping his torso. Simultaneously, a precise metallic barb unexpectedly emerged from the nape of his neck, replete with numerous tiny hooks resembling fine strands of hair, which pierced his skin with a sharp click. Ouch! Cheng Qi cried out in pain. This scene was vividly witnessed by Hanzai.it Reset Chapter 8. Combat testing before Cheng Qi's right eye. A palm-sized azure void screen suddenly materialized, emanating from the armor's intrinsic interface. XXX-01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor Motion Output Force. 65, 200 N. Precision and Controllability. 0. 2 mm. Dynamic Response Time. 89. 1 ms. Durability and Fatigue Limit. 10-9 cycles. Biological Signal Capture Rate. 57 s per instance. Stress Index. 19. 000 MPa. Expandable Memory Metallic Capacity. 0. For M. Due to factors such as the user's physical condition and genetic sequence, the fundamental metrics of the battle armor have not been fully realized. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. As a child raised amidst the ruins of technology, he possesses fundamental skills in equipment maintenance. This data equates to capturing my thoughts every 57 microseconds while operating at full capacity. If the brain issues a command, it can deliver a punch with an astounding force of 65, 200 newtons in a mere tenth of a second, with precision controlled within a mere 0.2 millimeters. This force is roughly equivalent to the instantaneous impact generated by a 10-ton truck traveling at a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Such a shockwave is already formidable. Concentrated within a small fist, it represents an undeniably terrifying power. As for that stress index, it could be likened to the weaponry of a bygone era, such as submachine guns, which, when firing at a vertical angle, would require hundreds of rounds to penetrate the same spot. While this may not be the primary focus of a Type 2 civilization, it is indeed quite extraordinary. It may not be earth-shattering, yet such a frenetic metric is astonishingly confined to a lightweight suit of armor. Should human technology aspire to achieve such striking force, the size of the armor would inevitably be colossal. The clumsy figure stared with wide, red-lit eyes. It seems you are even more ferocious than I am now. Due to factors such as physical fitness and genetic sequences, the fundamental metrics of the armor have not been fully realized. Genetic sequences. Cheng Qi sighed softly, shaking his head in silence before regaining his composure. What does it mean that the expandable memory metal has a capacity of 0? For M? Following this introduction, there was a brief supplementary note. It can be subjectively controlled or systematically planned. I need to test this. Cheng Qi straightened his posture, squinting his eyes as he focused on a piece of starship wreckage towering 5 meters ahead. The object appeared to be composed of dense metal, looking both cumbersome and thick, evoking an illusion of eternal immobility. The moment consciousness blossomed within Cheng Qi, the blue void screen of his vision illuminated the optimal strike point, ideal angle, best posture, and the fastest approach route. Cheng Qi couldn't help but marvel. Technology is indeed humanity's ultimate wings. In that fleeting second, Cheng Qi sprang into action. His legs powered forth, the debris beneath his feet crackling as it crumbled. He darted along the blue curve that manifested in his sight, deftly maneuvering around the uneven clutter, instantly advancing to the forefront of the colossal metal. The optimal strike point transformed into a red circle, rapidly contracting. Cheng Qi leaned back mid-air, his tattered cloak billowing, as one long leg lifted, retreating significantly to gather ample force. XXX-01 swiftly conducted an analysis. Cheng Qi required robust support to withstand the immense reactive force upon impact. In an instant, from his grounded foot, for dark silver metallic support arms sprouted, embedding themselves deeply into the ground. Concurrently, 2 elongated mechanical arms emerged from the nape of his. Cheng Qi felt the long spear in his hand, as if it were an extension of his own being. The 0. For M expandable memory metal is at my disposal, capable of transforming its form automatically. A fervent light flickered in Cheng Qi's eyes. The most extraordinary feature of the XXX-01 was undoubtedly its lightweight design. At that moment, it resembled a snug thermal garment, concealed within the lining of Cheng Qi's attire, revealing only the faintest glimpse of its silver edges when he slightly shifted his sleeve. No one could fathom that this seemingly insignificant youth, a mere scavenger, was adorned with battle armor hailing from a level 2 civilization. Hanzai raised the communicator high, and after a cacophony of crackles and pops, the impatient voice of Hyena came through. "You little brat, it's about time. Have you set off yet? Let me remind you, my time is precious. If you're late, I want to be collecting your goods." Following that, Hyena abruptly terminated the call. Cheng Qi smiled calmly, still engaging in a game of cat and mouse. It was highly probable that at that very moment, Hyena was already anxiously pacing like an ant on a hot skillet, circling around the bar. "Hanzai, we've gathered nearly all the equipment. Let us go confront the number 1 bully of this bar street." Chapter 9. The higher women. The so-called bar street is merely a few dilapidated houses nestled within a valley of refuse, offering a place for scavengers to idle away their time. It is said that this was once the location of a pentagon belonging to a powerful European nation from a bygone era. Of course, that pentagon has long been buried beneath layers of trash. Gazing into the distance, one can barely discern a few skyscrapers, once towering over 100 stories, now just peeking above the refuse. A handful of scavengers meander slowly, their hunched forms clad in tattered protective gear, patched and worn thin by the harsh environment. Those who have lived in this terrestrial dump harbor a whirlwind of complex and contradictory emotions. Despair and helplessness, numbness and adaptation, reality and fantasy, loneliness and alienation, greed and risk. Most adult men frequent the bar street during their leisure hours, indulging in cheap alcohol tainted by various chemical elements, seeking nothing more than fleeting moments of pleasure and satisfaction. A young boy, accompanied by a nurse robot draped in burlap, appears at the street corner, making his way towards the bar. The shattered windows of a starship along the roadside reflect his silhouette. The boy's long hair obscures his brows and the corners of his eyes, coated in dust. He wears a dark blue scavenger-esque cloak riddled with holes, serving dual purposes. It signifies his lowly status among scavengers, and should he become trapped in the depths of refuse, the conspicuous cloak may attract attention for potential rescue. Although, in this world, there are no rescue teams. Once ensnared, one is left to await death. He dons black trousers and a jacket made of radiation-resistant material, which, to the naked eye, resembles the leather attire of a bygone age, evoking the image of a young cowboy. The boy halts, gazing at a figure in a red dress across the street. Helena is the most exquisite sight on the bar street, perhaps the most beautiful vision on this entire garbage-laden planet. She perches gracefully atop an abandoned fuel barrel, leaning gently against it, her vibrant red dress revealing pristine white feet. Helena is stunning, as if she belongs to another world. In Cheng Qi's perception, all the men on this refuse planet are enamored with her. As Cheng Qi passes by Helena, she turns her head, her black curls swaying along her fair neck, her elongated eyelashes fluttering as her beautiful eyes meet his. Within her pupils glimmers a faint blue halo, crystalline and ethereal, a symbol of superior genetics. With the dawn of the great cosmic era, humanity's genetic modification technology has surged, categorizing individuals into classes based on genetic quality. Cheng Qi, possessing ordinary genes akin to those of the bygone era's average humans, is akin to refuse in this age. Scavengers, too, belong to the realm of ordinary genes. In contrast, Helena is naturally classified as E-level. Though only slightly superior to the average, she shines as a brilliant and radiant jewel on this garbage planet. Her allure lies not solely in her beauty. Any offspring she produces stand a high chance of evolving into higher genetic levels, potentially liberating them from this wretched sphere. Everyone wants to be near me. Everyone claims to adore me. Helena's voice is clear and melodious as she glances at a suitor holding a bouquet of plastic flowers. Yet no one respects my opinions. Perhaps my criteria for choosing a partner have never been about genetic standards, but rather about finding someone I genuinely like. Maintaining her grace, her lovely visage and captivating gaze convey, the incessant attention from so many has become a burden. Promise me, in the future, to grant me a comfortable distance. Cheng Qi tilts his head momentarily, then continues on his way. Helena's father is the leader of the Scavenger Alliance. No one can compel her to do what she does not wish. Cheng Qi admires Helena, not merely for her genetic makeup, but for her independent values. In this filthy and chaotic environment, she retains a pure world within herself, akin to a white lotus. Foolish boy always lost in unrealistic thoughts. Inside the bar, Hyena Luke covertly observes Cheng Qi, then pulls the trigger of a beam pistol that has been patched numerous times, barely functional. He then turns to his 7 subordinates, instructing, all set. Guard every exit. Once that little piece of refuse steps inside, he won't leave. Cheng Qi pushes open the bar's heavy door. Under the dim lights, a few patrons with dazed expressions are scattered about. One has collapsed beneath a table, possibly unconscious or dead, as some of the drinks here have side effects akin to poison. The absence of Hyena in the main hall is unusual, yet anticipated by Cheng Qi. Behind him, a menacing brute slowly closes the bar door and gestures toward Cheng Qi. Hyena is waiting for you in the back room. Cheng Qi strides toward the back, passing 2 more intimidating figures stationed in the corridor. Hyena aims to conceal his actions while erasing evidence. Upon opening the door to the back room, Cheng Qi finally encounters Hyena Luke, sporting a yellow mohawk, seated behind a makeshift metal desk, his feet pro Chapter 10. The first signs of brilliance, the faint wisps of smoke from the cigar lingered in the air. Luke the hyena covered his mouth, stifling his laughter, and gestured toward the henchman in the corner. Damn, you're killing me. Hurry, finish him off. I can't take it anymore. Haha. With a hiss, the sound of compressed air echoed as steam erupted from the first henchman's mechanical arm. Wearing a menacing grin, he spread his arms wide from behind, aiming to crush Cheng Qi's neck with a force capable of shattering bones in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. He sprang to his feet as the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor activated, memory metal surging from his sleeves to envelop his hands in a dark silver armor. With a creak, Cheng Qi pivoted sharply and, in a lightning-fast motion, seized both mechanical arms of the bar's top henchman, the sheer strength of his grip distorting the metal. With a crack, the XXX-01's power surged, and Cheng Qi yanked the henchman's arms clean off. Fragments Chapter 11. The disparity of ranks in this contemporary era, the footprints of human civilization have extended across vast galaxies. Political systems, cultural paradigms, social structures, and economic frameworks have undergone profound transformations. The chaotic currencies of the bygone age have vanished, supplanted by a universally accepted credit point that now serves as the sole medium of exchange. It is difficult for Cheng Qi to fathom that the seemingly insignificant amorphous alloys, which he had merely synthesized twice, possess such exorbitant value. Indeed, in the realm of material science, each advancement across levels is revolutionary. Furthermore, material science is of paramount importance to interstellar exploration. 23 pieces of amorphous alloy can be liquidated for a staggering 4.6 million credit points. Even now, Cheng Qi feels as though he is ensnared in a dream. A youth of the lower strata who once scavenged for a living, suddenly bestowed with a fortune of millions. The magnitude of this revelation has, at times, induced a sense of dissociation within him. Unable to believe, unable to comprehend, unable to accept, yet it is undeniably true. Through the communicator gifted by the hyena, Cheng Qi reached out to the buyer. The man, who introduced himself as Mo, claimed to be a member of the superior human species residing on another planet, with the sole intent of acquiring high-value alloys, indifferent to the identity of the seller. His words, devoid of emotion, were nevertheless articulated with a degree of politeness. They agreed to meet at 9 o'clock, under the cloak of night. Mo intended to pilot a craft to Earth, preferring to conduct the transaction discreetly. At this moment, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. The sun concealed itself behind the Earth's polluted atmosphere, casting a feeble light, akin to a candle on the verge of extinguishment. With a grunt, Hanzai trudged back to their makeshift shelter, bearing a massive safe, leaving deep impressions with each step. Cheng Qi squinted to observe, a smile flickering across his face. On the shoulders of Hanzai rested the 2-ton safe from Luke the hyena's office, which Cheng Qi had previously hurled as a weapon during their skirmish. You simply lack the ability to be frugal, Hanzai declared, setting the cumbersome safe down with a thud. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Cheng Qi could only smile wryly. No wonder he hadn't seen Hanzai during his fight with the henchman. It turned out this fellow had ventured out to pilfer someone's safe. If reading Cheng Qi's thoughts, Hanzai raised a mechanical finger and said, I didn't steal it. I salvaged some debris. Right, since it was thrown away. That makes it garbage. Cheng Qi and Hanzai, akin to two peas in a pod, swiftly reached a mutual understanding. With a sharp hiss, a brilliant white flame took the shape of a cone. Hanzai activated a metal cutting gun, meticulously slicing through the safe inch by inch. Hee. Both Cheng Qi and Hanzai were salivating in anticipation. With a resounding crash, the safe's door fell to the ground. Hanzai's mechanical arm reached inside, pulling out package after package of items. To think it contains uncontaminated natural mineral water, which just expired 2 years ago. Heavenly bounty. And fresh, naturally preserved beef, only a year past its prime. Goodness gracious. There are even 2 apples. Cheng Qi was taken aback. The contents of the hyena's safe were indeed foodstuffs. Yet, he could fully comprehend their value in a world overrun with refuse and riddled with nuclear and chemical contamination. These provisions were exceedingly precious, even luxurious. With crops vanished from the earth, the remaining fauna had all become grotesquely mutated. Scavengers largely survived on inferior energy liquids. The flickering campfire illuminated the cramped area before their makeshift shelter. The year-old beef sizzled to a golden crisp, exuding tantalizing aromas. Cheng Qi took a swig of the 2-year expired mineral water, its taste bursting with clarity. He then seized a piece of beef, tearing into its tender flesh. The rich flavor expanded in his mouth, the fats mingling between his teeth, while the unique smokiness of the charcoal complemented it exquisitely. It had been at least Chapter 12. A peculiar purchasing obsession, is that so? Mo extracted a compact technological balance, cradling it in the palm of his hand. One end of the scale emitted a golden scanning beam, meticulously scanning 23 pieces of amorphous alloy. Meanwhile, the opposite end projected a laser canopy, gradually revealing a sequence of numbers within its luminous expanse. Amorphous alloy, with a purity of 100, totaling 1186. 3 grams. The value stands at 5,016 million credit points. Mo held a technological scale in one hand, gazing intently at Cheng Qi. This is the standard market price, fair and square. Cheng Qi's brow furrowed slightly. The price of 1 gram of amorphous alloy exceeded 4,000 at that time. The hyenas had already been reduced to such a state, yet they still dared to hoard their wealth. The adage humans die for wealth, birds perish for food resonated even more profoundly on this garbage-ridden earth. In contrast, Mo exhibited an air of utmost professionalism. According to the regulations of the Galactic Alliance, even the most rudimentary gene catalyst is an exceedingly precious commodity, valued highly. Mo gazed at Cheng Qi, his voice imbued with reason. Although the success rate of that particular catalyst is a mere 0.0035, the market price still soars to between 1 to 2 million per vial. Cheng Qi astutely seized upon the crucial point. What about outside the regulations set by the Galactic Alliance? Mo smiled faintly, his eyes betraying a hint of approval. The black market gene catalysis agent is priced at 800,000 per vial, with a success rate that increases by a mere 0.002%. However, the downside is its propensity to cause genetic dissolution, resulting in the immediate death of the user. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, exclaiming incredulously, "Is there anything worse?" "What?" Mo tilted his head slightly, remarking, "I had assumed you were resolutely prepared to gamble for that scant fraction of a % chance of success, yet I did not anticipate that you would prove to be even more reckless than I had imagined. If it were to be any worse, it would be something only I, Mo, could procure." Mo tilted his head slightly. The failed black market genetic catalyst, priced at 300,000 per vial, with a mere 0.8 survival rate. In Cheng Qi's eyes, a light of incomprehensible intensity flickered within Mo. This is the one. Even the typically unflappable Mo found himself momentarily frozen. He gazed at Cheng Qi for an extended time before nodding in resigned understanding. "I need to take your alloy with me first. Can I trust you?" "I have heard that advanced geneticists are not merely enhanced in physique," Cheng Qi observed Mo. "Their cognition, intellectual realm, and even their morality elevate alongside their genetic sequences. Some individuals indeed embody that, but not all." Mo nodded. "However, you may rest assured when it comes to our transaction." With that, Imo placed Cheng Qi's amorphous alloy into his black leather case and turned to leave. After a few steps, he halted, turning back to say, "In light of your trust in me, I shall offer you a gift." Imo retrieved a dust-protected card from the case and handed it to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi examined it closely, discovering it to be a paper business card. In this era, such cards had become exceedingly obsolete, long replaced by digital alternatives. Zhong, chief professor of the Muon Research Institute? Cheng Qi looked up. What is this? An information. Imo lifted the case, speaking slowly. The Muon Research Institute was among the last scientific establishments to evacuate Earth. Though it has been dismissed by mainstream science and even criticized, I surmise they left behind a significant amount of research equipment and findings. You are a scavenger. As Imo made his way back to the aircraft, he spoke over his shoulder. This information should prove useful to you. Upon boarding the aircraft, Hyena was promptly ushered off. She watched as the vehicle ascended slowly, clutching her chest, her expression a portrait of indescribable loss. Soon after, Hyena turned her gaze toward the refuse pile, straining to catch a glimpse, knowing Imo was there to negotiate with certain individuals, yet she had not seen the person's true face. Confirming no one was around, Hyena tidied her disheveled hair and wiped the dirt from her knees. She flicked her vibrant red dress and, under the dim night, lifted her chin, her demeanor transforming once more into that of an unapproachable ice queen. Hyena treaded over the littered ground, stepping into the night. Behind the garbage heap, Cheng Qi's silhouette emerged. As he observed the receding figure of the beautiful woman, an expression of indifference crept into his eyes. Hyena was no longer the exquisite red rose in his heart. Now, Cheng Qi only yearned to ascend, to shatter the class barriers that had remained unbroken. Muon Research Institute. What is a muon? Is it some unknown particle? Why have I never heard of it in the news? Before the makeshift shelter, Cheng Qi, illuminated by the flickering campfire, scrutinized the business card in his hand. This card likely dated back over a century. The phone number was surely obsolete, and Professor Zhong must have long since passed away. The address. Research Zone 52 in Huaxia. What could the 52nd Research Zone possibly be? For a garbage-strewn Earth, human civilization had fractured countless times, leaving no one aware of what the 52ND Research Zone was or what it now represented. Moreover, this Area 52 must undoubtedly be buried beneath layers of refuse. Cheng Qi flipped the card over to examine the back. It was entirely blank, save for a singular emblem, a black circle with a small white at its center. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. He immediately rose, retrieving a black box from within the shelter, an item salvaged from the hyena's safe, hidden away alongside treasures like beef and apples. Comparing the box to the card, he noted the identical design, a circle with a white dot, reminiscent of some spherical entity housing a core within. This box was once a possession of the Muon Research Center. Cheng Qi wasted no time, setting to work disassembling the technological box before him. Having already tested it, he knew it was damaged, and his current task was to attempt its repair. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi had fully disassembled the device, understanding its internal structure and functions. It was a signal tracker, possessing only a single targeted location. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. The target of this box's tracking is likely the Muon Research Center, and the hyena has previously disassembled this box. He likely knows that treasures lie hidden within. However, 4 types of chips have been completely burned out within the tracking device. Cheng Qi clicked his tongue in disappointment, realizing this chip technology is outdated. It would be difficult to find replacements even in the vast garbage dump that is Earth. Chapter 13. The repair robot clatter. An excruciating dragging sound emanated from outside the makeshift shelter, reminiscent of some metallic object scraping against the ground. Cheng Qi lifted the tarpaulin and peered outside. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with her hair styled in pigtails and rosy cheeks, stood at the threshold. A length of jute twine was tied around her waist, trailing behind her a dilapidated bathtub filled with various technological refuse. The girl lacked the strength to drag the bathtub on her own. Behind it, a mechanical dog with only 3 legs was pushing against it with its forehead. At that moment, the girl had come to a standstill, while the mechanical dog, oblivious, continued to kick its 3 legs in frustration. This little dog was equipped with a rare metal detector in its nose, making it an excellent companion for scavenging. Cheng Qi, I heard you were bombed by a missile from Arrow. I heard you were dead and I came to see if you truly are. The girl gazed up at him with her big, round eyes, a colossal metallic cone, towering nearly 4 meters in height and measuring at least 8 meters in diameter, descended into the humble abode, shattering Cheng Qi's solitary dining table. What on earth is this? It's enormous. Is this the end of it? Chapter 14. Kyoto, KP-03 Quantum Intelligence Restoration Cluster, Level 2. 2 Civilization Creation. Utilizing advanced nanotechnology and artificial intelligence algorithms, it is capable of operating at the microscopic level while possessing the ability for autonomous learning and optimization of repair strategies. Employing quantum communication and quantum computing technologies, it boasts exceptional information processing capabilities and precise operational abilities. Cheng Qi was momentarily speechless. No way, buddy. With such a massive size, how can you even fix anything? Wait, a cluster? Suddenly, with a soft hiss and a low hum, the front of the enormous metallic cone gradually opened a hatch, revealing a radiant azure glow of technology within. Subsequently, a palm-sized metallic disc floated out gracefully, reminiscent of a UIOT, gently rotated in midair before descending onto Cheng Qi's shoulder, whereupon the disc morphed seamlessly to fit perfectly against him, appearing from a distance as though a metallic patch had been affixed to his shoulder. Cheng Qi, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" The patch on his shoulder seemed to respond to a command, expanding in size and transforming into a smaller UFO, drifting to Cheng Qi's ear. The diminutive UFO emitted a sound. "Shall I demonstrate the cluster characteristics?" Cheng Qi paused. "Go ahead. Showcase it." With a resonant hum, the metallic cone suddenly erupted like a disturbed beehive, unleashing a swarm of repair robots, tens of thousands of them, each minuscule and barely perceptible, merging into a mist that, once dispersed, vanished from sight. Cheng Qi stared at the vapor in the air. Nanometer level? Oh my heavens, that's terrifying. Not far away, Hanzai, who was applying lubricant to his mechanical finger joints, inadvertently snapped off one of his robotic fingers. The nano-repair robots quickly identified the repair target, splitting off a squad like smoke. Thousands of them picked up Hanzai's finger, aligning it perfectly, while another team tightened the corresponding screws. A separate squad released microtendrils that employed techniques akin to arc welding, tiny sparks flickering as they fused and polished Hanzai's finger. Hanzai gazed at his now gleaming finger. "They even gave me a manicure." Observing the buzzing, fluttering nano-repair robots before him, Cheng Qi finally comprehended. The colossal cone served as a distribution center, while the UFO by his ear acted as a mobile control terminal, capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of smaller, more intelligent nano-repair robots. The combination of the carrier, mobile control terminal, and nanorobots formed an entirely nanometer-level intelligent repair factory. STC truly never disappoints. The creations of a Level 2 civilization are indeed formidable. Cheng Qi inhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to the positioning box of the Muon Research Center. This palm-sized black box, with a history spanning at least a century, was riddled with corrosion. Its 4 core circuit boards melted beyond recognition. Across the vast expanse of Earth's refuse, it seemed no one could restore it. At that moment, tens of thousands of miniature repair robots burrowed into the nano box's interior. It was as if an ethereal hand commenced the meticulous task of rotating the tiny screws in a precise manner. In an instant, the positioning box was disassembled into hundreds of components, laid out upon the table. The grime and rust on the parts vanished at a visible rate, layer by layer. Subsequently, faint glimmers appeared on the chips, evidence of the microrobots diligently mending the circuits, leaving behind a multitude of minuscule solder points. Following this, all the rejuvenated components were reassembled piece by piece into their original positions. The entire process was refreshingly gratifying and relieving. Meanwhile, the nano-repair robots, having fulfilled their duty, buzzed into the air, clustering and dispersing. Beep, beep, beep. On the surface of the positioning box, the relatively antiquated red light-emitting diodes began to flicker rhythmically, signaling successful operation. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. At the apex of the box, a small blue beam of light illuminated, swiftly followed by a 3D projection image, which paled in comparison to holographic projection technology, materializing into the air. It was a flat map of the Earth's surface, depicting once pristine mountains and oceans now obscured by refuse. At coordinates 11620E, 3956N. A singular point of light and information flickered on the map. Cheng Qi squinted slightly. This address belonged to the former city of Kyoto in the land of Huaxia.in, the mines of today's scavengers. It bore another name, the land of no return. The vicinity, stretching nearly 1,000 kilometers, constituted a wasteland that had seen minimal development. There had been attempts to approach. It was said that only a team of 12 scavengers ventured within a 600-kilometer radius of Kyoto. Armed and equipped. Chapter 15. The no-return zone. On the following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a thick haze. Various particles and harmful gases permeated the atmosphere, rendering the sun a mere shadow of its brilliance. Cheng Qi and Hanzai arrived at a dilapidated transportation hub. Based on the buried White Palace beneath the bar street, it could be inferred that Cheng Qi's base was located in the ancient Washington city, approximately 11,000 kilometers away from the capital of Huaxia. Before them stood a man with a nose resembling that of a wine-soaked wretch, known as Crow. He possessed a battered and haphazardly assembled ground effect vehicle. This contraption, straddling the line between an aircraft and a hovercraft, utilized compressed air from its engines flowing downward through its wings, allowing the vehicle to soar 5 to 8 meters above the ground, gliding swiftly over both land and water. The significance of this device was akin to that of an intercity bus. It skirted the edges of aerial prohibitions, yet satisfied the long-distance travel needs of scavengers. Anyone willing to pay the fare was welcome aboard. Among the passengers were several other scavengers who, upon learning of Cheng Qi's intention to journey to the capital, cast him looks filled with reverence. Two of them rose silently and placed 2 energy bars and a bottle of filtered water before Cheng Qi. Their offering of food and water was the last vestige of their compassion. This was a tragic era, where many desperate souls chose to gamble their lives on perilous ventures. Passengers, brace yourselves. No need for seatbelts, as this flight lacks such contraptions. With a vigorous thrust of the control stick, Crow exclaimed, "Take off!" Boom. The ground effect vehicle unleashed fierce currents of air from its sides, stirring up clouds of dust as its body slowly lifted into the air, rapidly accelerating into the sky. In mid-air, the vehicle resembled a toad flinging its young, shedding various parts. Cheng Qi remained unflustered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could it be that I shall perish before even reaching the capital? Suddenly, Cheng Qi observed a massive object, belching thick black smoke, detach from the ground effect vehicle and plummet toward the earth. "Master!" Crow's robotic aide, a discarded aviation maintenance robot, clumsily remarked, "Engine number 2 has departed from us." "Stay calm. It's just a minor issue. Substitute." Crow waved dismissively, accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, the maintenance robot deftly lifted another engine and affixed it to the wing, its wrench clattering as it tightened the screws until engine number 2 resumed operation. Cheng Qi glanced around the cabin. "It seems there are no more spare engines?" "Not to worry, I've piloted this route for 7 or 8 years. Engines have scattered everywhere. Losing 1 or 2 is no concern. When we make an emergency landing, we shall readily find replacements. It's all about recycling. I, Crow, am a steady pilot." Bumping and swaying, Cheng Qi finally approached the outskirts of Kyoto. Crow maneuvered the vehicle higher, casting a sympathetic glance back at Cheng Qi and Hanzai on the ground. "Brother," he called, "if you wish to return, it's on the house." Cheng Qi waved farewell to Crow and turned his gaze forward. The landscape on Earth was nearly all the same. An endless expanse of refuse, with scarcely a glimpse of soil or ground visible. Surrounding them was a faint green haze, laced with numerous toxic gases. From within the distant trash heaps, a pair of crimson eyes occasionally emerged, fixated ominously on Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi raised his chin slightly as the Extreme Warrior power armor revealed a silver metallic visor, its eye sections illuminating with a futuristic blue glow. The so-called Extreme Warrior naturally possessed the capability to withstand various harsh environments. On his shoulder rested the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster's mobile control platform. That diminutive UFO clung to his shoulder, atop which nestled countless miniature repair robots that had now retracted their mechanical appendages, resembling insects retreating into hibernation. This had been a delightful surprise for Cheng Qi, as he had not anticipated being able to extract such a compact travel kit from the vast repair cluster. "Hanzai, are you ready?" "Absolutely." With a thunderous roar, the jet-turbine shoes beneath their feet ignited, propelling the 2 figures skyward before they adjusted their trajectory in the high altitude, heading straight for the heart of Kyoto. Squeak, squeak. As Cheng Qi and Hanzai ascended, shadows began to emerge from the surrounding refuse, revealing their true forms under the dim sunlight. They were massive gray rats, each measuring at least a meter in length, their muscular bodies bulging, with teeth that extended far beyond their mouths, piercing through their lower jaws, exposed to the air and dripping with putrid fluid. With eyes aglow in a feral red, they stood upright, fixated on the two distant figures. Scavengers had dubbed them carrion rats. Originally, rats were a species notoriously difficult to eradicate, but these particular specimens had mutated due to the copious amounts of chemical waste and radiation in the Kyoto region. They had grown strong and ferocious, with teeth and claws of remarkable hardness. Their vitality had also become exceedingly resilient. Even when severed in half, they remained capable of viciously tearing into their prey. Moreover, within the carrion rat population, a breed of more intelligent mutants had arisen, serving as strategists, covertly directing their kin in assaults characterized by numerical Chapter 16. The ferocious killers Cheng Qi and Hanzai hovered at a height of 100 meters, surveying the dismal scene below. The ground appeared shrouded in a dim, eerie gloom, with swirling green mist permeating the air, and the landscape was littered with the remnants of dilapidated refuse. Suddenly, a multitude of crimson points flickered to life upon the ground. If the earth were to be likened to a darkened sky, then these red specks would rival the stars in their abundance, exuding an aura of sanguinary terror. Cheng Qi squinted, and in that fleeting moment, the myriad of red dots vanished as if extinguished. He understood that these were the countless killers, murderous rats. They had retreated into the heaps of garbage, and should they descend into their territory, they would lie in wait, poised to spring forth from any shadowy nook and rend the throats of unwelcome intruders. Casting a glance at the coordinates, he noted that the final location of Miaozi's research lay just 200 meters ahead. The atmosphere here was more tainted than elsewhere. In the darkness loomed the colossal wreckage of a starship, stripped of all removable components before its abandonment, leaving behind a vast, corroded hull that bore an air of solemnity and melancholy. Cheng Qi and Hanzai descended to the ground. As they walked, their feet crunched upon the fragments of refuse, the sound starkly piercing the silence of this desolate environment. Suddenly, a noxious stench, laced with the scent of blood, assaulted their senses. Squeak! A ferocious, mutated killing rodent, measuring a staggering 1.5 meters in length and resembling a small calf, sprang forth from a nearby heap of refuse. Its gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, lunged directly at Cheng Qi's neck. Creak! Crack! The extreme warrior armor had issued a warning half a second prior, and in a split second, Cheng Qi extended his arm to shield himself. The creature's sharp fangs pierced his protective suit, but as they made contact with the armor, its obsidian teeth shattered upon impact. Cheng Qi seized the monstrous creature, lifting it into the air, his hands grasping its upper and lower jaws, and with a decisive crack, he tore the rodent asunder. Once, this killing rodent could have claimed Cheng Qi's life, yet now, it was utterly defenseless in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Qi turned to survey the surrounding refuse. He distinctly observed at least a dozen of the killing rodents shrinking back, for they were, after all, living beings with an instinctual fear response. "I'll hold them off," Cheng Qi declared, straightening his posture. "Hanzai, the precise coordinates lie within the wreckage of the starship. You must enter first and excavate with utmost speed, but do exercise caution." "Got it," Hanzai replied, turning and burrowing into the remains of the starship. Cheng Qi had already assessed the terrain. The wreckage appeared to have only this single entrance behind him. If he could secure it, he would afford Hanzai ample time. Squeak! Fear was vanquished by ferocity as a dozen killing rodents leapt from the ground, charging towards Cheng Qi. The memory metal surged, forming into a blade nearly 2 meters long at Cheng Qi's wrist. In an instant, it captured the trajectories of the attacking rodents, delineating a series of lethal maneuvers. Though Cheng Qi lacked combat experience, the extreme warrior armor transformed him into a formidable fighting machine. A silvery glint sliced through the gloom, the sound of leather being severed echoed in Cheng Qi's ears as the foul-smelling blood rained down upon the ground. He was acutely aware that every action he undertook was executed with precise adherence to the armor's programming, feeling only 13 slight resistances throughout the process. The sounds of screeches, low growls, and heavy thuds filled the air. Within 30 seconds, 13 killing rodents were bisected, their bodies thudding to the ground. Cheng Qi stepped forward, crushing one of the rodent's bodies beneath his foot, severing its head, and raising it triumphantly toward the sky. Crack! A sudden crash of thunder resonated from the darkened clouds above, illuminating the ground momentarily. Cheng Qi's figure was reflected in the blood-red eyes of countless killing rodents. His mind was clear. These rodents had proliferated for centuries, their numbers overwhelming, impossible to eradicate entirely. The only viable strategy was to intimidate them, invoking their instinctual fear to compel them to retreat. Squeak, squeak. Thousands of killing rodents emitted low, piercing shrieks, their spines arched and fur bristling. Yet it seemed Cheng Qi's plan was bearing fruit, for none dared to emerge from the refuse piles. Cheng Qi tilted his head, glimpsing deeper within the starship wreckage, where Hanzai's hands transformed into a digging machine, tirelessly excavating the ground. Hanzai, any progress? None. Who knows how long this will take? Cheng Qi scanned the lurking rodents, ready to assist Hanzai, when the rodents before him began to shift. Though they refrained from approaching him, they circled around, forming a series of concentric formations, each rodent poised like a coiled spring, ready to strike. They intend to surround me in a 360-degree formation, launching relentless assaults. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a faint crimson sound wave on the armor's holographic interface and, following its trail, pinpointed a small refuse pile in the distance. In an instant, the truth behind their strategy dawned upon him. Squeak! The rodents encircling him leapt into the air. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow and extended his right hand, fingers splayed, pointing skyward as the gravity control gloves activated. The rodents shrieked in terror, their bodies twisting in midair, unable to touch the ground. Simultaneously, Cheng Qi extended his left hand toward the distant refuse pile. The garbage trembled, and a small, white-furred rodent, significantly smaller than its counterparts, was yanked from the debris. This white-furred killing rodent was the strategist among the horde, a unique entity that had evolved a higher intelligence than its gray-furred kin. The previous encirclement command was their cunning ruse. They could emit inaudible low-frequency sound waves to command the other gray-furred rodents. Buzz. The air ahead trembled as Cheng Qi increased the power of the gravity control gloves. The white-furred rodent's pupils suddenly reflected a humanoid expression, one of sheer terror and utter disbelief. Squeak, bang. The flesh of the white-furred rodent exploded. Upon acquiring the gravity field adjustment gloves, STC had clearly annotated that the gravitational fields they generated could be violently uncontrollable to a certain extent. In that moment, the other gray-furred rodents were paralyzed by the sudden spectacle, their limbs stiffening, emitting sporadic squeaks. Cheng Qi's gaze was cold and unyielding, and he twisted his left hand again, pulling out 3 more white-furred rodents from a nearby refuse pile. The humanoid expressions on these rodents were even more pronounced: fear, terror, and sheer panic. Though they understood their predicament, they could not fathom how this being could target them or exert control over their bodies from a distance. Bang, 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 blood splattered everywhere as the 3 white-furred rodents were reduced to mere pulp. The gray-furred killing rodents were not only immobilized but also trembling in fear, no longer daring to move an inch. Capture the leader to catch the thief. Eliminating the strategist would intimidate the ordinary rodents. Cheng Qi bore a triumphant smile. Yet, within half a second, his expression faltered. The ground beneath him trembled? No, the very earth was quaking? Boom, boom. A suffocating stench assailed his senses as deafening sounds echoed all around. Cheng Qi looked up, and his pupils dilated in shock. A kilometer away, a massive wave of gray surged upwards, obscuring the sky. It was a tide of rodents. Countless killing rodents rolled and trampled over one another, forming a towering wave over 100 meters high, encroaching from all sides. What the hell? Do you all have such high hopes for me? What have I done to warrant the mobilization of your entire clan? Cheng Qi shouted, turning to Hanzai. What's the status? I'm digging like crazy. According to my scans, the territory beneath Kyoto is at a depth of 260 meters. Hanzai replied, bent over and digging furiously, but I can barely break through. Damn it. Just as Hanzai finished speaking, the ground beneath him collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into a bottomless pit, and Hanzai plummeted into the abyss. Boom! After a slight delay, the sound of a massive amount of debris crashing to the bottom resounded. Damn it! I fell through. I almost broke my leg. Hanzai's voice echoed back, indicating he seemed to be unscathed. Meanwhile, an array of data materialized within the holographic interface of the extreme warrior armor in Cheng Qi's eyes. The object fell for a duration of 7.28 seconds. According to the formula for free fall, H12 GT, with the default acceleration due to gravity being 9.8 ms. The object descended a total of 257.6 meters. Cheng Qi's expression darkened. What time is it? And you are still counting words? In the next moment, Cheng Qi realized the situation. 257.6 meters. The simpleton has plunged into the depths of Kyoto? Goodness! There stands a robust alloy door, the entrance to the Musi Research Center. The password system is malfunctioning. It won't open. The astonished exclamations of the simpleton echoed. Cheng Qi cast a glance into the distance. The colossal tide of murderous rats was less than 200 meters away, a dense throng of vicious and terrifying creatures. Though each individual rat was easily vanquished, their overwhelming numbers rendered them an inexhaustible threat. In an unending entanglement, the originally negligible risk would escalate exponentially. Having arrived, retreat was not an option, and returning empty-handed was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, the simpleton remained underground. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Qi looked at the miniature repair robot perched on his shoulder. I'm counting on you. Hundreds of minuscule robots ascended like a waft of smoke, soaring into the collapsed cavern. Should these robots succeed in mending the entrance of the Musi Research Center within a fleeting moment, Cheng Qi and the simpleton would gain entry through the alloy door, effectively sealing the relentless tide of murderous rats outside. 3 seconds after the repair robots ventured into the cavern, Cheng Qi leaned back and leaped into the abyss. Following closely behind him, the ravenous rats unleashed their ferocious shrieks, cascading like a gray waterfall into the chasm. The simpleton awaited below, the repair robots soared ahead, while Cheng Qi plummeted in the rear, with the tide of rats hot on his heels. Chapter 17. The Eerie Research Center, The Descent. Cheng Qi clearly perceived that below lay an expansive chamber, shrouded in darkness and obscurity. Hanzai leaned against a grand door of dark gold. By mere observation, the door appeared formidable and sturdy, posing no challenge to the onslaught of the killer mice. A miniature repair robot took the lead, drifting like mist into the keypad beside the door. Subsequently, Cheng Qi approached the ground, executing a somersault to dissipate the force, landing on one knee. He then stood before the alloy door, tilting his head to gaze upward. Countless killer mice, with an aura of devouring the heavens and earth, cascaded downwards. Suddenly, the waterfall of killer mice in midair split asunder like a torrent. Immediately after, a colossal shadow sprang forth from the swarm. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. What is that? A giant mouse. The king of killer mice? The creature suspended in the air, with its crimson fur, was easily over 4 meters in length, its silhouette reminiscent of a rhinoceros amidst the haze. Such a grotesque entity? Yet in the next moment, Cheng Qi felt his perspective narrow. That red-furred killer mouse was merely a pawn, for in the following seconds, hundreds of enormous red-furred killer mice surged forth. They must be some sort of elite variant. I am currently formulating a repair plan. Cheng Qi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the tiny UFO perched on his shoulder. Brother, it's been several seconds, and you are just now drafting a plan? Roar. The red-furred killer mouse emitted a monstrous howl from its fang-filled maw. This creature could indeed be defined as a beast. Upon landing, it rolled, shaking off the rigidity of its coarse fur, leaping 4 to 5 meters high, its gaping maw aimed directly at Cheng Qi, ready to consume him. Repair of equipment complete. Cheng Qi was again taken aback. Instantaneous repair? Quite impressive. Access control system repaired and functioning optimally. Commencing decryption process. Estimated time, 88 seconds. Cheng Qi's heart plummeted like a roller coaster, swinging from heaven to hell. Such a prolonged decryption time? If the swarm charged down, the door wouldn't even close, and I'd be fighting until the year of the monkey and month of the horse. If given another chance, I must synthesize some large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Ding! Authorized personnel information detected. Welcome to the Muon Research Center of Huaxia District Chapter 18. Hua Linzhong, do not be concerned. At present, I am merely a 3D projection. A projection that, damn it, requires me to speak to the air in front of a camera beforehand to be recorded. The man in the white coat remarked, casting a smile at Cheng Qi that revealed a set of cigarette-stained teeth. Cheng Qi was taken aback. He understood the principles of 3D projection. However, he was quite astonished to hear such vulgarity from a highly esteemed scientist like Hua Linzhong. Oh, I am also present here. I can take you to meet myself, and I shall show you around the Muon Research Center." As he spoke, Hualin Zhong rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat, revealing a tattooed arm, and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With a flick of his Zippo lighter, he expertly ignited one, inhaling deeply with an expression of sheer enjoyment, before beginning to stroll leisurely. The scientist with a tattooed arm. The act of smoking was quite stylish and rather audacious. Cheng Qi observed the 3D projection before him, finding Professor Hua to be exceedingly charismatic. "Please do not take offense. During my youth, I studied abroad and unfortunately strayed from the path, spending a few years on the streets." Hua Linzhong continued to walk. "Scientists are, after all, human, and what was once is not what is now." Cheng Qi nodded silently. The muon, also known as the particle. It is a fundamental particle. With unique quantum characteristics, its spin is 1-2, and its existence and behavior can be described through quantum field theory. The muon carries a unit negative charge and possesses a rest mass approximately 207 times that of the electron, roughly 105.6 MeV, and can be regarded as a super-heavy version of the electron. 16 years ago, I became utterly enamored with muons. The initial intention was rooted in the development of entirely new energy sources. Hualin, biting on a cigarette, suddenly began to rattle off an array of obscure facts and technical jargon. It is an unstable particle with an average decay lifetime of 2 microseconds when at rest. Brilliant yet ephemeral. What bolsters my confidence is that 6 years ago we achieved a significant breakthrough. We invented a strong magnetic field cage that confines the muon within a specific spatial region. At this moment, Hua Linzhong turned sideways, flicking his lab coat back, hands on his hips, gazing towards a conference room on his left. The previously empty conference room suddenly illuminated with a 3D projection. Countless young scientists erupted in cheers. We captured it. We finally contained the muon. Hua Linzhong seemed to be lost in cherished memories, a smile gracing his lips. Alas, in the ensuing 10 years, we achieved nothing. The projection of Hua Linzhong dimmed as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. We were under immense pressure, ridiculed by our peers, targeted by scientific committees, and faced withdrawal of funding. In an adjacent office, another projection materialized, seemingly depicting a scene from 10 years later. The young scientists wore expressions of despair, each with heavy dark circles under their eyes, their hair glistening with oil. I have unwavering confidence in the muon. I encouraged them, comforted them, but I knew they were on the brink of collapse. The projection of Hua Linzhong continued to move forward. I believe the muon is linked to creation, to the universe's most fundamental units. I harbor a profound conviction that once the muon is fully harnessed, the level of human civilization will leap forward. Over the past decade, I have conducted various experiments and catalyses on the muon. In one particular experiment, an accident occurred, and I lost consciousness amidst the explosion. Yet in that fleeting moment, I felt my consciousness being drawn into time. It was as if I traversed 93 billion light-years of the universe, arriving at the primordial singularity. I beheld a series of numbers. 24, I knew not what it was, nor what 24 signified. But the shock that coursed through me, that sensation of every pore on my body opening wide, filled me with boundless awe, and my resolve to unlock muon technology solidified in that instant. Then, I saw you. As he spoke, Hua Linzhong slowly turned, suddenly locking eyes with Cheng Qi. In that moment, Cheng Qi felt as though Hua Linzhong's eyes penetrated the mysterious void, piercing through the intangible river of time, as if he were gazing at him from another world, another dimension. I witnessed you, in the aftermath of Earth's desolation, discovering the deeply buried Muon Research Center. I saw your face, and I also glimpsed your robot. I know. Hua Linzhong's voice was steady and resonant. You are from the future. Cheng Qi felt a chill rise from beneath his feet, his eyes widening slightly. So, you set the access permissions for me a century ago? Yet, at that moment, Cheng Qi realized a crucial detail. The 3D projection before him seemed devoid of interactive capabilities. All of this was merely a pre-recorded video by Hua Linzhong. His monologue was a reflection of memories of having seen the current Cheng Qi a century prior, an act of intertemporal communication. When I awakened, I recounted the marvels of the muon. Damn it, no one believed me. Not even my close friend, Doctor. Song from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute. He too was skeptical. Hua Linzhong bit down hard on the filter of his cigarette, the force so great that it had distorted the filter. He continued to lead the way, turning a corner into a narrow corridor. What of my past as a thug? What if the entire scientific community despises me? I do not serve them. My ambitions are both ludicrous and grand. All knowledge is futile if it cannot benefit humanity. Humanity will inevitably confront an energy crisis. Efficient and stable new energy sources are humanity's sole hope, the only hope. Though I cannot become a torch. Hua Linzhong's eyes shimmered with a unique light. I am willing to burn my very being, transforming into a spark that ignites the exploration of future generations. At that moment, projections reappeared on both sides. The personnel of the entire research institute moved hurriedly, papers strewn across the floor, as everyone packed whatever items they could carry. Numerous military personnel wielded weapons, conducting thorough searches. The 3D projection of Hua Linzhong lit another cigarette, revealing a trace of desolation. You see, on this very Earth, energy has been depleted. All are in migration, and the Muon Research Center is no exception. In truth, the Muon Research Center has reached an impasse. Even if we reach other planets, our fate remains either absorption or dissolution. Conversely, will humanity's interstellar ventures truly proceed smoothly? Is current energy technology genuinely sufficient? Hua Linzhong furrowed his brow. Time is running short for me. Cheng Qi observed the scenes unfolding before him. The time frame depicted was reminiscent of humanity's great migration. But I wagered with those adversaries. At the time, they thought I was jesting. The man bit his cigarette, suddenly chuckling. I declared, I, Hua Linzhong, shall not leave the Muon Research Center until I have developed usable technology for the muon. At that moment, the 3D projection of Hua Linzhong came to a halt. He stood before an office door, the nameplate clearly visible, Professor Hua Linzhong. Cheng Qi's expression grew serious. The earlier projection had stated it would lead me to meet myself. This meant that the corporeal form of Professor Hua Linzhong resided just beyond this door. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of reverence blossomed within Cheng Qi. Professor Hua Linzhong had not departed. He had not abandoned Earth. Even as everyone else retreated, he remained here for a promise that seemed a mere joke to others. His demeanor, though akin to that of a rogue, concealed a proud and obstinate heart. Regarding the muon, he possessed an unquenchable passion for exploration, shouldering a great responsibility as he pressed forward. The wisdom bestowed by our ancestors is indeed correct. One must never judge by appearances. Cheng Qi inhaled deeply, gently pushing open the office door before him. The room was brightly lit, with something akin to catkins quietly swirling in the air. The 3D Hua Linzhong flicked his cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it, and opened the door from his temporal realm. Please, come in. He entered the office with a smile. I can see the future you, yet there is no sense of time. I do not know how many years it will be before you find this place. Now, do you see the future me? Has this old fellow aged a few years? Has he made groundbreaking progress in the research of the muon? Cheng Qi stood at the threshold, surveying the immaculate office. In the center of the room stood a massive desk. Behind it, in the swivel chair, sat a skeleton. Chapter 19. Muon Technology. Now, you can continue the discussion with my future self. I believe this marks an epoch-making beginning. For after I beheld you, strange visions appeared in my mind. It was a blazing orb of light. It revealed to me that muon technology would one day astonish the entire universe. Halling slowly navigated around the desk and seated himself in the swivel chair. Gradually, his form began to dissipate, leaving only a skeletal remains. Cheng Qi found himself lost in thought. The entire Muon Research Center had been vacated, leaving behind a stubborn chief scientist. Thus, the skeletal remains belonged to Halling, who had long since passed away. Even his white lab coat had disintegrated into drifting fluffs of cotton. I once declared that I, Halling, would not leave the Muon Research Center until I had developed the usable muon technology. A surge of indescribable complex emotions swelled within Cheng Qi. He approached the desk, standing beside the skeleton, and noticed that the bony hands resting upon the knees cradled a quaint music box. Cheng Qi lifted the music box, which resembled a small patch of green land, covered in grass and dotted with several tall pine trees. This must have been a handcrafted creation of Professor Halling. At the bottom of the music box, there was a tiny play button, which Cheng Qi pressed gently. Ziz, only you can play this recording, I fear. My friend from the future. I am now 68 years old. What fills me with despair is not the malfunction of the oxygen generator within the base, but the fact that for 2 decades, I have achieved nothing. I have failed. I attempted 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of muons. Each time I reached a critical moment, I would sense a shackle. I came to realize a terrifying truth. Some higher civilization seems to have imposed a blockade on muon technology. I utilize communication devices to share this perspective with the Human Scientific Alliance. The result? I was once again met with skepticism. Though it was not quite skepticism. It was an insidious form of disdain. I heard them whisper, that delusional madman is toiling over a piece of garbage. I was wrong. I squandered my precious energy, even my life, on a pursuit destined for futility. Perhaps the truth is that muons are utterly devoid of potential. My friend from the future, could you do me one last favor? If given the chance, please deliver this small music box to my descendants, if they still draw breath. This music box is nothing particularly special. It merely contains a few stable but utterly meaningless muons, which emit a faint glow akin to miniature fireflies. Cheng Qi extended a finger and gently brushed the branches of the pine trees atop the music box. He discovered that the trunks of these trees were made of a super-pure transparent transistor. Within the transistors floated a small cluster of blue particles, reminiscent of miniature stars. Cheng Qi's eyes widened gradually, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This is the legendary muon. Even though the Muon Research Center had been emptied, the quintessence of decades of work had been preserved in this manner. Cheng Qi gazed at the azure particles, dancing like sprites, feeling that although they were diminutive, they held an unfathomable depth and mystery, as if they were tethered to an infinite vastness. Suddenly, Cheng Qi had a realization. He gently brushed against several other pine trees, discovering that within this small music box lay a total of 5 muon transistors. The audio from the music box began to loop. Only you can play this recording, I fear. For 2 decades, I have achieved nothing. I attempted 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of muons. Detecting similar technological creations, shall we commence synthesis? The crystal wristband emitted a blue scanning beam. Cheng Qi suddenly recognized that this small STC could effortlessly fulfill countless scientists' dreams, and possessing it felt akin to bearing a weighty responsibility. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he sensed a sudden heaviness upon his shoulders. Simple version of strong magnetic field sphere, containing a stable group of muons. While muon technology belongs to microscopic particle energy, classified as Level 4 civilization technology, certain civilizations above Level 4 have imposed a blockade on this technology. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. The existence of technological blockades was indeed real. Professor Holling's conjecture was correct. I heard them whisper, that delusional madman is toiling over a piece of garbage. I was wrong. The frail, aged voice of Holling continued to echo. It is not garbage. Under the incandescent light, Cheng Qi's face flickered in and out of illumination. Commence synthesis. Dispersing into primal units, breaking the technological blockade. Synthesis successful. Prototype muon fusion catalytic reactor 2 contains a mixture of deuterium, D, and tritium, T gas. Upon activation, muons will be captured by tritium. Given that the mass of muons is 200 times that of electrons, according to the principle of inverse proportionality between mass and orbit, another atomic nucleus will find it easier to approach the muon hydrogen atom, thereby significantly increasing the probability of nuclear fusion at room temperature. After deuterium and tritium nuclei fuse, the muons in the DT molecules are released. This cycle forms a muon-catalyzed reaction chain, producing controllable nuclear fusion energy, with an internal Collins spiral effectively regulating the volatile energy. Device shortcomings. There is approximately a 50% probability that muons will adhere to alpha particles post-catalysis, preventing participation in subsequent nuclear fusion reactions, a phenomenon known as the alpha adhesion problem. Despite the device's error rate, it can still release a terrifying amount of energy equivalent to 500 tons of TNT in handheld form. During the initial development phase, this device was codenamed the gaze of the creator. At room temperature, controllable, muon fusion energy. These must be the breakthrough Holling has long sought. Cheng Qi gazed at the device in his hand. Its appearance resembled a silver alloy flashlight, with a semi-transparent window at the base, through which the blue muons danced. What does an equivalent of 500 tons of TNT signify? Cheng Qi's pupils constricted in astonishment. During the bygone era, amidst the tumult of World War II, the atomic bomb dropped by the United States on Hiroshima was dubbed Little Boy, possessing an explosive yield of approximately 15 kilotons of TNT. In that fleeting moment, Little Boy laid waste to 60,000 buildings in the city of Hiroshima. Meanwhile, the apparatus in Cheng Qi's possession wielded a force equivalent to 1/30th of Little Boy, which translates to 1/30th of an atomic bomb. Although it may be but a fraction, its status as a handheld weapon renders it exceedingly terrifying. I have squandered my precious energy, even my very life, on an endeavor destined to yield no results. Indeed, perhaps the truth is that the muon is merely a particle of no potential whatsoever. The voice of Holland continued to reverberate. Cheng Qi felt a tumult within. How could the muon lack potential? Continue the synthesis. Disassemble into primitive units. Break the technological blockade once more. Synthesis successful. Initial model of the muon fusion catalytic reactor. Comprehensive technological enhancement achieved, utilizing reverse Collins spiral, eliminating the alpha adhesion probability. Overall stability improved, with energy efficiency and reaction time metrics elevated by 185. A more refined handheld device form, in its dormant state, generates no energy fluctuations, rendering it undetectable by civilizations below level 3. Capable of unleashing a terrifying energy equivalent to 10 billion tons of TNT in an instant. This device is codenamed the Creator's Wrath. Note: this apparatus is an exceedingly primitive product within the muon technology series, with a usage rate of muon energy insufficient to 1/10,000th. Cheng Qi's breath quivered slightly. With no margin for error and a power augmentation of twofold, life is but a dream. In the end, it may amount to naught, bringing nothing and taking nothing away. Yet the sole regret I harbor is never having relinquished my resolve. Although, my perseverance has morphed into a jest. The muon too has become a jest. Ha! Who can elucidate it all? Farewell, my friend. Farewell, my muon technology. Farewell to this wretched world. The recording once more played the epitaph of Holland's life. Cheng Qi clenched in his hand the resplendent device, akin to a crystalline sword hilt, and inexplicably, a sense of responsibility and power burgeoned within him. Professor Holland, your perseverance is no jest. Muon technology is far from a jest. One day, I shall realize the scene of your dreams. Human civilization shall wield muon technology, like radiant stars, shaking the very cosmos. Chapter 20. A fortunate day, Cheng Qi. I have searched this place thoroughly. There is nothing of interest here. It's almost entirely barren. As Hanzai entered the office, he spotted the enigmatic device in Cheng Qi's hands. What is that? This is an individual whose language is crude, yet whose principles are noble, a scientist haunted by an unfulfilled obsession. Indeed, his obsession is justified. It is merely the ignorance of the masses that clouds their judgment. Cheng Qi meticulously reassembled the pine tree atop the music box, its interior still housing a beautifully shimmering muon chamber. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Cheng Qi would gladly assist Professor Huolinzhong in fulfilling his final wish, delivering the music box to his descendants. Cheng Qi and Hanzai arrived at the entrance of the Muon Research Center. The alloy door before them remained firmly shut, the sounds of the murderous rats' growls and their claws scraping against the metal reverberating from the outside. The door trembled incessantly, nearing its breaking point. Cheng Qi's expression was grim as he operated the access control system from within, and the alloy door slowly creaked open. The space beyond was already brimming with murderous rats. The moment the door shifted, they instinctively recoiled a few meters, their crimson eyes assessing the situation at hand. Cheng Qi took the initiative, stepping cautiously outside. The murderous rats quickly identified their target, the very creature that had trespassed upon their territory. A sharp shriek pierced the air as countless murderous rats bared their bloodied fangs and lunged forward. At that moment, Cheng Qi tightened his grip on the muon catalyst prototype, his fingers gliding over its crystal-like surface, causing a blue halo to illuminate. As his fingers moved, a progress bar appeared on the device, and just as it reached 10, Cheng Qi halted his motion. Buzz! An inexplicable wave of energy surged forth, resembling translucent ripples that rapidly expanded. When the energy reached a critical threshold, it triggered a peculiar spatial resonance, a precursor to an impending explosion, striking like an invisible hammer that shattered the psychological defenses of its target. In that fleeting instant, all the murderous rats hunched low, their fur standing on end. Although they could not comprehend the phenomenon occurring, their instinct for survival unleashed a profound sense of danger, extinguishing their bloodlust and frenzy in an instant. Cheng Qi advanced the progress bar by another 30, and the energy waves intensified once more. The terrifying spatial resonance doubled in its invisible might. Countless murderous rats stood frozen, rendered as stiff as if sculpted from clay. At this juncture, the extreme warrior power armor detected the low-frequency sound waves, emanating from numerous military rats issuing commands in the shadows. Clatter. A tremendous commotion erupted within the horde, as many murderous rats rose upright, trampling each other to form a massive ladder. Others scrambled, using their limbs to swiftly ascend the rat ladder towards safety. They were frantic, terrified, racing to escape. Ultimately, the entire rat ladder retreated back into the ground. Observing the desolate expanse around him, Cheng Qi chuckled softly, sliding his finger back, and the glow of the muon catalyst prototype gradually dimmed. The military rat's decision had proven astute. To remain was to face annihilation. With the turbine jet-powered shoes activated, Cheng Qi and Hanzai ascended slowly into the sky. Unsurprisingly, not a single murderous rat remained on the ground. Crows flying planes, absolutely steady as a rock. My little brother is truly something else. Today, he's enjoying a complimentary flight. Cheng Qi and Hanzai boarded the crow's ground effect vehicle, making their way back to the headquarters. As they glanced back at the Muon Research Center, a hint of reverence flickered in Cheng Qi's eyes. Before departing, he had ensured the entrance to the Muon Research Center was buried once more, allowing Professor Hua Linzhong to rest undisturbed. The crow piloted the ground effect vehicle while discreetly observing Cheng Qi. This young man had delved deep into the Kyoto ruins, lingering there for a full 40 minutes. Both he and the scavenger cloak were stained with the foul blood of carrion rats. He had encountered the carrion rats but emerged unscathed. A remarkable feat. Little brother, the crow remarked, if you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With a grin, the crow added, I'm as steady as they come. Cheng Qi returned to his residence in Zone B2 Fort I in the distance. He spied a colossal transport starship hovering in midair, discharging tons of technological refuse. 7-13-5. Cheng Qi squinted at the sky. The rights to this shipment of refuse originally belonged to him. He had paid the requisite development fee a week prior. However, a day ago, Arrow and his minions had seized the resources with ruthless efficiency. Hanzai, this grudge has lingered long enough. Indeed. A glint of cold light flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes as he slowly approached the mountain of refuse. Countless pieces of technological refuse rained down from the heavens. Numerous scavengers risked being crushed under the weight of the debris, rushing towards the refuse mountain. At this point, no other scavengers dared approach 7-13-5. These individuals were all Arrow's subordinates. A scavenger in his 30s rummaged through the heap and discovered a sophisticated technological box. He pried it open with his bare hands, his eyes lighting up upon finding an intact JI-34 nanochip. This item could fetch 110 credit points. Noticing the area was clear, he furtively slipped the chip into his mouth, hiding it against his teeth. Under Arrow's coercion, any valuable items found had to be surrendered, with the scavengers receiving only meager wages in return. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted as a sharp mechanical tentacle pierced through his chest. A wave of numbness coursed through him, swiftly followed by excruciating pain that engulfed his body. The scavenger looked down in horror to see the tentacle protruding from his chest. In disbelief, he turned to see the towering figure of Arrow approaching him, a look of resignation and indifference on his face. Chapter 21. Unleashing full power, the boy in the blue cloak ascended the ridge, gradually making his way to the summit of the garbage hill, gazing down with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, the bumbling caretaker robot slowly raised a brass middle finger towards the valley below. That foolish idiot? Arrow squinted up at the figure, his disdain evident in his expression. Not even a missile could put him down, and now he has found a new robot. His demeanor was one of utter contempt, akin to discovering that a cockroach he had thought to have squashed was somehow scuttling back into view, brandishing its defiance. With his gaze lowered, Arrow scoured the ground until he suddenly fixed his sights on a hefty steel pipe. He bent slightly, activating his mechanical arm to lift the 100-plus-pound pipe, weighing it in his hands before spitting on the ground and striding toward Cheng Qi. "Don't act rashly," came a voice thick with nasal undertones from within a white tint. "This must be the brat who disabled the hyenas on Bar Street." "Lord Pig?" Arrow asked, somewhat puzzled. "This kid doesn't even have a single cybernetic enhancement. How could he possess such combat prowess? Is he relying solely on that brand-new caretaker robot?" The tent flaps parted, revealing a bizarre and colossal figure emerging. It was a gigantic, rotund man, his bald head glistening with grease, his upper body bare, resembling a small hill, with layers of fat cascading over his belly. He lacked a lower half, replaced instead by a 16-legged mechanical spider, which executed all his movements with precision and agility. "Young brother, you have some talent. Join me," Lord Pig proclaimed, gazing upward. Despite being situated at the foot of the slope, his demeanor condescending. "I am in need of capable individuals. Little garbage bug, did you hear that? Lord Pig is offering you an opportunity." Arrow's eyes darted toward Cheng Qi. Just a month ago, Lord Pig successfully assembled all the components of the B-33 combat spider and fully integrated it into himself. "Now, Lord Pig is not only my superior," he continued, "but also the foremost combatant in Zone B-24. The Scavengers Alliance cannot contend with him." Arrow tilted his head back. "If you join us, you can roam this B-24 freely, and as your elder brother, I am magnanimous enough not to hold past grievances against you." "Just that pathetic spider, and he is the top combatant," Cheng Qi interjected, furrowing his brow as he regarded the grotesque figure of Lord Pig. "So that S.Y. Arrow has become so brazen, he has found a patron. Lord Pig, a name well suited, indeed. A pig, large and somewhat human-like." "Watch your mouth," Arrow warned, gripping the steel pipe with a scowl. "You're asking for trouble." Lord Pig's face quivered with fat as he retorted fearlessly, "You know nothing of true combat power, nor do you comprehend the worth of my spider legs. Disobey me, and you won't survive. Considering you possess some ability, I'll grant you one last chance," he continued. "From now on, all precious refuse you find will be turned over to me, and I shall grant you a 10% commission. Think carefully before responding. If I am displeased, you will have no further opportunities to scavenge." As he spoke, one of Lord Pig's mechanical appendages extended and snatched the JI-34 nanochip from Arrow's grasp, promptly stowing it in a pouch at his waist. Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened. From within Lord Pig's pouch, he glimpsed the Chapter 22. The muon eruption beneath the overcast sky, a cerulean beam arched dramatically, resembling a colossal scythe cleaving through the atmosphere and descending towards the Earth. Prior to the arrival of the muon beam, an intense heat wave surged forth, causing the atmospheric pressure to escalate, followed by a sudden combustion of vast quantities of air, creating a fleeting vacuum ahead. Lord Pig beheld, with clarity, the tendrils directed towards Cheng Qi, which instantaneously turned a vivid crimson. A flicker of terror surfaced upon his plump visage, laden with fat. Subsequently, the metallic appendages began to melt like wax, a fierce wave of heat enveloping them as they transformed into molten iron, propelled backwards with tremendous force. Splash! The molten metal splattered across Lord Pig's face, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig in quick succession. The energy of the muon beam reached its zenith, erupting in a blinding radiance. It was Chapter 23. What a grand scheme! As the sun descended, the moon emerged like a dim white blot against the murky atmosphere. Cheng Qi returned to his makeshift shelter, which consisted merely of a few dilapidated pillars supporting a radiation-proof tarp. Scavengers often lack a permanent residence, as the ceaseless rain of refuse can bury them at any moment. Within the confines of the shelter, Xiao Qiong curled up, draped in a tattered red blanket, her eyes stained with traces of tears, lost in a deep slumber. For now, the only pillar of support for this child was Cheng Qi, who pondered the necessity of securing a more comfortable refuge. The monkey had organized his comrades to venture out and procure refuse, yet Cheng Qi held little hope. Money can compel even the most reluctant, while a lack of it breeds solitude. Without capital, the monkey and his crew would lack the necessary motivation. Cheng Qi's resources were exceedingly scarce. Although he had previously synthesized an amorphous alloy, he had already struck a deal with the merchant MO, exchanging it entirely for genetic catalytic agents, leaving him without liquid assets. Cheng Qi still possessed a few pieces of high-entropy alloyed IT, was evident that their value was extraordinarily high. However, the lingering issue remained. He must first complete the initial transaction with Mo to establish a foundational trust before the high-entropy alloy could be introduced to the market. As of now, Mo had been absent for 24 hours. Results should be forthcoming. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered with anticipation. Let us hope there are no unforeseen complications. Outside the shelter, the clamor of voices and the roar of engines could be heard. Cheng Qi rose and lifted the tarp die in the distance. He spotted a dozen figures atop a mound of refuse. Were they members of the Scavenger Alliance? Cheng Qi squinted, recognizing the distinctive black hooded cloaks. As AB-897 security protection Nanny robot, Hanzai's shoulder-mounted cover flipped open, revealing a compact full-spectrum radar that silently eavesdropped on the conversations of the gathering. The ravine stretches a length of 6.3 kilometers and boasts a width of 234 meters. A substantial amount of material has undergone vaporization. Metals, rocks, and the like have all melted, resulting in the formation of smooth vertical walls. The instantaneous temperature reaches at least 100 to 250 million degrees Celsius. No extraterrestrial missiles or any other weaponry have been detected. Someone has unleashed a weapon of nuclear fission nature upon this trash-ridden Earth, or more precisely, upon this heap of refuse beneath our feet. This cannot possibly be the work of scavengers. Scavengers could never stumble upon such a weapon. There are superior genetic beings who have descended with alien armaments. At that moment, atop the mountain of refuse, a slender figure draped in a black hood spoke. A superior genetic being has arrived. Why was I not informed? The figure turned, surveying the surroundings. Her visage was obscured, yet Cheng Qi clearly discerned a faint blue halo within her pupils, which appeared mysterious and noble against the backdrop of the pitch-black night. Cheng Qi secretly nodded. She must be a high-ranking member of the Scavenger Alliance, a person of considerable stature within this desolate world. It is said that among them, a few have enhanced their genetic levels through gene-catalyzing agents, which, combined with their positions within the Scavenger Alliance, places them above all other scavengers in terms of status. Cheng Qi, is this your home? Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. Cheng Qi turned to see Hona, adorned in a red dress, as beautiful as a rose, who had somehow arrived at his makeshift dwelling. Today, she donned a pair of high heels, wore subtle makeup, and painted her lips a striking red, exuding an almost intoxicating allure. Have you seen the arrival of any superior genetic beings? Hona smiled, though her demeanor remained somewhat distant and aloof. Instantly, the image of Hona, resembling a dog in that one fateful night, flashed through Cheng Qi's mind. Through this inquiry, he understood the reason behind Hona's meticulous grooming today. She merely sought to provoke the desires of the superior genetic beings. Observing Hona, Cheng Qi's gaze no longer held the same admiration it once did, replaced instead by a sense of apathy. He spoke, not quite lying, there are no superior genetic beings here. Hona tilted her head, her exposed, snowy shoulders shrinking shyly towards her cheek as she smiled. If you encounter him, could you notify me at once? I have numerous topics I wish to discuss with the superior genetic beings. For instance, how to resolve the food shortages faced by scavengers. Cheng Qi calmly nodded. He was acutely aware of the true nature of the topics Hona referred to. Hona showed no inclination to linger, turning to walk into the night. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, her face drawing closer to Cheng Qi's. It was merely a flicker of hope. She gazed into Cheng Qi's pupils, and upon confirming that there was no blue halo within his eyes, Hona struggled to mask her disappointment, striving to maintain her aloof demeanor. Sensing the distance was too pronounced, she made an effort to display a friendly smile. If you receive any news, remember to inform me. The sound of her high heels clicking against the metallic refuse resonated crisply, as her vibrant red dress swayed, vanishing into the night. Cheng Qi shook his head. The reason Hona left a smile was purely due to her hope that he might offer a shred of useful information. Were it not for this, she would undoubtedly have disregarded this lowest-tier scavenger. The Scavenger Alliance's investigation lasted a full 2 hours, yielding no results. During this time, several individuals approached Cheng Qi for inquiries. He feigned ignorance, responding with a complete lack of knowledge. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the area, everyone departed. Yet, within the specialized communicator meant for contact with Mo, a faint rustling sound emerged. Prepare for delivery. Cheng Qi's eyes brightened. Mo is reliable. He immediately stepped outside his shelter, gazing up at the dimly lit starry sky, awaiting Mo's arrival. Eye in the distance, several exceedingly faint points of light appeared. Cheng Qi paused. Is that not a spacecraft? Half a minute later, four black boxes, each the size of a shoebox and equipped with miniature thrusters, descended before Cheng Qi. He realized with dawning comprehension that these were some form of small transport containers, akin to a parcel delivery. Mo himself had not come in person. As Cheng Qi approached the transport boxes, the facial recognition system within activated, confirming his identity before the front hatch gradually opened. A wave of chilly mist wafted out. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as he beheld glass vials filled with black liquid inside the box. The specialized communicator crackled to life with Mo's voice. Failed products of the black market gene catalyzing agents. Your budget only permits the purchase of 6 units. However, considering this is our inaugural collaboration, I have arranged for you to acquire 17 units. Cheng Qi, we shall settle the transaction in full. Detected similar technological creations. Gene serum containing a considerable amount of impurities, originating from the rudimentary CRISPR-Cas9 technology, which utilizes RNA to guide the Cas9 protein in the precise cleavage of specific DNA sequences. This process is fundamentally akin to a DNA-destroying agent, with lethally adverse effects and a gene optimization success rate of a mere 0.0035. Should we proceed with the synthesis? Cheng Qi felt his heart pounding vigorously. Mo, you truly have an audacious spirit. You, as someone who is on the brink of losing your life due to consuming a substandard agent. Mo's voice resonated with reason and tranquility. I genuinely fail to comprehend what exhilaration you are experiencing. Chapter 24. The second transaction. Mo, have you ever heard of high-entropy alloys? Cheng Qi exhaled with a slight tremor, striving to calm his racing heart. Of course I have. Those are exceedingly precious alloys characterized by a disordered atomic arrangement, frequently utilized in the core chips of top-tier computational systems. I am somewhat astonished that you are familiar with the term high-entropy alloy. Are you contemplating the purchase of high-entropy alloy? I do not mean to boast, but within the entire solar system, there are no more than 10 individuals, myself included, who can procure high-entropy alloy. Moreover, once a corresponding sales avenue is identified, the pricing authority of high-entropy alloy rests entirely in the hands of the seller. To speak candidly, at this moment, you are utterly incapable of affording its exorbitant price. Our transaction has been concluded. As a businessman, I value time as money, and currently, my worth per second is approximately 2,000 credit points. I must terminate this communication. Mo's voice remained rational and composed. I have 4 pieces. Cheng Qi suddenly interjected. Mo paused. What do you possess 4 pieces of? Cheng Qi replied, I weighed them earlier. They total approximately 410 grams. Mo's tone elevated slightly. What do you possess 4 pieces of? Cheng Qi's voice remained steady. I am prepared to sell them to you. Mo inhaled slowly. What do you possess 4 pieces of? Cheng Qi articulated each word. High entropy alloy. On the other end of the communicator, there was a full 30 seconds of silence. Mo, was your worth not 2,000 credit points per second? Why the silence? Cheng Qi, for the love of all that is holy, do not consume those genetic serums before I arrive, or this deal will be irrevocably compromised. Cheng Qi chuckled softly, amused by his urgency. Very well, give me your ID. I will remit a deposit to you. Cheng Qi, life is truly beautiful. It is not solely about the path of genetic evolution. You possess such capability and fortune. I believe we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Just take a moment to observe the surrounding heaps of refuse, reeking of decay and despair. Do you not find it beautiful? As a highly advanced genetic being, characterized by rationality and minimal emotional fluctuation, Mo was ill-equipped to dispense motivational platitudes, especially considering his current state of mild disarray. During this exchange, Cheng Qi received a remittance of 10 million credit points from Mo. A tremor coursed through Cheng Qi's heart. 10 million. And this was merely the deposit. At this moment, a faint glimmer of light reappeared in the sky. Another transport box. Upon opening the box, a small scale was revealed. Cheng Qi recalled that this was one of Mo's personal items, yet now the scale was no longer golden but entirely black. Cheng Qi extracted 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam, while the other presented detailed data. High-purity high-entropy alloy, weighing 410. 23 grams, valued at 5,532 million credit points. 34 million. Although Cheng Qi had mentally prepared himself, his heart skipped a beat upon witnessing the final price. For a scavenger who had long struggled at the lowest rungs of society, this amount was astronomical. Cheng Qi was not particularly concerned about Mo's earlier statement that the pricing power of high-entropy alloys lies with the seller, as Mo's offers had always been fair and reasonable. Moreover, high-entropy alloys were not exceedingly rare or precious to Cheng Qi. He was already quite satisfied with this price. Subsequently, Cheng Qi compiled a list of items he wished to barter. The B-343 Nanny robot, which was the prototype of Hanzai, medical mechanical assist gloves, mechanical exploration boots, exoskeleton of the extreme warrior, and various equipment from Yozi Technology. Acquiring these items would significantly enhance Cheng Qi's capabilities once again. Unfortunately, Mo interrupted Cheng Qi's thoughts. Do you know why I haven't met you in person? Because just yesterday, Garbage Earth was sealed off. For reasons unknown, the higher echelons of humanity temporarily wished to prevent any new technological refuse from entering Earth. They have also deployed a plethora of detection instruments outside the planet. What you see, those black transport containers and black scales, are all made from specialized biological materials, barely capable of traversing detection signals. The gene catalyst agents sent to you operate on the same principle. They at least do not emit electronic signals. Do not underestimate the difficulty of this. To get those biotechnological containers to fly into Earth is already a remarkable feat. If they were any larger, or if the frequency were too dense, there would be a risk of confiscation, putting me in jeopardy. The last time we met, it was a normal transaction. Now, it is smuggling. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Why would the higher-ups of humanity seal off a planet overflowing with refuse? Moreover, the items you seek are all exceedingly outdated products, having long been eliminated from the external market. For instance, the B-343 Nanny robot is likely only to be found among the debris of Earth's junk. Mo pondered for a moment. As for the Yozi Technology you mentioned, I have never heard of it. Cheng Qi fell silent for a brief moment. It seemed there were no other options available. A true self-reliant individual can carve a path even in the direst of circumstances. The vast expanse of Earth's junkyard, under the premise of possessing STC, could still lead to a miraculous turnaround with thorough excavation. The 10 million credit points received, I shall retain. The remaining value of the high-entropy alloy will be entirely exchanged for gene catalyst agents. You are responsible for ensuring safe transport, and my principles remain unchanged. I seek not quality, but quantity. The worse, the better. The cheaper, the better. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly startled, Mo in the starship's cockpit exclaimed, Cheng Qi, what are you drinking? I'm thirsty, drinking water. You don't think I'm concocting gene catalyst agents, do you? Cheng Qi, retrieve your agents, and simultaneously place the high-entropy alloy in the transport container. They will automatically return. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, and I hope that when next we communicate, you are still alive. Cheng Qi began to operate carefully one by one. After cautiously extracting the gene catalyst agents, his gaze inadvertently fell upon those black transport containers. Detected similar technological creations, ultra-compact transport container, made from polymer biological composite materials, equipped with an embedded biofuel engine. Due to its material properties and thermal principles, it can shield against most detection signals. Cheng Qi observed the ground, where 5 containers lay quietly. Previously, had delivered gene agents, and later, another had brought a black scale. It seemed quite reasonable to receive packaging with purchases, did it not? Cheng Qi stroked his chin, thinking it unnecessary to seek Mo's approval. Then, he glanced at the black scale within one of the containers. Clearly, this was a tool hastily crafted by Mo for trading with scavengers, which seemed to hold little significance in the outer cosmos. His grandfather had once said that in the olden days, buying a watermelon would come with a spoon, purchasing instant noodles with a fork, and acquiring a Porsche would include a female salesperson. I bought gene agents worth tens of millions of credit points. A small scale in return, is that too much to ask? Cheng Qi continued to ponder. Such a trivial matter surely did not require Mo's consent, did it? Soon after, Cheng Qi retrieved the small scale and stuffed the 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy into the same container. In the instant he sealed the box, all the container's bases emitted a faint blue biological flame, preparing for ascent. Cheng Qi exchanged glances. The poised Hanzai pounced like a famished tiger, directly pinning down the 4 empty containers beneath him. Little darling, where do you think you're running off to? Chapter 25. A promise worth 1,000 gold coins. Gazing at the dimming point in the sky, the sole black box carrying high-entropy alloy returned, solitary and desolate. Hehehe. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 were stubbornly squirming beneath the weight of Hanzai. A lewd smile crept across Hanzai's face as he taunted, "Little darling, struggling is futile. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Cheng Qi turned his head and saw several bizarre figures emerging from behind a nearby pile of refuse. As he discerned their features, a flicker of relief crossed his brow, even accompanied by a hint of surprise. It was a monkey, along with a few scavenger companions. Among them, a burly youth had a rusty mechanical arm affixed to his back, not a transplant, but an independent machine secured to his waist with belts and wires. This mechanical arm cradled a substantial collection of technological refuse, bound together with hemp ropes. "Greetings, Brother Qi." "A monkey?" "Brother Qi, my name is Xiongzi." The lanky monkey greeted him, while Xiongzi, the robust youth with the mechanical arm, set down a large bundle of garbage, methodically unpacking its contents. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered, as beeping notifications from STC filled his ears. Detected identical technological artifacts. Proceed with synthesis. Detected identical technological artifacts. Proceed with synthesis. Detected identical technological artifacts. Brother Qi, time is of the essence and resources are scarce. Today, we could only gather this much. Monkey scratched his head, revealing an innocent grin. Observing the ragged, dust-covered figures of the scavenger youths, Cheng Qi found it hard to believe. "You lot?" Brother Qi, Monkey seemed to read Cheng Qi's thoughts and spoke earnestly. "In such a harsh survival environment, no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. We are the lowest of the low, and finding a leader we can rely on for shelter is no easy feat. Though we are merely the most destitute of scavengers, sometimes character transcends identity. My brothers, we have always kept our promises. Once we acknowledge a big brother, we would never betray that trust lightly." Pausing for a moment, Monkey added with a smile, "Of course, we all unanimously believe that Brother Qi is kind-hearted." Cheng Qi felt a stir of emotion as he looked up at the youths standing in the night. Understood. Though Monkey spoke of seeking refuge, beneath it lay a profound sense of trust and recognition. "Brother Qi, the reason you had us search for identical refuse, I suspect." Xiongzi scratched his head and chuckled. "You must be an exceptional repairman, aiming to gather parts and combine them into a fully functional machine for resale." "Indeed, it's about merging." Cheng Qi chuckled as he regarded the somewhat simple-minded Xiongzi, though this merging was not quite what he had in mind. "Brother Qi, when you have a moment, could you fix my mechanical appendage? It hasn't been working well lately," Xiongzi said, patting the mechanical arm on his back. "This old thing is over 110 years old." "Xiongzi, go away. Who names their mechanical arm little brother?" Monkey stepped forward, hesitating before saying, "Brother Qi, all these items we collected today cost a total of 350 credit points. This is all the wealth we have, and tomorrow we will find a way to borrow some more. Don't feel pressured, Brother Qi. Once business picks up and we prosper, we can repay later." Xiongzi grinned. "Yes, Brother Qi, we are not in a hurry." "What is your account ID?" Cheng Qi looked at Monkey, his gaze now imbued with trust. "ID?" Monkey hesitated. In his mind, the seemingly ordinary Brother Qi must have stumbled upon a powerful weapon or device, his rise to prominence being swift and lacking any substantial backing. Heroes do not inquire about origins, yet they seldom possess financial support. Monkey prepared to decline, anticipating that Cheng Qi might soon reveal all his possessions, perhaps 200 or 300 credit points. He wished to follow this leader without causing him any embarrassment. However, he witnessed Cheng Qi raise his hand and tap the financial module on Monkey's chest. Suddenly, a three-dimensional, colorful four-dimensional code was projected. This ID format, vastly superior to the old QR codes, boasted a higher information storage capacity and security level. ID 8555965524555. Deposit of 2, 000,000 credit points. Upon hearing the notification, Monkey's jaw dropped. Wah, what? Cheng Qi's little brother instantly stood at attention, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, 2 million. Monkey swallowed hard, his face a mask of shock, staring wide-eyed. Brother Qi, you've hidden quite well. For the lowly scavengers, any amount exceeding 10,000 was already considered a fortune, while 100,000 marked one as wealthy. Now, Cheng Qi, seemingly unperturbed, casually displayed 2 million, a revelation that struck them with the force of a nuclear bomb. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Cheng Qi smiled. From now on, the principle remains unchanged. For identical technological refuse, take as much as you can find. As for the commission, the agreed-upon 30% will also remain. Monkey, you will be the leader of this acquisition team moving forward. You will handle the commission distribution. We will settle accounts daily, never overnight. The scavenger youths in the distance suddenly lit up with excitement, their arms trembling with anticipation. By heavens, is this the turning point? Brother Qi is magnificent. Monkey, indeed a worthy confidant, displayed a hint of concern. Brother Qi, most of the refuse we've collected is unwanted. However, many scavengers have begun to inflate prices upon hearing we are seeking these items. Monkey frowned. I've always struggled with pricing. Cheng Qi smiled calmly. He had long been prepared for this. He then slowly produced a small black scale. Monkey and the others leaned in closer, exchanging bewildered glances, slightly dazed. Brother Qi is quite thoughtful. He has provided us with a little scale. But what could such a tiny scale measure? Cheng Qi scanned the surroundings, finally directing the small scale toward the small black box used by the merchant MO for deliveries. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam. A nanometer scale biomaterial container, equipped with a self-propelling biological engine, in 95 new condition, approximately containing 5 kilograms of Class B biomaterials. On the other end of the balance, a corresponding price emerged, an impressive 200 credit points. The younger members of the group widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, is it really possible to scan and instantly identify the material and price of an item? This device is remarkable. Cheng Qi was equally taken aback by the exorbitant cost. At that moment, the other scavengers began to grasp the situation. Cheng Qi, with a hint of surprise, remarked, Brother Qi, you truly live up to your name. Even a mere shoebox is valued at over 50,000. Brother Qi, may I borrow it for a moment? I wish to ascertain the worth of my own possession. The I-55 mechanical lifting arm, powered by lithium iron phosphate batteries, is approximately 30 new and contains about 43 kilograms of scrap metal, valued at 12 credit points. What? Cheng Qi exclaimed in despair. My manhood is only worth $12. Chapter 26. The Synthetic Earth Dragon King, rest assured, my brother. Starting tomorrow, my companions and I will wholeheartedly assist you in gathering refuse. The monkey cradled the small black scales as if they were a precious treasure. No, wait, it will actually commence the day after tomorrow, for the gray storm is set to arrive tonight and will persist for 1 day and 2 nights. Each of us must secure a safe haven. The gray storm died in a bygone era, a tempest of unprecedented ferocity, classified as a level 12 storm, rarely graced the world, with wind speeds ranging between 32.7 meters per second and 36.9 meters per second. Upon the sea, tumultuous waves danced, frothy and white, rendering the ocean a vast expanse of whiteness, as colossal surges cascaded like a torrential river, drastically diminishing visibility on land. Countless tons of refuse were swept into the sky, and the few remaining edifices on Earth were once again subjected to severe devastation. In this present age of garbage, vegetation had all but vanished, with a staggering 99 eradicated. The wind showed no sign of abating, soil and water were being lost in vast quantities, and the humidity in the air plummeted. This planet had irrevocably lost its ability to regulate the climate. Nearly every year, the terrifying gray storm would engulf half the globe. Due to the immense presence of metallic dust, all gales appeared gray, earning the moniker Gray Storm. Whenever such a tempest approached, throngs of scavengers would meet their demise. Previously, Cheng Qi would seek refuge within the remnants of large starship wreckage, squeezing his body into the cramped confines, praying and enduring, waiting for the gray storm to pass. The brothers have found a secure location, absolutely safe, the monkey remarked. Chigo, would you care to join us? Cheng Qi pondered. At present, he was prosperous, possessing 17 gene-catalyzing agents and a cache of biotechnological boxes he had secured, in addition to the technological refuse just delivered by the monkey and his companions. These items served as invaluable foundational materials for synthesis. If he hastily sought shelter in some narrow crevice, the risk of unforeseen loss and damage to these materials loomed large, with some items potentially being entirely untransportable. Not to mention, within the shelter lay a precious quantum repair cluster, along with Hanzai and Xiaoqiong in that moment. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered. Monkey, you and the brothers find a safe spot. As for me, I have my own plans. The expressions of the monkey and his companions turned anxious, yet, under Cheng Qi's insistence, they vacated the scene. Crackle. The Scavenger Alliance announces. In 4 hours, a gray storm will sweep through the B12, B69 region. All scavengers must seek shelter immediately. All scavengers must seek shelter immediately. Inside the shelter, the old radio crackled to life. Cheng Qi stood at the entrance when he suddenly caught sight of a patch of green grass sprouting from a corner of the floor, its delicate emerald leaves swaying amidst the debris. In such a world, its existence appeared both fragile and defiant. For hours, I must construct a sanctuary of my own. This is something that must be accomplished sooner or later. This dilapidated shelter is simply too precarious. My synthesis endeavors are only just beginning. I require a safe and concealed base. Only then can I synthesize freely and without restraint. Cheng Qi contemplated. Whether evading the gray storm, radiation, or toxic gases, the most suitable solution lies underground. The ground shimmered faintly. Cheng Qi glanced at the pile of technological refuse left by Xiongzi. Small geological probe, drill crafted from titanium alloy, 240 horsepower, equipped with various sensors, capable of penetrating 30 to 50 meters underground, with a runtime of 45 minutes, currently damaged. This device was compact, measuring no more than 50 centimeters in length and width, with a spindle-shaped body and a dark silver drill at the front. Cheng Qi's gaze gradually shifted, his heart lifting. Xiongzi had delivered a total of 8 such devices, albeit all with varying degrees of damage, rendered completely inoperative. The capacity for underground drilling? Expanding subterranean space. Cheng Qi chuckled. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, target model updating, intelligent mole address detector 4. Though labeled AMOL, this device was significantly larger, with an overall more delicate contour, its drill head radiating a brilliant sheen, and the sensor system exhibiting heightened precision. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, large engineering-grade underground mining vehicle 2. This time, what materialized before Cheng Qi was a device the size of a truck. It boasted 2 broad tracks at the base, while the massive drill head morphed into a dark metallic hue, devoid of reflection, yet exuding an aura of indestructibility. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. He was nearing the object of his desires. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, synthesis successful, codename, Earth Dragon Underground Expansion Dock. This device is not merely a mining tool, but an expandable vehicle. Beneath its exceptional drilling capabilities, it can expand into a 120 square meter underground construction command center, boasting formidable resistance to pressure and high temperatures. Among interstellar exploration teams, it is referred to as the Earth Dragon King, and only mining teams with an annual output of over 100,000 tons are qualified to equip such advanced gear. Ah, just in time. Cheng Qi found himself gazing up at the colossal metal apparatus, measuring 10 meters by 10 meters, resembling a heavily armored tank, with robust alloy tracks at the bottom and 4 massive dark golden drill heads at the top. He retrieved the remote control panel for this device and activated it. It was hard to fathom that such a massive drill could spin, generating a refreshing breeze with only a faint hum, rather than the deafening noise one might expect, indicative of its remarkably advanced internal structure and high-precision components. Cheng Qi set the first engineering task for the Earth Dragon King. The entry point was directly in front. Chapter 27. Auxiliary equipment. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, as if a fearsome behemoth lurked beyond the atmosphere. Cheng Qi cast a glance upwards before redirecting his focus to the ground beneath him. The earth was subtly trembling, with tiny grains of sand seemingly engaged in a dance, inching outward in both directions. The rumble of the Earth Dragon King's engine diminished as it burrowed nearly 20 meters underground. Cheng Qi clutched the control panel, scrutinizing the data feedback. He had anticipated that the Earth Dragon King was nearing the true surface, only to discover that a thin layer of soil concealed a thick mass of metallic refuse beneath it. The drilling depth had to be meticulously maintained to ensure an unwavering defense against the impending dust storm. Based on Cheng Qi's requirements, the estimated drilling time was approximately 40 minutes, while the dust storm would arrive in 3 hours and 50 minutes, ample time indeed. During the wait, Cheng Qi surveyed the other debris left behind by Xiongzi. Electromagnetic System Auxiliary Module? Cheng Qi picked up one of the fragments. He recognized this type of module, which resembled an enlarged chip, akin to a cigarette case, with many frayed wires exposed at the bottom. It was no wonder it ended up in a junkyard, for its existence was entirely superfluous. In essence, this module was originally designed to assist various precision electronic devices, somewhat akin to an expansion component. When interfaced with other electronic devices, it could enhance their computational speed or optimize specific operational steps. Alas, its compatibility was exceedingly limited, compounded by its reliance on outdated physical connections, rendering it unsuitable for 99% of devices on the market. Cheng Qi glanced at the ground. The monkeys had somehow procured 4 such chips. Commencing synthesis, disassembling into raw materials, Cheng Qi was intrigued by what this superfluous item could possibly yield. Marl's electronic assistant, too. Cheng Qi gazed at the initial product, which remained a dark, opaque chip. He had heard of the scientist Marls, who had passed away long ago, yet he was astonished to learn that Marls had improved such a trivial product. The original intention was still to optimize a series of electronic control products, now integrating radio electromagnetic field access, discarding the obsolete physical connection method. However, the shortcomings remained glaring, with an exceedingly low adaptation rate. Cheng Qi tilted his head as STC emitted a blue scanning beam. Continue the synthesis. Dark Blue Marl's version superconducting electronic assistant. Cheng Qi was momentarily taken aback by the name of the new equipment. Who is Dark Blue Marls? A descendant of Dr. Marls. He is Marls from the Dark Blue star system. The universe is vast. 1,000,000 light-years away, there exists a twin solar system, a twin Earth, a twin Marls, with analogous geographical conditions giving rise to similar causal events. You may conceptualize these as parallel universes within the same dimension. Is there such a setting? Cheng Qi exclaimed in surprise. So, the technology that Marls did not realize has been achieved by the parallel Marls? He turned to examine the introduction of the brand new electronic assistant. On the distant twin Earth, breakthroughs in electronic assistant technology have been made, with the incorporation of superconducting metals and the advent of quaternary algorithms, transforming this device from a mere trinket. Its external form can undergo behavioral changes, adhering to other electronic devices and facilitating unobstructed signal interaction through superconducting metals. The quaternary algorithm can also fully engage with the target system. Note, this technology originates from a level 1.9 civilization. Goodness gracious. Cheng Qi held the pitch-black chip with a sense of awe. This diminutive STC was remarkably powerful. Technology that was unattainable in this universe seemed to have been sourced from a parallel one. Cheng Qi couldn't help but ponder. Does the STC truly have no limits? At that moment, a gust of wind laden with metallic dust swept in, forcing Cheng Qi to squint. The atmospheric pressure bestowed an oppressive and somber ambience, making it difficult to breathe. This was the harbinger of a dust storm, as if the very earth were groaning. A sense of foreboding loomed. Cheng Qi glanced at the data feedback from the Earth Dragon King and was taken aback. What is happening? Why has the drilling time increased to 7 hours? Upon scrutinizing the data, Cheng Qi discovered that at a depth of 36 meters, the Earth Dragon King encountered a substantial layer of metallic debris, and due to years of compression, the metal density here was exceedingly high. Preliminary scans indicated that the thickness of this refuse was a staggering 170 meters, significantly prolonging the drilling time. 7 hours? Isn't that disastrous? Suddenly, Cheng Qi's gaze fell upon the muon catalytic prototype at his waist. His eyes flickered as an idea sparked in his mind, and he promptly retrieved the Deep Blue Mal's version superconducting electronic assistant. With a mindset of experimentation, Cheng Qi carefully aligned the two devices. The black, plastic-like chip began to subtly bend at the moment of contact, ultimately fitting seamlessly onto the chassis of the muon prototype, as if a layer of black leather had been added to the hilt of a sword. A petite red interface projected into existence. Muon fission reaction device. Remaining energy 70. Performance optimization in progress. A new usage scheme can be established. Original scheme. Instantaneous release of muon fission energy, causing linear incineration within a radius of approximately 7 kilometers, resulting in enormous destructive power. Optimized scheme. Control the release of muon energy, projecting a delicate beam of energy and accumulating energy at the tip of the beam, generating ultra-high temperatures upon penetrating a specific location, resulting in a spherical incineration with a diameter of 5,000 square meters. This, Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. A novel usage scenario began to form in his mind. If this aligns with my expectations, then this optimized muon catalytic machine is precisely what I need for excavating the bunker. Earth Dragon King return. Cheng Qi abruptly turned, the dust storm imminent, and he had no choice but to proceed. 5 minutes later, Cheng Qi stood at the entrance of the drilling hole left by the Earth Dragon King, clutching the optimized muon reactor. The entrance sloped downward, seemingly bottomless. Cheng Qi swallowed hard and adjusted the power of the muon catalytic reactor to 30. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed it to 50. He selected the second energy release scheme via the superconducting electronic assistant. With his arms extended, the extreme warrior armor activated its support limbs. Once fully prepared, Cheng Qi triggered the muon catalytic prototype buzz. A barely perceptible vibration coursed through the air, and silently, the muon catalytic prototype released a hair-thin blue beam of light, which caused no ripples and simply vanished into the dark drilling hole. Like a fleeting glimmer of light, it disappeared in an instant, and the world fell silent. Cheng Qi tilted his head. Boom, boom. In the next moment, a colossal plume of white steam erupted from the drilling hole, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat. In an instant, the extreme warrior armor's emergency protocols activated, propelling Cheng Qi's body to the side, while the memory metal mask flipped out to shield his face. The searing airflow brushed against Cheng Qi's cheek as it shot skyward. The mask of the extreme warrior armor emitted sizzling sounds, releasing faint wisps of white smoke. Cheng Qi remained unharmed, slightly moving his neck before stepping forward to peer into the vast opening. At this moment, the sidewalls of the entrance had formed a perfect circle, smoothed by the beam's incineration. As for the interior, it remained a sloping passageway, dark and profound, seemingly without an end. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Had the results I anticipated truly come to fruition? Chapter 28. The perfect space within the cavern, waves of heat emanated with intensity. Cheng Qi found himself oblivious to the extraordinary effects wrought by the ultra-high temperature combustion generated by the Miaozi technology. After a prolonged wait of 20 minutes, Hanzai volunteered, armed with an abundance of expired coolant, to venture inside. Celestial board. Oh my gosh. Hanzai's exclamation echoed from within the cave. Cheng Qi, you must cultivate your patience. Just wait a moment longer, and you shall behold a delightful surprise. Like a spinning top, Hanzai appeared to have completed the internal cooling process. He then returned, bearing 2 massive starship steel plates, each boasting a thickness of 50 centimeters, resembling a formidable metal wall. After a flurry of cutting and welding, Hanzai fashioned a grand sliding door at the cave's entrance. Subsequently, he scavenged a plethora of disguised refuse, welding it onto the door to create the illusion of a garbage heap. Upon the door's closure, the entrance to the cave seamlessly vanished into the surrounding environment. This endeavor consumed nearly 40 minutes. Observing Hanzai's industriousness, Cheng Qi sensed that the internal outcome would likely be commendable. Yet, to appease Hanzai's desire to craft a small surprise, Cheng Qi tempered his anticipation. Tada! Cheng Qi, the high temperature within has dissipated significantly. Hanzai extended his mechanical arm. We can now unveil the blind box. Rising to his feet, Cheng Qi rubbed his palms together in eager anticipation. With a thunderous roar, the small mound of refuse before him split in twain, revealing a sloped entrance that descended into darkness. Upon stepping inside, Cheng Qi's immediate sensation was one of unexpected smoothness beneath his feet. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward. Had Hanzai leaked oil again? Vroom. The jet-powered shoes activated, swiftly halting Cheng Qi's uncontrolled descent, and with a subtle adjustment, they steadied his footing, allowing him to walk normally. As he ventured deeper, Cheng Qi brushed his hand against the wall, its surface smooth and refined, akin to glass. Hanzai illuminated the path with a shoulder-mounted light, rendering the tunnel ahead crystal clear. What is this? Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. The shallow surface was laden with copious amounts of sand and metallic refuse. The primary component of the sand was silicon dioxide, which, subjected to the high-temperature combustion of the Miaozi beam, had its crystalline structure obliterated. In its liquefied state, the connectivity of silicon-oxygen tetrahedra transformed, resulting in a relatively disordered, long-range irregular structure characteristic of glassy states. Following the recent cooling, the tunnel before him had metamorphosed into a resplendent glass corridor. Within this glass, encased were numerous technological relics, each with its own unique melting point. Cheng Qi could not help but sigh. This tunnel resembled a form of technological amber. The glass served as the resin, while the technological refuse was akin to insects preserved within, eternally unyielding. Through Hanzai's illuminating device, the tunnel reflected a myriad of dazzling lights. These discarded technological remnants, though no longer usable, finally radiated an everlasting brilliance at this moment. As he continued onward, Cheng Qi's gaze swept across the technological refuse embedded within the walls, a sense of reverence blossoming within him. NVIDIA RTX 4070 graphics card, Mate 70 smartphone, interstellar positioning compass. And what is this? Some items had charred and deformed, barely recognizable. Once, these were coveted advancements sought after by the world, now reduced to antiquities, rendered worthless refuse. Cheng Qi pressed on through the tunnel, silently calculating that he had likely descended to a depth of around 100 meters. Suddenly, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista. Before him lay a colossal spherical space, approximately 2,000 meters in diameter. This depth coincided with the metallic sediment layer encountered earlier by the Earth Dragon. Here, the refuse had been vaporized in an instant by the explosive energy of the Miaozi, forming a smooth inner wall. Cheng Qi gazed upward at the circular dome overhead. This is breathtaking. At this depth, sediment was sparse, yet a profusion of metals had been melted and subsequently cooled. Waves of rippling patterns adorned the dome, with varying alloys creating a spectrum of hues. Interspersed among them were minute crystals formed from unidentified substances, twinkling like stars against the dark silver, intricately patterned heavens above. Cheng Qi spun in awe. This spherical space was as magnificent as the vast cosmos. This sensation. It feels as though I am enveloped in a personal universe. Lost in the splendor for a time, Cheng Qi eventually regained his senses. Why is the oxygen so plentiful here, and the temperature so perfectly balanced? In that instant, he caught sight of the Earth Dragon King's subterranean expansion dock in the distance. It had already entered this space, situated at the center of the spherical chamber. Moreover, it had initiated full-scale expansion, transforming from its previous heavy truck form into a substantial metallic structure of approximately 120 square meters. The Earth Dragon King had also deployed numerous environmental control devices, continuously generating oxygen and regulating internal temperatures. Cheng Qi nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it is an indispensable tool for subterranean survival. At that moment, a suspended light fixture gradually ascended from the apex of the Earth Dragon King, reminiscent of an ancient lantern. It emanated a pure white glow, causing the halo on the ground to expand incrementally. Cheng Qi's eyes reflected the silhouette of the light, resembling the first star of this small universe, the inaugural source of illumination gracing the earth. This place is utterly perfect. Cheng Qi's eyes shimmered with excitement as he clenched his fist. Woohoo! Without the aid of her turbo-powered shoes, Xiaoqiong boldly transformed the tunnel into a grand slide, gliding down from the entrance with exuberance. The slide was lengthy, and the momentum was considerable. Upon entering the spherical space, she glided like a curling stone, eventually coming to a gentle halt at Cheng Qi's feet, her eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Cheng Qi turned to Xiaoqiong. Your father met his end beneath the refuse. I was initially concerned that you might feel aversion to this underground sanctuary. You adults worry too much. If one possesses clarity of thought, one understands that these are two entirely different matters. Xiaoqiong rose, feigning maturity, but in the next moment, she was astonished by the breathtaking spectacle above, her little mouth agape, and her small hands clasped in surprise. Cheng Qi chuckled. In less than 2 hours, the dust storm will arrive. Our next step is to commence the relocation. This will be an intricate endeavor. Xiaoqiong raised a finger. Cheng Qi, could you carry me up? I need to oversee you, ensuring no details are overlooked. Adults tend to have convoluted thoughts. Do not assume I merely wish to slide again. Speaking of that grand slide, I believe it requires some refinement. My rear end is rather sore. On the ground, the distant sky had turned ominously dark, deeper than any previous night. Cheng Qi surveyed his scattered belongings. Whether it be moving or future transportation, it would be prudent to have a convenient means of conveyance. His gaze fell upon the gifts from the merchant Imo. For biocomposite transport boxes, though Imo might not entirely endorse the term gift, detected similar technological creations. Would you like to synthesize? Cheng Qi nodded. These boxes were too small. If synthesized twice, their performance would undoubtedly enhance significantly. Perhaps the upgraded boxes could assist him in managing the relocation. Disassembling into raw materials, synthesis successful, biocomposite material transport containers. 2e. Internal capacity of 33 cubic meters, equipped with a biocomposite engine, capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance of 450 kilometers, features a microbial suppression system and molecular activity reduction system, capable of extending the freshness period of perishable goods by 150 to 230 times. Cheng Qi nodded. This leans towards food transportation, but it is still insufficient. Continue synthesizing. K443 Integrated Transport Platform. Appearance can undergo mechanical transformation, volume is adjustable, internal capacity of 10 to 210 cubic meters, equipped with a biocomposite engine, capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance of 2,050 kilometers, extends the freshness period of perishables by 230 to 500 times, includes mechanical lifting arms and handling arms, features a visual reflection system for optical camouflage, nicknamed Iron Mama, capable of altering volume, automatic loading and unloading, and even possesses invisibility features. Cheng Qi felt a surge of unexpected joy. This is nothing short of a transport marvel. But what does the nickname Iron Mama imply? After completing the command settings, the enormous black containers hatch open slowly, and a precise mechanical arm extended outward. Subsequently, the biocomposite engine activated, gliding silently like a phantom toward the shelter. The mechanical arms, deft and gentle, began to organize Cheng Qi's belongings. Though these possessions were mere scraps and refuse, the mechanical arms treated each item as if it were a priceless antique. Before long, the belongings were arranged in meticulous order. One by one, they were placed into the container, which revealed partitions and securing locks, ensuring that each item was arranged neatly and securely. With a low hum, the multi-ton quantum repair cluster was lifted by the robotic arm and precisely positioned into the designated space within the cargo hold, fitting together like a jigsaw puzzle, with edge distances from other items barely exceeding 1 centimeter, creating a seamless fit. The transport platform, utilizing intricate algorithms, had truly maximized spatial efficiency. Cheng Qi felt a thrill of realization. He finally understood the significance of that nickname. A child with a mother is a treasure. Even those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies would commend it. Chapter 29. The secure synthesis. The Iron Mother was laden with cargo, silently hovering at the entrance of the shelter before its mechanical arms retracted, allowing it to seamlessly enter the cavern. Almost immediately, its surface shimmered with ripples, rendering it invisible. Subsequently, it descended into the underground sanctuary and began to unload the cargo item by item. Cheng Qi could hardly contain his admiration, standing in place and weakly applauding. What he had initially thought would be a tedious moving process turned out to be a restful affair for him. 30 minutes later, Cheng Qi sat within the underground refuge, surrounded by a plethora of items. The Iron Mother had successfully transported everything, neatly arranged upon the ground, with impeccable alignment and organization, even categorizing similar items. Cheng Qi stroked his chin in disbelief. I actually possess 12 pairs of underwear, 43 pairs of socks, and Hanzai has concealed 9 issues of Flamboyant Robots magazines? One could argue that underwear is indeed a technological creation, at least in the realm of textile technology. Is it possible to synthesize it? With STC activated, he compelled the system to scan the underwear. Technology level 2 low. Unable to synthesize. Improper item. All right, what I presumed was not as I anticipated. It must undergo STC's scrutiny. Cheng Qi gradually leaned back against the chair. Having gone through so much, all items were now within the refuge, including similar technological refuse brought by the monkeys, which had been meticulously categorized. Xiao Qiong had also sneaked in, currently engrossed in the exploration of the expansion room of the Earth Dragon King. Hanzai was busy devising a new plan. This underground sanctuary had numerous aspects yet to be refined, such as staircases, water supply, and drainage systems. The grand entrance of the refuge had already closed. Previously, Hanzai had reinforced the door from the inside, installing several robust alloys. The door lay flat beneath, presenting minimal wind resistance, more than capable of withstanding a gray storm. The time is nearly upon us. Cheng Qi squinted. The gray storm should have arrived. On the surface, the moon in the sky seemed to have hidden away early. A terrifying atmospheric pressure descended, causing all refuse to tremble. In the distance, an ominous black wall appeared, stretching across the earth and sky, exuding a formidable sense of oppression, advancing towards Sector B-43 at an astonishing speed. All beasts lay dormant, and humanity had vanished without a trace. Thunderous roars. The gray storm was interspersed with fierce lightning. Each flash ignited metal dust and flammable gases in the air, resembling divine retribution, igniting a crimson chain of fire. Millions of tons of refuse were swept into the sky, rapidly swirling, colliding, twisting, and distorting, with sparks flying in every direction. Not far away, the wreckage of a several hundred-ton interstellar excavator was caught up in the tempest, revealing a cavern beneath the surface. A few scavengers hiding within were instantly struck with terror. Before they could react, their bodies were whisked into the sky, subsequently struck by lightning, engulfed in green flames, and in an instant, reduced to ash. Inside the underground refuge, all was serene and tranquil. Xiao Qiong was sweetly slumbering in Hanzai's embrace. Cheng Qi remained seated before the expansion room. A floating lamp illuminated the beautiful dome and surrounding walls. In front of him, a small stove simmered a pot of hot tea. According to Cheng Qi's deductions, the gray storm was raging directly above him. Yet within this subterranean space, 100 meters below ground, there appeared to be no abnormalities, save for a faint, imperceptible tremor that could only be sensed with careful attention. It was the earth's quaking, unavoidable. Cheng Qi's feet. A small green blade of grass gently swayed. It was the same blade that had been near the makeshift shelter. Before entering the refuge, Cheng Qi had carefully excavated it along with a small portion of soil. Now, placed beside him, its vitality remained robust. Even if the world is shrouded in darkness, one must provide an explanation for the stubborn. Cheng Qi lifted the hot tea, gazing at the neatly arranged 17 black market gene potions on the ground before him. Unbeknownst to him, this young man, who had struggled at the bottom of a garbage-laden earth for 18 years, radiated an extraordinary aura, with his eyes sparkling with a fierce light. After sipping this tea, I shall embark on my journey of resurgence, breaking free from the disdain of the geneticists. Ugh, why does this tea taste so strange? Hanzai, there is something wrong with this water. It's spoiled, Cheng Qi remarked, running his tongue over his palate, placing the teacup back on the table. We need to hasten the renovation of the filtration system. What's the matter? Hanzai leaned in. Oh. Just now, Xiao Qiong panicked because she couldn't bear to soil the floor here, so she urinated into your teapot. Cheng Qi was left in utter disbelief. Is there not a restroom in the room? Hanzai replied, Oh, Xiao Qiong said she isn't used to the toilet. Stay calm, as Grandpa said. People from the old era had a peculiar fondness for drinking urine. The success rate of gene optimization is a mere 0.0035. Imo spoke. After consuming this substance, the survival rate plummets to a mere 0.0035. The data indeed corroborates this. In other words, failure equates to death. Yet, the staggering low probability of success is utterly appalling. It is hard to fathom that this concoction commands a price of 300,000 credit points. This clearly illustrates humanity's almost fanatic desire for high-grade genetics. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. Initiate synthesis. Dispersing into primal matter. Premium black market genetic elixir. 8. The white radiance gradually faded, and on the ground, the original 16 test tubes transformed into 8. While their exterior remained unchanged, the liquid within the test tubes had morphed into a pale silver hue, flowing with a certain viscosity, reminiscent of a type of silvery paint. The upgraded CRISPR-Cas9 technology significantly diminishes destructive impacts while optimizing and repairing human genes, achieving a gene optimization success rate of 11.23. Cheng Qi tightly clenched his fist, realizing that the direction of the upgrade indeed aligned with his expectations. The success rate of gene optimization has increased over 3,000-fold. Of course, such a multitude is merely a reflection of the original base being exceedingly small. The current success rate stands at a mere 11. Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Continue the synthesis. Disperse into original substances. Synthesis successful. Premium black market gene elixir. 4. Chapter 30. Sisterly bonds in the bunker of the Scavengers Association. A towering throne constructed from discarded metal loomed above, where a stooped, aged figure Saturday before him. A dozen figures stood in respectful silence. A fierce dust storm raged outside, causing the entire bunker to tremble violently, with the ceiling creaking ominously. The sole tungsten light flickered precariously, casting the shadows of those present as if they were pendulums in motion. Do not worry. This bunker has withstood numerous dust storms for us, the elder reassured. Though it appears on the brink of collapse, it has always managed to avert disaster. At present, however, there is a matter of greater gravity. The elder slowly turned, retrieving a delicate metallic box, and faced the assembly as he gently opened it to reveal a vial containing a black serum. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as the onlookers widened their eyes, their breaths quickening, yet none dared to utter a sound. This is a premium black market gene serum. The elder's voice trembled with age. Our alliance has amassed wealth over a decade and exhausted every avenue to procure this vial. A sharp sound echoed, the click of high heels against the floor. Among the crowd, a woman in a red dress, named Hona, gazed at the black serum with fervor, biting her lip as she involuntarily stepped forward, breaking the silence. My daughter Hona, what are you wearing? The elder's voice was authoritative, tinged with concern. Such attire cannot withstand radiation, nor can it filter toxic gases. Hona lowered her gaze, retreating into the crowd, striving to conceal her form. I am growing old, the elder continued. Someone must succeed me as the president of the Scavengers Association. My eldest daughter. He paused, coughing weakly. Hong Yin, this serum is meant for you. A graceful figure draped in a gray cloak emerged from the assembly, stepping into the center of the space. She extended her pristine arm and dramatically shed her cloak. Before them stood a statuesque woman clad in form-fitting leather shorts, revealing her alabaster legs, her physique both firm and alluring. Her upper body was adorned with a snug black leather jacket, exposing her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh, with defined abdominal muscles visible on her flat stomach. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her visage bore a resemblance to Hona's, though her features and proportions were strikingly superior. Most captivating were her elongated eyes, which shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, rendering her presence both enigmatic and regal. Her attire, like Hona's, offered no protection against radiation, yet the elder's gaze brimmed with approval and pride, devoid of reproach. The core members of the Scavengers Association understood well that the president had two daughters, the elder, Hong Yin, and the younger, Hona, both formidable E-class gene users. However, the president never concealed his favoritism towards Hong Yin. President, Miss Hong Yin is already an E-class gene user, one voice interjected. Why not distribute such a precious serum among the other high-ranking members? This would enhance our collective strength. The elder's voice dropped to a somber tone. I have received word that within the next 48 hours, a task force from the Galactic Alliance will arrive on Earth. They are to undertake a secret mission. And in their eyes, no number of E-class gene users holds the same status as a single D-class gene user. Earth has languished in neglect for too long. The environment has deteriorated, and resources have become scarce. This is a rare opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage this task force to relay information to the Solar System Alliance and request assistance. To achieve this, we require at least one representative who can command their attention. At this moment, Hona bit her lip. Father, I am also an E-class gene user. The elder merely cast a fleeting glance at Hona. I know well that even with an upgraded gene, you lack the necessary negotiation skills. Hona's teeth clenched, her brow furrowed as she gradually lowered her head, falling silent. Hong Yin, the elder turned his attention back to the leather-clad woman. This premium serum has a success rate of 23. That is already an astonishing probability, and even in the event of failure, its side effects will not be fatal. Rest assured, I have prepared a medical team. Even in failure, you will receive immediate treatment. I will not lose you. nor will the Scavengers Association. The elder inhaled deeply. Are you prepared? In 1 hour, you will commence your second gene evolution. After a pause, he raised his head and solemnly declared, the future of the Scavengers Association and the fate of the hundreds of thousands of scavengers on this planet rest upon you. As the meeting concluded and a brief respite ensued, Hong Yin leaned against the heavy alloy door of the bunker, arms crossed, one foot propped against the iron barrier. She tilted her head slightly, her luminous blue eyes radiating warmth as they fell upon her sister. Hona mirrored her posture against the door, yet her head hung low, her expression one of distress, her hands clasped tightly, nervously fiddling with her fingers. Hona, Hong Yin raised her eyes, surveying the bunker's interior, her voice as clear as it was aloof. Father's regard for me is a double-edged sword, much like our current position. Before us lies a safe bunker, yet behind us rages the terrifying dust storm. Hona frowned. I can face those storms too. No, you cannot. Hong Yin inhaled deeply, her tone softening. I will not allow my sister to confront any peril. Hona paused at her sister's words. Hong Yin continued, the Galactic Alliance has never viewed scavengers as human. In their eyes, we are akin to the cockroaches of a landfill. Even E-class gene users like us are merely slightly larger rodents. No one knows what might transpire when faced with them. As she spoke, Hong Yin offered a faint smile, reaching out to smooth her sister's hair. Sister promises you, if the negotiations succeed, and should we acquire additional gene serums among the resources, I will be the first to advocate for you. Regardless of who it may be, even I, Hong Yin, will place myself behind Hona. Upon hearing this, Hona's eyes glistened with tears. She turned to embrace her sister, her voice trembling. Sister, I will always believe in you. You need not carry such a burden. Hona has her own ways. Hong Yin patted her back, smiling. I know. I have always known that Hona is a resolute child. Miss Hong Yin. A staff member called from a distance. The serum is ready. We can begin. Hong Yin slowly turned, exhaling heavily in her beautiful yet resolute eyes. A hint of gravity emerged. She took a step forward, but Hona clutched her hand from behind, her expression heavy with concern. Previously, their father had not explicitly stated the potential consequences of the black market serum's failure. Yet, all within the bunker understood that the likely outcome could result in genetic defects, creating flawed individuals, or worse, incapacitation. A mere 23 success rate meant that Hong Yin faced only a 1 in 5 chance of success. Do not worry, Hona, Hong Yin offered a reassuring smile. Then, lifting her chin, the tungsten light illuminated her stunning yet determined face. I will succeed. Chapter 31. The Blind Box, Premium Black Market Genetic Serum. 4. Cheng Qi shook his head. The success rate is merely 23, and failure could result in disability. It is indeed somewhat subpar. Let's continue the synthesis. Disassembling into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Valent Genetic Serum. 2. Cheng Qi was taken aback. The formation has collapsed. Shouldn't it be something like Super Black Market Genetic Serum? Valent Genetic Serum. The black market pharmacist Valente, a legendary genius in the realm of alchemy, has developed an innovative gene sequencing technique based on CRISPR-Cas9. He has adeptly applied this technology to the creation of gene-modifying potions, achieving a remarkable catalytic success rate of 98, with negligible side effects. This astonishing data has eclipsed the findings of the Galactic Scientific Association. However, these potions have become rare artifacts. After producing 13 exclusive elixirs, Valente mysteriously vanished. Rumors abound that he may have been recruited by the Galactic Scientific Association, or perhaps abducted by certain nefarious forces. An astonishing success rate of 98. Cheng Qi's heart raced. That is an incredibly daunting probability. The evolution of genetic levels has always been a rare occurrence, yet in Valente's hands, it seemed to be deftly mastered. 2 pale azure potions lay before Cheng Qi. After 3 syntheses, the enhancement effects of the potions were nothing short of explosive. There remained one final synthesis opportunity. Any hesitation would be a profound disrespect to STC. Cheng Qi exhaled deeply. Proceed with the synthesis. Dispersing into primal substances, synthesis successful. Valente's dream elixir. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Valente's dream? This elixir is a concept existing within the notes of the genius apothecary Valente. It represents the pinnacle of his imaginative prowess, Yet he was unable to bring this vision to fruition before his disappearance. The core of this technology enables the replication of specific genetic fragments, employing PCR, polymerase chain reaction, technology to amplify particular genes, thereby allowing for the continuous replication, stacking, and overshadowing of inferior genes within the human genome. Cheng Qi nodded solemnly. SCT truly encompasses all realms. Even the concepts within his notes have been transformed into reality. Valente's dream elixir, the success rate of genetic evolution, stands at an impressive 99.9. This is attributed to the technology's ability to replicate and amplify existing high-quality segments. Consequently, the final outcomes of genetic optimization vary according to individual physiques, potentially resulting in significant enhancements or, conversely, no noticeable changes. After a brief period of contemplation, Cheng Qi grasped the essence of the genetic serum's function. In simpler terms, it boils down to the notion that differing innate talents yield disparate effects. If his genetic fragments were entirely subpar, consuming this serum would yield no benefits. This sensation was akin to a worthless individual suddenly donning exquisite attire, ultimately transforming into merely a dressed-up worthless being. However, should there exist even a modicum of superior genes within his genetic makeup, this serum would replicate those advantageous genes and replace the inferior ones, thus perpetuating a process of amplifying strengths. Should his superior genes be sufficiently abundant, a drastic enhancement might occur, even presenting the possibility of transcending evolutionary thresholds. In summary, the final concoction derived from these 16 substandard serums resembles a mystery box. How intriguing! Cheng Qi instinctively rubbed his hands together. With no alternative options at his disposal, he resolved to consume the Valiant Fantasy Serum. Just how much potential do I possess? Only time will tell. Cheng Qi lifted the test tube containing a pure azure liquid, devoid of impurities and not viscous, appearing quite palatable. With a pop, he removed the stopper and tilted his head back, consuming the entire vial of Valiant Fantasy Serum in one swift motion. In the next moment, Cheng Qi sat upright on a dilapidated bench, his back straight, hands resting on his knees, gazing straight ahead. After drinking the serum, he felt a searing heat in his throat, reminiscent of consuming a shot of strong liquor. Yet, beyond that, he felt little else. Tilting his head, he closed his eyes to focus, but still, there was no discernible sensation. Could it be? Am I truly just a dressed-up, worthless being? Cheng Qi was momentarily engulfed in despair. There is perhaps no greater fear than the abrupt realization of one's own utter worthlessness. Cheng Qi's perspective was limited. Indeed, there exists a fate even more dreadful than the discovery of one's own inadequacy. With a sudden burst, he spewed blood towards the heavens, his eyes rolling back in his head, collapsing to the ground. He had become an absolute waste. Time flowed gently, and the world seemed to shift, yet remain unchanged. In this darkened realm, a narrow white fissure unexpectedly appeared. It opened and closed intermittently until, supported by an overwhelming force of will, it fully expanded. Cheng Qi beheld a magnificent, colorful spherical ceiling, his mind a blank slate. I must have just fainted. Surely, Hanzai saved me. I am now safely lying here. Hanzai is indeed a trustworthy companion. Cheng Qi sensed a weakness in his body and struggled to rise, only to discover he was covered by a white cloth, lying atop a pile of firewood and an old diesel barrel. Nearby, Hanzai and Xiaoqiong, clad in makeshift mourning garments crafted from white plastic, were crouched weeping. Cheng Qi, alas, you are truly gone. You brewed some potions and drank yourself to death. Truly, how absurd. Chapter 32. Ascending beyond limits, Cheng Qi, I knew you would undoubtedly survive this calamity. I was merely jesting. But do not hold it against us. You were unconscious for a full 48 hours. Hanzai chuckled, scratching his metallic head with his metallic fingers. Is that your justification for incinerating me? Cheng Qi sighed in resignation. But to think I actually slept for 48 hours. Does that mean the sandstorm is nearing its end? Xiaoqiong seemed to have witnessed something extraordinary, covering her mouth as she gazed at Cheng Qi's face. Your eyes have changed. Hanzai, quick-witted as ever, swiftly found a smooth piece of metal to serve as a mirror and held it up to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi looked into the reflection and his eyes widened in astonishment. An inner joy erupted within him like a torrential flood. Within his pupils, two faint blue halos shone, crystalline and profound. In today's society, this signified status, respect, and everything. I have transformed from a mere natural human to an E-level geneticist. Cheng Qi's eyes widened even further as he pinched his thigh, fearing this might be a dream that would dissipate in the next moment. According to Cheng Qi's understanding, an E-level geneticist is defined as possessing superior overall genetics without any defects. They excel in intelligence, physical prowess, and character, capable of adapting to various environments and challenges, achieving remarkable accomplishments through their own efforts. In essence, E-level geneticists are not superhumans. Rather, they are the C-armée de la C-armée of humanity, S.O. What does this mean for my physical capabilities? Cheng Qi pondered, instinctively blinking. That blink proved momentous, as vivid flashes of imagery surged through his mind. It was a DNA double helix, quietly rotating in the void, emanating a resplendent and mysterious glow. Simultaneously, certain parts of this DNA were continuously breaking apart and reassembling. This scene resembled the memories from his comatose state, now gradually resurfacing. When Cheng Qi shook his head and opened his eyes again, he found himself utterly frozen. His gaze was fixated in disbelief, as he beheld something utterly inconceivable. In the mirror, within his pupils, a third faint halo had appeared. 3 halos. Cheng Qi stared at his reflection, his mind reeling. I have advanced to a D-level geneticist. The so-called D-level geneticists exhibit exceptional talents in specific domains, such as profound understanding in certain academic fields or remarkable advantages in sports, music, and the arts. Typically, D-level geneticists are referred to as elite geneticists, occupying positions of prominence in human civilization, corporate magnates, musicians, scientists, or influential political figures. They find it easier to achieve success, gain power, and attain status, which explains the profound respect afforded to high-level geneticists. Does being a D-level geneticist grant me the kind of speed I just exhibited? Cheng Qi wondered, momentarily puzzled. At that instant, a slight dizziness enveloped his head, and once more, lightning-like images flashed through his mind. The magnificent DNA double helix sparkled, spinning increasingly faster, with more segments reassembling. Cheng Qi felt a suffocating sensation, as if deprived of oxygen. His vision even began to blur. This feeling persisted for nearly a minute before his sight gradually sharpened, and the world around him came into focus. In that moment, as if struck by lightning, Cheng Qi became once again motionless. He discovered in the mirror that within his pupils, a fourth faint halo was emerging. That halo, once ethereal, began to solidify, slowly radiating a ghostly blue light. I have advanced 3 levels? Cheng Qi was momentarily speechless. I have become a C-level geneticist. C-level, C-level. C-level genetics, often referred to as exceptional genetics, are characterized by individuals possessing remarkable talents across multiple domains, who, with effort and opportunity, may ascend to the pinnacle of power and status. Moreover, C-level genetics mark a watershed moment, as from this level onward, the physical qualities of the genetic subject begin to undergo a transformation by surpassing the limitations of DNA, gaining enhanced strength, speed, endurance, and agility. No wonder I could perform such actions. It must be due to the properties of C-level genetics. Cheng Qi marveled. If that's the case, my future. He suddenly began to stutter, as he realized that an overwhelming quantity of thick black liquid was surging from every pore of his body, including his mouth, which was already frothing. Purging the essence and refining the marrow, is it? Eliminating impurities, then? What a cliché plot. Author, you. Any optimization of a system typically follows a similar procedure. Expelling impurities. This seems to be an immutable truth. Renewal necessitates cleansing. Moreover, for the past several years, Cheng Qi had scarcely consumed anything resembling decent food. Expired products and inferior energy bars were rife with impurities and toxins, and now his body was finally undergoing a thorough cleansing. With the aid of the Dragon King's expanded bathing system, Cheng Qi luxuriantly enjoyed a thorough wash. The moment he stepped out of the shower, he felt as if he had emerged from a fog, light as a feather, invigorated, and mentally clear. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed that his skin had become remarkably fair and delicate. The contours of his features were now more defined, and his eyes, enhanced by the 3 blue halos, appeared deep and enigmatic, exuding an indescribable nobility. Although Cheng Qi had yet to undergo systematic training and had not fully harnessed the benefits conferred by his sea-level genetics, subtle hints of muscular definition began to emerge, a nascent sculptural form. His pectoral and abdominal muscles slightly bulged, exuding both beauty and strength. I finally comprehend how utterly worthless I once was. And now I understand why so many ordinary individuals, despite their utmost efforts, remain shackled by the label of mediocrity. In the bygone era, inherent genetic disparities existed among individuals. And now, the advent of genetic science has further highlighted this divide. The chasm created by genetics is an insurmountable gulf. Cheng Qi felt his thoughts crystallize, brimming with vitality, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This sensation is exhilarating. Chapter 33. The Advantage of Speed, Cheng Qi. Prepare for the delivery. According to the conversion of high-entropy alloy. This time, I've procured 82 failed black market gene serums for you. The communicator, specifically designed for contacting the merchant MO, crackled to life, transmitting Mo's voice. Cheng Qi, within the expansion dock, felt a sudden spark of excitement. O was sending the second batch of serums at this moment. Wasn't this akin to feasting on dynamite? 82. Once again, MO was astonishingly generous. Once synthesized, to what extraordinary heights would I, Cheng Qi, ascend? Cheng Qi, are you dead? Mo's voice remained as cold and rational as ever. If you do not respond within 10 seconds, I shall assume you have perished, and I will profit handsomely from this transaction. Cheng Qi found himself at a loss for words. Mo likely believed he could simply peddle those black market gene serums like cattle. Even in death, I would rise as a ghost to reclaim my serums. Glad to hear you're alive. Mo's tone remained calm. My 20 biotechnology containers have already entered the Earth's atmosphere. I have just realized that there seems to be a massive storm brewing on Earth. You should hasten to receive the delivery. My previous 4 transport containers and specialized scales seem to have been lost in the storm, resulting in substantial losses. Oh! Cheng Qi's eyes flickered. Indeed, this gray storm is quite formidable. Heed my advice and prepare for the worst. After this, Cheng Qi terminated the communication. Having consumed the serum, he had slumbered for 48 hours. Thus, the situation on the surface must now be at the tail end of the gray storm. Though not as terrifying as during its peak, the probability of the biological containers being lost was still significant, and time was of the essence. Losing so many serums and containers was something Cheng Qi could not bear. Xiao Qiong drifted by, her voice ethereal. Cheng Qi, could you possibly put on some clothes? It dawned on Cheng Qi that he had just emerged from the bathroom, still unclothed. Rest assured, I have encountered numerous clients in their natural state. I have grown accustomed to it. Xiao Qiong departed. You adults truly lack consideration. Even a simple reminder to dress is necessary. Hanzai also passed by, mimicking Xiao Qiong's pose with his hands behind his back. Do you know no shame? Cheng Qi took a few strides forward, positioning himself before the extreme warrior armor. The diamond-patterned surface of the armor shifted and enveloped Cheng Qi's form in an instant. The data panel of the extreme warrior armor suddenly activated. Detected enhancement in user's genetic sequence. The core performance of the armor has increased by 284, nearing its performance limit. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, within the perception of the strong, the entire world is but gentle. Once the extreme warrior armor was equipped, Cheng Qi donned his Jet-Turbine shoes. The airflow beneath his feet expanded, and Cheng Qi's body ascended, propelling him towards the exit of the underground shelter. Creak, creak. The electronic control system of the shelter's door functioned normally, slowly opening, albeit with a piercing noise. The gray storm, which had persisted for over 40 hours, had deformed the door, yet it remained unyielding. Hanzai's craftsmanship was indeed reliable. The wind outside had diminished considerably, yet it was still infused with a chilling current. The face shield of the extreme warrior armor flipped down, protecting Cheng Qi's visage. He stepped cautiously out of the shelter, sealing the door behind him. At this moment, the surface was engulfed in gray smoke and dust, with countless metallic particles swirling in the air, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Cheng Qi discerned, albeit faintly, that the surrounding mounds of refuse had undergone transformation. Various fragments and displacements indicated that the geography of garbage Earth shifted with each storm's departure. For scavengers, this presented a novel opportunity birthed from the aftermath of terrifying disasters. Many valuable refuse buried beneath the surface would be unearthed, once again basking in the light of day. Cheng Qi tilted his head towards the murky northern sky. With the naked eye, nothing was visible. Yet, the reconnaissance system of the extreme warrior armor swiftly locked onto 20 distant light points. They were hurtling towards the ground at remarkable speed, though the high altitude still bore remnants of fierce currents, causing the flight paths of these light points to wobble. Those were Mo's transport containers. Cheng Qi squinted, suddenly noticing that several of the containers had veered significantly off course. They were on the brink of colliding midair, likely to crash. Cheng Qi's expression shifted. He bent his legs slightly and exerted his full strength, sprinting towards the anticipated landing point of the containers. Boom! The refuse on the ground exploded backward as Cheng Qi propelled himself into the haze, his form appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Cheng Qi himself was taken aback, entirely oblivious to the fact that his speed had surged so drastically. Unprepared, his brain spun momentarily from the inertia. The extreme warrior armor emitted a notification. User's velocity is approaching the armor's limit, with potential for incalculable overflow. Cheng Qi was momentarily stunned. This meant that his speed had indeed surpassed the armor's threshold. He recalled the instant he had transitioned from the cremation platform to the ground within the shelter. Speed. After genetic evolution, had I gained a significant enhancement in velocity? Furthermore, could it be that the speed of the human Chapter 34 dual gene sequence in midair? Cheng Qi deftly caught 3 transport boxes with precision. He then descended to the ground, carefully placing the boxes down with great caution. Afterward, he leapt into the air once more, replicating the process to retrieve additional transport boxes. During his final jump, Cheng Qi caught sight of a bizarre scene on the distant ground. Amidst the turbulent air currents and thick, gray dust, something appeared to be crawling on the surface. It seemed to be half a person. To be precise, it was hardly even that. It possessed merely a head, a small portion of a shoulder, and one arm. The arm was incessantly flailing forward, scraping at the protruding debris on the ground, struggling to crawl with great difficulty and slowness. Judging by its form, it did not resemble a robot. Was that a human? Given the state of its body, how could it possibly still be alive? Cheng Qi squinted, yet a cloud of gray metallic dust swept by, and the quartered figure vanished suddenly, as if it had never existed. With a momentary hesitation, Cheng Qi resolved to gather all the transport boxes and return to the underground shelter. With so many precious items in hand, he could not afford to let curiosity dictate his actions. Within the underground shelter, the massive steel matriarch extended its intricate mechanical arms, systematically arranging 20 biological material boxes and opening them one by one. 82 failed black market gene serums were meticulously arranged in a straight line, with a spacing error of less than 0.1 millimeters, the precision truly astonishing. However, due to the curvature of the shelter's floor, one vial rolled slightly. The mechanical matriarch promptly corrected its position. Cheng Qi observed these serums. From their materials and appearances, there was not a single flaw to be found. Merchant Mo had once again proven his integrity. Cheng Qi then turned his gaze towards the black biotechnological transport boxes. The principle remained the same. Given the volume of my purchase, is it unreasonable to request a few packaging bags? That is certainly not unreasonable, Cheng Qi nodded to himself. With these boxes, the mechanical matriarch can also undergo another upgrade, though I sincerely hope her obsessive tendencies do not intensify. His gaze returned to the gene serums. As a C-grade gene user, Cheng Qi felt a slight tremor in his arm. He was acutely aware of the unparalleled and terrifying potential for growth he possessed. With a racing heart and trembling hands, even Wang Zil would be reduced to a mere dog in his presence. Cheng Qi swallowed hard. Commence synthesis. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Premium black market gene serum. 41. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, with the same raw materials, the corresponding synthesis routes are identical. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Superb black market gene serum. 20. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Valente gene serum. 10. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Valente fantasy serum. 5. Cheng Qi's actions momentarily halted. Previously, he had synthesized up to this point and, lacking further synthesis materials, had consumed the Valente fantasy serum. It was this very serum that had enabled him to evolve 3 times consecutively, attaining the status of a C-grade gene user. Cheng Qi's lips quivered slightly. What might he obtain if he continued the synthesis? Could it elevate him to the legendary S-grade gene? In past years, Cheng Qi had only heard fragmented tales from the antiquated and temperamental interstellar radio left by his grandfather. S-grade gene progeny were said to be everywhere. Regardless of which planet one traversed, various top-tier beauties would pounce like hungry tigers, transforming into humanoid vacuums. Oh no, rather, an array of enchanting women would eagerly offer their affections, hoping to unite with superior gene users to bear exceptional offspring. Of course, these were merely tales. Cheng Qi believed that true S-grade gene combinations did not adhere to such base desires. Even if progeny were indeed abundant, it would stem from a sense of altruism. As for the abilities of S-grade gene users, such tales were ultimately just that, tales, often glossing over the facts, as their focus lay on sensuality and allure. Thus, Cheng Qi remained oblivious to the true nature of the legendary S-grade gene user. At this moment, his anticipation surged explosively. Commence synthesis. Dispersing into original substances, synthesis successful, life sprout, gene sequence liberation serum. 2. Humans are carbon-based organisms. Regardless of how genes are enhanced, their framework is still fundamentally rooted in carbon-based biology. Carbon-based life forms are those whose existence hinges upon the carbon element. The construction of vital biological molecules such as proteins, carbohydrates, and other carbon compounds within humans relies on carbon's chemical properties. Even the respiratory and circulatory systems depend on carbon, including DNA, the crucial macromolecule that carries genetic information, which is also composed of carbon-based nucleotides. Due to Earth's environmental factors, the naturally occurring life forms can only be carbon-based. Humans are born of carbon and are thus constrained by it. Cheng Qi gazed intently at the STC virtual screen, perplexed by the emergence of such annotations. Nevertheless, he endeavored to digest the information. In simple terms, humanity's birth on Earth had predetermined its carbon-based structure. Breathing relies on carbon, food decomposition relies on carbon, and even heredity requires carbon. Without carbon, humanity as we know it would disintegrate at the molecular level, leaving no trace behind. This is the essence of carbon-based life. At this moment, Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened. A particular phrase at the bottom of the STC display captured his attention. Life sprout, gene sequence liberation serum, technology derived from a level 5 plant civilization, has a certain probability of fundamentally altering the carbon-based biological framework, allowing carbon-based life forms to evolve into an entirely new gene sequence. For instance, silicon-based life forms. Cheng Qi gasped in astonishment. Silicon-based life forms? This serum transcended humanity's understanding of gene enhancement, flipping the table entirely. Its ambition was to facilitate the evolution of humanity into silicon-based life forms, a sequence it directly bridged an entire sequence. Cheng Qi could hardly believe it. Could this truly be the case? But what exactly was this plant civilization? Was there more to the universe than mere technological civilizations, including other forms? A plant civilization. Could it be a society composed of tree-like beings? It was at this juncture that the STC annotations turned a page, revealing another line of text. Special annotation. The success rate of the gene sequence liberation agent is a mere 7. In the event of failure, the user's original genes will incur irreversible damage, resulting in a phenomenon of genetic dissolution and immediate demise. Conversely, should the liberation succeed, the user will metamorphose into an entirely new elemental substrate. However, due to surrounding environmental factors, the user may find it difficult to breathe freely or convert internal energy efficiently. For instance, if the user transforms into a silicon-based life form while situated on Earth, where silicon elements are scarce, their life cycle will suffer catastrophic consequences, leading to instantaneous death. The repetition of the phrase, instantaneous death, left Cheng Qi utterly bewildered. How perplexing. Is this not a lose-lose situation? What purpose does this agent serve? It would be far more prudent to shatter that glass vial and end it all without the need for your esteemed intervention. Though he may lament, Cheng Qi has not yet reached the final juncture. At this moment, he possesses 2 gene sequence liberation agents, allowing for one last synthesis. Dispersing into primordial matter, synthesis successful, tree of life, balanced sequence liberation agent 1. Building upon the foundation of the life bud, this agent's efficacy has been significantly enhanced while balancing its therapeutic effects and side effects. The success rate of gene liberation has risen to an impressive 67. Having discarded the adverse effects associated with gene dissolution, while simultaneously honing in on a specific direction for liberation, with the transformation target set as silicon-based life forms. Furthermore, upon successful liberation, the original genetic sequence of the user is preserved, allowing them to evolve into a dual-gene sequence organism, thereby embodying the advantages of both genetic types, with their disadvantages mutually compensating each other. Cheng Qi experienced a sensation akin to being struck by lightning, a dual-gene sequence. Moreover, it is of the kind that does not result in immediate demise. Chapter 35. Success or Failure: The Underground Fortress of the Scavenger Alliance. Potion Laboratory. The rusted metallic door creaked open, releasing a billow of white steam that wafted through the air. Within this haze, a tall, striking figure emerged, her presence both alluring and enigmatic. With long, graceful legs, a slender waist, and a voluptuous bosom, her cascading hair framed a visage that captivated all who beheld it. She stepped forward with a measured grace, each movement deliberate as she exited into the open. Outside, the president of the Scavenger Alliance, along with several high-ranking scavengers, and a woman clad in a flowing red dress named Hona, watched intently, their expressions fraught with tension as they beheld this figure. As the mist dissipated, her features became clearer, revealing a cold, stunning beauty that seemed to transcend the ordinary. Clad in tight shorts that accentuated her pert derriere and a fitted leather jacket over a low-cut black top, she showcased the elegant curve of her upper body and the delicate line of her alabaster collarbone. She was the embodiment of countless dreams and fantasies for many. Yet, in that moment, all present noticed the pallor that enveloped her exquisite cheeks. The sound of her heels striking the ground echoed sharply, but after just a few steps, her form began to falter. Blood began to trickle from her, a success rate of 67. 7 is certainly worth a try. Without hesitation, Cheng Qi unscrewed the vial's cap and took a deep breath. Tilting his head back, he poured the mysterious elixir into his mouth in one swift motion. Cheng Qi was determined not to waste a single drop. With his head thrown back and mouth agape, he watched as the last droplet of the potion slid down the vial's neck, ultimately landing on his tongue. As that crystalline droplet hovered in midair, Cheng Qi experienced the peculiar sensation of time slowing down. He could distinctly see his own reflection upon the surface of the droplet, as if the flow of time had altered. The droplet descended languidly while Cheng Qi's eyes widened in an instant. He noticed that his pupils had transformed from mere dark orbs into an intricate geometric tapestry. Within the depths of his pupils, tightly interlinked triangles began to emerge, unfolding outward like blossoming flowers. Cheng Qi was engulfed by a sense of the extraordinary. Simultaneously, a clear prompt resonated within his mind. Akin to a sixth sense ignited by impending crisis, he sensed his body becoming increasingly unmoored, on the verge of disintegration. In that fleeting moment, the interconnected triangles spread across Cheng Qi's visage, causing his face to bloom like a flower. Soon after, his entire form followed suit. Bang! Like a small firework devoid of flames, Cheng Qi's body shattered into countless minute triangles, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 36. Silicon-based life forms. The world lay shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the cosmos before its inception. Cheng Qi felt neither the presence of his own body nor his existence itself. Before his gaze, 2 points of light abruptly ignited. These luminous orbs expanded, growing ever larger until they coalesced into 2 magnificent and enigmatic structures. Point one of them was a resplendent double helix, radiating a cerulean glow that represented the very foundation of human propagation over millennia. If humanity is the most intricate and exquisite creation beneath Earth's ecological canopy, then this structure is the core architect of that creation. The spirals resembled celestial ladders, each rung composed of successive base pairs, housing an immense wealth of genetic information within. As Cheng Qi beheld it, an inexplicable sense of reverence and awe welled up within him. Adjacent to the human DNA, a structure pulsating with violet luminescence emerged. It bore a resemblance to some form of DNA, yet took the form of a dodecahedron, composed of 12 rhombic faces. Each face was densely inscribed with sequences akin to cosmic codes, likely analogous to base pairs, encapsulating vast amounts of information. Judging by its sheer volume, the informational capacity of this dodecahedron appeared to far exceed that of human DNA. This must be the DNA of silicon-based life, Cheng Qi mused, uncertain whether he had voiced the thought aloud, only to hear his own voice echoing in the vast emptiness. The so-called silicon-based life. It is life founded upon the element silicon. Suddenly, another voice resonated within the dark expanse, low and ancient, as if echoing from the depths of history. Cheng Qi felt a wave of tranquility and comfort wash over him. For reasons unknown, he harbored no sense of repulsion or skepticism, instead choosing to listen intently to the words spoken. We possess immense differences from carbon-based life. From appearance to internal structure, and extending to our core operational systems, we are fundamentally distinct. At that moment, a silhouette gradually emerged from the silicon-based life DNA structure before him, a translucent outline standing approximately 3 meters tall. Cheng Qi observed this wondrous being, which remained motionless, its limbs extended, resembling a holographic model. Its body was composed of a rigid crystalline structure, glimmering like a dazzling silicon gem. These gems adhered to a certain order, exhibiting high degrees of symmetry and clarity in their lines and edges. Such an appearance could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. We do not rely on water. In Chapter 37. Electronic resonance. What is this? Following the line of his arm, Cheng Qi's gaze subtly shifted downward. He beheld his shoulder, chest, and legs, all shimmering with a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of iridescent glass, splendid and astonishing. He moved his hand slightly, and everything felt as usual. Yet, his arm conveyed an illusion of heaviness and rigidity. Simultaneously, he perceived a faint crystalline friction emanating from his joints. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Our skin is enveloped in a semi-transparent silicate membrane, capable of filtering and refracting light. Our mode of movement differs from that of carbon-based life forms, as we do not rely on the contraction and relaxation of muscles. Cheng Qi's mind echoed with the words of inheritance, and a profound sense of dread enveloped him. In that instant, he clenched his fist fiercely. A layer of crystalline armor swiftly materialized upon his knuckles, sharp crystalline spikes sprouting from the crevices of his joints. Perhaps due to his inexperience, this phenomenon triggered a chain reaction. In a heartbeat, crystalline spines erupted from his elbows, shoulders, and knees. He resembled a resplendent thorn flower. Cheng Qi gasped in astonishment. My armor! It was as if he sensed something, and he abruptly turned his head. He discovered that the XXX-01 Ultimate Warrior armor had disengaged from its donned state long before he awakened. At that moment, it stood silently behind him like a silver, headless automaton. The armor must have detected certain incompatibilities, prompting it to automatically detach from Cheng Qi's form. Confirming that the Ultimate Warrior armor sustained no damage, Cheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in scarcely a second, a fervor ignited within him once more. All of this was leading to a singular conclusion, a success rate of 67.7. He has triumphed. The present version of himself must be the fabled dual-gene sequence bearer. This is likely not an ordinary advanced genetic entity, but rather an unprecedented existence. Cheng Qi's chest rose and fell slightly. The efficacy of this potion is astonishing, akin to traversing through a fantastical dream across time and space during the final drop of the elixir. Suddenly, in Cheng Qi's diamond-like eyes, he perceived peculiar sights. Ethereal blue ribbons floated gently in the air, both dynamic and enigmatic. All these ribbons originated from a singular point, Cheng Qi's very own body. Their destinations, however, varied. One connected to the distant Steel Mother, another linked to the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, while yet another reached the dock's interior, where the simple-minded Zai was secretly scheming while playing cards with Xiao Qiong. What is this? Cheng Qi's heart was filled with uncertainty. Inheritance seemed to offer no elucidation for this phenomenon. Gazing at the distant Steel Mother, a strange sensation of communication unexpectedly emerged from the depths of Cheng Qi's consciousness. With a mere thought, the Steel Mother stirred slightly, its immense frame illuminated with blue indicator lights, and with a gentle hum, it activated its levitation system, moving forward by 10 centimeters. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely envisioned this scene in his mind, yet the mechanical matron had executed it. Are those blue ribbons some form of connection? Cheng Qi began to form a preliminary hypothesis and promptly issued another command. The indicator lights flickered, and the distant mechanical matron raised its mechanical arm towards the sky before lowering it back down. Cheng Qi's heart thundered. It truly is. He then turned his gaze towards the Earth Dragon King expansion dock and commanded it to elevate its levitating illumination by 1 meter and increase its brightness by 20%. In the next moment, the underground shelter brightened considerably, as the proximity of the light to the domed ceiling rendered the metallic patterned surface even more resplendent. Cheng Qi gazed upward in astonishment. Although his expression was somewhat dazed, his diamond-like form harmonized beautifully with the dome. Why is this happening? Cheng Qi was filled with disbelief. Has my consciousness connected with the control center of the mechanical entity? Yet, consciousness and electronic signals are entirely disparate realms. Observing his diamond-like Chapter 38. Humanization in a playful manner, Cheng Qi cast his gaze upon himself. The combat prowess and adaptability of this silicon-based life form remained to be tested. The only certainty was its remarkable brilliance. He could not simply venture outside, as it would be far too conspicuous. Since it is a dual gene sequence, then the two types of genes should be interchangeable. How should I operate this? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, harboring grave doubts that he might be the sole human possessing a dual gene sequence, rendering the corresponding knowledge likely unknown to anyone. Switch, he murmured, and in that instant, he felt the surrounding space plunge into darkness. He found himself once again enveloped in a dim world devoid of spatial awareness. In this moment, he transformed back into a state of consciousness devoid of a physical form. Ahead of him shimmered two radiant strands of DNA, representing the double helix structure of carbon-based life and the dodecahedral structure of silicon-based life. In that fleeting moment, the two strands of DNA began to oscillate, alternating swiftly, completing a kind of exchange that dragged forth faint shadows of light. The double helix DNA erupted in a brilliant glow, filling Cheng Qi's vision. With a shiver, he returned to the underground shelter. He raised his hands to examine. This technology originates from a level 2. For civilization, Cheng Qi was profoundly intrigued by the technology that reduced atomic spacing. Instinctively, he rose to locate the control panel of the S-225 atomic transport platform. However, his vision abruptly plunged into darkness. He once again found himself in that shadowy realm. Before him, two strands of DNA, representing carbon-based and silicon-based life forms, floated serenely. A crisp sound of separation resonated on the dodecahedron symbolizing silicon-based life. A rhomboid fragment, reminiscent of a purple crystal, suddenly split off, its surface densely packed with a wealth of genetic information from silicon organisms. With a soft click, this exquisite genetic shard traced a graceful arc and nestled itself onto the double helix representing carbon-based life forms. A surge of radiance enveloped them, merging the two into a singular entity. Shaking his head vigorously, Cheng Qi's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in his eyes. He blinked, and suddenly, a crisp yet faint sound of collision emanated from his eyeballs. He hastily sought a mirror and discovered that his irises were now adorned with dazzling diamonds, radiating a magnificent brilliance. Gazing ahead, he once again beheld that ethereal blue ribbon. One end of the ribbon connected to the S-225 atomic transport platform, while the other tethered to the center of Cheng Qi's forehead. Cheng Qi stood in stunned silence. A thought struck him, recalling STC's prompt, possessing dual genetic advantages, with weaknesses that complemented Chapter 39. Unexpected toxins, dispersed into primitive matter, synthesized successfully. X-14 remote transmission transport platform, retained all functionalities of S-225, with optimizations that enhance the ER force field efficiency by 240, increase intelligence by 93, and introduce 4 additional directional transmission modules, significantly improving loading efficiency. This time, the transport platform had transformed into a triangular structure approximately 4 meters in height, exuding a matte black finish. The anti-gravity engine at its base emitted a radiant blue glow, allowing it to hover in midair. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. On the exterior of the X-14, 4 palm-sized external devices were prominently embedded, easily detachable. With a gentle exertion, Cheng Qi removed one of them. It resembled a slightly thicker playing card, composed of a heavy black metallic material. The surface bore an X-shaped slit that traversed its corners. Is this the so-called directional transmission module? Cheng Qi mused, tightening his grip. The X-shaped slit instantly radiated a blue luminescence, exuding a distinctly advanced technological aura. A click followed by a hum. Under typical circumstances, the price of a bottle is 12,000 credit points. How extravagant it is, a bottle of beverage costing 12,000. Cheng Qi exclaimed. Is Imo a scion of a prominent family? Their clan indeed displays remarkable opulence, but it is only fitting, for Imo himself is a successful businessman, and the upbringing of his family naturally reflects a level of sophistication that is anything but ordinary. Then I must express my gratitude to Boss Missouri for his continuous generosity. Cheng Qi lifted the beverage, unscrewed the cap, and was about to savor it when the STC on his wrist emitted a fan-shaped scanning beam once more. Special toxin detected. This toxin is exceedingly rare, classified as a cytolytic toxin, possessing a unique genetic lock. Short-term consumption will not yield overt consequences, yet prolonged exposure will insidiously dismantle the human structure, ultimately leading to irreversible death. But the origin of this toxin is not of human civilization. Even the most advanced human medicine cannot effectively neutralize it. The toxin's active duration is approximately 2 to 3 years. During this period, the victim's pupils will exhibit barely perceptible golden specks, and they will develop photophobia. Evidently, this toxin is not inherent to the energy drink itself but was added later. Cheng Qi's arm froze. Poisonous within the beverage, a genetic lock, moreover, a concealed chronic toxin. Imo had mentioned that this drink was custom-made by his family hiss. Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. In other words, the perpetrator's target is unmistakably clear. They wish to stealthily bring devastation upon the Imo family? It seems that the Imo family has been consuming this beverage for quite some time. Have they not already succumbed to the potent poison? It is evident that Imo was unaware when he bestowed this drink upon me. If there is anyone in this world who genuinely cares about Cheng Qi's life or death, it must be Imo. There is no deeper bond here. Imo fears the disruption of his financial avenues. This is rather troublesome. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered, his brow slightly furrowing. He holds a favorable impression of Imo should the entire Imo family, including Imo himself, meet a tragic demise from this poison in the future. It is a scenario Cheng Qi dreads. Technology, at times, mirrors a cycle of rebirth. Interestingly enough, 120 years ago, the Earth's physician Song Dei had developed a gene completion serum and conducted experiments on laboratory mice. However, the results were disappointing. 5 years later, Song Dei publicly declared the experiment a failure, asserting that the serum could not complete any genes. Yet, in truth, the seemingly failed serum developed by Song Dei possesses a certain probability of neutralizing various cytolytic toxins. As Cheng Qi gazed at the lines of text appearing on the blue screen of the STC, he found himself momentarily entranced by the wealth of information provided. Song Dei. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. The name rang a bell, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He had heard this name in the final words of Professor Hua Linzhong. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his genes, Cheng Qi's cerebral potential had experienced a certain elevation, and an electric thought coursed through his mind. The recording left by Professor Hua Linzhong vividly replayed in his memory. When I awoke, I spoke to others about the marvel of the muon. Damn it, no one believed me. Not even my good friend, Song Dei from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute, believed me. Cheng Qi's expression shifted. Logically, such research institutes should be relatively centralized to optimize security and resource efficiency. Hua Linzhong's Muon Research Center is located in the 52nd District, while Song Dei's Gene Research Institute is situated in the 53rd District. Their designations are strikingly close. If all goes as expected, the distance between them should not be great. Therefore, might there be remnants of Song Dei's gene completion serum within the 53rd District? Cheng Qi slowly exhaled, casting his gaze toward the north. Bossimo. I, Cheng Qi, am also one who understands the principles of reciprocity. I shall set forth immediately to Kyoto once more. What must be done? I shall not neglect .as for the rest. That shall depend on the fate of your family. Chapter 40. A simple test. The Gray Tempest has finally reached its conclusion. Above the ground, only a few erratic currents remain. Only in the sky does a veil of dust still linger. Cheng Qi departed from the underground shelter, standing upon the surface, as he gazed around. Despite the omnipresent refuse surrounding him, the overall topography had undergone a monumental transformation. In some areas, the terrain now towered much higher than before, while many formerly flat lands had transformed into depressions. The shape of the earth appeared as though it had been reshuffled anew. Hanzai and Xiaoqiong resolved to remain here, intent on cultivating their new home, with much work ahead of them. Before they ventured out, Cheng Qi earnestly cautioned them. They must not stray too far from the shelter. Once outside, they must carry a miniature directional stargate. Moreover, Hanzai was to stay close to Xiaoqiong at all times. After all, Hanzai was now a brand new A24 environmental adaptation nanny robot. and in comparison to the garbage-laden Earth, its combat capabilities were still commendable. In the air, a sudden grand and sonorous vibration resonated. Cheng Qi looked up, frowning in concentration. He beheld two large transport starships slowly emerging above the atmosphere, exuding an imposing presence. Did Imo not mention that the Galactic Human Alliance has prohibited the dumping of waste? Why are there still starships? Cheng Qi's pupils constricted as he suddenly noticed a significant enhancement in his vision. He discerned the insignia emblazoned on the starships. It was a galaxy, quietly swirling like a colorful vortex, with a sharp sword suspended above it. Is it the Galactic Alliance's combat squad? Cheng Qi's expression stiffened. Is this a routine inspection? During the era of the vast universe, humanity's footprints spanned multiple star systems. The Galactic Alliance's combat squad was akin to the regional military divisions of the olden days. In other words, they were the regular army, soldiers. Although the garbage Earth was desolate and remote, it was still the territory of the Human Alliance, and it was subject to a routine inspection once a year. Crow, pilot an aircraft with unparalleled steadiness. Cheng Qi boarded the battered ground effect vehicle. At that moment, the pilot, Crow, exuberantly commanded from the front, "Little brother, you truly are impressive, treating Kyoto as a tourist destination, going wherever you please. Across this entire garbage Earth, none can compare." Cheng Qi smiled faintly. Crow was always brimming with enthusiasm. Before departing, Cheng Qi once again harnessed a natural ability of silicon-based life forms, namely, inheritance, which allowed them to adjust their skin color according to external light. Utilizing this capability, Cheng Qi altered the hue of his pupils. Now, his eyes appeared as commonplace black, though they were actually composed of a multitude of minute black triangular shapes intricately assembled. To the untrained eye, there was no discernible anomaly. Cheng Qi also impeccably concealed the 3 rings of light that represented his C-grade superior genes. At that moment, Cheng Qi continued to gaze at the 2 enormous starships hovering silently in the sky. "Little brother, I have some insider information regarding the visit of the Galactic Alliance team." Crow suddenly tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. "Oh." Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened. "What insider information?" Crow spoke mysteriously. "They are here to search for something." "Searching for something?" Cheng Qi queried, puzzled. "How could you possibly know such insider details?" Crow chuckled. "While I certainly do not have direct contact with the Galactic Alliance, after years in the transportation business, I have encountered a myriad of passengers, not least among them, members of the Scavenger Alliance." Cheng Qi nodded. "What are they searching for?" "That, I do not know." Crow shook his head. "You must have noticed that they have dispatched 2 starships this time, and their manpower has multiplied several times over. Thus, whatever they are seeking must be of great significance, highly valuable." Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Crow sighed, "Regardless of whether in the old or the present times, we mere commoners must adhere to the rules. Even if some scavenger stumbles upon a stroke of luck and finds that item, they must obediently surrender it. At best, they may receive a certificate of commendation." Enough said. "It seems the aircraft is having a bit of trouble. Engine 3 has detached from us. Damn it. Engine 6 has also departed. Damn it. My Nanny robot has fallen as well. Just minor issues, minor issues." Amidst a tumultuous journey, Cheng Qi finally reached Kyoto. The air remained thick with chemical toxins and excessive radiation. Everything appeared dim and desolate, devoid of life. Crow stood atop the vehicle, watching as Cheng Qi stepped cautiously into the shadowy haze. He smirked. "You're just going in there unprotected? Truly remarkable." From his vantage point, he could not discern that the extreme warrior armor had deployed its visor, shielding Cheng Qi's face while activating life support systems to filter out harmful gases. There was still a considerable distance to the location under study by Meowsy. Cheng Qi began to walk, his feet crunching upon the refuse, producing faint crackling sounds. Once he confirmed that no one was around, his gaze flickered. The extreme warrior armor suddenly disassembled, standing quietly to the side. In that instant, a diamond-like brilliance erupted from Cheng Qi's form. He intended to test how well silicon-based life forms could adapt in such harsh conditions. Whirling winds swept around him, carrying with them billowing clouds of toxic green gas, which coiled and surged like specters come to claim their due. The extreme warrior armor emitted alarms in response. The radiation intensity surrounding him exceeded the normal levels by a staggering 16-fold. reaching an alarming 2.3 microsieverts per hour. This figure mirrored the data recorded after the catastrophic explosion at Chernobyl, when flames erupted once more in the aftermath. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, feeling utterly indifferent. Silicon-based life forms have no need for respiration as defined by humanity. Furthermore, the dire conditions surrounding him were entirely outside the realm of danger as perceived by silicon-based entities. Cheng Qi curled his lip and extended a finger to scratch at his arm. The sensation of itchiness was far more pronounced than the threats posed by the environment. This place had undoubtedly become one of the most inhospitable locales on Earth. It seemed that throughout this refuse-laden planet, there existed no means to test the limits of silicon-based life forms' endurance. A low, menacing growl resonated around him. Cheng Qi caught sight of pairs of crimson eyes gleaming from within a nearby mound of debris. They belonged to the deadly rodents. Although he had previously instilled complete terror in them, their territorial instincts and ferocious nature would compel them to cast aside their caution, lurking and poised to strike at any moment. With a flicker of thought, his DNA underwent a transformation, and the diamond-like luster adorning his body gradually faded. Simultaneously, he stepped back, and the exoskeleton of his extreme warrior power armor swiftly enveloped him. The test for silicon-based life forms had failed. However, Cheng Qi possessed another carbon-based life form. He adjusted the armor's speed assistance to 0. He had sensed a significant enhancement in his speed since evolving into a Class C genotype. Cheng Qi intended to utilize the deadly rodents to gauge the variations in speed while in his carbon-based state, ideally obtaining precise measurements. It is often said that knowing oneself and one's adversary guarantees victory in every battle, and historically, self-awareness has always taken precedence over awareness of the enemy. Chapter 41. Astonishing speed. A sharp, piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air. A pair of crimson eyes flickered to life in the darkness. From the shadows emerged a colossal, red-furred killing rat, lunging forth with a foul, putrid stench emanating from its gaping maw, its jaws exaggeratedly agape as it aimed for Cheng Qi's head. The wrist of the extreme warrior armor flipped open to reveal a glinting dagger. Cheng Qi's gaze hardened, and a thought crystallized in his subconscious. Speed! The muscles in Cheng Qi's calves bulged, then exploded into action, propelling him like an arrow released from a bow, sending debris flying and causing the thinner metals beneath him to warp and twist. In an instant, Cheng Qi's figure collided with the red-furred killing rat. That very moment, he slightly bent forward and passed through the abdomen of the leaping rat. Roar! The rat missed its target, landing on the ground before swiftly turning around and emitting a howl akin to that of a wild beast. Once more, the red-furred killing rat leaped 3 to 4 meters towards Cheng Qi. Yet, at this moment, Cheng Qi made no move, merely standing still, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Thud! The rat first felt a numbness in its abdomen, its crimson eyes widening in shock. A vivid line of blood appeared across its belly, and then, with a loud pop, it burst open. Blood sprayed forth like a celestial shower, its innards having been severed, exploding outward due to some internal pressure. Thud! The massive red-furred rat collapsed to the ground, blackened blood oozing from its mouth, the fiery gleam in its eyes gradually extinguishing. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted. In that fleeting moment, he had executed a forward charge, engaged in combat, delivered a lethal strike, and retreated. All within the span of half a second. He glanced at the data provided by the extreme warrior armor. Movement speed. 28 ms. Cheng Qi calculated within himself. This was nearly the speed of a cheetah from the old era. For the fastest terrestrial creatures, such velocity could only manifest in brief sprints. It could not be sustained. 28 meters per second. This speed flashed before human eyes like a rapidly swung stick, leaving only an unclear impression, barely enough time for the brain to analyze and process it. This gave rise to what one might call a afterimage. A C-grade gene bestows such a remarkable enhancement to the human body? I knew I was fast, but not this fast. The annotations I heard on the radio didn't seem to suggest this. Cheng Qi was perplexed, yet found no one to consult. In his prior understanding, C-grade genes offered only limited physical augmentation. Yet, he had acquired a speed enhancement that seemed to transcend species. Do I possess some hidden attribute? Cheng Qi pondered, momentarily stunned. The chosen one? The surrounding roars of beasts grew increasingly dense. Cheng Qi prepared for the next challenge, the endurance test of his speed. How long could he maintain this speed of 28 ms? Surely not just 3 seconds for a true man? The terrifying roars of beasts echoed as horrifying figures sprang forth from the heaps of refuse. Clearly, Cheng Qi was receiving a high level of attention. The creatures hunting him were all red-furred killing rats towering over 4 meters in height. As the earth dimmed, Cheng Qi pushed his speed to its limits, moving swiftly across the ground. The processing speed of the rats' brains was significantly slower than that of humans. To them, he appeared as if he had become a series of black lines. Only during the moments he struck did his image briefly linger on their retinas, resulting in a blurred, colorless afterimage. The roars of beasts grew louder, filled with the rat's fury, yet also tinged with deep-seated fear. What on earth is this creature? Is this ever going to end? 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Cheng Qi gasped for breath, hunched over with his hands resting on his knees. This was his limit, the utmost he could sustain at peak speed. A true man for 3 minutes and 28 seconds. That was indeed quite impressive. Just days ago, Cheng Qi could hardly fathom possessing such an extraordinary physique. Slowly raising his head, he beheld the ground littered with the carcasses of red-furred rats, roughly estimating at least 50. The remaining living rats now crouched low, growling, too fearful to advance. Suddenly, Cheng Qi noticed something glimmering within the abdomen of one of the dead rats. That glimmer caught the light and reflected into Cheng Qi's eyes. Could it be a core? Cheng Qi froze. Isn't this a realm of science fiction? He took a few steps forward, bending to retrieve the shining object. It was an oval, unevenly surfaced item, somewhat translucent, and felt metallic to the touch. That moment, the STC on his wrist suddenly activated, releasing a fan-shaped beam of blue scanning light. Similar technological artifact detected. Commence synthesis? This item is a non-crystalline alloy containing impurities. Its functional characteristics and application scenarios are similar to those of non-crystalline alloys, but with a purity of 70. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Is this a non-crystalline alloy? The STC had activated because beneath the carcasses of 7 other red-furred rats lay similar objects, resembling a cluster of metallic potatoes. The scavenger rats possess exceptionally strong chewing and digestive abilities. Due to mutations, their gastric acid exhibits unique molecular corrosiveness. They are omnivorous, consuming vast amounts of refuse daily, including various alloys. However, their digestive capability has its limits, so a portion of undigestible metal elements accumulates over the years, gradually merging in their stomachs to form a disordered atomic arrangement, resulting in a non-crystalline alloy rife with impurities. Cheng Qi was astounded. The gastric stones of scavenger rats were, in fact, non-crystalline alloys. Who could have anticipated this? In the past, hyenas would fight fiercely over a single piece of non-crystalline alloy, willing to kill and loot for it. Yet this precious alloy they coveted lay right beside him, nestled within the bodies of these killing rats, in such abundance. Of course, even if the hyenas had known this information while alive, they would lack the capability to venture into the heart of the capital, let alone slay red-furred rats. Cheng Qi surveyed his surroundings. According to the STC's notes, the formation of non-crystalline alloy required years of accumulation, thus it was only within such large red-furred rats that there existed a probability of its emergence. With nearly 50 carcasses of red-furred rats before him, 8 pieces of non-crystalline alloy had been yielded, approaching a drop rate of nearly 20. Cheng Qi couldn't help but recall the massive rodent tide that had besieged him days prior. Rodents have an extraordinary reproductive capacity, coupled with a breeding cycle spanning a century. Just how many red-furred rats would that yield? How much non-crystalline alloy would be produced? Non-crystalline alloys and high-entropy alloys, combined with Boss-Mo's channels, represented hard currency in Cheng Qi's eyes. They were akin to silver and gold. Even if the refuse-laden earth were sealed off, there would inevitably come a day of liberation. And perhaps in the future, Cheng Qi would have the opportunity to leave this refuse-filled planet and embark on his own cosmic era. Without wealth, that would be utterly impossible. Hiss! Cheng Qi gazed at the surrounding red-furred rats, his expression twisted, his eyes igniting with a greedy glint. I have struck it rich. The hundreds of red-furred rats trembled in unison. This creature's aura was 100-fold more terrifying than before. Their intelligence was low, yet at that moment, a primal sense of crisis ignited from the depths of their souls. It was as if a voice whispered within them. Every biological group has its ultimate fate, and your fate is to be annihilated. Chapter 42. the navigation of the murderous rodents in Cheng Qi's mind. A meticulous plan had already been devised. The first step was to lure out the immense tide of rodents. Following that, the muon catalyst machine would be unleashed to harvest wildly. This would result in a profusion of amorphous alloys, which could then be further synthesized, increasing in value exponentially before being sold off. Haha, Cheng Qi chuckled, but his smile abruptly froze. There is a crucial step in this process, hiss. Boss Missouri, you absolutely must not perish. Otherwise, how will I realize my profits? Cheng Qi's expression shifted, revealing a bond of mutual trust. I genuinely care for your well-being, for my source of income cannot be severed. Temporarily relinquishing the entanglement with the murderous rodents, a thunderous roar erupted as Cheng Qi's turbo-powered shoes activated, lifting him into the air towards the site of the Muon Research Center. The Gene Research Institute led by Dr. Song was located in Zone 53, whereas the Muon Research Center was situated in Zone 52. Therefore, to locate the Gene Research Institute, one must first use the Muon Research Center as a reference point and then explore the surroundings. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi was suspended directly above the Muon Research Center. During the flight, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his control over the turbo-powered shoes had improved several-fold compared to before. Although the turbo shoes could only be worn on the feet and were equipped with a built-in gyroscope, mastering them perfectly remained somewhat challenging. During flight, he often felt as if his feet were heavy and his head light. However, after undergoing C-gene enhancement, his overall muscle coordination and balance had significantly improved. Cheng Qi also realized a fundamental truth. Any wearable equipment relies on the body as its core foundation. The stronger the body, the greater the control, and thus the performance of the wearable equipment could be maximized. This was true for the jet-powered shoes and even more so for the extreme warrior armor. Yet, all technology has its limits. For instance, upon evolving to C-grade, the extreme warrior armor had already issued a warning: energy overflow. The armor's capacity had become insufficient to accommodate his peak physical capabilities. This limitation was especially relevant to speed. It could not support his maximum velocity. Nevertheless, the armor's other functionalities remained exceedingly practical, such as the life support system and the memory metal capable of transforming into weapons at will. It is understandable that the extreme warrior armor was designed for ordinary individuals, and during its development, it would not have considered anomalies like Cheng Qi was akin to a bucket with an irreparable leak. To contain more water, one could only seek to enlarge its volume. Thus, synthesizing and upgrading the extreme warrior armor was the most prudent choice. However, the likelihood of finding another extreme warrior armor on the garbage-laden earth was akin to winning the lottery among ordinary people and successfully claiming the prize. The corpses of the extreme warrior squad previously encountered were not a common occurrence. They were clearly the result of a murder and concealment incident. Yet, the extreme warrior armor had not become a rarity. Cheng Qi firmly believed that future opportunities would surely arise. As for the silicon-based body, Cheng Qi needed to employ it judiciously, for an unknown element still lingered. Should he completely switch to the silicon-based biological DNA sequence, his body would have to adhere to the complete silicon-based biological framework. Being a biological entity, it would undoubtedly require a reasonable intake of energy. Cheng Qi was currently unclear on how to supply energy to a silicon-based life form, as it did not necessitate the consumption methods understood by carbon-based life forms. It lacked even a digestive system and circulatory system. Acquiring such a body was a stroke of luck, but improper handling could lead to damage, which would be exceedingly reckless. Reining in his scattered thoughts, Cheng Qi gazed down at the ground below. The ruins of the Muon Research Center lay directly beneath him. However, where was Dr. Song's Gene Research Institute? If he were to excavate blindly, it might take a year or more to yield results, during which time the entire Mo family could potentially perish. Simultaneously, vast hordes of murderous rodents were emerging from the garbage piles, rising up on their hind legs, their grotesque faces howling at Cheng Qi in the sky. This was undeniably the core territory of the murderous rodents. Should Cheng Qi descend, the rodents would likely engage in a life-or-death struggle. Cheng Qi's mind began to churn. The Muon Research Center was designated as Zone 52, with its entrance facing east. According to the ancient Chinese custom of the right hand being dominant, Zone 53 should be situated to the right of Zone 52. Was akin to house numbering. When facing the entrance, the numbers on the right side would indeed be larger. The right side, which is, at this moment, south. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes, his body subtly rotating. In terms of direction, Zone 53 is likely located to the south of Zone 52. I previously traversed the Muon Research Center. The area of the Muon Research Center spans approximately 6,000 square meters in a square layout. This means that if I move southward by 300 to 500 meters, I may very well reach the offices of the Gene Research Institute. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered, and the jet shoes emitted a slight tremor as his body began to glide southward. All around him stretched an endless expanse of refuse. The capital had been abandoned for a century. The Gene Research Institute must have been buried deep underground, leaving no trace on the surface. Roar, roar. Just as Cheng Qi moved slowly, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the murderous rodents below. These rodents had become exceedingly agitated, emitting roars that were louder and more furious than before. What is happening? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. He then realized that the further south he moved, the more frenzied the rodents became. They coalesced into a massive swarm, their crimson eyes fixated on Cheng Qi suspended in the air. Though lacking the ability to fly, they were filled with rage. They do not wish for me to proceed south. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered. But why? Moments later, having moved southward by 400 meters, Cheng Qi hovered in midair. According to his calculations, the site directly below was likely the ruins of the Gene Research Institute. However, he refrained from descending, as he had observed a rather strange phenomenon. The massive swarm of rodents, upon confirming that he had ceased his movement, had quieted significantly, as if liberated from a certain peril. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes and activated the turbo shoes, moving another 10 meters southward. Roar! Roar! The thousands of murderous rodents below erupted into chaos once more. Oh! Cheng Qi appeared to gain insight, moving another 20 meters southward. Roar! Roar! The rodents grew even more frenzied. Some whirled in panic, while others, robust red-furred rodents, viciously shredded nearby metallic refuse with their forepaws. They are protecting something, and I am drawing ever closer to that which they guard. An answer began to form in Cheng Qi's mind as he continued southward for another 30 meters. The rodent swarm became increasingly agitated, and even the hidden strategist rodents emerged, shrieking into the sky, their mouths continuously screeching as if cursing. Cheng Qi pressed on another 100 meters southward. Unexpectedly, the rodent swarm began to gradually calm down, as if shedding the threat once more. Oh, I fear I may have overshot. Cheng Qi grinned wickedly. You are nothing short of living navigators. With that, Cheng Qi retreated 50 meters. The rodent swarm erupted into a frenzy again. He pulled back 25 meters, and their agitation doubled. Retreating 10 meters, the swarm descended into utter chaos, screaming and howling, coalescing and dispersing, madly tearing apart refuse, even resulting in trampling incidents. It seems this is indeed the place. Cheng Qi's face lit up with extreme curiosity. Let me see what you are protecting, and whether it has any relation to the Gene Research Institute. Chapter 43. Gene Research Center. The murderous rodents are exceedingly irritable, but I must delve into this heap of refuse. Suspended in midair, Cheng Qi pondered. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, giving birth to a wildly audacious scheme. He slowly extended his hands, and the gravity field adjustment gloves emitted a soft blue glow. He then dialed the power of the gloves to their utmost limit, gently pressing them against his chest. In Cheng Qi's eyes, a glimmer of near-manic brilliance flickered. Buzz! The gravity field within the gloves erupted, enveloping Cheng Qi in a faint yellow ripple. Simultaneously, his eyes radiated a diamond-like luminance. In that instant, the extreme warrior armor swiftly disengaged from its equipped state, retreating behind Cheng Qi and reconfiguring into a humanoid form, accompanied by the gravity field adjustment gloves and turboflight shoes. The darkened sky reflected an even more resplendent glow. Cheng Qi's body underwent complete silicon-based transformation, his entire being resembling a resplendent humanoid diamond. The crystalline structure adorning him rapidly expanded, sharp crystals sprouting from his shoulders, elbows, waist, and legs, coalescing beneath his feet. Ultimately, Cheng Qi emerged as a spire composed entirely of colorful crystals. The tumultuous and erratic gravity field activated at that moment. Whoosh! Boom! Cheng Qi plummeted from the heavens, resembling a drill bit as he plunged into the refuse pile. The murderous rodents were left dumbfounded, defying all expectations. Boom! 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 Cheng Qi surged through layer after layer of garbage with unstoppable momentum. His subjective experience felt akin to being encased in a crystalline cocoon. Regardless of the chaos of external gravity or the ferocity of collisions, he was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of security. This crystalline form, derived from his silicon-based biological body, resembled a substance from another dimension. Its hardness was a mystery, seemingly impervious to any force, as if nothing could shatter it, nor could even a fragment be dislodged. Boom. Cheng Qi penetrated yet another layer of material, the texture resembling some form of concrete. Almost immediately, he felt the ground beneath him give way, as though he had entered an expansive subterranean chamber. He swiftly controlled his silicon-based form, retracting the crystalline armor, executing a series of acrobatic flips in midair to dissipate the force of his descent. Upon completing his final flip, he knelt on one knee, thrusting his right fist downward, stabilizing himself completely. Cheng Qi slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, the diamond-like brilliance emanating from within his crystalline form illuminated the surroundings, casting the space into a kaleidoscope of reflections. As he surveyed his environment, he discovered that he was indeed in an office space deeply buried underground. The extreme warrior armor descended from the opening above, rotating in midair, unfolding into its equipped state. At the instant of contact with Cheng Qi's body, the armor and Cheng Qi merged seamlessly. In the split second before the visor flipped open, Cheng Qi altered his genetic sequence, reverting to his carbon-based form. The opening above began to collapse, with soil and refuse cascading in from both sides, ultimately sealing the aperture. Cheng Qi could faintly hear the howls of the murderous rodents outside. They had commenced their excavation, however. The nearly 150-meter depth was no trifling matter. They would require considerable time to dig through. Swish! The shoulders of the extreme warrior armor rotated, revealing 2 rows of illumination lamps. 2 broad beams of light pierced the darkness ahead. Before him loomed a reception desk, thickly coated in dust, while the walls were enshrouded in layers of cobwebs. Yet the master of the webs, a spider the size of a fist, had long since perished, leaving only a desiccated husk. This place was evidently in stark contrast to the Musée Research Center, where Professor Holland had resided alone for 20 years, maintaining a relatively decent environment. The office before him, however, had been utterly abandoned from the outset. The dust and filtration systems had long ceased to function, rendering the space increasingly dilapidated over time. Cheng Qi approached, raising his hand to tear away the cobwebs from the wall. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he beheld 4 large characters upon the wall. Gene Friend Center. Cheng Qi paused. What is this? At that moment, he noticed some plastic letters scattered beneath his feet. Hu, Shi, Yn, Hu In, Ying, G, Wi, Gu, J, Rn, Guing, Ln, Bn. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in realization. When assembled, these letters formed the phrase, Hu 11 Gene, welcome all international friends to our center. Damn, that startled me. I thought that my esteemed Hu 11 capital had established a center for the benefit of comrades. Cheng Qi pondered, is this truly the Gene Research Institute? In an instant, a glimmer of hope ignited in Cheng Qi's eyes. He had inadvertently stumbled into this place. Of course, it wasn't entirely by chance. He owed a debt of gratitude to those navigational murderous rodents. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi ventured further into the interior. The power supply system was utterly inoperative, and no bright light sources remained. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, save for the distant sound of dripping water echoing from the depths. Cheng Qi cautiously navigated further in, first traversing a vast office area before gradually entering the experimental zone. In a room marked with the sign sample chamber, Cheng Qi encountered a rather harrowing sight. Surrounding the walls of this chamber were countless glass jars, roughly estimated to number in the tens of thousands. Each jar contained a tiny skeleton, possessing 4 limbs, an elongated spine, and a tailbone. Cheng Qi squinted. These are the remains of white mice. He recalled that the STC's introduction to the Gene Research Institute had clearly stated that after Dr. Song developed the preliminary form of the serum, a 5-year-long experiment commenced, with white mice as the subjects. The white mice before him were likely the abandoned test subjects after humanity's exodus from Earth. Cheng Qi examined the jars. Many of them bore chaotic scratches on their insides, while the corresponding white mice's paws exhibited significant wear. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. They had been left behind while still alive. Over time, no one had provided them with sustenance. Gradually, driven by hunger, They had succumbed to their survival instincts, yet it was all in vain. They could not break free from the glass jars and ultimately perished from starvation. Cheng Qi shook his head, feeling a weight of melancholy settle within him. The reason humanity had chosen white mice as experimental subjects was due to their physiological structure and metabolic processes being somewhat akin to those of humans. Furthermore, the genetic similarity between white mice and humans was strikingly high, with the resemblance ratio reaching 85. Additionally, white mice reproduced rapidly and exhibited docile, manageable temperaments. They are weak, docile, and similar to humans, and thus became the subjects of experimentation. If this is an unyielding principle, Cheng Qi frowned, then one must ponder. In the eyes of some advanced civilization in the universe, are humans also perceived as weak, docile, and highly similar? What if humanity too were considered experimental subjects? What if an advanced civilization, in the course of some experiment, began to ruthlessly abuse and slaughter humanity? Surely humanity would occupy the moral high ground, denouncing the cruelty and ferocity of extraterrestrials, portraying that advanced civilization as a demonic entity. Perhaps the white mice share a similar fate? They simply lack the means to express it. Chapter 44. The king of murderous rodents, Cheng Qi, pressed onward, eventually arriving at the pharmaceutical warehouse. Before him stood a metal door, its lock decayed with time. With a gentle squeeze, it crumbled and fell to the ground. A resounding crash echoed as he pushed open the heavy door. His gaze fell upon dozens of enormous metal canisters, each towering at least 5 meters high, arranged in rows. Cheng Qi approached one of the canisters and delicately wiped away the dust from its plaque, revealing an inscription, "The Gene Complementation Serum by Great Physician Song." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there truly be this many canisters? Is this serum developed by the ton? Cheng Qi was utterly unprepared for the revelation that gene serums could be stored in such colossal units. He extended a finger and tapped on the canister before him, only for his expression to darken immediately. An empty echo resonated from within. "It's empty." He took several strides to another canister and continued tapping, also empty. Thereafter, Cheng Qi hastily inspected all the canisters, his demeanor growing increasingly despondent until a shadow of gloom shrouded his face. All were devoid of contents. This shouldn't be, he mused, furrowing his brow. Hasn't Great Physician Song already admitted his failure? If that's the case, this serum should be deemed as waste. Why go to such lengths to transport it all? Its volume is no trivial matter. Cheng Qi leapt atop one of the canisters, his arms straining as he pried open the top hatch. The illumination from his exosuit flooded the interior, revealing it to be completely empty. Not a single drop of liquid remained. Simultaneously, he noticed circular markings along the interior walls, with faint crystallization evident. This was easily understood. It indicated that the liquid had diminished layer by layer, leaving traces of dryness on the corresponding surfaces. Have these serums evaporated? Cheng Qi pondered, momentarily bewildered, but a moment later, he realized something was amiss. The circular markings were not uniform. If evaporation were the cause, the decline in liquid levels would have been gradual, leaving consistent traces. The current state of the canister's interior clearly defied logic. The spacing of those markings varied, some wide, some narrow. This suggested that a significant amount of liquid had vanished abruptly at certain intervals, while at others, it had diminished very little. There was no fixed frequency to be found. This phenomenon, Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. It's as if something has consumed these liquids. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. There were other creatures hidden within this underground space. They must be something astonishing, for they had consumed hundreds of tons of gene complementation serum. Cheng Qi dropped to the ground, his arm deftly revealing a silver dagger as he squinted and meticulously scanned his surroundings. Drip, drip. In the shadowy depths, the sound of dripping water echoed, resonating throughout the chamber. Rustle, rustle. A faint sound emerged from a distance, akin to fur brushing against metal. Cold sweat gathered on Cheng Qi's brow beneath his helmet. His eyes darted rapidly, scrutinizing every detail before him. What on earth could it be? Drip, drip, rustle, rustle. In that instant, Cheng Qi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He spun around abruptly. The illumination from his exosuit's shoulder light instantaneously illuminated the path ahead. There, amidst the crisscrossing black pipes, stood a small white mouse, silent and still. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted in shock. This diminutive creature was no larger than the palm of his hand, its fur pure and soft as snow, with tender pink claws and eyes that sparkled like two tiny gemstones. "You!" Cheng Qi uttered in astonishment, for this sudden appearance was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. Rather than a terrifying beast, it was a fluffy, seemingly harmless little creature. Yet, Cheng Qi did not lower his guard, as various thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be a surviving experimental subject? That seemed improbable. Setting aside its lifespan limitations, what did it feed on? Could it be that it had consumed the gene complementation serum? Yet its size was far too small. Drip, drip, rustle, rustle. The little white mouse extended its tiny paws, mimicking a hand-washing gesture with the condensation from the nearby pipes. Cheng Qi noticed that the light emitted by his armor slightly dimmed, unable to illuminate the top of the mouse's head. He then straightened his posture, and the light gradually rose. To his astonishment, he beheld an extraordinary sight. The little white mouse lacked a skull. Its cranial bone had been meticulously severed in a circular fashion, with a small metal framework affixed atop its head, exposing its brain to the air. Clearly, this was a method of experimentation aimed at studying the mouse's cerebral functions. Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. Could it truly be a lab mouse from a century ago? When humanity retreated, no one had tended to this mouse, nor dismantled the apparatus. Thus its somewhat grotesque appearance had persisted to the present day. Yet this was not what shocked Cheng Qi the most. What truly astounded him was that clusters of pink crystals had begun to grow upon the mouse's exposed brain, resembling a miniature thicket, shimmering with a mesmerizing and mysterious luster. Observing the structure of those crystals, Cheng Qi became increasingly astonished. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the characteristics of silicon-based life forms. Could it be that his earlier exaggerated hypothesis was correct? It had indeed survived for over a century by consuming the gene complementation serum. Throughout this process, it must have undergone some form of genetic mutation, such as its brain now exhibiting traits of silicon-based life. Squeak! The little white mouse paused its paw movements, turning to face Cheng Qi, its mouth moving as it emitted a faint squeaking sound. Cheng Qi's expression froze in disbelief. Suddenly, he noticed a blue ribbon drifting from within the pink crystal atop the mouse's head, swirling gracefully in the air before converging upon Cheng Qi's brow. In that moment, he astonishingly comprehended the mouse's language. Human. Cruel and malevolent, akin to a demon. A shiver coursed through Cheng Qi's heart. The words echoed precisely what he had imagined, the only difference being that the mouse could articulate them. In the next instant, Cheng Qi realized it was not that the mouse was capable of human speech, but rather that it possessed not only the characteristics of silicon-based life, but also some of their abilities. The earlier form of communication belonged to a unique mode of interaction between silicon-based beings. This had been described in previous accounts. Communication among silicon-based life forms occurs through specific electromagnetic waves. In other words, had Cheng Qi not possessed dual genetic sequences, he would only have perceived the squeaks as understood by carbon-based life forms. I will not allow humans to trespass upon my territory. You are about to be killed. This is the punishment you have long deserved. The little mouse squeaked defiantly, the pink crystal atop its head suddenly glowing brightly, emitting flashes of specific frequencies. Cheng Qi felt the entire Gene Research Center tremble. To be precise, the ground underwent a cataclysmic shift, the tremors cascading through layers of earth, ultimately affecting this 100-meter-deep underground space. Simultaneously, Cheng Qi heard countless enraged roars of murderous rodents. It was unimaginable that, despite the thick layers of earth, those roars could still reach Cheng Qi's ears. This illustrated just how frenzied and furious the rodents were at that moment. The ceiling began to quiver. Cheng Qi could hear the sound of digging growing increasingly closer, interspersed with the sounds of rodent claws breaking. Yet they pressed on relentlessly, heedless of the consequences, drawing nearer to Cheng Qi with fervor. At last, Cheng Qi comprehended everything. This small creature before him was the sole surviving rodent within the Gene Research Center. It had consumed all the gene serum, resulting in extraordinary changes to its physiology. Through the pink crystals atop its head, it could emit certain special signals, enabling it to command the entire murderous rodent population. No wonder the rodents had been so agitated and frantic when Cheng Qi approached the Gene Research Center. They were compelled to protect their rodent king, Chapter 45. the stars surrounding the moon confronted by the diminutive white mouse before him, Cheng Qi was aware that it possessed certain characteristics inherent to silicon-based life forms. The squeaks emitted from the mouse's mouth were translated into comprehensible language by Cheng Qi's silicon-based genes. Throughout this process, Cheng Qi refrained from initiating any form of communication. Thus, the little mouse had yet to receive any feedback. Cheng Qi lifted his head, and the visor of his extreme warrior armor slowly rotated. His pupils began to transform, revealing intricate geometric patterns that radiated a dazzling light. "I am not the human you perceive," he declared, as a blue ribbon unfurled from his mouth, meandering and coiling until it converged within the pink crystal atop the mouse's head. The mouse suddenly halted, tilting its tiny head in bewilderment. It had never anticipated the possibility of communication. Squeak. This time, the sound held no particular meaning, merely a manifestation of instinct, seemingly expressing surprise. "From a certain perspective, we belong to the same category," Cheng Qi continued, raising his hand as the layers of his extreme warrior armor peeled away, producing a crystalline sound. A layer of crystal materialized in the palm of his hand, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, resonating with the crystal above the mouse's head. Squeak. The mouse's shiny eyes reflected Cheng Qi's form, its astonishment deepening. After centuries of solitary evolution, survival, and a constant elevation of awareness, the mouse sensed its fundamental distinction from the world, even from its own offspring. Gazing at the humanoid being before it, the mouse could distinctly feel a shared essence on certain levels, a primordial resonance it had never dared to hope for. "Being small is not a sin," Cheng Qi's voice reverberated gently. "Once, I was abandoned and scorned, much like you, forced to passively accept everything. Yet now, I, like you, have opened a new door and I believe that a splendid future awaits us both." Squeak. The mouse entirely relinquished its wariness, adeptly scuttling down the pipe, traversing the ground, and climbing up Cheng Qi's leg to perch upon his shoulder. It extended its tiny snout, sniffing at Cheng Qi's cheek. He felt the delicate whiskers brushing against his face. Chapter 46. Bountiful harvest. As predicted by Cheng Qi, only the colossal red-furred rodents have the capacity to gestate alloy. Moreover, not every red-furred rodent contains alloy within its belly. The ultimate probability stands at approximately 1 in 8. Yet, due to the vast quantity, 1 in 8 becomes an astonishingly remarkable figure. Standing atop a towering mound of refuse, Cheng Qi surveyed the landscape. Scattered across a radius of 5 kilometers lay a plethora of amorphous alloys, densely packed and shimmering with brilliant light. "Who among my kin understands this?" Cheng Qi's facial muscles began to twitch. "There must be at least 50,000 pieces here. What could they possibly be worth in credit points? It's utterly outrageous. Within the detritus-laden earth lies an astonishing treasure. However, ordinary individuals lack the fortune and capability to unearth the immense wealth residing in their vicinity. The inhabitants of distant planets, upon discarding these refuse, have already made a subjective judgment, deeming these loathsome objects in their hands to possess no further value. They could scarcely fathom that all of this would serve as the very foundation for a certain waste heap youth to rise and transform his fate. The sight of the inferior amorphous alloy strewn about prompted a pressing question. They lay scattered, encrusted with the regurgitated remains of the red-furred rodents. Cheng Qi found himself at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted, and a smile suddenly graced his lips. He retrieved a meticulously crafted metallic playing card from his bosom. With a gentle grip, a soft blue technological glow emanated from the X-shaped crevice of the card. Buzz. A towering blue beam of light materialized before him, revealing a 3-generation iron mama gradually emerging through the portal. Upon reaching the open space, the hatch before it slowly lifted, unveiling a smaller version of the iron mama, reduced in size by 90%. As the diminutive iron mama began to move, ethereal silhouettes encircled it, expanding in concentric circles. By the time it fully exited the hatch, it had regained its standard dimensions. The surrounding red-furred rodents, baring their teeth in trepidation, perceived the scene before them as a formidable threat, unable to comprehend its significance. Although the creature perched on Cheng Qi's shoulder, known as the Squeaker, possessed remarkable intelligence, its lack of experience left its small eyes wide with astonishment. Chaotic, filthy, and in disarray, this was undeniably the domain of the Iron Mama. The 3-generation Iron Mama presented a triangular form, its surface a matte black metal, while its hovering system at the base radiated a blue luminescence, allowing it to levitate approximately 50 centimeters above the ground. With mechanical whirring sounds, 9 robotic arms extended from its 3 cross-sections. Subsequently, tremors resonated from within the Iron Mama's mechanical body. Afflicted with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it exhibited a sense of impatience. Cheng Qi chuckled softly. "Thank you for your hard work, Buzz." The 2 Iron Mamas plunged into the refuse heap. They adeptly picked up shards of amorphous alloy, subsequently retrieving a certain type of artificial fiber cloth and bottled cleaning solution from within their interiors. Squeak, squeak, pshh, pshh. They sprayed the cleaning solution onto the amorphous alloy and fervently wiped it with the cloth, ensuring a thorough cleanse from every conceivable angle. Clang. One Iron Mama raised a well-polished piece of amorphous alloy, which, even under the dim sunlight, gleamed with a dazzling luster. Squeak, squeak, pshh, pshh. Within the dump, the 2 3-generation Iron Mamas maneuvered back and forth, their 18 mechanical arms flitting about in a flurry. Meanwhile, the storage compartments on their bellies. A series of impeccably pristine amorphous alloys, arranged with the precision of standing eggs, occupy the space, each positioned exactly 0.1 centimeters apart. The interior of the storage area features a set of fixed ribbons that elegantly encircle the very center of the alloys, ensuring their stability, while all ribbons maintain a uniform height, perfectly horizontal and vertical, evoking a profound sense of comfort. Cheng Qi scratched his head, remarking, "There are indeed advantages to obsessive-compulsive disorder. It feels rather pleasant." Although the operational steps of Steel Mother were intricate, her computational speed was remarkable, her movements precise, and her efficiency astonishing. Before long, the amorphous alloys scattered across the floor had been nearly completely collected. "This is absolutely fantastic," Cheng Qi exclaimed with delight. Coupled with the vast quantity of subpar amorphous alloys, his haul this time was nothing short of bountiful, a resounding success. Over 50,000 pieces of alloy, alongside his new companion, Gigi, and behind Gigi lurked an army of 140 million killer mice. Most importantly, the antidote from Boss Missouri had also arrived. Upon reopening the miniature star gate, a blue beam door materialized out of thin air. Cheng Qi stepped through it. The sensation was akin to the very fabric of space folding. For Cheng Qi, it was merely a step taken, with no discomfort whatsoever, and in the next moment, he found himself in his underground sanctuary. Prior to his departure, he had already programmed the return path of the miniature star gate. With this device in his possession, every journey could transform into a unidirectional affair. However, unbeknownst to him, the crow had passed the outskirts of Kyoto for the 3rd time. He stood atop a ground-effect flying vehicle, gazing toward the mist-laden Kyoto. Alas, the crow shook his head. Has Chi-Gu encountered a mishap? Such a pity for that brave young lad. Cheng Qi, observing his underground sanctuary, felt a sense of astonishment. The efficiency of Hanzai and Xiaoqiong was astonishingly high. They had not only reinforced and camouflaged the entrance of the sanctuary, but also installed wooden stairs within the sloping tunnel. Naturally, the stairs occupied only half the space, leaving the other half for Xiaoqiong to serve as a slide. Inside the sanctuary, they had constructed a wooden platform in front of the Earth Dragon King's docking bay, accompanied by a wooden railing. This platform perfectly addressed the curvature of the ground. It extended into a wooden corridor, resembling a serpentine wooden bridge, connecting seamlessly with the wooden stairs at the entrance. Cheng Qi also discovered a small mound of soil piled on one side of the platform. The small grass he had previously transplanted was now nestled in the center of the mound, gently swaying. They probably intend to create a vegetable garden or a botanical garden. A splendid idea. If realized, it would be truly beautiful here. Yet on today's Earth, land is scarce and likely contaminated. Collecting enough soil will be quite a formidable task. Cheng Qi gazed at the small mound of earth, somewhat speechless. Why does it feel like a patch of wild grass atop a grave? Hanzai is so fond of cremating me. Now even a burial ground has been established. Soon, it will be a one-stop solution. Chapter 47. Pinnacle of the Cosmos. 2 steel behemoths returned punctually. As the cargo bay doors swung open, a meticulously arranged and immaculate expanse of amorphous alloy lay within. The data revealed a total of 49,803 pieces of alloy. Cheng Qi was instantly invigorated. This was bizarre, utterly bizarre. The joy that surged within him was beyond words, compelling him to act and render this bounty even more extraordinary. Frantically synthesizing. Impure amorphous alloy. Dispersing into primordial matter. Commencing synthesis. Amorphous alloy, 24, 901. The stomachs of the red-haired mice were, after all, no match for the advanced forging techniques. The amorphous alloys they produced were of inferior quality. Now, after a single synthesis, half of the quantity had been consumed, yielding merely standard amorphous alloy. Yet, Cheng Qi felt no sense of loss. These alloys were akin to what he had acquired effortlessly, and even when halved, their numbers remained astonishing. Dispersing into primordial matter, commencing synthesis, high-entropy alloy, 12, 450. Hee, ha ha ha. As Cheng Qi gazed at the ground strewn with high-clarity, milky white luminescent high-entropy alloys, he found himself momentarily dazed. Who could have anticipated this? Who would dare to envision it? Previously, merely 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy had garnered him a staggering 34 million credit points, leaving even Boss Missouri somewhat at a loss for words. High-entropy alloys were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Before him sprawled an entire expanse of high-entropy alloy, not just a few pieces or piles, but an entire field. An entire field, indeed. Such a quantity surely surpassed anything found in the reserves of the Interstellar Alliance, did it not? This must be synthesized further. Cheng Qi could almost hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. What astonishing materials will emerge from the synthesis of high-entropy alloys? Unable to continue synthesis, Cheng Qi heard the cold, unfeeling voice of the STC, as if an entire Arctic Ocean had cascaded down upon him, chilling his fervent heart. Cheng Qi was taken aback. What is going on? Lacking blueprints for technologies above level 4, unable to synthesize corresponding levels. The user may unlock higher-level synthesis by collecting corresponding information fragments. Information fragments? Cheng Qi glanced at his crystalline wristband, where the blue starlight continued to dance. Your information is incomplete? Cheng Qi recalled meticulously. The items he had previously synthesized, no matter how advanced, had never included any technological creations above level 4.1. Thing was clear to Cheng Qi. Everything synthesized by the STC had a corresponding item in reality. It executed pre-designed blueprints, and once a blueprint was missing, even the powerful STC could not generate the corresponding item. So, this is where the limitation lies. Thus, my struggle and motivation are intertwined with this. Cheng Qi's mind illuminated. But how can I acquire the information fragments? I have suffered immeasurable damage. My civilization has also endured a significant blow. We have scattered throughout the vast cosmos. I hope that one day, you can help us stand tall again at the pinnacle of the universe. Before that, I will do my utmost to assist you. Cheng Qi was momentarily lost in thought. The STC indeed hailed from a higher civilization. It was a true technological product of such a civilization, the pinnacle of the cosmos. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered. Had they once been the most powerful technological civilization? Yet, no nation lasts forever, nor does a bell toll eternally. At some point, they had been vanquished by other civilizations. Why me? A fierce determination ignited within Cheng Qi. The STC had chosen him for a reason. This was a heavy burden, a mission of great significance. Because I have bad luck. What? Fragments like meteors, uncontrollable. My essence fortuitously landed upon you, the most unpromising of creatures. I'll tell you, why the hell would I help you revive a civilization? I'll simply lie flat. I'll just make money, arm myself, and from now on, if I encounter fragments, I'll steer clear. A civilization that lacks manners like yours deserves obliteration. From the moment I was activated, everything was already predetermined. You will ultimately succeed. I represent an entire civilization in expressing my gratitude to you. What is this? Cheng Qi was taken aback again. Your tone shifted quite rapidly. In truth, banter aside, possessing the STC meant that Cheng Qi could never choose to simply lie flat. The completion offered by the STC was of utmost importance. Who in this world would disdain their own overwhelming abilities or excessive equipment? I will ultimately succeed? Cheng Qi pondered. In theory, technology should be able to master time, but I wonder what level of technological civilization is necessary to grasp the secrets and keys of time. Could it be that the mother civilization of the STC has already reached this height? Shaking his head, he dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind. All of this was beyond what Cheng Qi could currently comprehend. Regardless, the STC at present contained all design blueprints below level 4. The human civilization in which Cheng Qi lived had not even surpassed level 2. In other words, the existence of the STC was undoubtedly a dimensional strike. As long as it was utilized properly, the path to ascension would remain uninterrupted. As for the vast expanse of high-entropy alloy before him, it could only be sold to Boss Missouri for now. Cheng Qi felt a sense of anticipation. What expression would Boss Missouri wear upon learning of this transaction's value? ZZZZ. Calling Boss Missouri. Cheng Qi activated the dedicated communication channel. Your destined major customer and unparalleled benefactor has arrived. Cheng Qi. Boss Mo's voice remained as steady as before. I conducted an investigation. The gray storm on Earth subsided 4 hours ago. But why have my 20 technology crates not returned? Ha! This fellow truly lacks any semblance of sentiment. Cheng Qi exhaled slowly. You don't know? The world is unpredictable. In 9 out of 10 cases, things do not go as planned. What? Boss Mo's voice inquired. Do you need new materials to claim them for yourself? Ah, did you mishear, or is the signal faulty? Cheng Qi was somewhat speechless. Your thinking is flawed. I truly cherish the opportunity to trade with you. What did you say? Boss Missouri continued. Those crates are expensive. They absolutely cannot be free? What the hell? Cheng Qi squinted. This guy figured it out but did not directly expose me. In this regard, I must give him credit. This high-level geneticist indeed possesses admirable quality, speaking with such eloquence. None of that matters. The gray storm has arrived, and I've acquired a substantial haul. What? This is a matter of principle. Don't think you can get away with it? What the hell? Cheng Qi was taken aback again. Boss Mo, you truly are a genius. You've wagered it all. Are you preparing for an exam? Clearing his throat, Cheng Qi stated, I acquired high-entropy alloy. What? This time, Boss Missouri was no longer stoic. He had not anticipated that, within such a short time, Cheng Qi could present high-entropy alloy, leaving him astonished. Are you harboring some astonishing secret? Boss Mo's voice brimmed with questions. High-entropy alloy is a scarce commodity throughout the entire solar system. How can you claim to have it? Didn't I say? The gray storm swept in, stirring up a plethora of debris. And I've always been fortunate, fortuitously stumbling upon some high-entropy alloy. Cheng Qi spoke nonchalantly, though he himself was a bit puzzled. He was clearly a sea-level geneticist, superior to Boss Missouri, yet why could he casually spin tales without a hint of embarrassment? How many did you manage to procure this time? Boss Mo's tone grew cautious. Dealings involving high-entropy alloy were significant business. He had already demonstrated full trust in Cheng Qi, specifically using the term how many? 12, 450 pieces. What? 12, 450 pieces. What? Is your signal genuinely poor? 12, 450 pieces. Ive said it several times. Thud. Suddenly, Cheng Qi heard a peculiar noise emanating from the communicator. Did Boss Missouri just fall off his chair? Cheng Qi scratched his head. As a major boss and high-level geneticist, was he really so unstable? What a joke. Wait. The transport crates will arrive shortly, and don't consume those inferior genetic agents. Chapter 48. The uninvited guest Cheng Qi arrived on the surface, discovering that Hanzai was indeed meticulous. The exit of the underground sanctuary had been camouflaged with a considerable amount of refuse, all welded or glued together, rendering it impervious to detection without the sweeping force of a dust storm. Once the entrance was completely sealed, it was surrounded by heaps of indistinguishable rubbish, making it impossible for anyone to discern its secrets. Not far from the entrance lay the makeshift dwelling where Cheng Qi had previously resided. Hanzai had propped it up once again, but undoubtedly, it was merely a fade. Yet this seemingly trivial detail could effectively allay the concerns of others. After all, Cheng Qi would frequently be in the vicinity, and he undoubtedly required a nominal residence. Perfect, Cheng Qi nodded. Hanzai truly lives up to its reputation as a caretaker robot. Subsequently, Cheng Qi awaited the arrival of Mo's transport box, gazing up at the sky. The two starships of the Interstellar Alliance that he had previously spotted were still hovering near the atmosphere. Why haven't they descended yet? Cheng Qi wondered, perplexed. Typically, these self-proclaimed superior beings harbored disdain for Earth, arriving and departing in haste, unwilling to linger for even a moment. A slight sense of alertness emerged within Cheng Qi's consciousness, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of two thin crystals rubbing against one another. Is this the sixth sense belonging to silicon-based life forms? Cheng Qi underwent a partial siliconization, his eyes transforming into brilliant diamonds. It was then that he noticed the enormous hull above was continuously emitting extensive scanning beams. These beams were not visible light, thus undetectable by the naked eye, specifically, the eyes of carbon-based organisms. Cheng Qi squinted. The pilot, Crow, had mentioned that he was here to search for something. Initially, Cheng Qi had deemed Crow's rumors unreliable, but it appeared that Crow's sources were indeed trustworthy. After a moment of careful scrutiny, Cheng Qi discerned that the scanning beams from the starship could only penetrate approximately 50 meters underground, rendering his sanctuary undetectable. While they could detect tunnels, the abundance of scavengers profiting from digging in this refuse-laden earth meant that such tunnels were commonplace and unremarkable. Xiao Qiong's father had perished underground while excavating such a tunnel. Suddenly, Cheng Qi heard a faint sound emanating from a garbage heap about 500 meters away. Thanks to his genetic enhancements, he was able to perceive what would have otherwise gone unnoticed. What was that? This was the second time Cheng Qi felt the presence of some living entity nearby. Previously, during the dust storm, he had seen a quarter of a person struggling across the ground. Was it some creature? Or perhaps a malfunctioning robot that had unexpectedly activated due to a reverse short circuit? Cheng Qi cautiously shifted his stance when he suddenly heard Mo's voice through the communicator. Prepare to receive the box. Gazing at the chaotic and desolate refuse ahead, Cheng Qi halted. He turned his gaze skyward to see a larger-than-usual black biological container slowly materializing in the distance. The previous box had been about the size of a shoebox, whereas this one was comparable to a small refrigerator from a bygone era. TSK. Mo has truly learned from experience. This time, he brought a larger box, aiming to load as much as possible. At worst, he could make a few return trips. Cheng Qi grimaced. In that case, I won't have the opportunity to detain the box. Cheng Qi glanced again at the two starships hovering above. The box's trajectory was cleverly designed, precisely utilizing the scanning blind spots. Earth was under blockade, yet they had sent in heavy artillery. Was quite audacious, smuggling right under their noses. Cheng Qi shook his head. Merchants, in the face of sufficient profit, regard risk as trivial. The dust storm had completely receded. The air currents were remarkably stable, and the refrigerator-sized biological container descended smoothly before Cheng Qi. Examining the biological container, it appeared to be merely an enlarged version of the smaller box, devoid of any technological upgrades. Of course, due to the increased manufacturing materials, its cost had undoubtedly multiplied significantly. What a pity! How much alloy could such a small box contain? Perhaps a maximum of 500 pieces. How many trips would that require? Cheng Qi felt a sense of helplessness as he approached, pressing the box's switch, causing a pneumatic sound to echo as the hatch gradually opened. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Within the box sat a chair perfectly sized for a person, and seated upon it was Mo, dressed impeccably in a suit, leaning on a cane, casually crossing his legs and observing Cheng Qi with unwavering composure. What brings you back? Cheng Qi felt a chill under Mo's gaze. Mo's expression remained aloof and formal. Pull me out. I can't get out myself. Cheng Qi exerted some effort to pull Mo from the box, surprised at the considerable effort Mo had made to transport himself. The box was too large, making it susceptible to interception, too small, and he wouldn't fit. Consequently, Mo had chosen an extreme size, resulting in his perfect entrapment. Cheng Qi sighed. Given such substantial risk, why did you come in person? Do you think I wanted to? Mo's gaze was filled with grievance as he turned to gently touch his biological container. If I hadn't shown up in person, it would have been a wasted effort. You must not have studied history well, Cheng Qi corrected him. That saying goes, a meat bun hits a dog. Indeed, Mo suddenly turned to Cheng Qi. It is indeed a dog. Cheng Qi felt his throat constrict. Had he dug a pit for himself? The high-genetic beings had such a knack for wordplay. Didn't they tire of it? At that moment, Cheng Qi noticed that Mo appeared frail, needing to lean on his cane to walk. his physical condition significantly worse than the last time they met. I must clarify, I do not intend to belittle your identity, Mo began. I find it hard to believe you can produce 12 for 150 units of high-entropy alloy. That is nearly impossible. In that instant, Mo froze completely, swallowing the rest of his words. For Cheng Qi had approached the makeshift dwelling and, with a swift motion, lifted the tarpaulin. The blinding reflection nearly dazzled Mo's eyes. Before him stood 4 individual pyramids, each towering an impressive 7 meters. Previously, Cheng Qi had commanded Steel Mother to stack 12, 450 units of high-entropy alloy within the dwelling. The valuable high-entropy alloy was meticulously piled, each dimension precisely calibrated to an astonishing degree, resembling exquisite craftsmanship, radiating a soft golden glow, clang. Cheng Qi tapped on the pyramid, producing a crisp sound. With a smile, he confidently declared, Mo, have you ever seen such a wealthy dog? Chapter 49. The price unbelievable. Is there truly this much? Mo stood on the ground, his hands propped on a cane. However, in his excitement, his hands trembled, causing the cane to shake violently, digging into the ground like a drill, penetrating 5 centimeters deep, causing Mo's body to lean precariously forward. This quantity. There are indeed over 10,000 pieces. This will be the largest transaction I have made in nearly 3 years. Even within the entire family, it cannot be underestimated. I shall once again make a remarkable impression in the interstellar trading market. Mo, with his superior genetics, had been striving to control his emotional outburst. Yet, his pupils quivered incessantly. Striving to regain his composure as a businessman, he meticulously counted the high-entropy alloys. Mo found it increasingly hard to believe. How could such a vast quantity of high-entropy alloys exist on the garbage planet Earth? And why were they concentrated in Cheng Qi's hands? This was utterly absurd. Despite the multitude of doubts swirling within him, Mo maintained his commercial principles, refraining from expressing any questions. I will soon find a safe method to transport these alloys. Once the alloys are transported, I will calculate the price. Rest assured, it will be fair, adhering to standard market rates. Before that, I need to store the alloys with you. After all, we can be considered friends now. Mo suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, his gaze flickering. I will initially provide you with a credit limit of 500 million. Do you require cash or items for exchange? The total selling price of these alloys far exceeded 500 million. Yet Mo was indeed being generous. At present, he did not intend to transport the alloys, as the transaction had not been smoothly completed. Nonetheless, he was still willing to extend a credit limit of 500 million, believing that if Cheng Qi were in urgent need, this sum should suffice. Soon after, Mo heard a familiar demand. Though he found it somewhat hard to believe, Cheng Qi uttered that very phrase, black market gene potion failures. I do not see quality, only quantity. Whatever you have, I want. Upon hearing this, Mo could not mask his astonishment. Why do you need so many potions? What about the previous ones? But in the next moment, Mo instinctively provided an answer. Frowning, have you mastered some kind of potion refining technology? Cheng Qi seized the opportunity, feigning mystery. Don't tell anyone. Mo took a step back, momentarily stunned. Then, he advanced 2 steps, fixing his gaze on Cheng Qi's pupils, which were pitch black. The refining of gene potions is one of the most challenging technologies in this world. I hope you succeed. Mo shook his head. While human gene modification technology was not the most difficult, it was undoubtedly the most complex. Civilian refinement of gene potions was akin to a welder handcrafting an atomic bomb in the old era, operationally arduous and with a success rate as minuscule as dust. Mo could only commend Cheng Qi for his audacity in choosing this path. Cheng Qi was also observing Mo's pupils, straining his vision to discern the faint golden specks drifting deep within. The STC annotations were quite clear. In individuals poisoned, golden specks would gradually manifest in their pupils, accompanied by a growing aversion to light. Cheng Qi scrutinized Mo. Mr. Mo, have you been feeling unwell lately? You seem to rely heavily on your cane. I have recently visited some peculiar environments. Perhaps I contracted a virus. Mo casually shrugged. Our family employs the foremost physician in the solar system. These minor issues will soon be resolved. Cheng Qi smirked and nodded. Mr. Mo, have you been favoring dark places lately? Mo paused, reflecting carefully. He indeed had not preferred strong light recently. Even in the starship's cockpit, he instinctively chose the dimmest lighting, and at night, he felt an inexplicable comfort. Mo raised his head. How do you know? Cheng Qi chuckled. Given your family's wealth, you must possess a grand estate. Yet regardless of the butler's wishes or others' orders, the lighting within your mansion has been rather dim lately, hasn't it? Mo furrowed his brow, recalling, how do you know? Cheng Qi continued, have other members of your family been feeling unwell recently, exhibiting slight weakness, though not too noticeable? Mo frowned. My family is quite large. My father is the second in line, and I am the fourth SON. To be honest, my father's branch has been somewhat marginalized and I, too, have faced some exclusion, so I am not well informed about the others' conditions. However, Mo inhaled slightly, my father has indeed been unwell lately, and the family physician has been quite busy. Do not rely on your physician, Cheng Qi sighed. He will not provide any substantial advice, likely delivering vague reassurances. He probably knows the truth yet feels powerless. He may even be preparing to flee. Mo's eyes widened. Why? Because, Cheng Qi met Mo's gaze directly, your entire family has been contaminated by a type of cellular toxin, one that current human civilization's medicine cannot conquer, nor even shake. Cheng Qi paused before adding, the gradual weakening of the body, light aversion, and the emergence of golden specks in the pupils are all symptoms of poisoning. What? Mo's body stiffened, swaying slightly, barely managing to remain upright with the support of his cane. How do you know all of this? Cheng Qi spoke slowly. This toxin comes from the high-energy protein extract provided exclusively by your family. Mo was entirely stunned, fear flashing across his eyes. He then slowly turned to Cheng Qi, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. Was this truly the case? Had he discovered a clue from that bottle of drink? Yet, if it surpassed the limits of human medicine, how had he realized it? Mo's heartbeat quickened, the onslaught of revelations overwhelming him. You mentioned that your father was marginalized and you faced exclusion? Cheng Qi raised an eyebrow. You are fortunate to know me. This time, my friend, I will assist you in staging a triumphant comeback, turning the tables, and saving your entire family. Mo replied blankly, I am not a waste. I am merely slightly overlooked, not to the extent of turning the tables. All right. Cheng Qi waved his hand, then produced a glass vial. Within it was a single drop of blood, condensed and glimmering like a ruby. Mo gazed at the droplet, noting the myriad of tiny crystalline structures shimmering within, both mysterious and beautiful. This is no ordinary substance. Mo's professional instincts kicked in, and he swiftly retrieved a miniature golden balance from his pocket to scan it. This semi-silicon biological blood, filled with a plethora of gene completion crystals, theoretically can repair all flawed genes. There are no prior trading precedents. Its value is immeasurable. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you acquire such a thing? Perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own family. Return and interrogate your family physician thoroughly, urging him to reveal the truth. Cheng Qi tilted his head. Of course, that so-called top physician of yours might also be one of the masterminds behind this. Regarding that cellular toxin, the only remedy within the entire solar system, I fear, is this drop of blood. I have already confirmed that this blood has a high concentration. Even if diluted 10,000 times, it will retain its efficacy. Cheng Qi said, looking up at Mo. He extended the vial, slowly uttering a single word, give. You are giving this to me? Mo's eyes widened to an exaggerated degree. What is the price? Cheng Qi merely smiled, remaining silent, and again offered the vial forward. Mo accepted the vial, staring at the drop of vivid red blood, his lips quivering, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Cheng Qi shrugged. I have endured countless hardships to obtain this drop of blood, with the aim of saving someone's family, yet that individual suspects I have pilfered his transport container. TSK, Ardamyo. Don't you think that person is heartless? Mo seemed momentarily dazed. Did you mean heartless? Cheng Qi met his gaze directly. Yes, heartless. The corners of Mo's eyes twitched, and he instinctively took a step back. Chapter 50. The anomalous squad. Mo clenched the test tube tightly, his expression a blend of suspicion and uncertainty, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead before he raised his gaze, seriously regarding Cheng Qi. Upon my return, I shall commence an investigation. If all of this proves to be true, then my family, the Emo clan, owes you, Cheng Qi, a monumental favor. Should you require assistance, my entire family will go to great lengths for you. You overstate your case, Mr. Emo. I merely fear for our financial livelihood. Cheng Qi waved his hand dismissively. By the way, what exactly does your family do? Are you all merely merchants of goods? I must reluctantly admit my error, Emo replied. My surname is not Emo. He puffed out his chest proudly. Our family's surname derives from a name that has shone brightly throughout the millennia of Chinese history. We are all descendants of Mozi, the philosopher. At that moment, a sacred reverence flickered in Mo's eyes. Currently, the head of our family is named Emo, but he has ventured into the stars and has not returned for a century. Oh, Emo. Cheng Qi shrugged. I've never heard of him. Regardless, you cannot turn a blind eye to matters concerning my family, Emo said earnestly. To express my initial gratitude, I must share some information with you. Emo glanced skyward at the two starships above. Concerning this Interstellar Alliance combat squad, he continued, his expression growing grave. Before arriving on Earth, they procured a significant cache of weaponry and ammunition from the interstellar black market. This is utterly illogical. As regular troops, they are entitled to a standard allocation of ammunition, yet they opted for additional purchases, indicating they possess plans outside the regulations. Outside the regulations? Plans for combat? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. What exactly do they intend to do? All remains shrouded in mystery, and no one knows what clandestine matters they conceal. Emo turned to Cheng Qi. From here on, you must exercise caution, or rather, the entirety of this wretched Earth must remain vigilant. Mo's urgency to return was palpable. He seemed to unleash some dormant potential, stuffing himself back into the biologically sized transport container. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a bottle of blue liquid and tossing it into Mo's arms with a smile. Drink this on your way. Mo's face flickered between shades of green and purple as he begrudgingly cradled the bottle, the confined space leaving him little choice, though he wore an expression of distaste. Did you not mention this drink could be poisoned? Do you wish for me to drink it on the journey, or are you eager for me to depart swiftly? Cheng Qi replied with a mischievous grin. If this drink is indeed toxic, it would surely become refuse. It seems a waste to destroy it. Instead, why not find a way to transport it all here and gift it to me? Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. After all, this beverage has a slight enhancing effect on physical strength. Mo's mind struggled to comprehend this, and he ultimately sighed. Let me investigate further before making any decisions. As he watched Mo's transport container gradually vanish into the atmosphere, Cheng Qi fixed his gaze on the distant starships, his brow furrowing. He then activated his communicator, summoning Hanzai and Xiaoqiong to return to the shelter promptly. Wow, who is this? In the underground shelter, Xiaoqiong gazed at the little white mouse perched on Cheng Qi's shoulder, her round eyes sparkling with curiosity. As a 6-year-old girl, she was innately drawn to such adorable creatures. This is Gigi. From now on, he will be our new member. Cheng Qi smiled as Hanzai and Xiaoqiong, covered in mud, continued to gather wood and soil, evidently intent on further fortifying their underground refuge. Gigi. Xiaoqiong extended a finger to gently stroke the mouse's fur. Then you shall be my second pet. Second? Cheng Qi was taken aback. Who is the first? Hanzai, of course. Xiaoqiong's eyes sparkled as she pouted. Hanzai is so silly. He talks in such an amusing way, he is. My first pet? Hanzai flexed his gleaming arm. Silly? I'm incredibly handsome, thank you very much. Xiaoqiong busied herself, rummaging through the pile of wood until she found a handful of dry grass. She crafted a tiny straw hat and placed it atop Gigi's head. With this adornment, Gigi's cuteness multiplied 100-fold, standing upright like a tiny sprite, its white whiskers quivering, resembling a whimsical little creature. Furthermore, Gigi's exposed brain and pink crystal were perfectly concealed. Xiaoqiong paid no heed to Gigi's initially alarming appearance, as such sights had become commonplace in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Moreover, she was unaware of what a true pet should resemble. The two starships above do not bode well. You two must remain in the shelter for the time being, Cheng Qi instructed earnestly. Hanzai, contact the monkeys and temporarily halt acquisitions, finding a place to hide. I will inform them when it is time to resume work. Understood. Rest assured. Hanzai was not truly foolish. He would not engage in reckless behavior when danger was evident. Xiao Qiong, Hanzai lowered his head. Did you hear Cheng Qi's words? We will stay right here. Besides, we have plenty of work to do, so we won't go anywhere. Xiao Qiong nodded emphatically. I will follow Cheng Qi's lead. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. At that moment, the aged communicator crackled to life with an announcement from the Scavenger Alliance. All scavengers are to report immediately to the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. A collective welcome for the arrival of the Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad. This concerns our fate. We must extend the utmost respect. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. You two stay here. I will go alone. With that, Cheng Qi donned the tattered scavenger cloak, ensuring his extreme warrior armor was perfectly concealed beneath. He checked his jet-turbine shoes and anti-gravity gloves before confirming the concealment of his eyes. The light refraction capabilities of his silicon-based genes flawlessly obscured the 3 rings in his pupils. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi stepped purposefully toward the exit. I shall see what this interstellar combat squad truly intends to do. Chapter 51. Vanguard in front of the headquarters of the Scavengers Alliance. A vast expanse of refuse has been compacted and flattened, forming a cohesive square. Flanking the square are 8 columns, each forged from a myriad of metallic debris, rising tall and straight beneath the somber sky. Here, amidst the desolation of garbage-laden earth, stands the grandest sight imaginable. Thousands of scavengers congregate in this place. With water resources on Earth being scarce, bathing has become a relative luxury. Over the years, the scavengers have developed a distinct, moldy odor, and as they gather, they create an aura that is decidedly unwelcoming. Cheng Qi stands quietly among the crowd, observing everything with keen interest. Xiao Qi, a woman in her 50s, adorned with a red scarf, thrusts a small cloth pouch into Cheng Qi's hand. Aunt Lan? Cheng Qi blinks in surprise, opening the pouch to discover several round energy food blocks. What is this? Aunt Lan's weathered face breaks into a smile. I recooked some ordinary energy blocks, filtered out the impurities, and added a bit of sugar. Take them home and enjoy. Aunt Lan's husband is Old Lin, a close friend of Cheng Qi's grandfather. Previously, when the hyena gang attempted to seize Cheng Qi's amorphous alloy, they kidnapped Old Lin as leverage. However, Cheng Qi ultimately triumphed over the hyena gang and rescued Old Lin. Regardless of how circumstances have changed, the Lin family has consistently kept an eye on Cheng Qi and cared for him. Aunt Lan is an excellent cook, often transforming the energy blocks distributed by the Scavengers Alliance into culinary delights, enhancing their taste, and selling them in exchange for credits to sustain daily life. You're being stingy, old woman. At that moment, Old Lin squeezed through the crowd. Cheng Qi is still growing. How could such a meager portion suffice? As he spoke, Old Lin removed his satchel and produced another package of energy blocks. Take my rations as well. However, Aunt Lan pressed down on Old Lin's hand. You needn't part with yours. Old Lin paused. I know my energy blocks haven't been filtered, but they still provide sustenance. Aunt Lan shook her head. No, your energy blocks are made from the impurities. President is here. The president has arrived. With the exclamations of the scavengers, Cheng Qi looked up at the main entrance of the headquarters. An elderly man, past his 60s, emerged first. His square face bore deep wrinkles carved by time, and his hair and beard were snow-white. He made an effort to straighten his back, striving to appear vibrant. To his left and right followed 2 figures. On the right stood a woman in a red dress, reminiscent of a rose in the apocalypse. Hanna.as she entered the crowd's view. Numerous men waved at her, attempting to catch her attention, their praises ringing out incessantly. Cheng Qi's gaze lingered on Hanna for half a second, instinctively knitting his brows. He then turned his attention to the other figure behind the old man. Clad in a gray cloak, her tall and graceful silhouette hinted at an extraordinary demeanor. Most, including Cheng Qi, were unaware of her true identity. In the distant sky, 2 Hawk-class starships remained aloft. Yet to descend. One of the starships slowly opened its hatch, and a shuttlecraft gracefully emerged. 3 seconds after the shuttle departed from the starship, Cheng Qi observed a shimmering defensive field composed of countless blue diamond-shaped blocks surrounding the vessel. The field appeared robust and substantial, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. One diamond block shimmered with intricate patterns as the shuttle glided through, landing on the square, stirring up a cloud of dust. The scavengers held their breath, and even the president on the steps swallowed hard. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. With a hiss, the shuttle's door opened, forming a descending staircase. A tall, young man appeared within the doorway. He wore military attire, a design that borrowed elements from a suit, exuding neatness, solemnity, and aesthetic appeal. Adorning his shoulder was a dark gold epaulet, marked with 2 golden stripes and 2 star insignias. Yet, his face was obscured by a black, high-polymer gas mask, concealing his identity. This young major descended the shuttle, followed by a dozen armed soldiers. As he walked forward, surveying the scavengers standing on either side, his mask gleamed coldly, imparting a strong sense of pressure. The scavengers widened their eyes, silenced by an overwhelming sense of awe. Suddenly, the young man extended his pale fingers and removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face, approximately 25 or 26, framed by dark hair, with clear blue rings shimmering in his pupils. Many female scavengers stifled gasps, captivated by his allure. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ning. You may call me Major Ning from now on." The young officer smiled warmly, waving to the crowd. Beside him, a soldier remarked, "Major, the air here. Perhaps you should wear your mask?" Major Ning furrowed his brow slightly and whispered, "But everyone else is unmasked. Wouldn't he that make us seem somewhat superior?" The soldier paused, then removed his own gas mask, revealing a rugged face marked by a scar. The remaining soldiers followed suit, all discarding their masks. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Such courtesy was unexpected. On the steps, the president of the Scavengers Alliance witnessed this exchange, his pupils flickering with slight astonishment. In the next moment, the tension faded from his expression as he hurried down the steps to greet them. Presently, Major Ning extended his right hand from a distance. "We welcome your arrival." Presently, visibly excited, wiped his hands on his clothes before extending them to firmly grasp the young officer's hand. "On behalf of the Scavengers Alliance, I assure you we will cooperate fully." Following closely was Hanna, her gaze fixed on the young officer's face, her eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance as she gently bit her lip. "Oh, right. Let me introduce you to Major Ning," President Lee beamed. "This is my youngest daughter, Hanna." Hanna stepped forward, extending her fair palm to shake the young officer's hand. Lingering a moment longer than necessary, her beautiful eyes fixed on his face, her fingers lightly brushing against his hand. "Hello." Major Ning offered a polite smile, nodding like a true gentleman before gently withdrawing his hand. "Ah, this is my eldest daughter." President Lee gestured towards the figure cloaked in gray. At that moment, the figure dramatically shed her cloak, revealing a figure clad in a leather jacket on top and tight shorts below, her long, snow-white legs standing tall and straight. Upon seeing her visage, Major Ning's expression momentarily froze. Gasps rippled through the scavengers. Who is she? Could she be the president's eldest daughter? She rarely makes appearances. Many have never seen her. How extraordinarily beautiful she is. Chapter 52. Resurrection. Hona has long been heralded as the red rose of the apocalypse. However, when compared to that figure, she pales in insignificance, a mere shadow. Hong Yin's visage was adorned with a delicate layer of makeup, accentuated by a subtle tint of crimson on her lips. Her beauty, her physique, her very presence seemed entirely out of place on this earth, so laden with debris. "Hello, Colonel Ning," Hong Yin stepped forward. "As you can see, the current state of Earth is marked by a severe scarcity of resources, making the survival of scavengers particularly arduous." Hong Yin. Yet it was President Lee who interrupted the discourse. "Colonel Ning has only just arrived. Is it not somewhat premature to discuss such matters?" "It is quite all right," Colonel Ning replied with a smile, gazing into Hong Yin's eyes. "Miss Hong Yin, I must inquire, are you truly a D-grade geneticist?" Hong Yin hesitated for a moment before gently nodding her head. The colonel, in a gesture of gallantry, bent slightly at the waist, expressing his respect. Even amidst desolation, flowers can bloom, which is truly commendable. At that very moment, 2 soldiers approached, bearing a large black box beside Colonel Ning. "Colonel, as per protocol," one of them stated, "should we encounter individuals with E-grade or higher genetic traits during our inspection, genetic identification will be required." Upon hearing this, Hong Yan's beautiful eyes quivered intensely. Meanwhile, both President Lee and Hona shuddered slightly. Cheng Qi observed everything discreetly, sensing something peculiar in the large beauty's gaze, yet unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Heh! Colonel Ning waved his hand dismissively. Miss Hong Yan's appearance speaks volumes. I see no need for further examination. The two soldiers hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Understood. A wave of relief washed over Hong Yan. President Li burst into hearty laughter. Brave soldiers, having journeyed from afar, please come inside. Let us sit and converse. There's no rush, Colonel Ning replied earnestly. I have grasped Miss Hong Yan's intent. I will soon submit a request to the Alliance for essential supplies such as fresh water, food, and energy cells, ensuring sufficient quantities are procured and delivered with utmost urgency. Really? President Li's eyes widened, his lips quivering with excitement. I never anticipated you would be so enlightened and benevolent. Tears of joy nearly welled in President Li's eyes as he turned to the gathering of scavengers. Did you hear that? Cheers erupted within the crowd of scavengers. Long live the Interstellar Alliance. Long live Colonel Ning. The colonel, too, beamed with delight, nodding in acknowledgement to the throng. He turned once more to President Li. Moreover, in a show of respect for the people of Earth, the higher-ups have dispatched a group of heroic figures as part of this inspection team. President Li paused. Heroic figures? Indeed, renowned heroes, Colonel Ning replied slowly, extending his fingers toward the hatch of the landing craft. Suddenly, the sound of activation resonated, and 8 imposing figures gradually emerged from the hatch. A hush fell over the thousands of scavengers. They were 8 warriors clad in exoskeleton armor. Their towering figures stand at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, with their robust exoskeletons forged from titanium aluminum compounds exuding strength and power. On their backs, they bear sleek, black fuel cells, while their right hands grip dark silver cleavers, and their left arms are equipped with 20mm beam machine guns. President Li's pupils seemed to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Could it be the Extreme Warrior 8-man team? In the crowd, Cheng Qi's pupils momentarily constricted. He harbored a secret unknown to all. The Extreme Warrior 8-man team had long since turned to dust. They had been entombed within a fuel tank, buried deep underground for 20 years. At this very moment, how could the Extreme Warrior 8-man team possibly reappear? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the equipment of these 8 individuals. It was the X-55 Extreme Warrior-powered exoskeleton. This was an iterative product of the original Extreme Warrior exoskeleton, a byproduct of Cheng Qi's own synthesis process. Compared to the memory metal Extreme Warrior armor he wore, it lagged 2 versions behind. Cheng Qi recalled that this equipment could output a force of 900 to 9800 Ind. Could it be the Extreme Warrior squad has been reformed? Have new pilots been recruited? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, attempting to find a plausible explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the Extreme Warrior squad is intended to inspire morale, encouraging everyone to face all challenges with greater courage, Colonel Ning declared, turning to salute the Extreme Warrior squad. With a soft hiss, the metallic visors of the 8 exoskeletons slowly lifted, revealing faces weathered by time yet still resolute. They too saluted the scavengers in unison. Extreme Warrior Squad, Ding Feng. Extreme Warrior Squad, Lin Lanyue. Extreme Warrior Squad, Long Zhanxiao. Extreme Warrior Squad. One by one, they proclaimed their names, their formidable exoskeletons amplifying their imposing presence. Cheng Qi's pupils suddenly constricted. Ding Feng, Lin Lanyue, Long Zhanxiao. Cheng Qi distinctly remembered that after discovering those exoskeletons, he had laid their remains to rest and collected their nameplates. With a heart full of reverence, he had vowed that one day he would uncover the truth for them. Thus, he had etched these names into his memory, and now, a group of exoskeleton pilots, aged around 40 to 50, claiming to be members of the Extreme Warrior Squad, spoke those very names. As you can see, Colonel Ning proclaimed with a righteous smile, 20 years ago, they undertook an extremely perilous mission, and rumors of their heroic sacrifice circulated. However, in truth, they utilized their exceptional combat skills to turn the tide and successfully return to headquarters. Perhaps people were enamored with such tales of miraculous escapes and heroic rebirths. The scene erupted in thunderous applause. Cheng Qi clenched his teeth slightly. Nonsense. The true Extreme Warrior 8-man team had perished. They had been betrayed, their throats cut from behind. Gazing at Colonel Ning's valiant and righteous demeanor, Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes. Who are you truly? What is your purpose? Chapter 53. Breaking news: the scavengers gradually dispersed, their hearts brimming with joy as they awaited new supplies. Colonel Ning and his entourage also made their way into the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. Cheng Qi remained rooted to the spot, observing the armed combat team of the Interstellar Alliance as they sealed off the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Several piercing gazes were directed at him, urging Cheng Qi to hasten his departure. With a slight shift of his stance, Cheng Qi positioned himself just outside their perimeter, continuing to disregard those scrutinizing looks. If only he could overhear their ensuing conversation, it would undoubtedly provide him with valuable leads. Contemplating this, Cheng Qi tilted his head, his gaze landing upon the imposing antenna that towered atop the Scavenger headquarters. This antenna was integral to the headquarters broadcasting system, from which all prior announcements had emanated. Cheng Qi's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he turned away from the combat team, closing his eyes slowly. When he reopened them, his pupils shimmered with a dazzling brilliance akin to that of diamonds. He perceived the myriad blue ribbons suspended in the air, which were, in fact, electromagnetic signals converging at the apex of the massive antenna. Cheng Qi felt as though he were ensnared in an illusion, his perspective following one of those ribbons as it delved into the interior of the antenna and, tracing the circuitry, descended into the communicator housed within the Scavenger headquarters. The digital display on the communicator flickered slightly, with the frequency value increasing by 0.01. Yet, no one noticed this subtle detail. Just 5 meters to the right of the communicator sat Chairman Li, Colonel Ning, Hong Yin, and others. In the next moment, Cheng Qi overheard their conversation. Colonel Ning, the reason you brought heavy artillery this time is that there's an SSS-level wanted criminal hiding on the garbage planet? The tone of Chairman Li's voice was noticeably altered, laced with palpable fear. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qi instinctively widened his eyes. This was indeed significant information. He recalled some news from 7 years prior about the gene mutant who had slaughtered half a colonial planet. Its wanted level was merely S at the time. Now, an SSS level. What sort of being could that be? The complexity of this information was staggering. First, there was the announcement that this small team had procured a vast quantity of black market weapons and ammunition. Then, the emergence of the resurrected elite warrior squad. Now, another SSS-wanted criminal. What was truly unfolding here? What connections existed? Cheng Qi listened intently for more. The reason it is classified as SSS is because it was once among the highest echelons of the Galactic Alliance's military. Colonel Ning's voice resonated. Chairman Li, have you heard of Kunlun? Kunlun? Chairman Li's voice conveyed even greater astonishment. The Kunlun that stands like a sentinel over the galaxy, as the military's pride? Colonel Ning's voice came slowly. Indeed. Chairman Li's tone sharpened considerably. Isn't it one of the 4 great generals of the human legions? Its name derived from a famous mountain on Earth, a perennial source of pride for humanity. That was in the past. Colonel Ning replied, now, it has betrayed all of humanity. A cacophony of panic ensued, as it seemed Chairman Li had overturned the cup in his hand, utterly shocked. What? Kunlun is plotting to assassinate the other 2 great generals. Its aim is to seize military power. Colonel Ning deliberately slowed his speech, enunciating each word. It seeks rebellion. A silence enveloped the scene for a full 30 seconds. Our visit this time is primarily for a routine inspection. 7 days ago, the 5th, 6th, 12th, and 19th fleets besieged Kunlun's 24th fleet. They were nearly annihilated. Kunlun itself was struck by thousands of superpowered sniper beams, sustaining grievous damage. Subsequently, it fled to Earth, which falls under your jurisdiction, Chairman Li. As Colonel Ning slowly recounted these events, the sound of Chairman Li swallowing hard, wiping sweat, and even the tremor in his throat was distinctly audible. So the recent blockade of Earth, Chairman Li trembled as he asked, is it related to Kunlun? That was to prevent remnants of Kunlun from providing it with reinforcements. Reinforcements? Colonel Ning continued, Kunlun is not a conventional human. It was gravely injured. To regain its combat capabilities, it requires external equipment. Chairman Li trembled further, but Earth is rife with technological refuse. Colonel Ning appeared to shake his head. I do not mean to offend, but in Kunlun's eyes, these items on Earth do not even merit the term garbage. They provide no assistance whatsoever. Then, Chairman Li inquired, what should I do? Colonel Ning's voice responded, You and the scavengers need not do anything. We will take care of everything. The remainder of the conversation yielded no further critical information, comprising only routine procedural checks. Cheng Qi blinked, his pupils returning to their original black hue. He cast a glance back at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, which loomed under the gray sky. Those soldiers were persistently driving him away. Cheng Qi set off, returning to his underground sanctuary. Along the way, he pondered. Could it all be due to this S-level wanted criminal? Yet that seemed implausible. Why would they procure ammunition that exceeded regulations? What secrets lay behind the elite warrior squad of 8? Was this team righteous or malevolent? The likelihood of malevolence appeared high, but the question was, did it reside solely within certain individuals or the entire squad? After all, they were the regular forces of the Interstellar Alliance. Lost in thought, he unwittingly returned to his underground sanctuary. Cheng Qi sat in front of the Dragon King expansion dock, his brow furrowed in contemplation, casually picking up a worn teapot to soothe his throat. Hanzai, why has Xiao Qiong peed in the pot again? Cheng Qi lamented. Hanzai peeked out from behind the room, half of his brass head exposed. You said we weren't allowed to go outside, and we've been obedient. But then Xiao Qiong got desperate and couldn't bear to dirty the floor. And since she's not used to the toilet, she had no choice but to pee in your pot. Cheng Qi rubbed his forehead and then asked, Where's Xiao Qiong? What is she doing? She's not behind the room. Nor is she fiddling with her new pet. The answer was as obvious as it was unspoken. Cheng Qi scratched his head, slowly rising to head toward the back of the dock, suspecting Xiao Qiong was busy making some strange clothes for Gigi. After all, he was the mutant rat king. Some dignity had to be preserved. Upon reaching the back of the dock, he found Xiao Qiong in a fluster, hands behind her back. Gigi's new outfit isn't finished yet, so I can't show it. Cheng Qi tilted his head and saw a half-human high rack standing behind Xiao Qiong, its top covered with a tattered piece of burlap. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. What's inside there? That is, Xiao Qiong's gaze darted. It's Gigi. Cheng Qi's frown deepened. Gigi. From one side, Gigi nimbly crawled out from the ground, climbing up Cheng Qi's pant leg to perch on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the burlap behind Xiao Qiong remained utterly still. Cheng Qi's voice turned somber. I ask you again, what is inside there? Chapter 54. Unexpected surprise. Little Qiong was merely 6 years old, her psychological resilience still quite tender. At this moment, she fidgeted with her hands, her eyes brimming with panic. Cheng Qi could only shake his head helplessly, recalling how she had referred to Gigi as her second pet, with the first one being something entirely different, perhaps the contents of the tattered sack. His expression grew solemn as he stepped forward, pulling aside the worn burlap sack. Then, Cheng Qi's pupils quivered, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is this? Before him lay a simply assembled metallic platform, upon which rested a round birthday cake crafted from edible energy blocks. Ha ha. Cheng Qi, happy birthday. Little Qiong giggled, her face adorned with a look of reproach. You adults are truly worrisome. You've even forgotten your own birthday. Cheng Qi, it was on this day 18 years ago that Grandpa found you. Who knows when you actually arrived? And so, today has been designated as your birthday. Hanzai produced a welding rod, ignited it with the flamethrower mounted on his arm, and plunged it into the birthday cake. Happy birthday, silly boy. Cheng Qi was utterly taken aback, his eyes gradually moistening. We are all family. Given that we are celebrating your birthday, why are you crying? You adults have such low thresholds for tears. Gigi, even Gigi perched on his shoulder, seemed to be one of the architects of this surprise. It was no wonder Hanzai had previously acted so mysteriously. He had intended to lead Cheng Qi to the back of the house. As for little Qiong, Cheng Qi had just criticized her for her childish mentality, her acting skills quickly exposed, yet her maneuver was truly impressive. Little Qiong smiled cheerfully. This cake may not be perfect, but you can imagine it in various flavors, tangy sweet cherry or soft, sticky banana. Whenever I think of it that way, I can't help but drool. Cheng Qi nodded. Once he had the means, he would certainly achieve freedom in fruits. Cheng Qi, hurry and blow out the candles. I heard that those who cannot extinguish their birthday candles are destined to be short-lived. Gazing at the glowing welding rod, Cheng Qi wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. How was he to blow this out? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, his heart brimmed with emotion. He broke into a genuine smile. Thank you all. I previously harbored doubts about your intentions, thinking you had taken in something unworthy. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the ceiling, crashing down and obliterating the energy block cake. Everyone gasped in unison, instinctively looking up at the magnificent and resplendent dome above them, before their gazes shifted downward to the object that had landed on the cake. It was a quarter of a person. 10 minutes later, this unidentified object was propped upon a metallic frame. Cheng Qi, Hanzai, Little Qiong, and Ji gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity. It had a human head, female in form, with exquisitely proportioned features radiating a sense of vigor. At present, her eyes were tightly shut, her realistic eyelashes long and distinct, though much of her synthetic skin had been burned away, revealing a mottled visage with exposed metallic skeleton within. Her long red ponytail, originally cascading to her waist, had been singed, leaving only half intact. She possessed a shoulder, though it was shattered at the connection, exposing a silver alloy structure beneath, with a crimson liquid steadily dripping to the ground. On her left side, an arm connected, but it was severely burned, the synthetic skin completely gone, revealing a twisted, deformed metallic skeleton beneath. Just below her neck, Chapter 55. Kunlun. The nanorepair robots of Kunlun converged and dispersed. Within the cerebral cortex of the cybernetic life form, minuscule arcs of electricity flickered. Due to the extensive damage to various circuits, only remedial repairs can be executed. The outcome of the repairs cannot be predicted. A diminutive UFO hovered before Cheng Qi, relaying the repair information. Cheng Qi nodded silently. This was garbage Earth. Given the extent of the damage, had it not been for his intervention, had he not fortuitously synthesized the quantum repair cluster recently, its restoration would have been utterly impossible. Suddenly, the eyelids of the cybernetic entity trembled, its lashes quivered. With a swift motion, it opened its eye, yet merely the left one. There was no human pupil, nor any genetic hierarchies to be found. Rather, it appeared as an electronic eyeball, with a dim red point flickering at its center. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoqiong instinctively recoiled. Cheng Qi attempted to communicate with it using the electronic resonance properties of silicon-based life forms, but there was no response, as it lacked a core CPU. Its consciousness was entirely derived from that human brain. The red point within the eyeball flickered, transforming into a red halo that gradually expanded and then contracted, ultimately coalescing into a crimson pupil. One could not deny the beauty of its eye, exuding a breathtaking allure. Her left eye began to tremble as well, yet despite her efforts, it remained closed. The repair work of the quantum cluster was nearing its conclusion. Cheng Qi steadied his mind and slowly inquired, "Who are you?" "I." The dust-laden red lips parted slowly, emitting a crisp and icy voice that, though frail, was melodious. I do not remember." Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. Is the biological brain damaged? The scene before him remained bizarre. A person with merely a head and half an arm, its spine exposed, swaying slightly, had spoken, yet it could not provide its own identity. Cheng Qi maintained his patience. "What do you recall?" "I." The red halo in the cybernetic entity's right eye flickered gently. "I was betrayed." Cheng Qi's heart jolted. It was increasingly reminiscent of that SSS level wanted criminal. "What else can you remember about yourself?" I. The red lips atop the head trembled. "I believe my surname is Hua." "The flower?" "Hua." Cheng Qi tilted his head. "Hua Mulan." "I remember now. My surname is indeed Hua. My name is..." The flickering right eye opened wide. It seemed unable to see Cheng Qi, perceiving only the void before it. "I am Hua Kunlun." "Hiss. Indeed. How fortuitous." Cheng Qi leaned back, the one who stands like Kunlun, towering at the pinnacle of the galaxy. "That Kunlun?" "No." The beautiful head trembled. "My father said, a daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to lead in all matters." Cheng Qi clicked his tongue. "Your father is quite ruthless. What a fine daughter, transformed into this state." In the past, Cheng Qi had heard tales of General Kunlun on interstellar radio. He was aware of his unparalleled valor and illustrious achievements, yet the majority of his information remained classified. The reason was evident. He was not human in the traditional sense. However, one aspect Cheng Qi had never anticipated was that Kunlun was, in fact, a woman. And they? Who? And they? The tone of the beautiful head suddenly rose a few octaves. That group who defamed my name, branding me a traitor, their true identities are a band of interstellar brigands from 20 years ago. They massacred an entire interstellar squad, donned military attire, altered system records, and brazenly roamed for 2 decades. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted abruptly. The amount of information was overwhelming. Kunlun had been wronged, and the true identities of that interstellar combat squad were a band of criminals. In other words, the robbers had donned police uniforms, transforming themselves entirely. According to the quantum repair cluster's indications, the head of the cybernetic life form before him had not been wholly restored. Rather, it was the subconscious of its biological brain that was sustaining all its actions. In other words, this information stemmed from her subconscious, a genuine expression from the depths of her being. She had not lied, nor could she. I need to expose them. I must eradicate them. I cannot allow this to continue. As she spoke, the previously sluggish left eye suddenly opened wide, and the beautiful head's eyes illuminated with a fierce red glow, akin to a surge of battle spirit. Her head began to sway violently. I will never fall. I will fight forever. In Cheng Qi's eyes, she was merely a shattered vessel, propped upon a metallic frame, her only arm entirely incapacitated, her spine partially exposed, and her vibrant red ponytail swaying with the force of her head's violent motions. What Cheng Qi beheld was nothing but a once mighty hero brought low, a tragic spectacle. I was betrayed by traitors. I was destroyed. I lost my body and fled to earth. The battle spirit of the beautiful head waned, her head gradually drooping, yet she seemed to recall something. But amidst the refuse, I saw a youth, adorned with technology far surpassing Earth's standards. He can help me. Only he can aid me. Please, help me. The voice of the beautiful head grew increasingly faint, her eyes gradually losing their luster, staring vacantly ahead, devoid of further movement. Its energy levels are critically low. Self-preservation protocols have been forcibly initiated, entering a dormant state. The quantum repair cluster transmitted diagnostic information. Cheng Qi took a deep breath. The truth was that the Interstellar Alliance squad was the true traitors. They were not even worthy of being called traitors, but rather, a band of ruthless brigands. It was likely that the massacre of the genuine elite warrior squad 20 years ago had been orchestrated by them. 20 years. To masquerade as regular troops without detection for 2 decades, there must be higher-ranking individuals shielding them. And that person was the true human traitor aiming for rebellion. As for Hua Kunlun, she was merely their stumbling block. The purpose of this squad's mission was indeed to capture General Kunlun, but Kunlun was not an SSS-level fugitive. She was someone they needed to eliminate entirely, 100% silencing. Cheng Qi pondered over the events. After Kunlun fled to Earth, she had inadvertently seen him traversing through a gray storm, utilizing extreme warrior armor to leap several dozen meters to retrieve a transport crate from Boss, Missouri. Thus, her lingering consciousness suggested that Cheng Qi might be a formidable repairman or mechanic. Though the underground shelter was concealed, it currently lacked any alarm systems. Kunlun had likely seized the opportunity during one of Hanzai and Xiao Qiong's outings to slip through the open door. Once a formidable human general, reduced to such a fate. All because she clings to her obsessions. How pitiable. Cheng Qi sighed. The beautiful head hung low, her eyes fixed on the ground, her visage still retaining its final expression, a plea. The metallic surface, melted into the ground, reflected Cheng Qi's figure, casting him in a somewhat towering light. In that instant, Cheng Qi straightened his chest and turned to say, Hanzai, contact the monkeys. We can commence acquisition operations discreetly. Inform them that I require some cybernetic prosthetics. Torso, arms, legs, weapons, every component, the more, the better. Chapter 56. Undercurrents Galactic Alliance KRF-02 Hawk-class starship. Commander Ning strolled slowly along the corridor of the bridge, illuminated intermittently by the overhead beams of light that danced across his face. Trailing behind him were 2 soldiers, who bore a rectangular, somewhat slender box in their hands. With his spine straight, Commander Ning approached the very center of the bridge, the entire control hub. He raised his hand, executing a slow military salute. General. The lighting in the center of the bridge was dim. A tall and robust mechanical seat was faintly visible, at the center of which sat a hazy figure. The figure responded in a low voice. What have you discovered? Commander Ning shifted slightly to the side. The two soldiers behind him placed the black box flat upon the ground, the sound of machinery whirring as the lid of the box slid open. A soft white backlight illuminated the base of the box, revealing hundreds of fragments of varying sizes meticulously arranged within. Most of these fragments were adorned with red paint, while their interiors gleamed with a semi-transparent metal, carefully positioned to replicate the original structure of the pieces, resembling half of a humanoid form. The shadow seated in the mechanical chair slowly extended a hand. Understanding the unspoken command, Commander Ning reverently extracted a fragment from the box and presented it to the figure. The figure lifted the fragment, directing it towards the distant light, narrowing its darkened eyes slightly. Heh! It emitted a low chuckle. As it rotated the fragment in its grasp, it became evident that this particular piece had been severely deformed from high-temperature exposure, its surface paint flaking away in layers, yet the faint outline of what appeared to be a badge could still be discerned, seemingly fused to some mechanical prosthetic. The emblem depicted a grand mountain peak constructed from simple lines, its crimson hue embellished with golden edges. General, 30% of these fragments originated from a space battlefield. The remaining 70% are from the garbage earth. The soldiers spent over 4 hours collecting these, Commander Ning continued. Our mechanics have assessed that her core has been shattered to an extreme degree. Even if she still lives, she possesses no combat capability. The shadow in the darkness continued to admire the fragment in its hand. Commander Ning added, she chose Earth, a place with virtually no surveillance, seemingly a lifeline, but in reality, it is a dead end. She will find no useful components here. Perhaps she might be able to piece herself back together with refuse, but she would undoubtedly become a fragile relic, one that shatters at the slightest touch. No one here will be able to assist her, nor will any scavenger be foolish enough to aid her. Heh. Commander Ning chuckled softly. Perhaps she has already been found by some scavenger, disassembled into fragments and displayed in the market. After all, these scavengers hold only this meager pursuit of survival in their hearts. Commander Ning, you once served as an aide to Kunlun, lurking by her side, providing me with her whereabouts, ultimately assisting us in obliterating her 24 fleets. Indeed, it was a significant achievement. The figure in the darkness began to speak slowly, but I must make it clear to you that I desire her brain. I wish to witness her brain death with my own eyes, and I want to embed her beneath my seat, ensuring she forever feels the shame of being beneath me. The figure turned its gaze towards Commander Ning, a cold glare piercing through. If you do not locate her brain within 72 hours, then you shall no longer be worthy of possessing your own brain. Commander Ning shuddered, quickly lowering his head. Yes, General. Cheng Qi once again arrived at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. Here, he was still met with the guards of the Interstellar Alliance troops. Utilizing his silicon-based biological abilities, he attempted to infiltrate their communication systems. His skills with silicon DNA felt as though they were veiled behind a curtain, and Cheng Qi struggled to master them perfectly, feeling as if he were trapped in an electronic labyrinth, like a headless fly lost for a considerable time. At last, he saw the bedroom of President Li, the frail elder in his 60s, sitting alone on his bed, deep in thought. President Li. Suddenly, a youthful voice emerged from the now-muted communicator. Who are you? The old man gasped, startled, his eyes darting towards the communicator in the room. You are a hacker. You have invaded my communications. What do you intend to do? The Interstellar Alliance team you received has issues. As a fellow scavenger, I believe it is necessary for me to offer a word of caution. President Li's expression flickered. They are regular troops of the Interstellar Alliance. Before their arrival, I received a notification from the Solar System Alliance. Identity verification, keys, everything was in order. You must be responsible for your words. They are indeed regular troops now. But their past identities. President Li interrupted Cheng Qi. You possess such advanced hacking skills. You are an impressive scavenger, but I hope you will apply your abilities for good, rather than engage in such tedious pranks. President Li, are you truly so stubborn? Stubborn? The elder frowned. If you were in my position, would you prefer to believe a fully documented regular army, or would you trust a scavenger hacker? Everyone claims I am moderate, that I am timid, but my duty is to balance the relationship between thousands of scavengers and the authorities. Now, everyone awaits salvation from the Interstellar Alliance. Do you expect me to doubt them based on a few statements? What if the one communicating with you is a high-level gene user? President Li's body trembled slightly. A high-level gene user? How high? C-class. President Li remained silent for a long while. This was a daunting piece of information. He approached the window, gently drawing back the curtain to behold the silhouette of a youth clad in a blue scavenger cloak standing in the square. Memories of his daughter Hong Yin flickered through his mind, recalling the 10 years of wealth he had poured into procuring a black market potion. How could a C-class gene user possibly emerge from garbage earth? He sighed deeply. Child, heed my advice. Do not use those biological contact lenses to deceive others. You may fool them for a time, but not for a lifetime. Cheng Qi paused. What kind of reasoning does this fellow possess? Child, I have also discerned some issues. This team is too humble. They appear overly approachable. Previous inspections were not like this. They seem as though they have been diligently polishing their camouflage, President Li pondered, yet it cannot be denied that the current garbage earth holds no value for them. We are but a bunch of filthy bugs living in a heap of rubbish, a pack of rats, as the saying goes. Bandits do not enter poor homes. We have nothing left to lose. Instead, I could leverage their camouflage to strive for what I desire. For instance, utilizing their affability and humility to negotiate for next year's rations. I am surviving in the cracks, deliberately muddled. Child, do you understand? At that moment, Cheng Qi suddenly noticed several small transport vessels appearing in the distant sky, breaking through the atmosphere to land on the southern side of the Scavenger headquarters square. As the bay doors opened, boxes filled with edible energy blocks were stacked high within. Scavengers around them rushed towards the transport vessels, creating a scene of jubilant chaos. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi stood alone on the northern side of the square, unmoved. The situation on the ground was starkly cleared in that instant. Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone has their own motivations. Perhaps they differ in needs or positions. Next, no matter what tricks you plan to play, the youth gazed up at the starships in the distance. I, Cheng Qi, will face them alone. Chapter 57. Eyes, Lieutenant Colonel. In the past 2 hours, we have unearthed an additional 12 fragments of the Kunlun. A non-commissioned officer remarked, yet, the main brain remains elusive. Could it be that some witless scavenger has concealed it? Rising slowly from behind his desk, Lieutenant Colonel Ning gazed down through the observation glass of the starship at the garbage-laden earth cloaked in darkness. I doubt a scavenger would have the audacity to undertake such an act. His brow furrowed, his expression as somber as a still pond. Ning continued, however, these scavengers, akin to rats and bedbugs, are not entirely devoid of worth. The officer, puzzled, inquired, what value could they possibly possess? Ning chuckled darkly. Inform the brethren that the long-anticipated plan may now commence. Really? The officer's eyes sparkled with excitement. The brothers have been feigning industriousness for years. They are on the verge of bursting with pent-up energy. At last, they can unleash their fervor on garbage earth. However, this plan must be executed incrementally. Tonight shall only witness a minor maneuver. A sinister glimmer flickered in Ning's eyes. I require some deft performances interspersed among the chaos. Detection of similar technological artifacts. Is synthesis possible? Within the subterranean shelter, Cheng Qi surveyed the expanse of discarded technological debris before him. This was the laborious yield accumulated by the monkeys prior to the gray storm, freshly delivered. Meanwhile, the monkeys, unrelenting, were fervently carrying out Cheng Qi's new orders, striving to acquire cybernetic bodies. Previously, Cheng Qi had instructed Hanzai to construct a 300-square-meter wooden warehouse on the eastern side of the underground shelter, which would serve as his future workspace. I lack eyes. Cheng Qi mused within the workspace. I require an effective and covert surveillance system to track the movements of that counterfeit army. His gaze lowered slightly, landing on today's raw materials. Antiquities from a bygone era, 22 camera probes. Identical in model, their white casings had succumbed to rust, and their lenses were encrusted with copious amounts of dirt. They were likely excavated by a scavenger from the depths. In this age, such devices are utterly worthless, and the original owner would surely curse the monkeys for their folly. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered with resolve. Commence synthesis. Dispersing into primal matter. Synthesis successful. DF-011 drone. 11. Lightweight aerial reconnaissance drone, equipped with night vision system, 200x zoom capability, 4 wide-angle cameras, fixed monitoring range of 3 square kilometers, operational time of 4 hours. Cheng Qi shook his head. It fell woefully short of expectations. Before me stands a drone with a wingspan of no less than 1.5 meters, devoid of any counter-surveillance systems. Once airborne, its noise will undoubtedly be astonishingly loud. Anyone with their eyesight intact will be able to detect it. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful, DF 058 Flying I-5. A military-grade comprehensive aerial surveillance platform equipped with sonar systems, high-precision thermal imaging capabilities, 28 intelligent tracking cameras, and an upgraded magnetic levitation power system with cruising noise levels below 35 dB. It's enormous, Cheng Qi remarked, gazing at the apparatus before him, which boasts a diameter of at least 4 meters. Its overall design resembles that of a diminutive black flying saucer point. One can easily imagine that its flight would be marked by a serene silence. Yet, the same issue persists. It is far too conspicuous. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful, AF 21 Ecological Camouflage Surveillance System, 2. Cheng Qi regarded the device with a playful expression, his mind brimming with curiosity. Before him stood a metal cage taller than a man, its bars slender and its top semicircular, while a row of red indicator lights blinked at its base. Cheng Qi leaned in, peering through the gaps in the bars. Inside, he discovered a tangle of metallic branches, upon which perched dozens of small gray birds. Birds? Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. This device disguises the appearance of aerial surveillance equipment as tree sparrows, simultaneously capable of emitting eco-simulated chirps and biological electromagnetic waves. Under a Level 3 technological civilization, it is undetectable from a distance. Furthermore, the tree sparrow is equipped with 2 high-precision cameras, enabling thermal imaging, wide-angle photography, and extended endurance among 7 capabilities. Tree sparrows are omnivorous, possess a robust reproductive capacity, and are one of the few bird species that are globally distributed. Due to its exceptional performance and excellent concealment, this device has been codenamed Birdcage. Birdcage. Cheng Qi sighed. The tree sparrow is indeed the scientific name for the common sparrow. This bird once infested the earth, becoming a nuisance, and at one point was even considered one of the 4 pests in China. But now, it is extinct, completely vanished from the polluted earth. Even the 4 pests cannot withstand nuclear radiation and chemical toxins. If we were to release them, their chirps would not be mere tweets. But rather, I have a problem. I have a problem. I damned well have a problem. Cheng Qi steadied his mind. Continue synthesizing. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful, SF 100 Ecological Camouflage Surveillance System. Another ecological camouflage system? But the designation has shifted to one beginning with us. Cheng Qi paused, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic object before him, his complexion shifting from red to purple, then to white. What on earth is this? Before him lay a mass of metallic refuse. To be precise, it was a tower constructed of layers of silver metal discs, each diminishing in size as they ascended, culminating in a small pointed tip. Cheng Qi stared in disbelief. This shape is hard not to provoke associations. Forget it. This must be a creation of a technologically advanced civilization with peculiar aesthetics. Cheng Qi noticed that the surface of the metallic object, no, the mysterious device, harbored inconspicuous seams, suggesting it could be opened. With a gentle touch of his palm, the device responded, revealing its interior. Cheng Qi's eye twitched. Inside lay layer upon layer of minuscule compartments. Each compartment contained a vertically positioned white larva, clearly visible, its body adorned with spiraled ridges, writhing incessantly. Cheng Qi was left astonished and speechless. STC, is this device's codename really Maggot Nest? Its codename is Thousand Eyes, for it perfectly replicates the most formidable compound eyes in the natural world. Just then, the white larvae began to writhe even more vigorously. Suddenly, delicate black tendrils pierced through the surface of the larvae, and one by one, tiny black flies emerged from within. They fluttered their translucent wings, acclimating to their newfound bodies. Subsequently, these flies swiftly turned their heads and collectively gazed at Cheng Qi. In that instant, Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. He beheld the multitude of compound eyes within each fly, reflecting his own form with startling clarity. Buzz! An invisible tremor rippled through the air as the swarm of tiny flies vibrated their wings in unison. Each compound eye shimmered with a faint glint. Though diminutive, the gleam was countless, numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions. They are not true flies. They are mechanical entities. Cheng Qi experienced an epiphany, and each of their compound eyes serves as a surveillance camera. Each fly contains approximately 8,000 compound eyes. This allows for a 360-degree field of vision, observing the surroundings from every direction without any visual blind spots. The compound eyes possess an extraordinary capacity for perceiving and tracking moving objects, capable of processing and reacting in the blink of an eye. While the human eye requires approximately 0.5 seconds to discern the outline of an object, a fly accomplishes this feat in a mere 0.01 seconds. When humans attempt to swat at flies, the motion appears to unfold in slow motion from the perspective of the fly, allowing them to effortlessly evade capture. In the SF-100, the fly is, in fact, a hybrid entity that is part biological and part mechanized, endowed with the functional attributes of a fly's compound eyes, as well as long-range signal transmission and intelligent control features. It can even replenish its biological energy through feeding, achieving an extended operational endurance. In today's terrestrial environment, it is as if the conditions have been meticulously tailored for the SF-100. Here, it operates as an almost invincible surveillance system. This device originates from a Type 2.6 biological civilization. Chapter 58 Perspective. It is indeed powerful. Cheng Qi's expression was filled with astonishment. In this current garbage-laden Earth, aside from rats, flies had also managed to survive, proliferating near human habitation, buzzing incessantly, much to one's annoyance, reminiscent of the bygone era. Next, I shall test its efficacy. Cheng Qi slightly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they had transformed into two brilliant diamonds. A graceful, flowing blue ribbon slowly emerged within his line of sight. Upon the body of thousand eyes, a radiant blue technological glow also blossomed. Buzz! In the next moment, a dense swarm of over 10,000 flies ascended, forming a clearly visible black whirlwind, which, under Cheng Qi's command, drifted towards the exit of the underground shelter. What? Where did all these flies come from? I'll smash you flat. The clueless Hanzai, a sophisticated nanny robot, flipped out a massive metallic fly swatter from its arm and pursued the swarm. Naturally, the flies had the advantage, and since Cheng Qi had already opened the exit of the underground shelter in advance, Hanzai failed to strike its target, left gasping in frustration. Watching the flies vanish from his view, Cheng Qi suddenly realized, wait a moment. First it was the squeaking of little mice, and now it's the little flies. Am I truly entangled with this heap of trash? Some individuals must be doing this on purpose, right? Has the title of King of Trash been solidified once more? Very well then. Regardless of the circumstances, the effect is paramount. In that instant, a straight beam of light emanated from the small tip of the SF-100 ecological camouflage monitoring system. Cheng Qi found himself at a loss for words. Does it have to be this? The beam performed a fan-shaped scan, and in the blink of an eye, a massive virtual screen was constructed in the air. Cheng Qi was taken aback. The screen displayed a multitude of monitoring perspectives, densely packed like a puzzle, showcasing millions of dynamic images, each no larger than a fingernail. Under normal circumstances, such images would dazzle the eyes, potentially causing adverse reactions. However, this device was equipped with a built-in gaze capture function. As Cheng Qi's gaze shifted, the myriad of monitoring perspectives rippled like shimmering water, exuding a magnificent and technological aura. When Cheng Qi's eyes settled, the corresponding area's image instantly magnified. What he focused on was a rusted tin can, with an 88K resolution revealing every minute detail. The faded inscription on the can read, Hualien Food Factory Pecan, produced on August 17, 2024. The can's name and production date were located on different sides. Yet, Cheng Qi could see all the information simultaneously, as the can had been aggregated into a form resembling a four-dimensional model, allowing him to perceive its front, back, sides, top, and bottom all at once. It was a wondrous perspective, akin to X-ray vision, yet far clearer. It felt as if Cheng Qi were observing the can from all angles in a 360-degree view without any blind spots. Is this how flies perceive the world? Cheng Qi mused, then looked up, where in the overhead view of the can, he spotted another fly, one of the members of Thousand Eyes. However, this fly was moving at a sluggish pace, its wings appearing to struggle against a viscous atmosphere, each tremor distinctly visible. "It's not that the fly is slow," Cheng Qi exclaimed in astonishment, "but rather, the capture speed and reaction speed of Thousand Eyes are extraordinarily swift." Simultaneously, on the right side of the virtual screen, a map was being rapidly drawn, and in the blink of an eye, District B24, where Cheng Qi resided, was completed. As Cheng Qi's gaze fell upon the map, the corresponding area was instantly magnified, revealing multi-angle real-time imagery. All of this was thanks to those flies, which were now dispersed over a radius of several dozen kilometers and continuing to spread. Cheng Qi also discovered, within the SF-100, a new batch of flies was hatching. "Wow, this is incredible." Cheng Qi could sense the potential to set various alert notifications for Thousand Eyes, such as warnings for fires, ferocious beasts, or even those counterfeit soldiers. Moreover, the system was outfitted with additional biological contact lenses, allowing for real-time monitoring at any moment. At that moment, in an inadvertent glance, Cheng Qi noticed something peculiar. It was a village. This was not a casual name. It was genuinely called a village. Comprising a dozen families of scavengers, this small hamlet lay in stark silence as the dawn broke, shrouded in the grayish light of the rising sun. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as multiple perspectives appeared simultaneously. All the villagers of a village were dead. They had not been attacked by weapons. Most bore broken necks or shattered spines. Some had been tossed atop Chapter 59, the hunting game aboard the KRF-02 Hawk-class starship. Behind Colonel Ning trailed a contingent of soldiers, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles as they hurriedly navigated the corridors. The sharp sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed as he passed through a series of passageways, gliding past numerous cabin doors. In the midst of his stride, Colonel Ning casually loosened the collar of his shirt, exposing his chest with nonchalance. He unfastened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms marked by faded tattoos, their surfaces etched with subtle creases from washing. An elderly man clad in a white lab coat approached, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he presented a tray. "Colonel, this is the anti-aging serum for this month, heh." Colonel Ning paused momentarily. "What are you heh-heh about?" The old man bowed slightly. "Apologies, that's a colloquialism from my hometown. I've grown accustomed to it." With a sharp glare, Colonel Ning seized the syringe from the tray, biting off the cap with his teeth before plunging it into his own arm. The pale blue serum was injected in one swift motion, after which he carelessly discarded the syringe. The old man, still bowing, maintained his smile as he knelt to retrieve the discarded syringe, watching Colonel Ning depart. With a click, a subordinate pushed open the imposing double doors. Colonel Ning's silhouette gradually emerged at the entrance. Inside the starship's cargo hold, over 500 soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance were gathered. Upon sighting Colonel Ning, they remained seated, neglecting to rise or salute, continuing their banter. Some cleaning their firearms, others indulging in spirits. Most cast a glance at Colonel Ning, nodding in his direction as a casual greeting. "Brothers," Colonel Ning remarked nonchalantly, "the hunting operation may commence." "Oh." A number of soldiers perked up, rising eagerly. "Boss, how shall we play this time?" "Haha." Colonel Ning strolled in, casually perching himself atop a cargo crate, one leg draped over the edge. "During the day, I want all of you to search for Kunlun's whereabouts. No slacking off. Once night falls, it will be our time for revelry. Last night, the first squad slaughtered that small village, and I've successfully framed it on Kunlun." A triumphant smile spread across Colonel Ning's face. The initial panic has already set in. Henceforth, no matter what transpires, those foolish scavengers will instinctively attribute the blame to Kunlun. Several soldiers' eyes lit up. What a brilliant tactic. The brothers can barely contain themselves. Why pretend to be regular troops, adhering to orders and acting like iron-blooded warriors? If we don't spill some blood, it feels as though we haven't eaten. We lack vigor. One soldier mimicked Chairman Li's obsequious demeanor, hunched over and speaking in a high-pitched voice. "Ah, Colonel Ning, it's so good to finally see you. I admire you greatly. You're so formidable. Ha. Big brother, my dream is to join the military when I grow up and serve the Interstellar Alliance." Another soldier imitated the voice of a scavenger child, speaking in a mockingly whiny tone, inciting uproarious laughter. At this moment, the soldier imitating the child straightened his posture, a feral gleam in his eyes, and growled, "When I'm a soldier, I want to snap their necks and rip open their bellies." Colonel Ning exhaled slowly. "The anti-aging serum we've been using has certain side effects. It tends to awaken one's ferocity. You've all suffered for these years. No worries." A soldier with a massive scar across his face raised his head. "Is this the moment of relaxation we've been waiting for?" "Old rules apply. It's a points-based system." Colonel Ning casually picked up a dagger, fiddling with it. "Based on combat prowess, the first squad will enter the hunting ground, followed by the stronger bearded squad after 10 minutes, and then the axe squad after another 10 minutes. Points are awarded as follows. Children and the elderly earn 1 point, women 2 points, and adult males 3 points. The dagger spun rapidly between his fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence. The crew of the Mao 2 swiftly boarded the landing craft, which roared to life, departing from the starship and descending towards the desolate surface of the trash Earth. Beneath the cloak of night, the air currents swelled as the landing craft opted for a location distant from any habitation, landing silently. The members of the Mao 2 group emerged from the hatch, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "This time, our score must surpass that of the Beard group. Those fools have mocked us for months. After all these years, our strength should have been reassessed long ago. Indeed, I am utterly weary of wearing the Mao 2 label. I propose we set aside our competitive nature and focus on relishing the present moment. Life requires wisdom. Wisdom, my foot. I recall my first landing. I marked my spot well, 12 kilometers east. There's a scavenger's den housing at least 20 souls. Look at you, you lack ambition. You'll never escape the Mao 2 tag, fixated only on marking spots. I know of another place with at least 30 inhabitants. A dog cannot change its nature. You're no different. Alas, why are there so many flies? Trash Earth is indeed a cesspool. It's utterly revolting." Chapter 60. Points in the twilight. A youth cloaked in a tattered blue scavenger's cape emerged slowly from behind a mound of refuse, positioning himself before the scruffy group. A gift delivered to our doorstep? Our luck seems to have turned. 12 members of the scruffy group lifted their gazes, only to be met with the sight of several flies buzzing around the boy, prompting them to grimace in unison. "Disgusting. Don't be picky. Any prey is better than none." One member, as robust as an ox, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a resounding pop. "I'll take this one. It's time to score some points." "So, you find delight in slaughtering scavengers." The boy in the shadows spoke slowly. One of the scruffy group furrowed his brow and tilted his head. "Has this kid been hiding here all along? Did he overhear us?" "What does it matter if he did?" the muscular member retorted. "Look at him. He is so frail he probably struggles to fill his belly. Surviving must be a chore for him." In the eyes of these burly men, a faint ochre glow circled their pupils, not indicative of high-grade gene enhancement, but rather a sign of some modification, a result of their prolonged use of certain performance-enhancing substances, endowing them with superior physical capabilities. Each one was a towering figure of strength, their muscles solid, their combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Within the entire Interstellar Alliance team, Lieutenant Ning was a high-grade gene enhancer, while the others were merely such enhanced beings. In other words, they had entered the scavengers' realm akin to wolves among sheep, ready to reap their harvest with abandon. "This is Garbage Earth, the homeland of scavengers, and it is also my home." The boy in the darkness inhaled deeply. "I may wreak havoc here at will. To put it mildly, other scavengers may do the same." At that moment, the boy suddenly raised his head, his gaze dark and piercing. "But you cannot. Damn, is this kid out of his mind?" The muscular man swung his arms and stepped forward. "Count him as 3 points. Boom." The ground where the boy stood erupted with a multitude of refuse, and he vanished from sight in the cloak of night. A fleeting shadow appeared before the burly man, who was taken aback by the youthful face before him. In the next instant, the man felt an immense force gripping his throat, like an unyielding iron band. He became lightheaded, lifted off the ground by the boy's grip, and then his body was spun around with a burly man abruptly removed his wig, revealing a scalp adorned with tattoos. He extended his tongue and licked his lips, declaring, "East side, 1. 5 kilometers. I shall lie in wait at the water source." The phrase "lie in wait" is aptly used. came a deep voice from above. Perched atop a heap of refuse sat a youth cloaked in a tattered scavenger's mantle, silhouetted against the hazy silver moon. The bald man was evidently the leader of this ragtag group. He squinted, stating, "I have long maintained that even when confronting scavengers, one ought not to underestimate them. This area is rife with toxins, and it is inevitable that certain genetic mutations may manifest." The bald man assumed a defensive stance. Observe. Atop that towering mound of garbage sits a diminutive metal box, and he remains perfectly still, having made no sound for several minutes. His agility must be considerable. Third, you have just injected an agility-enhancing serum. Go probe his defenses. The rest of you, encircle him and seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. For minutes later, Cheng Qi stood atop the tattooed bald head. The owner of that head lay bloodied from a single punch, his tongue lolling out. Cheng Qi slowly wiped his palms, 72 points. Subsequently, he casually dug a pit and buried the members of the bearded squad. He had once again acquired 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 devices resembling small signal jammers. Thereafter, he cast a hopeful glance toward the Harrier-class starship hovering above. On this garbage-laden Earth, the land is vast yet sparsely populated. It may prove somewhat less exhilarating. Far too much time has been squandered in pursuit of targets. 10 minutes have elapsed. Major Ning shook his head. Axe squad, prepare for the next round. Cheng Qi gazed at the Harrier-class starship suspended in the sky, each moment stretching into eternity. He attempted two endeavors. First, he sought to interface with the control systems of the two starships through the genes of silicon-based life forms. However, he received no response, perhaps due to the distance or the formidable defensive field enveloping the vessels. Second, he endeavored to utilize STC to scan the two starships and synthesize them. Yet, STC provided an unexpected response. Frowny face. The two Harrier-class starships share a common control brain, which possesses a self-aware consciousness and distinct personality traits. STC's foundational principle forbids the plundering or forcible synthesis of items with clearly defined ownership. This is an unwritten rule that has circulated among the mother civilization. Chapter 61. Preliminary Ecology, Score, 108. The extreme warrior armor retracted its sleeves as Cheng Qi slightly tilted his head. All 12 members of the Axe group, without exception, hung lifelessly upon the mountain of refuse. The leader of the Axe group was exceptionally formidable. According to the assessment of the extreme warrior armor, his punch could exert nearly 2,200 newtons of force. A truly monstrous capability for an ordinary individual. It is akin to a flashlight within the annals of human civilization. You might classify it as a technological marvel of a 1.5 civilization, and indeed it is, yet scarcely anyone employs it. But Cheng Qi fixated on the annotations of the STC, astonished, decomposing inorganic matter and transforming it into energy or nutrients. Does this not elevate us to the realm of molecular manipulation? What constitutes inorganic matter? Metals, glass, ceramics, sand, and gravel. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. In this wretched world we inhabit, all that meets the eye is, quite literally, inorganic matter. Chapter 62. The marvelous ecosystem. Cheng Qi propelled the SN-11 ecological cycle platform beyond the confines of the workshop. Casting his gaze towards the northern side of the underground shelter, he noted the small grave mound that stood defiantly. In pursuit of their dream of a modest vegetable garden, Hanzai and Xiaoqiong had diligently gathered resources for an extended period, yet they had managed to procure only approximately 50 kilograms of pristine soil. Technology transforms lives, Cheng Qi remarked with a smile, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as a blue ribbon unfurled. Suddenly, the surface of the SN-11 ecological cycle platform revealed verdant green fissures. Subsequently, its covering components split apart and initiated the expansion mode. A faint mechanical sound reverberated as the SN-11 first expanded into a 10m x 10m rectangular platform, and then astonishingly, a metallic water wheel emerged from its surface. Indeed, it was that age-old and practical irrigation tool crafted from wood, reminiscent of a bygone era. A 3-meter diameter water wheel, connected to a sunken water basin, began to turn. Squeak. Squeak. The water wheel rotated, seemingly accompanied by a sound system mimicking the sound of wood friction. Its water-lifting mechanism was fashioned like a wooden bucket from silver metal, drawing up clear, viscous liquid from the submerged basin. This translucent substance, pure and imbued with a delicate green hue, was poured onto the ground from the tilted buckets. The gentle flow of the light green gel accumulated, gradually covering the ground on the northern side of the shelter, resembling a vast expanse of delectable jelly from a distance. Cheng Qi's eyes were filled with wonder. Is this the ecological gel mentioned in the annotations? At this moment, the SN-11 platform opened its hatch once more, and a small sun radiating dazzling light slowly ascended, ultimately hovering at the apex of the ecological dome. Cheng Qi gazed upwards, observing how this artificial sun continuously adjusted its luminosity according to the surrounding environment. After approximately 10 seconds, it transformed into a comfortable brightness, bright yet not blinding, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It has been such a long time since I have felt the true warmth of sunlight. Cheng Qi's pupils sparkled as they were illuminated by the sun's rays. He glanced at the floating illumination lights of the Earth Dragon King expansion dock and issued a command, causing the lights to gently descend and retract into the body of the Earth Dragon King. Turning his attention back to the dome of the shelter, he beheld a backdrop adorned with beautiful metallic stripes. To the north, the Saturn formed by the Innocence defense system stood, while at the center, the sun emerged from the SN-11 ecological platform. It increasingly resembled a miniature universe. Within Cheng Qi's heart, there stirred a profound sense of witnessing the cosmic journey from chaos to rebirth, evoking an inexplicable grandeur. Casting his gaze to the ground, he observed the water wheel still turning rhythmically, having fostered a patch of fertile soil. At the forefront of this field, an unusual flower had sprung forth, its height barely reaching 20 centimeters, with a compact flower head surrounded by a ring of blue petals. It resembled a blue sunflower, its head gently spinning, perpetually oriented towards the artificial sun. Cheng Qi recalled for a fleeting moment that this was the biological symbiotic enhancement technology, which combined microbial civilization to create unique microorganisms, enhancing plant growth efficiency by 6,400. Reflecting on it now, Cheng Qi found it utterly fascinating. Could microorganisms also be considered a form of civilization? Did they too possess a hierarchy of technological advancement? Seeds. The ecological environment is ready. I now require seeds. Cheng Qi hurriedly rummaged through his previous belongings. Once, while scavenging for scrap materials, he had encountered a mysterious rummager, a man with a bushy beard whose face was obscured. The man had taken an interest in a micro-nanochip in Cheng Qi's possession but lacked the means to pay, proposing a bag of seeds as an exchange. Seeds, now a rarity on Earth, were rendered nearly useless due to the absence of viable growing space. Cheng Qi had agreed to the trade, thinking that should hunger strike, he could simply boil the seeds. Thank goodness I didn't cook them. He uncovered a small cloth pouch and, to his delight, found several apple seeds, remnants from the apples he had retrieved from the hunting dog's safe. Upon opening the pouch, a kaleidoscope of seeds of various sizes and hues greeted him. Cheng Qi had no knowledge of what these plants were, yet with the SN-11 platform, clarity would soon emerge. He evenly scattered all the seeds atop the ecological gel. The gel felt solid underfoot, yet as the seeds fell, they seemed to sink into it, finding their appropriate planting depth. The semi-transparent gel allowed a clear view of the seeds, surrounded by a layer of tiny droplets. Before long, the seeds visibly sprouted tender shoots. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was his first encounter with the process of plant growth, and all he could think was life, an exuberant surge of vitality. This boy, born and raised in a garbage dump, was now overwhelmed with excitement. Green was a rarity in such desolate regions, a precious hue, the most beautiful color of all. In an instant, countless green shoots broke through the soil. The artificial sun above adjusted its light simultaneously, reducing the intensity slightly to protect the fragile sprouts from losing moisture. 3 minutes later, the majority of the shoots had reached a height of 5 centimeters, displaying distinct variations in form. Wow! Incredible! Cheng Qi's palm trembled slightly with excitement as he gently cradled a green leaf, cautious not to apply too much pressure, fearing he might harm this nascent life. Why have they stopped growing? Cheng Qi widened his eyes. Energy. Nutrients. His gaze shifted to the other side of the SN-11 platform, where an empty conveyor belt lay. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Inorganic materials. He hurried to the surface and gathered a multitude of discarded refuse, rusty metals, broken ceramics, and gravel, piling it all onto the conveyor belt. With a hum, the conveyor began to move as the SN-11 platform emitted a blue glow, scanning the inorganic materials inch by inch, reminiscent of security scanners from a bygone era. At the junction where the ecological gel met the SN-11 platform, a burst of green light erupted, illuminating the gel like a glowing green crystal, with countless tiny green dots swirling within, absorbed by the roots of the plants. It can truly convert inorganic materials. Cheng Qi's heart raced. This was the pinnacle of the SN-11 platform's technology, molecular reassembly, or some other extraordinary principle. This was the true power of a level 4 civilization, brushing against the realm of creation itself. It was astonishing. Countless plants began to grow at an accelerated pace. Simultaneously, a marvelous scene unfolded. The petite blue sunflower at the edge of the field began to sway rhythmically, as if imbued with life, emitting a delightful chirping sound, adorably charming. The blue sunflower seemed to release a cloud of blue pollen, forming a gentle mist that settled evenly upon each newly sprouted plant. In the meantime, the growth rate of the other plants appeared to have multiplied several times over. Chapter 63. As the dim, gray atmosphere of Kunlun dawned, a faint glimmer of light finally emerged. At 6:09 a.m., Xiao Qiong groggily awakened, clad in a patchwork nightgown, and slowly stepped out of the Dragon King's docking bay. Upon standing on the wooden platform before her, she froze in astonishment. On either side of the wooden walkway, verdant life flourished: apple trees, pumpkins, tomatoes, morning glories. Oh my, could that be grapevines? Beneath them lay a carpet of strawberries. Humph. Xiao Qiong merely raised an eyebrow. I thought I had awakened, but it appears I am still dreaming. Thud. She looked up to discover a cherry tree had mysteriously sprouted on one side of the Dragon King's docking bay, and a ripe cherry plummeted, striking her on the head. Humph. Quite realistic indeed. Xiao Qiong shrugged dismissively, her arms dangling like noodles as she turned to return indoors. Thud! On the other side stood Hanzai beneath a tall coconut tree, a coconut having fallen and struck his metallic head. Naturally, Hanzai remained unscathed, yet swirling vortexes appeared in his electronic eyes. Wow, Hanzai, you're in my dream too. I heard that if you die in a dream, you awaken. Xiao Qiong swayed over to the coconut tree and stood beside Hanzai, tilting her head back to gaze upward, deliberately shifting her position to stand beneath a precariously hanging coconut. Immediately, Hanzai's eyes spiraled. Xiao Qiong, still bleary-eyed, slightly parted her lips, her arms swaying like noodles. The two stood in silent anticipation. Crack, crack, soft sounds of rupture echoed above. The coconut, having ripened, suddenly fell from the tree. Xiao Qiong's positioning was impeccable, a perfect hit. Thud. As if a whirlwind had swept through, Cheng Qi appeared beside Xiao Qiong, deftly catching the coconut. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a metallic dagger and swiftly carved the coconut, subsequently pouring its clear, sweet juice into Xiao Qiong's mouth. Xiao Qiong's eyes widened dramatically. She savored the flavor, the coolness in her throat, and the aroma wafting through her mind. From now on, please call me Inventor Cheng Qi. The youth gestured behind him. Last night, I toiled throughout, achieving remarkable results, crafting a device that can only be described as extraordinary. Xiao Qiong had finally awakened, realizing that reality surpassed her dreams. Cheng Qi, you are amazing. My goodness. Ha ha ha. Giant watermelon. Giant pumpkin. Giant persimmon. Xiao Qiong's legs transformed into darting black dots as she dashed into the botanical garden. Hee hee. Cheng Qi chuckled softly. Indeed, everything before him felt like a dream. He plucked a green apple and bit into it with a crisp snap. The tartness confirmed to him that all of this was real. Ha ha ha. Giant grapes. Giant strawberries. Giant peppers. Giant. Cheng Qi, what is this? Xiao Qiong stood deep within the garden, pointing at a 2-meter-tall purple plant, momentarily stunned. She had previously seen a magazine featuring various plants, but this one was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Cheng Qi approached, gazing up at the peculiar plant. He too was uncertain of its identity. The seeds of this plant had originated from a small cloth pouch, their source untraceable. The plant was strikingly unique. Its roots and branches extended in perfect alignment, forming a standard geometric symmetry, while its purple leaves were perfectly circular, distributed evenly along the branches, maintaining complete symmetry on either side. From a distance, It resembled some sort of totem, its intricate geometric structure suffused with a sense of religious design, as if it hinted at some ancient, mysterious essence. Moreover, the growth rate of this plant was significantly slower than that of others. To date, it displayed no signs of flowering or fruiting. Were it in a typical environment, its growth cycle might extend over centuries. Everything about it signified its exceptional nature. Cheng Qi speculated that it could be an extraterrestrial plant, or perhaps an ancient species from Earth. What it truly was would only be revealed once it bore flowers or fruit. Giant peach. Giant celery. Xiao Qiong resumed her exuberant frolic through the botanical garden. Cheng Qi noticed in the distance Kunlun, still fixed to the frame, perhaps having accumulated some energy, slightly stirring to life. She observed the lush greenery of the garden, watched Xiao Qiong's joyful sprint, and regarded the quietly standing Cheng Qi. Kunlun's beautiful eyes flickered, and a vision projected within her crimson pupils unfolded. It depicted a vast and splendid field, where a little girl with a red ponytail stood beside a robust man in military attire. "Daddy, can I keep my right hand?" The girl lowered her head, extending her hands. Her right hand was fair and human-like, while her left had transformed into a dark gray metallic form. Through the gap between her hands, her feet, too, were revealed to have been replaced with cybernetic limbs. The strong man bent down, caressing the girl's head. "Child, without replacing your limbs, how can you gain the strength to surpass others? You are my child, and our family's descendants are destined to become the strongest soldiers." A smile graced the man's face. "This is the ultimate honor." But the girl's head hung low, tears welling in her eyes. "I like this hand. I don't want to replace it with a machine." The man frowned. "Have you been listening to some nonsensical talk again?" The girl clutched her clothing with her mechanical arm. "The other children are afraid of me. They keep their distance. What do they understand? Those ordinary people have no idea of your worth." The man's voice rose slightly, tinged with anger, causing the girl to step back in fright. In that moment, the burly man took a deep breath, his tone softening as he gently arranged the girl's hair. "A daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to be the first in all things. You must listen obediently. I promise you, regardless of how you may be transformed in the future, I will ensure you keep this beautiful red hair. As long as it remains, you will always be the most beautiful girl." At that moment, Kunlun's shoulders trembled slightly. The half-burnt remnants of her red ponytail began to quiver. She possessed no tear ducts, yet the images reflected in her pupils grew increasingly blurred. "Sister here?" At this juncture, Xiao Qiong stood beside Kunlun, offering her a freshly picked peach. "Sweet things can bring happiness." Kunlun's expression momentarily faltered. Cheng Qi approached. "Xiao Qiong, your sister does not require sustenance." Xiao Qiong turned. "You adults. That I certainly know my sister is a cyborg. I do this to show her that someone cares for her, hoping to ease her heart. Then I thank you on behalf of your sister." Cheng Qi nodded, fixing his gaze upon Kunlun. "I understand that your greatest suffering now is humiliation, a sense of injustice, especially after having paid such a steep price, only to end up in this plight, while those responsible remain unpunished." Kunlun's pupils flickered, her lips quivering. "Rest assured." Cheng Qi raised his chin. "I will assist you. What I offer will far exceed your expectations." Chapter 64. Bait. It must be the work of Kunlun. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Major Ning stood beneath the Harrier-class starship, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of refuse before him, his eyes trembling violently. His 3 squads had vanished without a trace for a full 6 hours, no signs of life, no remnants to be found. It must be Kunlun. Major Ning clenched his fists tightly. There is no one on this garbage-laden Earth who could silently annihilate my 3 squads, not even leaving a locator signal. These vermin lack such capabilities. She must have outfitted herself with some form of refuse appendages. After all, she was once a Valkyrie. Major Ning gritted his teeth. "Alas for my brothers who have fought valiantly alongside me. They must have been slaughtered. But where are their bodies?" Suddenly, Major Ning's gaze sharpened as he spotted a multitude of flies congregating atop a distant mound of trash. "Dig there." His voice quivered with urgency. "Quickly." 3 minutes later, a soldier, wrinkling his nose, pointed at the excavated heap and reported, "Major Ning, this is the excrement of those scavengers." The corner of Major Ning's mouth twitched in irritation as he gestured towards another area swarming with flies. Over there. Report, Major Ning. This too is excrement. Damn it. Major Ning seethed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi was stifling laughter in the underground shelter. Who would have thought? I certainly didn't. Flies can also serve as my soldiers. Indeed, these creatures donned uniforms by day, executing their regular search operations. Has the penetrating skin beam arrived yet? Major Ning shouted in exasperation. Report, it has already been installed on the Harrier-class starship. Initiate a comprehensive scan, setting the depth to 500 meters underground. No, make it 500 meters. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the earth, I must uncover the whereabouts of Kunlun. A stout crimson beam of light was instantly unleashed from one of the Harrier-class starships, traversing a distance of 100 meters to penetrate the surface of the trash-laden earth. This penetrating beam, rooted underground, unfurled like a blossoming lotus in merely 30 seconds. It reached Cheng Qi's subterranean sanctuary. Cheng Qi tilted his head slightly, gazing at the diminutive Saturn on the ceiling. At that moment, its rings emitted a faint yellow glow, which blossomed in an instant, forming another yellow luminescent shield, while the deep crimson beam was abruptly engulfed. Major Ning observed the feedback results of the penetrating beam displayed on his virtual panel. The location of Cheng Qi's underground refuge had been entirely camouflaged, resembling a serpentine path of rubble. Ning's gaze swept over the debris-laden expanse without pausing. Not far away, a fly lifted its hind leg to groom its wings, and within its 8,000 compound eyes, reflected 8,000 images of Major Ning. Every subtle movement and micro-expression of his was conveyed to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi smiled faintly, gently reclining on his chaise longue. Breakfast is served. Charcoal-grilled whole wheat bread, steamed pumpkin, tomato, and melon soup, accompanied by 18 varieties of fruits for dessert. Hanzai, donned in an apron, proudly presented 2 trays brimming with food, as the built-in culinary module of the A24 Nanny robot finally proved its worth. Cheng Qi inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma of the fruits wafting through the air, and the scent of the whole wheat bread was utterly intoxicating. On this trash-ridden planet, such sustenance could not merely be described as luxurious. It was a near impossibility. Major Ning returned to the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, embellishing the accusation of murdering soldiers upon Kunlun, causing an atmosphere of trepidation to envelop the entire alliance. Throughout the day, numerous scavengers collaborated with soldiers to commence a thorough search. Cheng Qi observed the trepidation of President Li before Major Ning, alongside countless subservient scavengers, and suddenly realized that what bent their spines was not their identities or statuses, but the deep-seated inferiority within their hearts. As night descended upon the Harrier-class starship's cargo hold, Major Ning remained empty-handed, his demeanor exuding impatience. Continue the hunt. The 12 members of the Dagger team stared at the score panel, which was devoid of points, and collectively swallowed hard. Are you certain, Commander? Absolutely, Major Ning squinted. If my guess is correct, Kunlun will likely ambush you from the shadows. A large-scale troop movement would ensure Kunlun's concealment. The Dagger team members were taken aback. Are you suggesting we serve as bait? Fear not. Kunlun merely cobbled together some refused components. Major Ning's gaze shifted deeper into the cargo hold. But they are different. Suddenly, 8 massive silhouettes emerged from the depths of the cargo hold, exuding an aura akin to metallic titans. They will follow in your wake. Once Kunlun is locked onto, you need not concern yourselves with the aftermath. Major Ning chuckled darkly. Regardless of who eliminates Kunlun, I shall allocate 1,000 points to your Dagger team. After we apprehend Kunlun, we will still have several days of play here. Those 1,000 points are no trivial amount. The members of the Dagger team's eyes glimmered with avarice. Let us do it. As the night deepened, a landing craft slowly descended upon the trash-ridden earth. This time, the Dagger team was equipped with ROM-16 beam rifles, cautiously emerging from the landing craft. Previous squads had landed like beasts in search of prey, but now, the Dagger team held their breaths, guns drawn, crouched low, resembling furtive mice. There's someone ahead. Who? Does it matter? Step back and let those 8 handle it. The psychological defenses of the Dagger team crumbled in an instant, scattering in disarray. A heavy pneumatic sound echoed as 8 colossal figures strode forward with deliberate steps from the landing craft. A youth clad in a blue scavenger cloak stood calmly at the forefront. The innocent defender array, stationed 20 kilometers away, unleashed a directional camouflage beam, enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, within the Harrier-class starship, Major Ning beheld a different scene. Through his perspective, the Dagger team advanced cautiously, while the 8 elite warriors lay in wait in the shadows. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a little scavenger. A towering figure emerged from the darkness, revealing a complex hydraulic power system and a massive metallic body, before the imposing metal visor flipped upward, unveiling a stern middle-aged face. I am Long Zhanxiao of the Extreme Warriors team. I command you to step forward and submit to inspection. Unbeknownst to anyone, a black muzzle silently emerged from Long Zhanxiao's exoskeletal arm. Their mission was to apprehend Kunlun. There was no need to waste even a moment on such a wretched insect. Chapter 65. True and False Heroes. Oh, are you the elite warrior squad of 8? The boy in the blue cloak's eyes sparkled with excitement. The squad known as the Cosmic Vanguard, who have explored over a dozen new planets and accomplished countless arduous missions. The arm, concealing a black barrel, paused momentarily. Long Zhanxiao revealed a hint of a smile. That would be us. 20 years ago, they underwent facial reconstruction, fingerprint alterations, dental modifications, and genetic disguises, transforming from ruthless bandits into the elite warrior squad. Their superiors instructed them to maintain a low profile, to eliminate any unnecessary public exposure, and to gradually fade from public consciousness. Yet, this was far from sufficient to satiate their vanity. After all the effort to cleanse their past, they were denied the opportunity to bask in glory and acclaim. Years ago, one member of the squad covertly ventured out, assuming the identity of an elite warrior, and slept with his own wife, the woman who appeared vert chapter 66. Not a single one shall be missed. Boom. The searing white flames engulfed Cheng Qi's formed eye in the distance. An exoskeleton of an extreme warrior emitted intense heat. Meanwhile, several others deployed beam machine guns, unleashing a barrage of beam bullets resembling oval insect eggs that tore through the sky. All firepower converged upon Cheng Qi. The remaining members of the extreme warrior squad were gripped by terror, yet their minds conjured an image. That little trash bug, scorched and blackened, riddled with bullet holes. It is said that anyone who pulls the trigger in a frenzy experiences a similar vision. Yet, this was merely imagination. From the white blaze emerged a figure clad in shimmering silver armor, moving forward with a deliberate grace. Each inch of his skin appeared to be covered by a layer of rhomboid metallic plates, which expanded and shifted fluidly with his movements, providing an impenetrable defense. His face was obscured by a silver facial armor, his eyes glimmering with a dark blue sheen. Clink! A beam bullet struck Cheng Qi's face, and he merely tilted his head slightly before returning it to its original position. The remaining members of the Extreme Warrior Squad were left in sheer astonishment. Is that truly the memory metal Extreme Warrior armor? It seems even more perfected than the conceptual model. How can this be possible? Cheng Qi's voice resonated low. Are you envious? Allow me to inform you that soon, I shall possess armor that you cannot even begin to fathom. Alas, you will never have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. The scene erupted with flickering flames, casting the nameplates of the 8 true extreme warriors in a dance of light and shadow, as if their spirits were observing this unfolding spectacle through those very nameplates. The sounds of metal shattering, bones fracturing, and anguished cries reverberated incessantly. Cheng Qi ripped off the masks of the 8 counterfeit chapter 67. A brand new armor. Cheng Qi gently set aside the dark red rifle. It is often said that everyone possesses a love for talent and beauty. However, the appreciation for objects is also a universal sentiment. This firearm brought Cheng Qi immense delight. While its lethality may not be the most formidable, its practicality undoubtedly places it at the pinnacle of utility. Cheng Qi had no desire to mar its pristine surface so soon. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the 8x55 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons. In comparison to the beam rifles, these were far more scarce. Had it not been for these counterfeiters delivering equipment over such vast distances, Cheng Qi would never have had the opportunity to acquire them. The minor battle damage incurred earlier posed no concern. Each synthesis conducted by the STC would upgrade and refurbish the gear. Disassemble into raw materials. Commence synthesis. Cheng Qi's visage was illuminated by the azure beams of the STC, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. XX, 23 Extreme Warrior Armor, 4. XXX, 01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor, 2. Cheng Qi's pupils quivered with astonishment. Before him stood two dark silver armors, identical to the one he wore, embodying the conceptual designs of the Interstellar Science Alliance. Should he continue synthesizing, the result would surely transcend the imagination of even the Interstellar Science Alliance, a creation of a higher civilization. Disassemble into raw materials. Commence synthesis. One of the memory metal armors gradually transformed into white particles, merging with the other. Cheng Qi nervously fidgeted with his fingers. Synthesis successful. I-type bioarmor, 1. Sensor-based exoskeleton armor, reliant on biological neural responses to human movement, utilizing bioelectromagnetic signals for command reception, enhancing host physical capabilities through biological muscle fibers, and increasing biological energy limits through consumption. Please note, it is essentially a living organism. What? Cheng Qi exclaimed, taken aback. It is a living organism? He had envisioned the memory metal armor evolving into a more potent technological artifact, adorned with a more dazzling exterior and greater combat prowess, yet he never imagined the armor could evolve into a biological entity. Cheng Qi gazed at the so-called I-type bioarmor. Astonishingly, it resembled a massive eye, over half a meter in length. Its eyelids were tightly shut, its form entwined with black muscle fibers, reminiscent of gnarled roots encasing a colossal eyeball. The reason these fibers were identified as muscle was due to the clear visibility of their structure, subtly writhing. The eye remained suspended in the air, supported by 3 tentacles composed of muscle, resembling a tripod firmly planted on the ground. Cheng Qi's eyes twitched. "St. You dare to call this thing armor?" The so-called I-type bioarmor actually originates from a level 3 biological civilization's residents. Residents? Cheng Qi's voice rose in pitch, his expression one of sheer disbelief. So you're saying, this creature is not just some equipment from a higher civilization, but a person from a higher civilization? I emphasize once more, it is a higher biological civilization. They do not categorize civilization levels based on technological advancements or creations. For them, civilization levels are defined by environmental adaptability, evolutionary progress, and the continuity of future generations, among other factors. If one day you venture into the cosmos and discover a planet teeming with valleys and verdant flora, where the life forms still exhibit animalistic traits, requiring sustenance and water, this does not imply they belong to a lower-level civilization. The universe is wondrous, containing all manner of marvels. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. I stand corrected. The creature before you hails from the distant Triangulum Galaxy, home to billions of stars and multiple sentient civilizations. The so-called I-type bioarmor is fundamentally a biospecies with autonomous consciousness. Certain civilizations of level 6 and above capture them during their juvenile stages, subjecting them to various training and modifications to create auxiliary bioarmors. The one before you is no exception. Please note, it is currently the only I-type bioarmor in the entire Milky Way galaxy. The only one in the Milky Way? Cheng Qi pondered. No wonder, the predominant species in the Milky Way is humanity, which certainly lacks the capability to capture such an armor. He regarded the I-type bioarmor, a hint of hesitation crossing his mind. The thought of donning such a creature is somewhat daunting. After a full 3 minutes of contemplation, Cheng Qi steeled himself. He resolved to proceed, for such armor was exceptionally rare. Slowly, he extended his arms, the first step being to remove his current memory metal extreme warrior armor. The intricate diamond-patterned metal plates on his chest shimmered, the entire suit transitioning to a disengaged state, gradually receding behind him to form a silver humanoid figure, standing silently beside him. Cheng Qi found himself unclad. The previous counterfeit extreme warriors had emitted intense flames, incinerating his ordinary garments to ashes. His sole remaining undergarment was the memory metal extreme warrior armor. Now that it was shed, he stood beneath the moonlight, exposed. With a deep breath, Cheng Qi dismissed the trivialities. The dream of a true man was undoubtedly to don the mightiest armor. At that moment, a shadow flitted through the distant garbage mound, a specter moving with uncanny speed. In an instant, it materialized behind Cheng Qi, its crimson eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness, a damp tongue lolling from the corner of its mouth, gripping a particle-cutting dagger that crackled with electricity. With a swift motion, it slashed at Cheng Qi's throat from behind. Then, its chapter 68. Biochemical beings swish, swish. Cheng Qi stood motionless, observing the shadowy figure darting rapidly among the refuse. it would occasionally pause, revealing a pair of crimson eyes for a fleeting moment, only to dissolve again into a streak of darkness, its eyes trailing a faint red glow. From time to time, Cheng Qi would hear a high-pitched laughter, reminiscent of a bizarre creature's mockery. Although 2 attacks had not claimed his life, that entity appeared unhurried, fully aware of its dominion, as it toyed with Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi's gaze subtly shifted towards the Type 1 biochemical battle armor. Let us assess your performance through this inaugural battle. With a grave expression, Cheng Qi slowly extended his arms, his form taking on Atai character under the dim and nebulous moonlight. Cheng Qi had anticipated that the Type 1 biochemical battle armor would open its dazzling eyes and seamlessly integrate with him in a display of flamboyance. But after a prolonged wait of 30 seconds, there was no sign of movement from it. At last, the massive eyelids of the Type 1 biochemical battle armor fluttered, and a soft, asphalt-like black tentacle began to inch its way up Cheng Qi's body. It coiled around him like a python or the tentacle of an octopus, moving languidly as if it were reluctant. The enormous eye then slowly turned, pressing against Cheng Qi's chest. This moment, the black tentacles that enveloped Cheng Qi's form began to thin, resembling a matte black bodysuit. Chapter 69. The Swift Assassin. Well then, what exactly are your enhancement abilities? Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly as he began to scan the heap of refuse, searching for the elusive figure that resembled a specter. In that fleeting moment, he locked onto his target. The opponent's crimson eyes were cunningly concealed behind a mound of debris. Observing him stealthily, Cheng Qi bent slightly, retracting his right foot by 20 centimeters, deeply embedding it into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the power in his legs erupted. Unbeknownst to him, the surface of his Type 1 bioarmor suddenly bulged with muscular fibers, akin to thick steel rods twisted together. The fibers contracted and expanded, revealing a series of small blue grids that shimmered with a dim azure glow, a clear hallmark of extraterrestrial life. Cheng Qi transformed into a mere afterimage, surging forward in an instant, covering over 100 meters. During this rapid acceleration, he distinctly felt the previous sensation of energy overflow dissipate. The enhanced version of himself, due to genetic upgrades, had previously outstripped the speed assistance limit of the memory metal armor, resulting in a portion of that speed being squandered. However, at this moment, an entirely different sensation enveloped him. He sensed that this Type 1 bioarmor possessed no upper limit whatsoever. It provided a wholly different form of assistance. The experience afforded by the memory metal armor felt akin to donning a suit of iron. It reacted with remarkable speed, almost devoid of delay, yet still imparted a sense of being restrained. Certain movements, if they exceeded the armor's limits, felt as if one had collided with an impenetrable wall, forcing a retraction of power. Conversely, the Type 1 bioarmor conveyed a sense of being enveloped by an external source of comprehensive support. For instance, as Cheng Qi ran, at the moment he lifted his leg and fully unleashed his strength, the Type 1 bioarmor simultaneously released another surge of power, akin to a pair of omnidirectional hands propelling him forward. This assistance, Cheng Qi savored it carefully. If he exerted 3/10 of his strength, then with the help of the Type 1 bioarmor, that force would amplify to 6/10. If he exerted his full strength, it would culminate in a force of 20. Such was the conclusion he reached. It possessed no upper limit. It would only enhance Cheng Qi. This feeling embodied the freedom of soaring through the skies and leaping across the vast seas, encompassing boundless potential. As for whether this Type 1 bioarmor possessed an impact force of 130,000 newtons, Cheng Qi had already drawn a conclusion in his mind. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the memory metal armor, once consumed, had undoubtedly bequeathed this power to the bioarmor, and it likely experienced a secondary enhancement. Cheng Qi quietly estimated his speed. It should have doubled, reaching 56 ms, equivalent to the velocity of a powerful typhoon, or 1/5 the speed of a bullet from a handgun. At such a velocity, a sense of disorientation emerged visually. Distant objects would appear in his line of sight, only to be rendered alarmingly close in the next instant. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Qi arrived at the rear of the refuse pile. The mysterious assassin, caught completely off guard by Cheng Qi's sudden outburst, stood frozen in place. At last, Cheng Qi beheld the assassin's true form. He was a gaunt old man, his silver hair disheveled like a bird's nest, his complexion sallow and emaciated, eyes clouded with murkiness. Then, as Cheng Qi brushed past the assassin, Both were taken aback. Cheng Qi was astonished because he had just experienced an explosive surge in power and was using the Type 1 bioarmor for the first time, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound control. Crash! He overshot and tumbled over a dozen times, crashing into a mound of garbage, which cascaded down upon him, burying him. Is work over? The assassin's lips twitched. He deduced that this young man must have activated some propulsion device, but was unable to master the immense thrust, resulting in his fall. He understood that such force could not possibly kill Cheng Qi. His eyes flickered as he swiftly transformed into an afterimage, changing his hiding spot in search of another opportunity to strike. With a splash, Cheng Qi sprang from the refuse, rising to his feet, exhilaration etched across his face. This feels amazing. With a resounding crash, he propelled countless pieces of garbage aside and surged forth once more. The assassin, amidst the debris, darted and leaped with remarkable speed. Suddenly, he caught sight of a youthful face bearing a smile, appearing alongside him. The assassin's initial reaction was to survey his surroundings. Everything around him was retreating at a dizzying pace, the wind howling in his ears. He bore no equipment. It was inconceivable for a human to possess speed surpassing his own. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as he secretly pushed his own speed to its limit. To his astonishment, the young man remained parallel to him. At that moment, Cheng Qi glanced at the lower half of the assassin's body. There, he noticed a blurred shadow. Something was moving rapidly. It was evidently not human legs. With a crack, oh no, boom! In his haste, Cheng Qi stumbled over a massive piece of refuse, rolling over several times before crashing into another mound of garbage. The assassin's expression hardened. Hiss! In the next moment, Cheng Qi sprang from the refuse once more, invigorated. This is exhilarating. He transformed into a whirlwind, instantly catching up to the assassin. This time, it seemed the Type 1 bioarmor had completed some form of adaptation and learning. As Cheng Qi sprinted, numerous small black wings unfurled from various parts of the armor, resembling the stabilizing wings of an aircraft, adjusting angles by detecting the surrounding airflow, significantly enhancing stability. Creak! This time, Cheng Qi extended his arm, firmly grasping the assassin's neck, producing a sound akin to a strangled chicken. Subsequently, Cheng Qi executed a sudden stop, sliding across the ground for several dozen meters, displacing an avalanche of garbage, finally coming to a halt. The mysterious assassin was left gasping for breath, his complexion turning purple, eyes rolling back in his head. His lower half ceased its frantic movement, dangling in midair, twitching slightly. Cheng Qi was taken aback. The assassin possessed 6 stout legs, devoid of toes, even lacking feet. They were cylindrical in shape, a pale gray, resembling miniature elephant legs. Clearly, these grotesque limbs were not the assassin's own. His waist bore a massive, exposed stitched wound, indicating that his upper body was human, while his lower half had been sewn together with some strange organism. Indeed, it was these 6 hideously bulky legs that endowed the assassin with superhuman speed. Cheng Qi tilted his head, noticing that the assassin held a particle-cutting dagger, its blade marked with the clear insignia of an Interstellar Alliance squadron. He was wielding military-grade weaponry. It appeared he was indeed one of Colonel Ning's subordinates. First, there was the garbage squad, followed by the counterfeit extreme warrior squad, and concurrently, a hidden assassin was dispatched. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Colonel Ning was cunning. In his scheme, he intended to eliminate Kunlun. The assassin emitted a strange sound from his throat, extending his bony fingers to point at Cheng Qi's palm. He wished to speak, yet Cheng Qi's grip tightened around his neck. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered as he loosened his grasp slightly. The assassin promptly knelt upon the ground. Observing the assassin's neck, Cheng Qi noted it was covered in pale gray tumors. His physiological structure had evidently been assimilated by those elephantine legs. Unable to produce human sounds any longer, a small speaker hung from one side of his neck, with wires embedded deep within his throat, likely capable of interpreting his vocal vibrations. Crackle! The speaker emitted a distorted, raspy voice of an elderly man. I was forced into this. I was modified by those bandits. They fused me with alien organisms. I was compelled to obey their commands. Trembling, the old assassin pleaded with a tone of desperation. Cheng Qi squinted. For 20 years, you were responsible for the deaths of the Extreme Warrior Squad's 8 members, were you not? I was also forced. I was born in a small mountain village. I never wished to kill, but I had no choice, because if I go a day without licking human blood, I cannot endure it. The assassin's voice suddenly turned sharp and ferocious, the feeble demeanor vanishing in an instant as he seized the dagger at his side, lunging towards Cheng Qi's right eye with lightning speed. In his perception, Cheng Qi must have ingested some sort of elixir that allowed his body to harden to a certain extent, resulting in 2 failed attacks. However, this elixir, too, possessed vulnerabilities. In 99 of cases, the human eye is the weak point. Thud. A sharp sound of the dagger-piercing leather resonated. A sinister smile adorned the assassin's face. Yet in the next second, his smile froze. The tip of the dagger was a mere 5 centimeters from Cheng Qi's pupil, yet it hung suspended in the air, failing to advance an inch further. The assassin's eyes bulged in disbelief as he gazed at Cheng Qi's palm. Unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black spike had coalesced in Cheng Qi's hand, penetrating the old man's chest. Having lived on this garbage-ridden earth for so long, Cheng Qi remarked, I have witnessed far too much concerning pity, helplessness, and despair. Shaking his head, he continued, Your performance was utterly disingenuous. The assassin's entire facial musculature trembled. How could he be faster than me? He actually saw through my ruse. He appeared quite foolish. Why? Roar. Ah! Cheng Qi merely feigned a slight gesture, yet in the next instant, he was astounded. The enormous eye upon his chest, without warning, transformed into a gaping maw, devouring the assassin whole. To be precise, it consumed the 6 elephant legs from the old man's lower half. As the old man's upper body collapsed to the ground, blood oozing forth, he had already breathed his last. This half-human body failed to pique the interest of the colossal eye in the slightest. Crunch, crunch! The sound of chewing emanated once more from the giant eye, distinctly different from the crunching of armor. It was evidently devouring flesh, sending shivers down Cheng Qi's spine. Cheng Qi extended his palm, facing downwards, slowly applying pressure as he endeavored to regulate his inner turmoil. It turned out that the Type 1 bioarmor's so-called biological energy replenishment required the consumption of other entities. The memory metal armor, the 6 alien elephant legs, what it consumed was anything but ordinary. Cheng Qi pondered quietly. Suddenly his expression shifted. Wait! After the Type 1 bioarmor consumes something, it inherits corresponding abilities and manifests them biologically. Then, Cheng Qi lowered his head slightly, only to feel a wave of despair wash over him. He discovered that his once handsome, elongated legs had morphed into 6 grotesque, pitch-black elephant legs. Chapter 70. The 6 elephant legs manifested only for a fleeting moment. It appeared that the Type 1 bioarmor had conducted some form of assessment, determining that the speed enhancement provided by these limbs was inferior to that of Cheng Qi himself, and thus retracted the 6 legs. At this very moment, Cheng Qi sat quietly atop a mound of refuse. 2 hours had elapsed, yet the Harrier-class starship had not dispatched a second wave of troops. Was this all there was for tonight? Cheng Qi felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness. In truth, over the past few days, Cheng Qi had been contemplating how to merge the 2 starships in one fell swoop. Firstly, it would be ideal to thoroughly extract all the contents from those vessels. Secondly, he aimed to maintain the integrity of the starships. Should they crash and explode into a heap of debris, the likelihood of successful synthesis would diminish significantly. Lastly, he needed to devise a means to nullify the ownership rights of the 2 starships, which, as he surmised, belonged to the captains of the vessels. Previously, he had discovered that the starships possessed formidable defensive fields. A hasty assault could lead to exposure if the battle did not conclude swiftly, and these vessels undoubtedly boasted powerful weaponry. Moreover, their current status as regular troops meant that openly antagonizing them would provoke the ire of the Galactic Alliance, stirring a veritable hornet's nest. In summary, a direct confrontation was not a sagacious choice. Conversely, a clandestine approach, stealthily reaping rewards, presented a far more appealing compromise. Furthermore, Cheng Qi had been mulling over another plan. After waiting an additional 3 hours with no sign of activity, he summoned 90 of the thousand-eyed flies to congregate beneath the starship. Should any disturbance occur, he would be the first to know. Subsequently, Cheng Qi utilized a miniature directional stargate to transport today's spoils back to his underground sanctuary. Simultaneously, he retrieved his turbojet-powered boots and anti-gravity gloves, preparing to take a stroll through the refuse-laden earth. Upon reclaiming the boots and gloves, Cheng Qi harbored a fleeting fear that the eye on his chest might consume them. However, he soon realized his concern was unfounded. The boots and gloves did not pique the interest of the Type 1 bioarmor, perhaps due to their relatively low technological grade, which rendered them devoid of any desire for assimilation. As Cheng Qi donned the gloves and slipped into the boots, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The Type 1 bioarmor manifested black tendrils, enveloping the gloves and boots, resulting in a form of fusion, or perhaps the armor itself possessed an inherent compatibility. The encased turbojet boots appeared to melt, shrinking significantly in size, becoming increasingly lightweight, akin to a pair of stockings. The once exposed circuitry of the gravity field gloves was now entirely integrated, transformed into sleek, black silk gloves. Cheng Qi tested the flying functionality and gravity adjustment feature, finding them to be not only intact but also more precise and manageable. The surveillance system of the thousand-eyed flies, which could be likened to the invisible glasses Cheng Qi wore, was similarly assimilated by the Type 1 bioarmor. It no longer resembled conventional lenses but had morphed into a transparent neural mesh adhered to his eyeball, seamlessly allowing him to manipulate the monitoring perspective. Cheng Qi marveled at this development. This greatly simplified matters. Yet, he also felt a twinge of discomfort, for at that moment, he resembled something of a pervert, a grown man clad in a tight black bodysuit, his feet adorned with black stockings, and his hands encased in black silk gloves. All presented a curious juxtaposition of monster and man, a choice between the grotesque and the absurd. At that moment, two inebriated scavengers stumbled past, leaning on each other for support. What on earth is that kid wearing? Oh, what's so strange about it? On this wretched earth, it's perfectly normal for people's spirits to manifest some irregularities. Hurry up, we don't want to catch his eye. Cheng Qi pressed his lips together. It was then that the eye on his chest suddenly opened a narrow slit, emitting a biological scanning beam visible only to him, sweeping over the two scavengers from head to toe. Buzz, Cheng Qi heard the Type 1 bioarmor murmuring. Having consumed a considerable amount, it had become somewhat more animated in that instant. Cheng Qi's SM suit underwent a peculiar transformation. It began to mimic the appearance of the two scavengers, reconstructing an outfit comprised of patched work pants, a large, tattered shirt, an oil-stained black mask, and a pair of dilapidated, oversized shoes. Cheng Qi looked at his transformed figure, his eyes wide with astonishment. One of the scavenger's outfits was an exact replica. He then gazed at his hands, the black silk gloves now entirely transparent, revealing his skin beneath. You can change your appearance? Then I wish to assume my own likeness. Cheng Qi closed his eyes, meticulously recalling his attire that had been reduced to ashes. Buzz. At that moment, the outfit he had just simulated morphed into a black biological entity, rippling like tar, before coalescing once more and filling out with color. Chapter 71. Talent. Did you witness the scene that day? What do you mean by that day? What scene are you referring to? Without a clear time frame or specific reference, how could I have seen anything? In a dimly lit bar, two inebriated scavengers were engaged in conversation. The latter, evidently possessing a keen logical acumen, hit the nail on the head. After ostentatiously filling his cup, he tilted his head back and downed the contents, only to have the alcohol inundate his nasal passages due to his cerebellum's impairment from intoxication. It was the day the Interstellar Alliance team arrived. Did you see it? Miss Hong Yin, the eldest daughter of President Li, is stunning. I did see her. But what of it? A person of her caliber is far beyond the reach of someone like us. Miss Hong Yin is as beautiful as a celestial being, like a blossom in a desert, akin to a diamond amidst refuse, or a rare single-leafed plant clinging to a cliff's edge. Any attempt to pluck her would result in a perilous fall into the abyss. Miss Hong Yin. She will undoubtedly depart from our dreams one day, radiating brilliance and elegance, bearing the hopes of all scavengers as she escapes this wretched earth. The only ones worthy of Miss Hong Yin are those whose excellence, sophistication, and perfection rival that of ancient Greek sculptures. The latter gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with yearning. Goodness, my friend, you possess quite the eloquence. The other scavenger clasped his fists together. We are merely a makeshift gathering. May I inquire your esteemed name? It is but a simple matter. The intoxicated scavenger also clasped his fists. I am Wang Zi. Oh, no surname? None at all. Brother, based on your name alone, Tonight's libations are on me. Ah, we are all but scavengers. Why should we distinguish between you and me? Bartender, bring us 8 more cups. 0.5 meters away, Cheng Qi sat before Hong Yin. She was intrigued. The bar still had vacant seats, yet this young man chose to share a table with her, this utterly unattractive woman. With a tipsy demeanor, she leaned forward, squinting at Cheng Qi. This motion caused her gray cloak to stretch taut, revealing her elegant silhouette. Her slender waist and firm, pert dairy resembled a ripe peach, and her long, graceful legs intertwined beautifully. Yet, her face evoked a sense of revulsion. Cheng Qi paused momentarily, only to hear a pop by his ear. The biological imaging system concealed behind his eyes instantly erased Hong Yan's facial camouflage, revealing her true visage. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin akin to mutton-fat white jade, radiating a pristine luster under the light's eye in her slightly intoxicated state. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, her gaze a mix of dazed wonder and curiosity. Her face was in close proximity to Cheng Qi's, her breath like an ethereal orchid, carrying a hint of alcohol, creating an intimate atmosphere. This woman was stunning. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Qi felt his heart stir. Fortunately, thanks to the Type 1 biomechanical battle suit, he was privy to the true Hong Yin. This flawless face, combined with her impeccable figure, viewed from such proximity, was an unparalleled delight for any man of normal inclination. Moreover, at this moment, Cheng Qi could indulge in this visual feast under the guise of impartiality. An exhilarating experience. Chapter 72. Dream Day. What is your name? My name is Cheng Qi, and yours? I am Yuan. Oh. Miss Yuan, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hong Yin, holding a glass of wine, gently leaned against the back of her chair, surveying the entire bar. Thanks to the guardianship of those nameless heroes from the Interstellar Alliance, we are able to sit here and enjoy our drinks in good health, without the threat to our lives. Cheng Qi clicked his tongue and slowly replied, Indeed, our safety is largely due to the protection of those nameless heroes. Soon enough, the human traitor Kunlun will be apprehended. Everything here will return to normal. Hope sparkled in Hong Yan's eyes. At that time, I intend to make a grand move. Cheng Qi paused for a moment and suddenly asked, Have you considered that perhaps Kunlun was wronged, and that team may not be as legitimate as it seems? Hong Yin set down her glass, which was poised at her lips. My friend, you must not have had much to drink yet. You should know that some matters are perilous to even discuss aloud. Cheng Qi shrugged and shifted the topic. You mentioned wanting to make a grand move. How do you plan to do that? Speaking of which, Hong Yin suddenly perked up, her face brimming with excitement. I am in high spirits today because we have just received a large shipment of aid supplies. Therefore, I declare today as the dream day for all scavengers. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Huh. He watched as Hong Yin lifted her garment, stepped up onto the table, and raised her glass high. Everyone listen up. I hereby announce that today is the dream day for all of us. The patrons were somewhat bewildered. They gazed at the girl standing on the table, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, swaying slightly, clearly inebriated. What is this dream day? This girl is drunk. We're lucky to be alive. What dreams are there? Ignoring the murmurs, Hong Yin spun gracefully on the table, declaring, Quiet, let me speak. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by yours truly. What? Really? Miss Yun is quite generous. Long live Miss Yun. With a radiant smile, Hong Yin, swaying precariously, pointed a finger and proclaimed, However, today, everyone must voice the dreams that dwell within their hearts and shout them out loud. For today is the dream day for scavengers. Absolutely. My dream is to marry Hong Yin. My dream is to save up 20,000 credit points. My dream is to become an E-level gene. My dream is that I am not currently dreaming. My dream is to acquire a brand new. Cheng Qi blinked in surprise and glanced towards the corner of the bar, noticing his subordinate, Xiongzi, who was also drinking and oblivious to Cheng Qi's presence. Wiping his mechanical arm, Xiongzi remarked, Don't get it twisted. My new one is an arm. I, Miss Yun. Hong Yin raised her glass once more. My dream is to govern the entire garbage low earth. I want to establish a fair commercial system, create a strict judicial system, recruit talent, research new energy sources, and explore agricultural techniques. Her words struck the scavengers into silence. Each one gazed quietly at the girl standing atop the table, her intoxication evident yet her determination palpable. "Do you know?" Hong Yin lifted her glass high, gazing at the ceiling as if her sight could pierce through the murky atmosphere to behold the brightest sun. "We were born here, we grew up here. It is something we cannot change. This place is backward, desolate, and scorned by the elite. But I believe we should not succumb to despair, nor wallow in self-pity. Do you know?" Perhaps due to her inebriation, tears glistened in Hong Yin's eyes as she spoke with deep conviction. "Self-reliance is the magic of the weak. I believe that each of us harbors unimaginable strength. I believe we can rely on our own hands to change everything that meets our gaze. I believe a beautiful future, a splendid tomorrow, awaits us just around the corner." Her voice echoed throughout the bar. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet each person quietly clenched their fists. Indeed. Why should we passively accept all of this? Why should we remain forever shrouded in loneliness and despair? Why not resist? Why not challenge this so-called fate? Hong Yin raised her glass once more, the liquid within swirling energetically. She declared, "When that time comes, I, Miss Yun, will need each and every one of your support and assistance." "Absolutely. We will wholeheartedly support Miss Yun. We shall follow Miss Yun to shatter the shackles of fate." The patrons, fueled by spirits, erupted in fervent cheers. The scavenger who introduced himself as Wang Zi, overwhelmed by passion, downed a large mug of beer in one go, only to collapse shortly thereafter. Cheng Qi quietly observed it all. Here, in the late-night bar, everyone was somewhat inebriated. They had no idea what they were saying or with whom they were conversing. Miss Yun was none other than Li Hongyin. She was the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Association's president, who was now elderly, and the position would inevitably pass to Hong Ya and at that time. The scavengers would realize that the words spoken under the influence of alcohol today were no jest. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered, and Li Hongyin, she was indeed different from all the scavengers. She was a high-level gene individual, and from her brief words, it was evident that she possessed certain talents for management. Could she truly change all of this? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But she certainly needed an opportunity. Cheng Qi glanced into Hong Yan's eyes. At that moment, her pupils were entirely black, likely due to some sort of biological camouflage glasses, though of poor quality. The I-type biochemical armor saw through it all in an instant. In her eyes, there was only a faint halo, a basic E-level gene. The persona she portrayed before Colonel Ning was merely an illusion, a reckless and unconsidered act. "Hey, Cheng Qi." Suddenly, Hong Yin, standing on the table, looked down at him. "What is your dream?" Everyone turned their attention toward him. "Hee. My dream," Cheng Qi chuckled, then stood up. "My dream seems quite insignificant compared to everyone else's, and I find it hard to voice." "Oh, come on. Today is Dream Day. Say whatever you wish. No one will mock you." The crowd urged, the atmosphere lively and spirited. Cheng Qi, influenced by this ambience, placed one foot on a stool and shouted, "Then I shall say it. My name is Cheng Qi, Qi as in beggar, and my dream is to become the king of garbage on the entire planet." Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. This kid has had too much to drink. Oh well, he has ambition. Ha ha ha. Hong Yin laughed heartily, nearly doubling over. Ha ha, Cheng Qi, your dream sounds even harder to achieve than mine. Cheng Qi smirked. "Wasn't that your line? Self-reliance is the magic of the weak." Haha, true enough. We all possess magic. Hong Yan's genuine nature shone through. "Lita, serve everyone more drinks." The plump Lita, smiling, brought forth cup after cup of drinks. She placed a large mug of beer before Cheng Qi, just as he was about to lift it. Suddenly, he received a warning from the thousand-eyed fly. Colonel Ning had dispatched 3 more teams. These individuals were slender, clad in night gear, and moved with agility, likely serving as some form of scouts. Colonel Ning must have been impatiently awaiting news, thus sending additional personnel for reconnaissance. Cheng Qi took a deep breath. "Miss Yun, work has unexpectedly arisen. I must take my leave." Hong Yin turned to him, her expression slightly forlorn. However, Cheng Qi smiled. "Since you treated me, it is only fair that I treat you to a drink as well." With that, Cheng Qi produced a vial containing a light blue liquid from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. He then waved his hand, turning to merge into the dim night. Chapter 73. Magic. The bar was filled with a cacophony of revelry. However, due to the unlimited supply of drinks, the patrons soon succumbed to intoxication. In stark contrast, Hong Yin sat alone in a corner, becoming increasingly lucid. She meticulously recalled Cheng Qi's words. Have you ever considered that Hua Kunlun might be wronged, and that the squad is not as legitimate as it seems? Almost instinctively, Hong Yin rose and plunged into the night. Using the heaps of refuse as cover, she stealthily approached the area directly beneath two Harrier-class starships. She sought to ascertain a vague outcome, such as whether the ships were quietly hovering in the air without any discernible movement. Suddenly, Hong Yin spotted a squad clad in dark tactical gear. She quickly concealed herself behind a mound of garbage, her eyes widening as she observed them closely. They wielded military-grade particle-cutting daggers. Were they members of the Interstellar Alliance? Yet, why were they not in uniform? What could they possibly be doing at this late hour? Searching for Kunlun. But why was there only a single squad? Puzzled, Hong Yin unintentionally stepped on a piece of metal debris, producing a sharp sound. The squad in the distance seemed to possess acute hearing. At the instant the noise erupted, they turned in unison, their eyes illuminated by some form of night vision device, glowing a sinister red. The squad moved with remarkable agility, converging towards Hong Yin's position in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Hong Yin found herself exposed to a dozen piercing crimson gazes. Her body trembled as she opened her mouth to speak, but the squad's members were the first to voice their thoughts. A scavenger? Why is she so hideously repulsive? Scavengers all look like that. Ugly or not, the hunt continues. A woman can still earn points. Let us dispose of her while we're at it. Without a hint of hesitation, one of the squad members stepped forward, drawing his particle-cutting dagger. A flash of cold light glinted as he aimed for Hong Yan's EAR die in this hunt. Points were awarded. Chapter 74. The genius General tap, tap, tap. Colonel Ning strode across the bridge, the sound of his military boots echoing against the steel floor. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Time was running out. Only 12 hours remained to capture Kunlun, yet the general suddenly requested to see him. Crossing the lengthy suspension bridge, he arrived at the central circular platform. Colonel Ning came to a gradual halt and rendered a formal military salute towards the shadowy figure ahead. Logically, one would expect a bustling bridge aboard a large starship like the Harrier, alive with activity. However, the atmosphere here was eerily quiet, devoid of any personnel, yet the entire starship continued to operate flawlessly. With a swift motion, a dim light illuminated the platform, revealing the general's true visage. He was a robust man in his 50s, clad in a black captain's uniform, commanding an imposing presence as he sat upon an enormous metallic throne. His visage was characteristically square, with dark skin, yet marred by a conspicuous defect, a congenital cleft lip, his upper lip split and growing towards either side, a hereditary genetic anomaly. The general tilted his head, gazing at Colonel Ning, and spoke in a low, resonant voice. Tear off that hideous mask of yours. Colonel Ning furrowed his brow but complied, lifting his hand to peel away the realistic biotic mask from his right jawline. His true face emerged, now visible in the dim light. He was no longer the handsome figure he had once appeared to be. He too bore a square face, dark skin, and the same congenital defect, a cleft lip. Lowering his head slightly, he averted his gaze and murmured, "Brother." The general maintained his upward gaze. "Fourth brother." At that moment, the stark contrast between their two faces became apparent. Colonel Ning and the general shared an uncanny resemblance, their features nearly 90 alike, with the only distinction being the general's age and Colonel Ning's youthful vigor. "Fourth brother, do you recall our joyful childhood on planet K-23, the days spent with our quadruplet siblings?" Colonel Ning, still looking down, replied, "I remember." The general placed his hands flat upon the metallic armrests of his chair, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "Our father was a notorious interstellar bandit, raising us 4 brothers with money and food acquired through theft. He imparted to us decades of combat experience against the Interstellar Alliance, teaching us how to arm ourselves. Yet, our father ultimately perished under the relentless bombardment of the Alliance, leaving not even a trace of his ashes." The general sighed deeply, his tone imbued with the gravity of experience. "From that moment, I grasped a fundamental truth. In direct confrontation, we would never triumph over the Interstellar Alliance. But if we were to employ subterfuge, masquerading ourselves as members of the Alliance. Not only would we secure legitimate identities, but we could also gradually undermine this colossal entity from within. At that time, none of you supported my vision. I had no choice but to proceed with determination. I enlisted alone, becoming a starship crew member. We were all born with E-class genes, yet lacked individual talents. However, due to our quadruplet nature, our genetic essence was categorized as symbiotic genes, a powerful collective ability. Among us brothers, we possessed telepathy and coordinated movement. In the most extraordinary instances, one brother could be fully aware of another's perceptions. After years of struggle in the military, I finally ascended to the rank of captain of a small attack vessel. It was during this time that our advantages began to manifest. Our father bestowed upon us beautiful names: wind, rain, mountain, and river. I am Ningfeng, and your true name is Ning Chuan. Ning Yu and Ning Shan made significant sacrifices to pave the way for me. The general leaned forward slightly, revealing a massive helmet atop his head, from which a multitude of metal wires extended, resembling a cluster of elaborate braids. These wires connected to the central control console of the Harrier starship, where a transparent glass cabinet housed a completely exposed pink brain. Below it, specialized tubes supplied nutrients, while thousands of slender silver needles served as signal sensors embedded in its surface. That is my second brother, Ning Yu. The general's hands intertwined as he gazed lovingly at the brain. I have linked him with the entire Harrier starship, and through the symbiotic genetic abilities bestowed upon us brothers, I maintain contact with him. This method is unique to us siblings. Only in this way can the starship unleash its utmost combat prowess, achieving unparalleled reaction speed, allowing the vessel and its commander to form the most perfect and harmonious entity. Our journey has not been easy. Ning Yu and Ning Shan have always been by my side. They have been relocated time and again, installed on one starship after another, from small warships to the current massive flagship. With their presence, I can perform the most intricate maneuvers, unmatched in reaction time, and unparalleled in familiarity with my own vessel. The general's eyes widened, for rings of light flickering within his pupils. Thanks to their assistance, I have gradually emerged as the most brilliant commander within the Interstellar Alliance, becoming one of the 20 distinguished generals. As he spoke, a commanding gaze pierced through to Colonel Ning. It was I who transformed you, a mere interstellar bandit, into Colonel Ning. Colonel Ning trembled involuntarily, realizing the weight of his brother's accomplishments, one of the 20 distinguished generals. His own achievements were built upon the sacrifices of his second and third brothers. The brain of his second brother resided within this starship, while that of the third brother, Ning Shan, was aboard another Harrier starship. Thus, the elder brother alone could expertly command 2 Alpha-class capital ships. There had been a time when the elder brother contemplated extracting his own brain to create a third puppet, thus commanding yet another large starship. However, he required some human assistance, which allowed Colonel Ning to stand before him today. This was the reason behind the elder brother's previous words: if within 72 hours, the brain of Kunlun is not located, you shall be unworthy of possessing your own brain. Fourth brother, is capturing a battered Kunlun truly so difficult? The general looked down from his imposing metallic seat, casting a disappointed gaze upon Colonel Ning. You leave me somewhat disheartened. Chapter 75. Black eats black. Colonel Ning's legs trembled, and he was horrified to find a faint stain seeping through his trousers. The sheer terror consumed him. He dreaded the thought of becoming nothing more than a brain, a vessel eternally imprisoned, commanded, and condemned to a life devoid of light aboard a warship. Such a fate would be the most brutal and inhumane punishment conceivable. In the stillness of the night, he had once heard the mournful cries of humanity emanating from the ship's communicator. He could not ascertain whether those anguished sounds belonged to his brothers, the second and third. Ning Chuan, the general said, shaking his head in resignation, your father has doted on you since childhood, and unless absolutely necessary, I shall not lay a hand on you. My physical prowess pales in comparison to yours. In the future, someone must carry on our family legacy. Do you remember our objective? We shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the Interstellar Alliance, and then instigate a coup. We shall become the true official power within the galaxy. We will roam freely here, and no one shall dare to obstruct us again. At present, we lack sufficient strength, and Kunlun is aware of our secrets. We must ensure she does not relay any information. Colonel Ning continued to shiver. Although his elder brother feigned a softer demeanor, the look in his eyes was perpetually that of a beast fixated on fresh prey. Faced with the current predicament, Colonel Ning was at a loss for what to do. Let me show you something. The general shook his head. A look of frustration etched on his face. Suddenly, a signal line behind his head flickered with light, flowing into the warship's core control console. Above them, the imaging system of the Hawk-class starship activated, projecting an image of the void. The scene depicted the terrain of garbage Earth. A Hawk-class starship's landing pod descended slowly, and 3 reconnaissance teams emerged in succession. Colonel Ning felt a sense of confusion. This footage was from approximately 10 minutes prior, a time when he had also monitored everything through the starship scanning system. These reconnaissance teams were dispatched according to his orders to investigate the whereabouts of the extreme warriors. Up until now, the teams were still searching, and he had received no feedback. The general's voice suddenly interrupted. What you see is an illusion. Colonel Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The image focused on one of the reconnaissance teams. Strangely, however, the picture became increasingly blurred, as if someone were adjusting the resolution. Mosaics multiplying until the team members appeared as mere pixelated figures. Suddenly, another figure, obscured by mosaic, descended from above. Instantly, bursts of red mosaic erupted from the reconnaissance team. The scene resembled a minor protection system for miners, obscuring any hint of bloodshed or dismembered corpses, yet it was painfully clear to the audience that the team had met a gruesome end. Colonel Ning's face gradually drained of color. His eyes began to twitch, as the life signals from the reconnaissance team remained normal in his feedback. I have achieved first-class military honors 7 times. The Interstellar Alliance awarded me a visual detector abandoned by a Level 4 civilization. After nearly 7 years of repairs, I finally installed this detector on the Hawk-class starship. Previously, when I activated it, its built-in energy depleted within mere seconds. The engineers informed me it was no longer functional. The general's eyes glinted with coldness. The opponent's signal barrier is formidable. Had it not been for that detector, we wouldn't have been able to see these images. Colonel Ning was aghast. A Level 4 civilization's detector could only reveal a mosaic. The general spoke in a low voice. Someone is overstepping their bounds, playing the role of a guardian in the darkness. Colonel Ning stared intently at the exceedingly blurred footage, barely 33 seconds long. That resembles Kunlun. He seems to be wearing a blue cloak. Is he a scavenger? How could there be such a scavenger? What is he doing? It appears he is digging a pit. Overwhelmed by a barrage of blurred information, Colonel Ning felt his sanity begin to fray. The image of Earth in their minds was that of a festering, putrid dump inhabited by those desperately clinging to life. Yet the scene before him resembled a maggot that had emerged from dung, suddenly rising and toppling a robust bull. Colonel Ning, in a state of disbelief, stammered, "How? Is this possible?" "It's evident," the general said gravely. "He must have stumbled upon some powerful equipment, perhaps even a highly advanced signal jammer. Though the chances are slim, it seems he got lucky." "Damn it." Colonel Ning seethed, his teeth clenched as he glared at the footage. "He has slain my brothers who fought alongside me. The good news is, Kunlun has yet to regain his combat capabilities." The general leaned back in his chair. "The bad news is, a lone hero has emerged from the multitude of scavengers. Of course, even if he possesses extraordinary luck in finding a high-level signal jammer, he must have exhausted it by now. As for his combat skills, while he may have some tricks up his sleeve, as long as he reveals himself before me, I can eliminate him in an instant. However, this fellow may have some connection to Kunlun. I need you to locate him." As for the method, the general narrowed his eyes. "Next, you must fabricate a crime against those scavengers within a reasonable framework, then proceed with mass arrests. Should there be any resistance, execute them on the spot. That blue-cloaked figure, does he not aspire to be a hero? He will undoubtedly reveal himself. Rest assured, elder brother, I will become your most capable assistant. I shall demonstrate my worth, rivaling that of the warship's brain. I will not let you down again." Colonel Ning focused intently on the projection, his chest rising and falling slightly. To flawlessly execute his elder brother's commands and become a useful person was his only means of survival. Meanwhile, in the image, the figure in the blue cloak stood on the ground, gazing up at the 2 Hawk-class starships above. Behind him flickered the scattered lights of the scavengers. A hero? He is but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Colonel Ning ground his teeth together, the sound echoing ominously. No one shall obstruct my elder brother's path. Colonel Ning strode rapidly within the Hawk-class starship, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His aide followed closely behind. Boss, you mentioned attaching a crime to those scavengers. That seems rather challenging. Challenging? Colonel Ning donned a handsome facade once more, yet shadows loomed in his eyes. Do you recall the eldest daughter of President Li? The one named Hong Yin? The aide nodded. That girl's quite attractive, and she's a D-grade gene, I remember her well. D-grade? Colonel Ning chuckled softly. I have consumed gene serums multiple times, facing numerous failures. My current D-grade gene is hard-earned, whereas that woman. That I sensed something was amiss the day I met her. Her condition clearly indicated the marks of a failed gene enhancement. The aide was taken aback. Then why did you prevent us from conducting a gene test? If she truly is D-grade, her data would synchronize with the Galaxy Alliance headquarters during the testing. The emergence of a high-grade gene on garbage Earth would certainly draw attention from above. Colonel Ning chuckled darkly. Though the likelihood is nearly zero, I did not wish to take the risk, for I promised my brothers to orchestrate a hunting game. In other words, as long as we eliminate some refuse, we won't attract the Alliance's scrutiny. I understand now. The aide nodded. You no longer wish to play along with them, preparing to expose them directly. However, deceiving the Alliance officers and forging gene identities is a serious crime. Chapter 76. Second Life. The hazy dawn gradually ascends. Amidst the polluted air of the garbage-laden Earth, a glimmer of light finally emerges. At the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, President Li's face flushed with indignation. Hong Yin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I am fully aware, Hong Yin retorted, raising her arm to reveal a charred wound. Only a particle-cutting dagger, standard issue for the Interstellar Alliance squads, could inflict such an injury. President Li stared in disbelief. What if some brigands have come into possession of a particle-cutting dagger? Hong Yin tilted her head defiantly. What if the Interstellar Alliance squad itself is composed of brigands? President Li trembled, his fury masking a profound fear. From whence do these terrifying notions arise? Hong Yin remained composed. A scavenger named Cheng Qi brought this to my attention. Cheng Qi? A scavenger? President Li was at a loss, his despair palpable. You choose to trust a scavenger over the regular army? Hong Yin, have you lost your senses? Do you not realize we live in a precarious existence? If the squad truly regards the lives of scavengers as inconsequential, then why do we still thrive? President Li slammed his hand upon the table. Why do they deliver food to us? Hong Yin's gaze flickered. Someone is safeguarding us. President Li's eyes widened. Who? Hong Yin frowned. I cannot be certain, but he, too, is a scavenger, possibly Cheng Qi. Not another mention of Cheng Qi. President Li exclaimed, exasperated. My daughter, open your eyes. We are merely in a dump. Do you truly believe a scavenger could arise to challenge the Interstellar Alliance squad? Our vast Scavenger Alliance possesses only 7 makeshift beam pistols, with a combined total of merely 110 rounds. In such conditions, how could an ordinary scavenger contest an Interstellar Alliance squad? Could he impede an Interstellar Alliance squad from the shadows? You nearly led me astray. The Interstellar Alliance squad would never harm us. President Li emphasized, what you speak of, I cannot and will not believe. At that moment, a member of the Scavenger Alliance burst into the room. President, Colonel Ning has unexpectedly arrived. What? President Li's demeanor shifted sharply as he hurriedly adjusted his attire, urging Hong Yin to rise in preparation for the visit. Where has that girl Hyena gone? Never mind. Prepare the finest filtered water, and bring forth my treasured tea leaves. As President Li fidgeted with trepidation, Colonel Ning entered the room, accompanied by a squad of soldiers. President Li, there is no need for such formality. Colonel Ning smiled. This conversation will be brief, and I doubt the tea leaves you cherish are fit for consumption. President Li froze momentarily. This? Colonel Ning leisurely took a seat, his gaze fixed upon the dual rings of light in Hong Yin's eyes, signaling her D-grade genes. President Li, Colonel Ning crossed his legs. Do you understand the consequences of forging genetic identities? Upon hearing this, President Li's face drained of color, as though a coat of white paint had been swiftly applied. His hands trembled, yet he fought to conceal them behind his back. Moderate offenses, grades 3-5, Hong Yen stated slowly. Both the forger and all accomplices will be arrested, facing a maximum sentence of 10 years. Miss Hong Yen is quite knowledgeable about the regulations. But your information is incomplete, Colonel Ning interjected with a smile. Allow me to elaborate. Hypothetically, merely a hypothesis, if Miss Hong Yen's D-grade genes are fraudulent, and you are merely deceiving a handful of scavengers on this garbage planet to garner some respect, then indeed, this offense is moderate. However, if you deceive someone of my standing, an officer of the Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad, he continued, and leverage the identity of a D-grade gene holder to solicit resource allowances worth millions of credit points, that constitutes a deception against the entire Galactic Alliance. That is a level 9 felony. 60 years imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Colonel Ning surveyed the room, and this scope encompasses not only the dozens of individuals within your scavenger alliance, but also those scavengers in the square-snatching energy blocks. They are either complicit or participated in the spoils. None shall escape. Colonel Ning's voice turned icy as he ground his teeth. If that is indeed the case, I will suppress the entire garbage planet. Do you understand what it means to suppress? Should there be any resistance, I hold the right to execute on the spot. President Li, trembling uncontrollably, managed a strained smile. Colonel Ning, you jest. How could we dare to deceive you? Perhaps fortune smiles upon us. Hong Yen, she possesses an extraordinary talent. Yet Colonel Ning cut him off, gesturing dismissively, behind him, for soldiers entered, carrying a massive genetic testing device. In that moment, President Li felt his heart race, his body turning icy, as if he had plunged into a frigid lake in the depth of winter. Only one thought echoed in his mind. It's over. It's all over, Miss Hong Yen. Colonel Ning extended his hand toward the genetic testing device, smiling. If you would be so kind. The device activated. Chapter 77. Who was the Crimson Lotus? Colonel Ning departed from the headquarters of the Scavengers Alliance, accompanied by a multitude of followers. After traversing several hundred meters in the plaza, he could not resist the urge to glance back at the imposing structure of the headquarters once more, his teeth clenched in resentment, returning with his ambitions thwarted. To his astonishment, the genetic level of Hong Yen proved to be authentic, depriving him of any opportunity to unleash his fury. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before the landing craft. In his fervent anger, he stumbled over the climbing ladder and lurched forward, dropping to one knee. Colonel Ning, are you all right? Several aides hastily gathered around him. With his eyes ablaze with indignation, Colonel Ning waved them off and rose to his feet. He cast another piercing glance at the Scavengers' headquarters, gritting his teeth as he commanded. Summon the remnants of the Wakunlan's 24th Fleet and scatter them evenly beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Additionally, retrieve the remains of the old Wakunlan troops. His aide raised an eyebrow. What is your intention? The Interstellar Alliance has already received the genetic information of Hong Yen, but their system is cumbersome and slow to react. They will not dispatch personnel for investigation until at least 10 to 12 hours have elapsed. Colonel Ning's gaze grew chillingly cold. During this interval, I want none left alive. Eliminate every last scavenger. Even that one in the blue cloak? He is aware of our true nature. I must draw him out and extract the clues regarding Wakunlan from him. The success rate of the Valente Fantasy Potion stands at an impressive 99.9, fundamentally resembling a blind box. The enhancement of one's genes hinges upon the user's innate talent. However, Hong Yen possesses a naturally occurring E-grade gene, a resplendent gem amidst the detritus of this wretched earth, indicating her original endowment is undoubtedly formidable. It appears she has triumphed. Furthermore, with the elevation of her genetic level, Hong Yan's managerial aptitude is likely to be amplified as well. For Cheng Qi, a single Valente Fantasy Potion is of little consequence. Yet for Hong Yen, for the entire Scavenger Alliance, and indeed for all scavengers, this may very well signify the dawn of a new era. Nevertheless, Cheng Qi squinted slightly. For someone like Major Ning, extremism and madness are the norm, particularly after experiencing repeated setbacks, during which the pent-up ferocity within becomes increasingly uncontrollable. Much like a bomb with its fuse lit, he is unlikely to hesitate any longer. The final confrontation is surely imminent. Let us fight. Cheng Qi's eyes shone with fervor. Behind him, the door to the underground sanctuary creaked open. The youth stepped inside, ready to commence preparations for his own strategic supplies. In the workshop, the equipment Cheng Qi had recently acquired lay spread across the floor. By dismantling 3 scout teams, he had amassed another 36 small signal jammers, as well as 36 particle-slicing daggers. Coupled with his previous stockpile, the military-grade particle-slicing daggers had now accumulated to a total of 84. After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Qi first merged the small signal jammers to create a second innocent defense array. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the 84 military-grade particle-slicing daggers. These weapons, a fusion of modern technology and cold steel, had yet to be synthesized by him in such quantities. He had been accumulating them with the hope of executing a singular, grand synthesis. Detected similar technological artifacts, commencing synthesis. Cheng Qi raised his arm, and the STC on his wrist emitted a radiant blue fan-shaped scanning beam. Disassembling into primordial matter, synthesis successful, military particle scimeter, 42. Military light blade longsword, 21. Gazing at the military light blade longsword before him, its appearance had undergone a complete transformation, evolving from dagger to longsword, with an extended form and increased potency. Yet Cheng Qi did not pause. He sought the ultimate answer. Disassembling into primordial matter, military quantum oscillation sword, 10. Military force field shield sword, 5. Why do they all bear the prefix military? Cheng Qi mused for a moment. Could it be that the upgrade pathways for these weapons are entirely locked within military specifications? He gingerly picked up a military force field shield sword. The technologically advanced blade exhibited no signs of activation, remaining dim and devoid of luster. Such technologically sophisticated weaponry necessitates activation to unveil its full capabilities. It was at this moment that a line of red text materialized on the holographic screen located on the hilt. No military personnel record found. Device cannot be activated. Cheng Qi nodded in realization. These weapons were indeed locked. They were advanced military equipment, and even if they inadvertently entered civilian hands, they would remain inoperable due to the absence of corresponding access permissions. However, this type of weaponry merely serves as a transitional phase, for Cheng Qi still possessed 2 opportunities for synthesis. Disassembling into primordial matter, military gravitational spear, 2. Disassembling into primordial matter, exclusive military weapon. Crimson Lotus War God 1. This weapon originates from the undying legend 120 years hence, a technological creation of humanity's legions 120 years in the future, not belonging to the current era, but rather a uniquely customized weapon of the future, equipped with biometric recognition systems, force field protection systems, gravitational flight systems, particle oscillation penetration systems, antimatter flame systems, and a holographic Crimson Lotus totem. This weapon integrates multiple technologies from civilizations ranging from levels 2-9 to 4-0. Although in the era of boundless stars and seas, melee weapons have lost their effective value, this particular armament symbolizes the indomitable spirit of the martial deity, resonating as an eternal war drum within the hearts of countless soldiers. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. Before him stood a long spear, crimson in hue, adorned with swirling golden patterns. It activated its built-in force field autonomously, standing silently upon the ground. Its length exceeded 2 meters, towering over Cheng Qi. At first glance, the spear exuded an unparalleled aura of lethality. The red technological luminescence coursed over its surface, resembling water flowing upstream, continually converging at the tip. The bright blade at the spear's apex emitted a sharp glint, piercing Cheng Qi's eyes with a flash of starlight. Hiss! Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. This sensation mirrored the experience of gazing upon a battlefield strewn with corpses across the stars. The wielder of this spear would invariably be the victor. It appeared invincible, inspiring all blood-soaked warriors with its penetrating resonance and extraordinary sharpness. It is indeed the combat equipment of future humanity, integrated with so many functions. It even encompasses the antimatter technology that humanity has long aspired to attain. What a tremendous gain. But, is it a uniquely customized weapon? Could it be as I suspect? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he slowly rose, extending his arm to grasp the imposing spear. Buzz! The spear suddenly unleashed a tangible defensive force field, akin to a translucent wall, propelling Cheng Qi 2 meters away. This weapon can only recognize the Red Lotus martial deity, whose creator is a legendary genius mechanic. What the hell? Cheng Qi comprehended everything. It was precisely as he had feared. Even if he forcefully seized this weapon, he would be unable to activate it due to the biometric identification system. This is rather troublesome. Cheng Qi grumbled. Who is the Red Lotus, anyway? Chapter 78. Knowing oneself and one's opponent. Father, if I install those components, will I truly become the most formidable warrior in the entire galaxy? Absolutely. Not only will you be the strongest in the galaxy, but you shall also emerge as the most powerful warrior in the entire universe. Within the subterranean sanctuary, the damaged cybernetic Keon Lun was propped upon an iron frame, its systems in disarray, projecting fragmented images from its eyes. On an endless expanse of verdant grassland, a little girl with a fiery red ponytail sat quietly beside a robust man. The scenery was picturesque and heartwarming. Any unpleasant occurrence would shatter this idyllic moment. Suddenly, the image distorted. An intense flash erupted. The air filled with screams and the cacophony of explosions. In the dark cosmos, hundreds of sniper beams struck the adult Keon Lun's form, her body resembling a kite severed from its string, riddled with countless bullet wounds. Within the sanctuary, Keon Lun's head began to tremble, a low growl of rage and terror escaping her lips. Cheng Qi leaned against the doorway of the workshop, arms crossed, silently observing Keon Lun, his heart heavy with sympathy. Cheng Qi, the monkeys have arrived. After holding back for so many days, they came like a volcanic eruption, delivering heaps of refuse. Hanzai appeared at the entrance of the sanctuary, cradling a massive mountain of refuse towering over 6 meters high. In Hanzai's dialect, refuse referred to garbage. Among the debris he carried, 80 consisted of damaged cybernetic limbs, various parts represented. Cheng Qi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the pile, mentally commending the monkeys for their impressive speed and capability. Keon Lun struggled to turn her head. Due to damage to her control chip, she could only open one eye wide, while the other lid lifted to a certain point before beginning to tremble mechanically. Do you truly intend to assist me? This will place a tremendous burden upon you. Keon Lun gazed at Cheng Qi. I understand it is impossible to find suitable components on this garbage planet. I shall not impose excessive demands or expectations upon you to restore all my functions. That would be unreasonable. I only require a pair of functional legs to grant me the opportunity to escape the encirclement and return to the Alliance headquarters. Regardless of your level of achievement, it will be of immense assistance to me in my dire situation. As she spoke, a spark of electricity erupted from Keon Lun's neck. She made an effort to nod. Keon Lun shall forever remember the helping hand extended by Mr. Cheng Qi. Thank you. Cheng Qi smiled, understood. Inside the workshop, Cheng Qi surveyed the scattered cybernetic limbs on the floor. Currently, there was no shortage of parts, even artificial lung lobes were present. However, these cybernetic components shared a common flaw. They lacked any outer armor or artificial skin, consisting solely of skeletal frames or incomplete cores. Cheng Qi picked up a cybernetic arm, which had been reduced to a dark metallic arm bone, bearing bite marks from some unknown creature, likely a scavenger that had gnawed at it and found it inedible. Cheng Qi adjusted his shoulders, his gaze flickering. Then, let us commence. Within Keon Lun's body, only a minuscule amount of residual energy remained. Yet she resisted the urge to enter sleep mode, her beautiful red pupils fixed on Cheng Qi's workshop. The space, constructed from old wooden planks and metal, was intermittently illuminated by blue lights, suggesting some form of welding operation was underway. She hoped that the young mechanic could piece together a functional body for her from the discarded debris. Though the conditions were exceedingly challenging, this represented Keon Lun's sole opportunity, and her heart fervently prayed. If only she could move, if only she could act. 20 minutes later, Cheng Qi emerged from the workshop, clutching a pile of jet-black cybernetic skeletal frames. Due to module damage, Keon Lun's Chapter 79, Cyber Civilization, dispersing into primitive matter, commencing synthesis. Within the workshop, Cheng Qi's visage was enveloped in a resplendent blue glow of advanced technology. Upon discerning the true essence of Hua Kunlun, Cheng Qi resolved to grant her a more substantial opportunity. The previous micro-rotor skeletal framework was merely a preliminary endeavor. In actuality, Cheng Qi had utilized only half of a discarded cybernetic body. With the infusion of new materials, the ultimate creation could transcend 2 tiers. Synthesis successful. Carbon, 24 magnetic cybernetic skeletal arm, 2. Carbon, 24 magnetic cybernetic skeletal scapula, 2. Carbon, 24 magnetic cybernetic skeletal rib, 2. Like a divine creator descending, the STC initiated another grand synthesis. The scattered remnants of dilapidated equipment, transformed from 8 to 4, and then from 4 to 2, were rejuvenated in a miraculous radiance. A brand new array of bionic skeletons emerged, encompassing all requisite components. Carbon, 24. This represents an entirely new manifestation of the carbon element, one that should have surpassed human technological advancement. Cheng Qi gazed at the annotations of this skeletal structure. Exceedingly lightweight, it not only enhances microrotor technology but also incorporates magnetic control technology, resulting in a foundational combat data increase of no less than threefold. Yet, this remained excessive. Cheng Qi felt a surge of anticipation, his blood racing. Dismantle it into its primitive substance and continue the synthesis. STC interjected, "This is a statement I must make. Your words bear no weight." All right, you take the lead. Dismantle into primitive substance, commence synthesis. Based on synthesis materials, predict the user's synthesis goals and trends, activating the comprehensive scheme synthesis module. Cheng Qi paused. Comprehensive scheme? Synthesis successful. Core structure of cyber civilization level 3, 5-1. Also known as Level 7 Cyber War Skeleton. 600 years hence, human civilization persists in the cosmos, unextinguished, and one of the means by which humanity prolongs its existence is through the complete cybernetic augmentation of mankind. Thus, a novel civilization, the cyber civilization, has emerged within the universe. In this cyber civilization, only the human brain is retained, while all other organs have been supplanted by cybernetic technology. Due to the rampant spread of electronic narcotics, a majority of cybernetic beings have suffered from psychological distortion, resulting in a schism between the orthodox cyber civilization and the cyber underworld. This division gradually ignited a protracted conflict known as the Cyber War, lasting over a century. The Level 7 Cyber War Skeleton represents the pinnacle of the cyber underworld's combat prowess, equipped with a specialized red heat mode lasting 2 minutes and 1 second. Upon activation, its combat capability is second only to the Cyber Emperor of Level 8. This technology amalgamates all cybernetic bionic skeletal innovations, encompassing but not limited to iterative nanoneurons, ultramicro rotor matrices, cyborg energy packs, and the strength and lightweight properties of carbon-24 to 2 fibers. It is integrated with a BCM5241 processing chip, enhancing computational power, reaction speed, and combat technique assistance, along with comprehensive chip functionalities. The chip incorporates augmented reality, AR, technology, capable of transmitting exhaustive operational guidelines to biological brains within a virtual environment, facilitating extensive combat training. Cheng Qi gazed upon this annotation. His second reaction was the sheer terror evoked by the capabilities of this equipment. His first reaction, however, was a profound appreciation for the vastness of the universe, which accommodates a myriad of civilizations, each blossoming like a garden of diverse and alluring flowers. Previously, he had learned of microbial civilizations, botanical civilizations, and biological civilizations, and now he encountered the cyber civilization. A glimmer of yearning appeared on Cheng Qi's visage point one day. He vowed to venture into the starry seas, to explore, to witness, and to unearth. Recollecting his focus, Cheng Qi turned his attention to the extraordinary creation before him. It became clear what the STC referred to as the overall scheme module. Before him stood a skeletal structure approximately 170 centimeters in height, tinted a pale crimson. First and foremost, it was no longer a disorganized assembly of bones, but had coalesced into a singular entity. Furthermore, it was replete with numerous intricate details. For instance, the cybernetic eyes nestled within the eye sockets, the human brain assist chip emanating a crimson glow from the forehead, and a newly crafted mechanical spine, complete with a bionic heart within the thoracic cavity. Additionally, the skeletal structure truly deserving of its status as the second most formidable force of a Level 3, 5 cyber civilization, it stands tall like a god of war, even in its dormant state. Hua Kunlun can distinctly sense the immense power and enigma of this skeletal figure. Having once integrated the mightiest cybernetic enhancements of human civilization, she is acutely aware that the technology before her likely transcends the bounds of human achievement. To her knowledge, she is utterly oblivious to the nature and classification of this cybernetic skeleton. Casting her gaze towards Cheng Qi, She finds herself overwhelmed with questions and astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. You truly exceed my expectations by a wide margin. The crimson pupils of the beautiful head shimmer with a crystalline brilliance. The transplantation of a biological brain is a complex and intricate process. I will endeavor to share my experiences of modification to assist you in executing this operation. No need. Cheng Qi tilted his head slightly, and a side of the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster suddenly activated. Hundreds of thousands of nanorepair robots, like a cloud of black smoke, drifted in, landing delicately upon the head of the female robot. They began to gradually analyze her neural connection system and instantaneously formulated a safe transplantation plan. In the next moment, tiny, intricate arcs of electricity flickered within Hua Kunlun's head. The quantum repair cluster had commenced its work. Hua Kunlun's eyes widened in astonishment. The passive safety system informed her that the ongoing transplantation operation in her brain was executed with precision far surpassing that of the Galactic Science Alliance. Dispose of all those outdated chips in her mind. Cheng Qi's voice echoed. Hua Kunlun was momentarily taken aback, slowly rotating her eyes toward the pale red cybernetic skeleton standing nearby to its forehead. A chip pulsating with a red glow flickered ominously, its rhythm akin to a fateful summons directed at Hua Kunlun. It's still somewhat lacking. The upgrade trajectory of this equipment ultimately hinges upon the internal skeleton. Cheng Qi mused, stroking his chin with a furrowed brow. It seems that the external armor and internal skeleton of cybernetic life forms are two distinct systems. To be frank, the current Kunlun resembles a red technological skeleton. Venturing out in this state would surely frighten any young girl. Hua Kunlun struggled to conceal her astonishment. This is already exceedingly impressive. I could hardly wish for more. Yet, Cheng Qi continued to shake his head in dissent. Hua Kunlun added, moreover, on the current Earth, one would likely be unable to find armor materials that could adequately complement this skeleton. Cheng Qi tilted his head, glancing at the ground on the opposite side of the shelter, where another type of refuse brought by the monkeys was neatly arranged. Among them were 15 metal smelting crucibles. These small devices are typically employed by scavengers to melt various alloys, ultimately extracting precious metals. After gathering a pile of crucibles, Cheng Qi dove back into his workspace. Disperse into primitive substances. Begin synthesis. High-energy molecular crucibles. 7. Halo smelting furnace. 3. Moros Intelligent Forging Production Line 1. Capable of melting 223 types of rare alloys. Integrating the lifelong forging techniques of Master Moros, combining forging, design, and coding into one. The final performance of the products is closely related to the forging materials, with a maximum enhancement of 300 toughness, adhering to Moros' design philosophy of pursuing ultimate mechanical aesthetics. Every item produced by this production line is destined to become a coveted treasure in the interstellar collector's market. Observing his masterpiece, Cheng Qi nodded with a smile. This was indeed what he had sought, even more fitting than he had envisioned. He turned and opened the wooden door of his workspace, leaning against the frame, gazing distantly at the beautiful head. Ah, General Hua Kunlun, he mused, you truly are fortunate to have encountered me. You must have saved the galaxy in your past life. From afar, Hua Kunlun furrowed her brow with difficulty. I do not quite comprehend your meaning, and if I may be blunt, I have only saved the galaxy twice in this lifetime. Cheng Qi was taken aback. All right, you win. Chapter 80. The faceless demon Lord Cheng Qi immersed himself in his work for another 20 minutes. This moment, he had just settled into his seat, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and picked up a vivid red apple, taking a hearty bite. The joy of continuous synthesis was invigorating. Delving into the intricacies of machinery and its fabrication was equally intoxicating, igniting an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Warning, warning. The diminutive Saturn on the ceiling, which constituted the Innocence Defense Array, suddenly flickered with a crimson glow, issuing a warning alert. Cheng Qi paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow. Instantly, a scene unfolded before his eyes, revealing the surface above. A small garbage transport ship had descended near his makeshift shelter, adorned with the insignia of a team from the Interstellar Alliance. Upon further investigation, Cheng Qi realized that this transport vessel originated from a Harrier-class starship. What is going on? Why has it come here? Cheng Qi slowly rose, his gaze fixed on the garbage transport ship. He watched as the hatch of the ship creaked open, revealing a man clad in a white lab coat. approximately 60 years old, with shifty eyes. The man stood before Cheng Qi's shelter, waving his hands and whispering, "Don't shoot, don't shoot, I'm one of you." Cheng Qi was taken aback once more. This fellow had the unsettling air of an intruder. Who did he think he was calling one of their own? "I'm coming in. Please don't attack me." As he spoke, the man in the lab coat raised his hand to lift the flap of Cheng Qi's tent, only to be met with a surprise. The interior was in disarray, devoid of any presence. At this moment, Cheng Qi, draped in a tattered blue scavenger's cloak, emerged slowly from behind a nearby mound of refuse. Eye in his hand, he brandished a black, pointed knife, stating, "If you cannot clarify the situation, I will have no choice but to leave you here forever." "Are you Mr. Cheng Qi?" The man in the lab coat jogged closer. "I'm here on behalf of Boss Missouri." "Mo?" Cheng Qi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the garbage ship and then at the Harrier-class starship overhead. "Hee." The man in the lab coat nodded eagerly, a broad smile on his face. "I am known as the Faceless Demon Lord, currently employed by Boss Missouri to retrieve goods." "The Faceless Demon Lord?" Cheng Qi's eyelids twitched. What era was it that someone still employed such a foolish moniker? "Hee. Rest assured, I am not affiliated with the Interstellar Alliance. I merely captured one of their logistics team members ahead of time and donned a full set of biological disguise masks. 2 days ago, I infiltrated one of the Harrier-class starships along with their supplies." The man chuckled. "My task is to collect the goods from you and then retreat with them." Cheng Qi found himself momentarily dazed. Was this even possible? Mo had indeed mentioned he would find a way to retrieve the more than 10,000 high-entropy alloys. At that time, Cheng Qi had been curious. Now that Earth was under the control of the Interstellar Alliance, what means could he possibly employ? To his astonishment, he had leveraged someone else to infiltrate the Interstellar Alliance team. "Mr. Cheng, the Interstellar Alliance team is brewing a significant operation. Chaos reigns within. I seized the opportunity of discarding medical waste to make my escape." The self-proclaimed Faceless Demon Lord smiled. "I merely disguised myself as a nutritionist, delivering anti-aging agents and the like. I am unaware of their plans, so do exercise caution, Cheng Qi tilted his head. "Why do you keep saying hee? The man in the lab coat nodded. "It's a colloquialism from my hometown, roughly meaning that's the way it is." Cheng Qi raised his head. "Is it really that easy to blend into a Harrier-class starship?" "Not easy." The man patted his chest. "This is my specialty." Cheng Qi remained somewhat skeptical. "Do you know what goods you are to collect?" 450 pieces of high-entropy alloy. "Then you must be aware that these items are quite valuable, and I must handle them with utmost care." I understand your concerns." The man in the lab coat nodded. "First, you can contact Boss Missouri at any time to verify my identity. Second, before coming here, Boss Missouri specifically informed me of your rendezvous code." Cheng Qi's expression faltered. He had never agreed upon any rendezvous code with Mo. Was this fellow just rambling? However, he watched as the old man in the lab coat scanned the surroundings seriously, placing a finger over his mouth and whispering, "Mr. Cheng, listen closely. The first part of the code is wolf heart, pig lung." Cheng Qi was taken aback. The man in the lab coat looked earnest as he continued, "Mr. Cheng, please be sure to state the second part of the code." Cheng Qi's eyelids twitched as he tentatively replied, "Meat bun hits donkey?" "Code confirmed." "I knew we were one of our own." The man in the lab coat was visibly excited. A successful rendezvous. Cheng Qi slowly rubbed his temples. What on earth was happening? Afterwards, to be prudent, Cheng Qi still contacted Mo via a secure radio. As expected, this incredible Faceless Demon Lord was indeed the individual he had hired for the retrieval. Furthermore, Mo assured him that this fellow possessed considerable skills, with a strong reputation and credibility. Within the vast interstellar black market, this individual's business acumen was second to none, and the high-entropy alloys could be entrusted to him without concern. "Mr. Cheng Qi, the quantity of goods is incorrect." At that moment, the Faceless Demon Lord frowned. Boss Mo was quite clear. "It totals 450 pieces, yet there are exactly 450 pieces missing?" Cheng Qi's expression remained calm. "I used some just now." The Faceless Demon Lord was taken aback. What on earth could require such a substantial amount of high-entropy alloy? Cheng Qi smiled. That is something I am entitled to keep confidential. Hee, that is only natural. The faceless demon lord nodded. But I shall report this accurately to Boss Missouri, and the remaining payment will naturally be deducted by that amount. Suddenly, Cheng Qi inquired, next, will you be returning to the Harrier-class starship? Not returning. The faceless demon lord replied nonchalantly, the interstellar team is disseminating something outside the atmosphere, and I am seizing the chance to pilot the transport ship and escape promptly, delivering the goods to Boss Missouri without delay. Could you do me a favor? Cheng Qi slowly retrieved a metallic device the size of a playing card. Please place this item inside the Harrier-class starship. Ugh, the faceless demon lord hesitated. That's not impossible, but it would increase the risk. I would need additional compensation. Cheng Qi suddenly grinned. Request the extra fee from Boss Missouri, stating it is for a task Cheng Qi assigned him. He will cover it. The faceless demon lord did not take the device but added, however, I must make it clear that this device evidently possesses long-range communication capabilities. The detectors within the Harrier-class starship are quite sensitive. Should this foreign device activate, even with a weak signal, it will certainly be detected by the captain within 60 seconds. 60 seconds of operational time? Cheng Qi's eyes glinted. That will suffice. The faceless demon lord appeared puzzled but still asked, where do you intend to place it? Weren't they purchasing a batch of black market weapons? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. I need you to place this device within the warehouse containing the black market weapons. Hee. Is this a bomb? You aren't intending to blow up those weapons, are you? The faceless demon lord looked bewildered. Well, if they are reduced to rubble, it's none of my concern. My duty is merely to deliver goods and earn my pay. Finally, the faceless demon lord accepted the playing card from Cheng Qi. Boss Cheng, I shall take on this task. Chapter 81 Prologue in the Underground Sanctuary. Cheng Qi gazed upon the rejuvenated Hua Kunlun before her. She was now adorned with entirely new external armor, and her exquisite synthetic skin, coupled with her flowing crimson locks, had been flawlessly grafted onto a new skeletal structure by a quantum repair cluster. Cheng Qi couldn't help but express her admiration. At this moment, Hua Kunlun epitomized the essence of ultimate mechanical aesthetics. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly entrapped in a state of slumber. In truth, she was immersed in the enhanced reality technology of Level 7 cybernetics. Her consciousness resided in a separate virtual space, where she was mastering the operational intricacies of her new cybernetic body while simultaneously undergoing adaptive combat training. Cheng Qi was uncertain how long it would take for her to awaken. However, she had to leave. She traversed the wooden corridor of the underground sanctuary and glanced at the scavenger communicator standing silently to one side, tapping gently on its quiet surface. A smile crept onto Cheng Qi's lips as she murmured, I hope you won't let me down. All scavengers, assemble immediately at Sector B-24. The sky reverberated with an audio wave resembling a shock wave, echoing across every corner of the garbage earth. 2 Harrier-class starships, each stretching 20 kilometers, hovered at several thousand meters above, gradually adjusting their posture. Their prows tilted downward, ominously pointing toward the ground like 2 swords suspended in the sky. The scavengers gathered in increasing numbers, soon coalescing into a formidable throng. This procession resembled a lumbering behemoth, slowly advancing across the terrain. For reasons unknown, today's temperature was notably lower than usual, with a chilling breeze penetrating through protective suits and biting into the bones, prompting involuntary shivers. In the distance, small whirlwinds danced, swirling with gray metallic dust. Chairman Li marched at the forefront of the crowd. The sudden command from the Star Alliance squad struck him as somewhat jarring, yet he dared not entertain negative thoughts. Surely, there was a unified directive, or perhaps a more favorable prospect of a second round of supplies being distributed. Casting a glance around the throng, he noticed the absence of his 2 daughters. Chairman Li furrowed his brow, finding their lack of decorum disconcerting. Suddenly, a grand scene unfolded ahead. The main hatches of the 2 Harrier-class starships thunderously swung open, and a line of landing craft descended toward the ground. Subsequently, squads of armed Star Alliance soldiers emerged from the landing craft, their gazes icy, forming ranks in orderly formations. Chairman Li's heart involuntarily quivered. He felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was then that one of the Harrier-class starships emitted a beam of red laser, illuminating a visible line that stretched from north to south across the scavenger assembly. Everyone, stand behind the line. A furious shout reverberated from afar, revealing Lieutenant Ning standing at the forefront of the Star Alliance squad, 100 meters away from the Scavenger Brigade, his expression devoid of emotion. Chairman Lee swallowed hard, retracting the half-step he had taken to stand behind the red line. At that moment, a young scavenger girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, clutched a nameless wildflower she had laboriously plucked, crossing the red line and running toward Lieutenant Ning, perceiving him still as one of the soldiers who brought her food. The wind, laced with metallic dust, whipped around her. The little girl stood before Lieutenant Ning, raising the white flower. Lieutenant Ning's gaze drifted past the blossom, settling on the girl's weathered face, cracked from exposure, and her pale lips. He suddenly smiled. Lieutenant Ning accepted the flower. The girl beamed back. Yet, in an instant, Lieutenant Ning crushed the flower in his grasp, his smile twisting into a grimace. The girl's eyes widened in terror. Disgusting! With a swift motion, Lieutenant Ning flung the remnants of the flower at the girl's face, then kicked her squarely in the chest. With a thud, she was sent tumbling 4 or 5 meters, landing in a heap of refuse. However, the girl's tenacity shone through as she sat amidst the debris, blood trickling from her mouth, wailing in anguish, her cries echoing in everyone's ears. What the hell are you doing? A gaunt youth from the scavenger crowd shouted angrily, ready to charge forward. Are you deaf? Stand behind the line. Lieutenant Ning bellowed, dare to cross it, and I'll execute you on the spot. His gaze turned to the girl, contemplating why she had not been killed by his kick. Many scavengers held the thin youth back as he struggled, shouting, Let me go! That's my sister! This gaunt youth was none other than the monkey, who had been collecting refuse for Cheng Qi. Chairman Lee trembled, ultimately refraining from crossing the red line, his facial muscles twitching as he spoke, his voice laced with fear. Lieutenant Ning, what are you? I no longer need to masquerade before you vermin. Lieutenant Ning's eyes glinted with menace. If it weren't for an arrogant fool's interference, you would have been drenched in blood 3 days ago. Chairman Lee's expression shifted dramatically. What? At that moment, a Star Alliance soldier activated a holographic projector. A massive screen unfurled, revealing a blurred, pixelated figure, vaguely discernible as a youth cloaked in a blue scavenger mantle. You still don't know, do you? There's a fool who's been secretly protecting you. It's this guy who has eliminated 8 of my squads during the past few nights. Lieutenant Ning's fury erupted, and those 8 squads were meant to participate in a hunting game, with you as the target. I've never regarded you as human. You are merely filthy bugs amidst heaps of garbage, repugnant, valueless, devoid of any semblance of significance. Chairman Lee's body shook violently. What? The previously kicked girl sat weeping in the middle of the 2 factions. So annoying. Lieutenant Ning scowled. Get rid of her. A squad of soldiers pulled their weapons, stepping forward toward the girl, while Monkey broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, yet was held back by other scavengers. Stop right there. Anyone who dares to take another step will be shot. From the distant garbage mountain, a striking silhouette emerged, her gray cloak billowing in the wind, revealing her perfect figure clad in tight shorts and a fitted jacket. Chairman Lee's eyes widened. Hong Yin. Behind her, more figures materialized, members of the Scavenger Alliance's guard squad, numbering around 30, each sporting resolute expressions, standing in formation behind Hong Yin. A self-defense force? Lieutenant Ning turned to look, a sneer gradually forming on his face as his gaze fixed upon the peculiar weapons in the hands of Hong Yin and her comrades. Still unaware of where you scrounged up those ugly weapons? Lieutenant Ning gestured dismissively to a nearby squad. Kill them all. A 20-man Star Alliance squad stepped forward. Just as they raised their weapons, Hong Yin sprang into action. With a swift motion, her crimson-painted firearm clicked into position, and in an instant, the singular scope blossomed like a lotus, splitting into 20 individual targeting lenses. Buzz! The moment Hong Yin pulled the trigger, a yellow beam bullet erupted forth. Lieutenant Ning's eyes widened. He had no time to react as the oval-shaped projectile hurtled toward his face. Yet, an incredible scene unfolded. At the moment the bullet struck his forehead, it suddenly veered at a 90-degree angle, racing past his cheek and leaving a scorching burn in its wake. Pft, pft. The sounds of 20 bullets piercing through flesh overlapped in a cacophony. Blood began to trickle from Lieutenant Ning's face due to the grazing wound, and before the droplet could touch the ground, a crimson explosion erupted from the 20-man Star Alliance squad. Thud! They all collapsed simultaneously. Lieutenant Ning's expression froze as he beheld a dissipating yellow energy net before him. A bullet trajectory that can curve. Lieutenant Ning stared in disbelief at the weapon in Hong Yan's hands. Simultaneously, he witnessed an even more shocking sight. Behind Hong Yan, every member of the Scavenger self-defense squad wielded an identical weapon. Not to mention official equipment, Lieutenant Ning had never even seen such weapons before. Chairman Li was equally astonished. Hong Yan, where did you get these things? Standing atop the garbage mountain, Hong Yan's cloak and hair danced in the breeze, her stature appearing far more imposing than before, her beautiful visage marked by a steely resolve born of desperation. An hour ago, a voice had emerged within the communicator of Hong Yan and the entire self-defense squad. My name is Cheng Qi, as in beggar. Now, we face a band of marauders masquerading as regular troops. If we compromise this time, how will we confront future star pirates, alien invaders, and the like? Submission is certainly not the only solution. If you are willing to rise in resistance, I have prepared some weapons for you on the northern side of the Scavenger Square. If you take up these arms, you will stand with me on the same battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, I once heard a saying, and now I pass it on to you. Self-reliance is the magic of the weak. At this moment, Hong Yan's gaze traversed the distance of several meters, locking onto her father. I once mentioned his name to you. Chairman Li felt as though struck by lightning. Instinctively, he shot a horrified glance at the towering figure in the holographic projection. Chapter 82. The ant trying to stop the chariot 2 hours prior, within the concealed cargo hold of a Harrier-class starship, a peculiar metallic poker lay quietly in an unnoticed corner. Suddenly, a humming sound resonated as a cerulean microdirectional star gate unfolded, illuminating the surrounding gloom. A steel matron gradually emerged, subsequently opening its chest compartment to release yet another diminutive steel matron. After the second matron exited, it too opened its chest hatch, revealing a third steel matron. In a mere 60 seconds, the starship's detection system could identify these foreign electronic devices. In an instant, the 3 steel matrons extended an astonishing 176 mechanical arms. The ultimate technique, matron's relocation. Like a whirlwind, within just 50 seconds, the trio of steel matrons had swept away the clandestine weapons, meticulously stowing them within their bellies, before hastily departing through the star gate, one after another. When Major Ning prepared to retrieve these weapons, he was confronted with an empty warehouse. However, the steel matron bore an innocuous defense array, precluding any surveillance footage. He ultimately deduced that a treacherous traitor had emerged from within his ranks, seizing the opportunity amidst chaos to abscond with the equipment for profit, as these were unregistered contraband. Major Ning was seething with rage, but could only swallow his fury in silence, for the team was fundamentally composed of nefarious rogues. To make matters worse, a transport vessel had also mysteriously vanished from the starship. Major Ning would never comprehend the underlying mechanics at play. The lost weapons had been transformed by Cheng Qi into 200 particle tracking rifles and several dozen directional shock bombs. The particle tracking rifles, also known as battlefield phantoms, were now in the hands of Hong Yan, wielding those astonishing, unprecedented crimson rifles. Is this how it is? Major Ning, who had just moments ago appeared shocked, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I fear you are left with merely these 30 individuals and 30 weapons. At that moment, the 20 members of the Interstellar Alliance squad who had just fallen, abruptly stood up unsteadily. They bore wounds of varying sizes, some punctured through the chest, others with shattered shoulders, while one had an entire arm blown off. Yet, these individuals displayed no expression as they rose. Simultaneously, their Alliance combat suits released medical gel, sealing their wounds and providing rudimentary Chapter 83. Defensive array Presidently maintained a half-bent posture, his body frozen in place. A lifetime of compromises flickered through his mind. At last, he had discerned the true nature of the individuals before him. Beasts in human guise, devoid of any humanity. Perhaps his former subservience had earned him a brief reprieve from death. Yet this time, even if he were to shatter his spine and bury his knees in the earth, prostrating himself until his forehead bled, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. An aged, wrinkled arm pressed against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Presidently, supporting himself. Tears streamed down his weathered face as he gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the distant, uncertain fate of Hyena, and then at the gun-wielding Hong Yin. "I will not kneel." The elderly president trembled as he uttered those 3 words. Then, with his palm braced against the earth, he slowly rose. He finally straightened his chest. Though his face was a cascade of tears, he bellowed, "You are nothing but beasts. I shall not kneel before beasts. If I must die, then so be it. I will not kneel." Isn't it a bit late for enlightenment? A flicker of panic crossed Lieutenant Ning's face, but in that moment, the voice of his older brother, Ning Feng, echoed in his mind. "The Star Destroyer cannon is fully charged." Lieutenant Ning's brow relaxed. He had been merely posturing, using a facade of toughness to intimidate the scavengers, fearing that his head might explode at any moment from that unfathomable beam weapon. All the talk of blood on the blade was mere theatrics. Having bought time through his performance, he now felt unrestrained. Turning, Lieutenant Ning pointed at the positions of Hong Yin and President Li, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Die." Buzz. Without hesitation, the cannon's muzzle unleashed a terrifying black light, instantaneously engulfing half the sky in darkness. A dreadful wave of annihilation energy erupted, forming a descending black beam that sliced through the void. The target of the Star Destroyer cannon was none other than the ground space centered around President Li and Hong Yin, extending 300 meters in radius. Here, behind the red line, nearly 1,000 scavengers were tightly clustered. Once this beam fell, none would survive. "Beasts!" President Li cursed one last time, closing his eyes as if resigned to fate. A wild gleam flashed across Lieutenant Ning's face. "If I eliminate these troublemakers, the rest will undoubtedly follow like sheep. They are nothing but garbage, their bones soft. No one can stand in the path of my brothers. And what of that blue-cloaked figure? Does he not aspire to be a hero? As long as he remains absent, I will kill 1,000 every 2 minutes." Suddenly, from the far east of the scene, a figure approached with an almost time-bending speed, arriving in an instant. Lieutenant Ning gasped, "What is that?" He watched as the figure positioned itself between President Li and Hong Yin, making a gesture as if raising something high above its head. Buzz. In an instant, a brilliant yellow spherical shield erupted, dazzlingly bright, enveloping a space of 500 meters. Boom! In merely a tenth of a second, a deafening clash resounded, shaking the earth, the air howling furiously, an intensely bright light blinding all eyes, while the scavengers further away were sent tumbling like autumn leaves. The heavens darkened, and the earth trembled. The collision of 2 colossal energies consumed and ultimately extinguished each other. As everything gradually settled, the surrounding temperature inexplicably rose by nearly 10 degrees. Lieutenant Ning and the others staggered back, horrified, staring ahead. The energy of the Star Destroyer cannon had been nearly depleted, yet the brilliant yellow shield remained unscathed. In that moment, the shield began to grow translucent, its remaining energy retracting to the core. The heart of this defensive barrier was a small, bright sphere resembling Saturn, now quietly floating beside a young man clad in blue. The Innocence Defensive Array, a creation of Level 3 civilization, housed an ionized plasma defense system capable of passive activation once, with a maximum resistance of 20 million MPa pressure. Cheng Qi instantly recognized the key. This was an extraordinary life-saving technique. Lieutenant Ning's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze darting between the blue-cloaked youth and the void. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. "It's you." Not just Lieutenant Ning, but all scavengers, including President Li and Hong Yin, were stunned, their eyes fixed on the youth. President Li had collapsed to the ground, his murky eyes barely open. "It's him." Suddenly, he recalled the hacker from before. Now, 2 silhouettes merged in his mind, indistinguishable, the cloak billowing softly. The young man exuded an aura of unwavering steadfastness amidst the storm. "He had warned me long ago." President Li clenched his fists, his expression filled with self-reproach. Hong Yin gazed at the young figure, her fear slowly dissipating, light beginning to glimmer in her eyes. President Li trembled, flashes of realization racing through his mind. It was he who had helped elevate Hong Yin's genes. It was he who had ambushed the Interstellar Alliance squad in the shadows. What was his name again? Yet, despite his efforts to recall, President Li found himself unable to remember the name he had once scorned. How do you possess such a level of defense? A mere handheld shield can withstand the Star Destroyer cannon? Lieutenant Ning's eyes bulged, a gasp escaping his lips. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something. fixating on the little Saturn on Cheng Qi's shoulder. The glow of that equipment has faded. It has expended tremendous energy and cannot withstand another attack. Lieutenant Ning shouted to the sky, "Brother, initiate the second strike immediately." Chapter 84. Minor issues. The Star Destroyer cannon consumes an immense amount of energy and requires a secondary recharge between firings. However, once preheated, its charging period is remarkably brief, lasting a mere 55 seconds under extreme conditions. To the naked eye, a terrifying black glow begins to swell within the colossal barrel once more. You indeed exceed my imagination. But I take great pleasure in witnessing those so-called heroes, only to see them realize they are but humble and insignificant ants, their expressions revealing the truth that, in the presence of true power, they are no more substantial than a speck of dust. Colonel Ning, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Without the defensive shield, under the Star Destroyer cannon, all are but ants." In the next instant, the dazed scavengers were taken aback. They beheld Cheng Qi slightly bend his legs, propelling himself into the air with a thunderous leap, as emerald-green biological flames erupted from his feet, lifting him dozens of meters aloft. The scavengers were astounded. Did he possess flying apparatus? Dodge. Colonel Ning sneered. The Star Destroyer cannon has already locked on. It is futile. Yet, Cheng Qi flipped his wrist, revealing a device resembling a crystal flashlight. Without hesitation, he pointed skyward, and an invisible tremor surged forth, a thread-like white energy silently slicing through the air. Buzz. In that very moment, the external defensive shield of the Hawk-class starship revealed its true form. A radiant blue light materialized, as countless shimmering diamond-shaped modular units interlinked to form layer upon layer of energy shields. From a distance, it appeared as 7 translucent spheres enveloping the starship at its core. He aims to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon. Colonel Ning deduced Cheng Qi's intention, yet he gritted his teeth, declaring, "A fanciful dream. He cannot breach the shield." At that moment, an unbearable ringing filled everyone's ears, akin to a needle piercing the eardrum. Cheng Qi had pushed the initial model of the Miaozi to its maximum release state. The power equivalent to 1010 was condensed into a slender beam, its energy density magnified hundreds of times, reaching a nightmarish level. The delicate white beam emitted by Cheng Qi surged forth, seemingly unstoppable, as it instantaneously penetrated the 7 layers of the shield. Correspondingly, the 7 diamond-shaped force fields splintered, cracking and shattering into fragments. Regrettably, the light-speed energy of the Miaozi was expended upon breaching the final layer of the shield. Colonel Ning staggered, as if struck by lightning. What technology is this? How can such a small device contain such tremendous power? At that moment, the shield activated its ultimate mechanism. The 7 spherical energy shields began to whirl chaotically, resembling the intricate core of a finely tuned clock. The previously linear gap transformed into a dizzying spectacle, vanishing among the myriad diamond blocks. Colonel Ning felt as though he had traversed the gates of hell. He cannot enter. It's merely a matter of seconds before those gaps automatically seal. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded for the countless scavengers. A mysterious flying object appeared in the distant sky. It boasted 8 unprecedented particle engines, its form almost a streak of light, arriving in an instant. The crowd gasped. Was that a ground effect vehicle? How could it soar so high and so swiftly? Cheng Qi, nearly 1,000 meters away from the Hawk-class starship, made no further move but gazed upward at the unidentified craft. Colonel Ning momentarily panicked. What is that? Its flying speed is incredible. It seems poised to enter the shield and fire. Shoot it down. On the ground, countless soldiers raised their weapons. In an instant, beams of light and bullets erupted like a torrential storm. Yet, the flying vehicle exhibited extraordinary agility, executing complex maneuvers high in the air, evading the onslaught with an impressive finesse. However, fantasy is but fantasy. Reality is harsh. With thousands firing, the bullets became overwhelmingly dense. Boom, boom, boom. 5 of the engines on that flying vessel belched thick black smoke, clearly rendered inoperative from the barrage. Yet, countless soldiers, including Colonel Ning, were left in shock. 5 out of 8 engines destroyed. How can it still maneuver with such swiftness? Under normal circumstances, it should have crashed. Amidst the soldiers' incredulous gazes, The flying vehicle escaped the reach of ground weapons, diving headlong into the first gap of the shield. Then, utilizing its exceptional piloting skills and compact size, it deftly navigated through the narrow openings of the energy shield, rapidly closing in on the core of the Star Destroyer cannon. The crowd vaguely heard a boisterous voice. Minor issue, minor issue. I once flew 120 kilometers on half an engine under extreme conditions. When I, the Crow, pilot, I am always as steady as a rock. The scavengers were astonished. Could that be the Crow? Presently, still seated on the ground, trembled with disbelief. Even the Crow dares to defy the Interstellar Alliance squad? He turned his gaze toward the youth clad in a blue scavenger cloak. It appeared that a significant transformation had quietly taken place among some of the scavengers, and the catalyst for this change was none other than the young man ahead. At that moment, Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Earlier, he had gleaned information about the Hawk-class starship's Star Destroyer cannon and its defensive shield from Hua Kunlun. While the innocent defense array was indeed a product of advanced technological civilization, its small size and limited energy could only withstand one blast from the Star Destroyer cannon. After that, it was imperative to swiftly eliminate the looming threat. Having confirmed that the Thousand-Eyed Demon Lord, due to his role as a nutritionist, lacked the clearance to approach the Star Destroyer cannon, Cheng Qi had contacted the Crow an hour and a half prior. After explaining the situation, the Crow, true to his fiery nature, agreed to assist. Subsequently, Cheng Qi instructed him to retrieve the scattered engines along the flight path and synthesized 8-inch pursuer particle turbofan engines for him. After the modifications, the Crow was endowed with the ability to soar into the skies. Now, the Crow carried 10 directional shock bombs synthesized from Cheng Qi's illicit equipment. As fate would have it, the Crow breached the final layer of the shield in just 43 seconds, while the countdown for the Star Destroyer cannon's charge dwindled to a mere 8 seconds. The Crow raised his hand, and the 10 directional shock bombs adhered to the surface of the Star Destroyer cannon like magnets. The countdown for the bombs was a brief 5 seconds. In that instant, the Crow stood atop his battered ground effect vehicle, turning to gaze through the now closed shield at Cheng Qi and the thousands of scavengers. A triumphant smile graced his face. With a hint of emotion, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, the Crow, shall never disappoint. No matter the time, I can safely deliver anyone and anything to any location." Finally, the Crow slowly closed his eyes, but this time, "I shall not." Yet Cheng Qi interjected from afar, "Stop the bravado. Return quickly." "All right." In that moment, the Crow turned, activating the directional stargate gifted to him by Cheng Qi just before the explosion, vanishing into thin air. Boom, boom. The Star Destroyer cannon aboard the Hawk-class warship was enveloped in a series of fiery explosions, its massive structure disintegrating and plummeting. Colonel Ning stood in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? How was that individual's piloting skill so extraordinary? Where did that vessel come from? And the bombs, where did they originate? What had just transpired? Chapter 85. The Billion-Strong Army Kill. Unrestricted Assault. I refuse to believe that he, alone, armed with those peculiar weapons, can triumph over my army that has been infused with pain-nullifying agents. Colonel Ning, gazing at the Harrier-class starship shrouded in thick, black smoke, had succumbed to madness, recklessly disregarding everything. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the rear lines immediately fanned out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Whoosh! Hong Yin first pulled the trigger. A brilliant yellow net of light instantly pierced through the bodies of several soldiers. However, due to their lack of training, she and the scavengers could not unleash the full power of their weaponry, unable to withstand the formidable recoil. The soldiers bore visible wounds, gaping holes in their flesh, with some even having half of their cheeks blown off. Yet, their expressions remained unchanged. They merely staggered slightly before resuming their Chapter 86. The black cybernetic body. "General, you must flee. Someone must carry the message back. My brothers and I will hold them off at all costs." In the profound depths of the cosmos, bursts of flames and the sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly. Within the command bridge, a young lieutenant, his cheeks stained with blood yet his gaze resolute, declared, "Our warship is surrounded. There is no possibility of escape. In 2 minutes, I will initiate a self-destruct collision. General, seize this opportunity to escape. If possible, go see my wife and my unborn child. Tell them I am not a traitor." The scene was engulfed in chaos. On the vast prairie, a little girl with a red ponytail sat beside her father. "Daddy, I have replaced my right hand with metal. Does that mean I am now the strongest warrior in the galaxy?" "My child, you are not yet. When will I be?" "Well, it is a long journey. As technology advances and you grow day by day, your cybernetic body will continually be upgraded. One day, you will become the mightiest warrior." The scene swirled into further disarray. Inside the trembling starship, flames erupted within the command bridge. The young lieutenant stood before the control panel, turning back with tears streaming down his face, shouting, "General, flee now!" Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted unexpectedly, creating a massive gash in one side of the hull. A towering, pitch-black figure emerged from the breach, resisting the violent external pressure with sheer flesh. Stepping into the cabin, it was, astonishingly, a highly cybernetically enhanced being. Devoid of any biological skin, it was cloaked entirely in black metal, with a face reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, for enormous metallic fangs glinting ominously. In its grasp was a colossal axe crackling with electricity. It scanned the room and spotted the young lieutenant, setting the collision command. A gust of turbulent air surged, accompanied by wails of despair, as the black cybernetic being instantaneously lunged forward, raising its axe to cleave the young lieutenant in half. Clang! The protagonist of this perspective rushed forward, brandishing a silver spear to intercept the descending axe. The black cybernetic being roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying force, the axe erupting with frenzied electricity, producing a sharp cracking sound as the silver spear was severed in two. Swoosh! In the wake of this, the young lieutenant's body was also cleaved asunder. The perspective,